Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 1599 to Chapter 1668. Thump. The world shook like a huge bell had been struck. Waves of sound spread out in all directions, sweeping away the thick, demonic clouds. A bright moon hung in the sky again. Under the moon, Xianxia wielded a sword in one hand and a tablet in the other, soaring through the air like a dragon. His clothes were like a flag, and his scarlet hair danced like fire. Crack! The bronze mask cracked, and the colossal Taotia's clone over 3,000 meters away suddenly staggered and fell backwards. He was filled with disbelief. This is the mountain-moving sages. Mountain-moving tablet. In a daze, he saw a lion gazing at him from above. He was no stranger to the majestic figure. The skyscraping ridge had always been a part of the foolish old man's body. It contained one of the 3,000 ways, suppressing both the Taotia's clone and the laws it controlled. I haven't lost yet. The Taotai roared out and suddenly took a step back with his right foot. Several tall buildings collapsed, and he forcefully supported his body. He reached towards the skyscraping ridge with his single arm. The divine dragon heavenly works creation. Xianxia raised the Xianyuan sword high into the air and pointed it at the bright moon. In that moment, he and the sword and the moon, the sky and the man merged. The bright moon suddenly lit up, enlarging as if it was about to fall from the sky. The figure of a dragon swam within it. While the Taotai was suppressed by the mountain, Xianxia gained the upper hand in terms of the laws of the world once again. The moonlight condensed into a beam, shining on the Taotia's arm. The Taotai gripped the skyscraping ridge firmly, wanting to move it away from his face, but his arm gradually cracked. The demon folk corpses fell down. Finally, with a boom, it fell to pieces. Corpses rained down. The skyscraping ridge pressed down heavily. The bronze mask twisted and deformed, already covered in cracks. With a thought from Xianxia, the moonlight shifted as well, shining on the Taotia's right leg that supported his body. Boom! The right leg collapsed as well, and the Taotai collapsed on its back. Xianxia sheathed his sword and descended from above. The figure of a dragon flew through the air and landed on the skyscraping ridge, gently stepping on the top of the mountain. Boom! The skyscraping ridge shook violently, pressing down even faster. Finally, it crushed the Taotai to the ground like it was nothing. Boom! The bronze mask cracked, and the enormous incarnation disintegrated. Waves of earth surged outwards, and smoke and dust rushed into the horizon. The great earthquake destroyed all of the buildings on the ground, and a precipitous mountain appeared. Xianxia stood at the peak of the mountain, but there was not a hint of complacency on his face. This skyscraping ridge was the tallest and steepest of the three mountains. It was originally reserved for Xianxia, but now that it was used, it would have one less ultimate move. However, at the juncture of life and death, he couldn't care so much anymore. In any case, the most important thing to topple Xianxia Mountain was the mountain shifting token itself. It was not necessary to use the three mountains. And the most important thing was that what was defeated now was just an incarnation of Taotai. He probably thought that his incarnation was enough to crush everything, but he did not expect that Xianxia still had such a trick up his sleeve. The true Taotai will descend at any moment. I must leave this place as soon as possible. I must leave the Taotai demonic world. Xianxia opened his palm and raised it slightly, activating the earth force field. Thousands of tons of rocks floated up from the ruins, and a giant snake emerged from the depths of the ground. It was Xianxia. You lead the way, let's go. All right. Xianxia turned around and turned into a tiny snake. With a swish, she wrapped around Xianxia's wrist and pointed with her head. Xianxia unfurled his wings of wind and flapped them as hard as he could. Waves of air swept out, tearing through the dust and whistling off. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled over 1,000 kilometers. Glancing back, the demonic city had already been reduced to ruins, a cemetery. This was a war between gods. It would definitely involve millions of lives and cause endless destruction. But right now, he might not even be able to protect his own life, so he could not afford to be sad. Not to mention, they were just demon folk. At the same time, in the Jinyun restaurant, a skinny figure sat in front of the ox totem alone. Torches blazed around him, but they were unable to burn through the thick darkness around him. He wore a bronze mask, which happened to be the Taoya's beast mask. Under the flickering firelight and the thick darkness, it seemed particularly vicious and terrifying. Li Qingshan. He slowly removed the mask with his pale white hands, revealing a face that was just as pale. His slender eyebrows drooped to the sides, and his eyes were filled with melancholy and exhaustion. He stared at the ox totem on the wall. He murmured, "Even I have been changed." If it were in the past, he definitely would have followed his leader's will unconditionally and believed in his leader's judgment, but now, he wanted to kill the person the leader had chosen. He covered his face with his hands. The anger, pain, and hatred were so intense that he struggled to suppress it. Even the great sage of the moving mountain would gradually lose his memories when he was sealed in ruin's end. How could he remain unaffected after being exiled to this chaotic, twisted demon domain? I hope the leader hasn't made a mistake this time. This war had already gone on for far too long, so long that even the gods felt pained. Li Qingshan sensed something, but the Taotai did not pursue him. Perhaps it had been roused by the mountain and realized they were not enemies. By now, he had already followed the direction Xianxia had pointed in and arrived at the boundary of the Taotai demon world. He tried and found that no matter how fast he sped up, the horizon remained the same, hanging far away in the sky. The undulating mountains below were the limits that couldn't be crossed. Xianxia pointed at the mountains and said, "Go to that canyon." Li Qingshan followed her instructions and arrived at the canyon. There were two large mountains on the left and right side, and they met at the end of the canyon. There was a long and narrow crack in the depths of the canyon. It was layered, long, and deep, but it was not formed by rocks. Instead, it was formed by bright red flesh that was squirming continuously. It made Li Qingshan feel disgusted. However, in the demon domain, he had seen too many disgusting things and was almost numb to it. Thus, he raised his wrist and asked, "Can I reach the Xianxia demon world by passing through there?" The little snake on his wrist was cold and slippery. It hissed and flicked its tongue. "That's right. However, don't be too careless. That is the blood maze of the evil god Jiuying. Be careful not to be trapped in there forever." The evil god Jiuying? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows in disdain. He had fought a demon god before. Although it was only an incarnation, he did not take the evil god seriously. After comprehending the divine dragon transformation, and with the Shan sword in hand, he could kill any evil god. Hiss hiss, don't treat her like the evil god Baidu. Jiuying is also an ancient god. She has resided in the infernal domain for a longer period of time than a few of the demon gods. She is also known as the Jiu Air Ghost Mother. She has 9 evil gods under her command, and they are all her children. Even the demon gods have to show her some respect. However, she is not loyal to any demon god. Her abode does not belong to the 12 demon realms. Instead, it is a world of its own. There are 12 exits that can connect to the 12 demon realms. If not for the fact that the demon domain can only accommodate 12 demon gods, she would definitely be a demon god. Li Qingshan's heart sank. Even if she was not a real demon god, as long as she had the strength of the incarnation of Tao Tai, it would be difficult for him to deal with her. The Jiu Air Ghost Mother, who was close to a demon god, and the 9 evil gods. Who knew how dangerous this blood maze was? He said. Meaningfully, you seem to know this place very well. Of course. If I can't pass through smoothly, this blood maze is the only way. The Qianxia's snake eyes rolled. However, as long as you swallow the Black Sun demon heart, she probably won't be a match for you. Its mysterious voice was full of temptation. Xianxia coiled around Li Qingshan's wrist, hissing and flicking its forked tongue. Its timing was impeccable. Even the most ferocious tiger would be exhausted. He had gone through a desperate battle where corpses piled up in the decaying city, and the grotesque legends of the ancient times. During the final battle, Li Qingshan was naturally brave and fearless, disregarding life and death. Now that he had broken out of the encirclement and escaped the desperate situation, he felt a different kind of feeling. When Xianxia represented the infernal domain and extended another invitation, he did not reject it. Instead, he looked up. The bright moon had already set, and the demonic sky was deep and lofty. It was hard to imagine that there was such a warm and beautiful paradise on the other side of the sky. He had no choice but to team up with demons. He had just escaped from the demonic city, and in the blink of an eye, he had entered a mysterious and dangerous maze. And at the end of the maze, waiting for him would be a true demon god. After fighting with the Tao Tai, he had a deeper understanding of the demon god's strength. Even with the Xianyuan sword and the mountain-shifting token, it would be difficult for him to win. If he lost this time, he would not submit to Xianxia. He could only die in battle. He was not too afraid of death, but, was that the end? Or, was he really not afraid of death? Without fear, there was no need for bravery. Without pain, there was no need for perseverance. Without worries, there was no need for resolution. Who in the world was willing to be brave, persevere, and resolute? Or rather, those who were resolute were all unfortunate fellows. They did not hesitate to slaughter the common people and bear heinous sins. They did not fear mountains of blades or seas of fire, and killed all sorts of powerful enemies. Was it all for death? Yes, at this point, there is no other choice. I can only swallow this black sun demon heart. I need more power. As long as he swallowed this black sun demon heart, everything would be solved. Why should he refuse? After all, this is the only way I can survive and help Brother Niao. Li Qingshan's expression fluctuated, and his eyes flickered. Qian Rongji smiled as she watched. Li Qingshan took out the demon heart of Black Sun. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He unsheathed his sword and slashed down heavily. The devil heart of the Black Sun was cut in half by the Xianyuan sword. With a clang, it shattered into pieces and scattered all over the sky, shining like stars. In an instant, the demonic sky shook, and the weather changed. Qian Rongji's smile also disappeared. The wind howled in the canyon, as if angrily questioning his actions. Li Qingshan sheathed his sword. His eyes shone brightly like the stars in the sky. He laughed heartily. Thank you for reminding me. Why? I've been keeping this thing because I'm still hoping that I can get lucky. I'm prepared to take it out to turn the tide when I'm in a difficult situation. That's what a normal person thinks. Yes, but unfortunately, I am Li Qingshan. Back then, he was still young and full of youthful vigor. He did not fear death and dared to charge into the Black Wind stronghold alone. Now that he had tasted the good wine, slept with the beauties, and fought against the strong enemies, he didn't dare to face death with emotion? If he was so cowardly from the beginning, Emperor Huan Xianyuan would not have given him this sword, and the demonic sky would not have chosen him. Even Brother Bull was just an old bull with a broken horn that he sold. He would not be the Li Qingshan of today. Along the way, he had done some good deeds of chivalry, but at the same time, he had killed many people and committed heinous crimes. Even until today, he was still unwilling to put down the butcher's knife. He was determined to follow his heart and walk towards the 9 heavens. Those who kill will always be killed. There was no need to feel resentment or escape. If it was time to die, then die. The 9 heavens was not far away, but in his heart. It was that cowherd boy who was unwilling to be mediocre. He was determined to follow his heart and live a happy life. Li Qingshan glanced at Qian Rongji. It's fine if it's others, but how can you not understand this logic? Behind her crazy appearance was a cruel and cunning heart. But in the depths, it was an even more hysterical madness. She wanted to set the world on fire. It wasn't just to pursue greater power and a longer lifespan. If she died, the world would explode, and she would probably die immediately. She simply did not benefit herself and only focused on harming others. Compared to her, that kind of selfish evil was brimming with idyllic scenery. It's a pity that the demonic sky chose you and not me. Qian Rongji sighed. Because you are not Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan sheathed his sword and was in high spirits. Try to avoid Jiaoying. I'm afraid you are not a match for her. Cut the crap. I don't care if they are Jiaoying or Jiaoying. I'll kill them all if they come. As Li Qingshan berated her, he used the spirit turtle transformation. His bloodline completely transformed into a spirit turtle, and a silent and profound power of ruin's end spread out, filling his organs, limbs, and bones. He no longer leaked any aura. Even his body gradually became indistinct, becoming colorless and transparent like clear water. He raised his right hand and looked at it before nodding in satisfaction. It was enough to fool the eyes of the evil god. Only the little snake on his wrist was particularly bright and distinct. He snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. "All right. You're impressive." Xianxia was speechless. She felt that he was even more shameless than her sometimes. Was this where the difference lay? Thinking that, she also became transparent like water, merging perfectly with the surroundings. "I probably won't be discovered like this." It's not like I'm an idiot. I'll risk my life with whoever I see." Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and strode to the end of the valley. He glanced at the distant demonic sky one last time before silently merging into the crack of flesh and blood. During this process, his body rippled and changed like flowing water. He did not come into contact with the squirming flesh and blood in the surroundings to avoid giving away any traces of himself. At the same time, the great freedom soul opened the eye on its forehead and observed the changes in the laws. Even without Xianxia's reminder, he knew that he might not necessarily be able to defeat Jiuying. This was not him underestimating himself. As his cultivation grew higher and higher, he constantly approached the realm of refining his spirit to return to the void. Instead, he understood his limitations even more. The way gods fought was completely different from cultivators. Techniques, arcane treasures, and formations were secondary. What mattered was their grasp over laws. In reality, techniques, arcane treasures, and formations were just an extension of laws. Whoever could control laws was a god. With the Xianyuan sword, Xianxia entered the state of being one with the world. He killed the white dolphin evil god like he was killing a pig. However, once the Taotai demon god descended, even if it was just a clone, he was immediately forced into a desperate situation. The most fundamental difference was not in strength, but in the level of authority. All cave abodes would have protective formations set up. As long as one stayed within the formation, they would be able to fight against stronger cultivators. However, if the control over the formation was taken away, they would be trapped. That was how he took down the dragon in the Xianming cave abode. The amazing thing about the Xianyuan sword was that it could greatly increase his authority. According to his current observation, this blood maze should be in existence between world and cave abode. Jiuying must have the highest level of authority to be able to fight against the 12 demon gods. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain it. Even with the Xianyuan sword in hand, it would be difficult for him to beat her in this aspect. He might even be suppressed by her. If it was purely a battle of strength, she probably would not even need to come out personally. The 9 children of the evil gods would be enough to make him suffer. After all, if he did not enter the magical state of being one with the world, the white dolphin evil god would not be so easy to kill. What if the 9 white dolphin evil gods joined forces? Coupled with the unfathomable ancient evil god Jiuying, the situation would be even worse. This fissure was deeper and longer than he had imagined. He could not see the bottom even after traveling for hundreds of miles. However, the laws gradually changed, confirming some of Xianxia's thoughts. Therefore, he became even more cautious. After traveling for a while, just now, he saw a round door that was tightly shut. Deep within the flesh beside the door, crisscrossing purplish-red blood vessels outlined a few crooked but ancient words, Xianpin door. According to Tao Te Ching, the immortal of grains is called Xianpin. The gate of Xianpin is called the root of heaven and earth. It is soft but not used diligently. Xianxia stopped in his tracks and stared at the gate of flesh and blood. It contained a mysterious law that not only separated the world of Taotai, but it also separated the boundary between life and death. It was like a world of its own and seemed to be the source of all life. Recalling what he had seen and heard along the way, he had a strange feeling. He cleared his throat and asked, "What should I do?" This gate of Xianpin was extraordinary. Even the great freedom primordial spirit could not enter it. If he destroyed it by force, it would definitely alarm the 9 snakelet. At such a time, he naturally had to ask Xianxia, the guide. Although she was crazy and evil, she had always been more resourceful. This time, she did not disappoint him. She smiled, "Don't be anxious. It will open for a few days every month." Isn't it a little familiar? Alright, I got it. Say no more. Li Qingshan immediately interrupted. The strange feeling in him grew stronger. However, he could not be bothered to listen to her nonsense and waited patiently. Perhaps it was because he had destroyed the Black Sun demon heart and lost much of the demonic sky's favor. This time, his luck was terrible. After waiting for close to a month, the gate of Xianpin slowly opened. In an instant, a gush of dark red blood spurted out. Qian Rongji reminded, "Be careful not to touch it." Li Qingshan immediately dodged to the side. He could already tell that the blood was extraordinary. It could pollute spirituality and cleanse mana. If it was an ordinary magical weapon, even a drop of it would immediately turn it into scrap metal. Any Dharmakaya spells would be destroyed. Even with his fiend god body and the great freedom primordial spirit, he would probably be reduced to a mortal and become uncomfortable. At such a time, he could no longer be bothered to let his imagination run wild. He frowned and muttered, "This is definitely not the power that an evil god should have. It is the materialization of a certain law of Tao." He was even more careful and used the words "follow the heart" to the extreme. However, as the gate opened completely, blood gushed out like a river, filling the entire cavern in an instant. There was no more space to dodge. In the river of blood, all techniques were rendered useless. Even fleeing through space was impossible. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Qingshan immediately wielded the multiple layers of the spirit turtle's profound shell and made his way against the flow. Blood also contained water. Ruin's End was the source of all water, and the spirit turtle was the master of Ruin's End. It possessed a natural control and resistance to all laws and techniques that contained water. However, even with that being the case, the indestructible spirit turtle's profound shell was still rapidly corroded away, washed away layer by layer. However, under the cleansing of the blood, the spirit turtles and spirit, Qin Yu, Yang, and Qing, Yang, Wu, Qing, and spirit, Yang, and Yu, Wu, and blood, and shell, He Yang, Yu, and, however, Pin, Qingshan, and, under the blood, and, under and blood. And you. Under and the Chen and blood. And. Arm of the ape demon. Li Qingshan did not even look back. His left arm rapidly swelled up, turning into a black arm of an ape. It opened its huge, fan-like hand and enveloped the blood like it could blot out the sky. However, as soon as his hand came in contact with the blood, all of his presence vanished. The arm of the ape demon turned back into a regular hand, and he even felt numb. Let alone grabbing a mountain, he probably could not even hold something over 50 kilograms firmly. This was only the beginning. The numbness rapidly spread up his arm, swallowing the entire black arm. It showed no signs of stopping. This was not poison or acid at all, but the effects of a certain law. It was almost like a curse. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan drew his sword and cut off his arm, cutting off most of his shoulder. The numbness immediately turned into excruciating pain. It was even worse than the torture of hell. He could not help but gasp before letting out a long sigh. My luck really isn't too good right now. If it were not for the Shunyuan sword, losing an arm probably would not have been enough to deal with. The wound did not heal very quickly either. He was forced to contract his blood vessels to stop the bleeding. He could forget about growing back his arm in a short amount of time. It was not a fatal wound, but it would definitely affect his battle prowess. Li Qingshan observed the surroundings. This was a relatively spacious space, the size of several football fields. It was completely made up of flesh and blood, constantly wriggling and changing its shape. It was narrow at the front and wide at the back, like a circle, but not. The depths of the flesh and blood shone with a pink luster. If he closed his eyes and avoided the strange flesh and blood, the temperature would actually be rather pleasant. However, it was empty. Nothing was useful. There was not a single demon folk, nor a single magical beast. There was not even a single plant. Is this the blood maze? This is only one of them. The entire blood maze is composed of countless rooms like this. This place has just been washed away, so there's nothing left. Qian Rongji raised her head and hissed as she observed the surroundings. Li Qingshan discovered a few new paths too. Although the doors of flesh and blood were also tightly shut, they were not as difficult to pass through as the gate of Xianpin. How do I get to the Xianxia demon world? I don't know. What? Say that again. I don't know. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes, radiating with dangerous killing intent. Qian Rongji explained, the locations of the rooms constantly change as they wriggle. These paths aren't a straight line either. And, all of the rooms have a certain lifespan. The old rooms will be squeezed away, and new rooms will be born. There are never unchanging markers, nor are there any absolutely correct paths. That's why it's called a maze. Do you want me to be trapped in here? Of course not. Who would lock themselves in the same cage as a vicious tiger? You were originally chosen by the demon domain, so you were blessed by the will of the heavens. Even if you wander around randomly in the maze, you'll definitely be able to reach where you want to go. But now, it's hard to say. You didn't say that in the beginning. Who would have thought that you would sever the Black Sun demon heart just because of a disagreement? And, if you can't clear the stage normally, this is the only path. I have no other choice. You can also return to the Taotai demon world. Maybe that senior of yours has calmed down and is willing to let you pass. After I smashed a mountain on his face? Heh, I hope you still have a mountain. Li Qingshan really wanted to strangle her to death, but he knew that she was right. Even if she had said all this in advance, he would still have stepped into this blood maze. He also didn't regret severing the Black Sun demon heart because this was the path he had chosen. After cutting off the demon heart of the Black Sun, his mind became clear and bright again. All the transformations of gods and demons were improved, especially the newly born divine dragon transformation, which showed signs of a breakthrough. All of these were his fundamentals. When it comes to traversing mazes, I, Li Qingshan, have never feared anyone. Li Qingshan said proudly. Now that he had mastered the spirit turtle transformation, the spirit turtle was most skilled at projecting changes and comprehending the mysteries. How could he be trapped by a measly maze? With a shake of his body, he conjured several mirror clones, each leading to a different path. He could maintain many mirror clones at the same time now. Apart from that, he also had the thousands of clones of the great freedom soul. Li Qingshan glanced back at the gate of life and also took a step forward. He chose a path and ventured into the blood maze with determination. Every single blood palace had several entrances. As a result, he advanced step by step, creating an equal number of clones that led to different blood palaces. The voices of people rang out from up ahead. Li Qingshan became even more careful as he approached slowly, entering a new blood palace. As far as the eye could see, there was actually a demon folk settlement inside. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still widened his eyes, struggling to hide his surprise. The demonic city he had passed by earlier that could hold hundreds of millions of demon folk was much larger than any city he had seen in his past life. It basically seemed like a postmodernist sci-fi novel. The demon folk settlement before him was even more primitive than cannibal tribes. There were no decent buildings at all. More accurately, there was not even a shack. Whether they were men, women, young, or old, they did not have a single piece of clothing on them. Naked, they were either walking or standing, lying on flesh and blood. Several thousand demon folk were scattered across the large space in groups of 3 to 5. Fungi grew everywhere here, all of them bright red and plump, glistening with light. A few demon folk were currently harvesting, but it could not really be called work. They plucked them and shoved them into their mouths. They would be full after a few bites, lying there and resting lazily. Presumably, this was their source of food and water. There were also a few demon folk who were doing it, squeaking and moaning. The others did not even look at them. They did not feel embarrassed, nor did they feel tempted. Some of them even found it noisy, hiding in a corner and sleeping as they cursed. However, whether they were eating, sleeping, or even mating, all of the demon folk seemed to be veiled. Their expressions were unclear. Perhaps I can find someone to lead the way. Li Qingshan pondered. He chose the demon folk who seemed to be the oldest, and his great freedom soul lunged over. The old demon folk was all skin and bones. His back was hunched as he slept in a corner in the distance. His body was covered in age spots and gave off a foul smell. He seemed like he did not have long to live either. His body stiffened slightly, but no one noticed it. Li Qingshan activated the soul-searching technique and easily obtained everything he wanted, but the result disappointed him. The old demon folk had lived for a total of 89 years. He had wandered around his entire life, and he had indeed visited quite a few blood palaces. He seemed to be living in search of water and grass. Once he finished off the fungi in a blood palace, he would move on to the next one. However, throughout his life, apart from eating and fucking, he would occasionally fight other demon folk for some inexplicable reason. His luck was not bad, as he was not beaten to death. That was all. Li Qingshan suddenly understood what the veil covering their faces was. That was the color of ignorance, and thoughtlessness. That kind of ambiguous expression was not something that a human or even a beast should have. At the very least, the demon folk outside had to compete for the sake of survival. They had to scheme against one another and kill one another. In particular, the demon folk at the very bottom would be dragged into war and invade other worlds. They had to obey orders, or they might even be tortured to death. It was impossible for powerless old demon folk like them to live so long. Once they passed the prime of their lives, they would definitely be eliminated, or they might even become food for other demon folk. In this blood palace, the demon folk did not have to take part in the war between the 12 demon gods, nor did they have to face the threat of hunger and cold. The climate here was always suitable, and there was always plenty of food. To their taste buds, it was even quite delicious. They could eat and sleep every day. Who knew how easy it was? It could basically be described as a miniature paradise in the demon domain. However, it was fundamentally different. The people in the paradise were all kind-hearted people chosen by the Buddha. They had all been tempered by the mortal world and endured the torment of suffering. No matter how fertile the land of the paradise was, it still required a period of labor and waiting. However, the demon folk in the blood palace only migrated between the blood palaces, eating wherever they went. When they were tired, they would lie down and sleep, and when they woke up, they would work. They were like infants, living in their mother's wombs from birth to death. When the great freedom soul left his body, the old demon folk died silently. In the moment before his death, his expression was still ambiguous, as if he did not understand what death was. It was just a routine rest. Life was fleeting, and death was like rest. Of course, no one noticed it either. The flesh and blood squirmed, and his hunched body gradually merged with it, vanishing very soon. Afterwards, even more fungi grew out, clusters of bright red, glistening and thriving. That's a lifetime too. Xianxia sighed. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a chill. The flesh and blood around him squirmed violently as it pressed over from all directions. It was suffocating. He gripped the hilt of his sword firmly, wanting to cut through it. Suddenly, he shook his head and discovered that the blood palace was just as spacious as before. The demon folk lived with ease, and the moaning demon folk had all quietened down too. They relaxed their bodies and closed their eyes, falling asleep. There was no land of dreams. There was nothing to think about during the day and nothing to dream about at night. Li Qingshan fished out his alcohol pouch and gulped down a few mouthfuls before letting out a long sigh. This place really is terrifying. Actually, it was not that he did not fear death, but he was even more afraid of living like this, completely unaware, without dreams or thoughts. That was why he had to fight and kill. He had to go through numerous painful blows before recovering from heavy injuries and being reborn from despair. Hiss, I've heard that people already possess senses and memories before they're even born. They don't remember after they're born, but they're actually buried deep in their sea of consciousness, which is why people spend their entire lives searching for a peaceful and comfortable state like this. When cultivators reincarnate, what they fear the most is the mystery of the womb. That's not just because the frail bodies of infants can't bear their consciousness, but also because they might become intoxicated, unable to extricate themselves. Humph, you're talking nonsense. Are you talking about yourself? Li Qingshan snorted coldly. When I leave, if you don't want to leave, I can make you stay here. Perhaps Jiawing would be willing to accept you as his adopted daughter. Daughter? Hee hee. Xianxia sighed with a smile. These muddle-headed demon folk are actually luckier than many people in the world. In other words, not being born is the luckiest? Li Qingshan did not agree. Yeah, not being born is the luckiest. Qian Rongji actually nodded in agreement. Then why don't you just die? Li Qingshan answered with a question. Because I want the world to understand this, Qian Rongji said matter-of-factly. Determination and fervor actually appeared in her ice-cold, snake-like eyes. Li Qingshan really felt like he was out of his mind to try and communicate with a madwoman. As a result, he said nothing more and continued forward with his clone. You should be questioning me. Qian Rongji mimicked Li Qingshan's voice and said gruffly, Oi, bitch, you're contradicting yourself. Aren't you actually still trying to survive? Li Qingshan shot a vicious glance at her, but she answered her own question. I'll answer you. Hiss, I'm contradicting myself, and so are you. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and enunciated each word clearly, if you mention me in the same breath as you again. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with her. Now that he was trapped in the enemy's camp, it was time for him to cut off all means of retreat and advance bravely. As for right and wrong, he would talk about it after he survived. What reasoning could there be with a dead man? Qian Rongji stared at him silently and curled up her body. She gave up on some plans and sighed in her heart, tiger, after all, he is a tiger. A brave and diligent person was not someone who could see through everything. Instead, he was someone who could pick up and let go at the same time. He had a strong and fearless confidence. This was something she could never hope to achieve. Therefore, she never dared to provoke him too much. She could not touch a tiger's butt. If she really angered him, he would slash at her without any reason. Forget it, I have tried my best to persuade him to swallow the demon heart of Black Sunday. Now, let's see what fate has in store for us. Li Qingshan strode forward and went deeper into the blood labyrinth. Every time he stepped into a new blood palace, he would encounter a new path. He was calm and used his divine arts and spells freely. The mirror image and demonic thought doppelgangers multiplied into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Hundreds and thousands of doppelgangers stepped through thousands and thousands of blood palaces. The demonic thought doppelgangers were too weak and could not be too far away from the main body. However, the mirror image doppelgangers were stronger and acted as support points to maintain the existence of the demonic thought doppelgangers. Like a big tree, the mirror image doppelgangers were the branches and the demonic thought doppelgangers were the leaves, stretching towards higher and higher skies. And Li Qingshan was naturally the trunk and root of this big tree. His eyes flickered. Now that they were magnified thousands of times, a layer of light condensed on his eyes. It was like the compound eyes of an insect, formed by countless hexagons. Each hexagon reflected a scene, showing the location of each doppelganger and the scene they encountered. The blood labyrinth was like a huge beehive, and Jiaoying was the hidden queen bee. Li Qingshan transformed into the same form to fight against it. At the same time, he analyzed the structure of the beehive and searched for a possible way out. The more demonic doppelgangers were created, the weaker they became. They had to hide their tracks to avoid detection, so their speed was very slow. They were not much faster than an ordinary person, but they had the advantage in numbers. As time passed, he experienced more and more blood palaces and gradually gained some insights. After nearly a month, Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks. He let out a sigh of relief and smiled. What blood maze? It's just SOSO. He had already calculated the overall structure of the blood labyrinth, as well as the exits to the 12 demon realms. He even had a rough estimate of the core region where Jiaoying was located. Over the past few days, he had been paying attention to avoid it. The only problem now was to determine which of the 12 exits led to the Xianxia demon realm. We can eliminate one, so that's 11. If there's no other way, we can only try them one by one. Now that he could gather all of his avatars, it wouldn't take him long to reach the destination with the speed of his main body. However, at this time, the blood labyrinth violently wriggled as the roaring river of blood washed through countless blood palaces. As if the demon folk had received the news beforehand, they had moved to the safety of the blood palaces a long time ago. Many of his avatars were unable to retreat in time, so they were swallowed by the surging river of blood. Li Qingshan was not surprised. He knew it was time for the gate of Xianpin to open again. There was no need for him to wait so carefully for the gate of Xianpin to open when he left anyway. He could directly charge out with his sword. As long as he left the blood labyrinth, even Jiuying would not be able to do anything to him. Suddenly, the blood labyrinth began to wriggle violently. The entire space shook. All of the demon folk in the blood palace were tossed around. If they were surrounded by tough rock instead of soft flesh and blood, probably all of them would have been badly battered. What's going on? Li Qingshan's expression suddenly changed drastically. He had lost contact with all of his avatars. Could it be that my whereabouts were exposed? He immediately gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, ready for battle. However, after waiting for a while, no enemy attacked. The violent tremors gradually settled down. Li Qingshan let go of the hilt of his sword and opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings. He was immediately surprised. He discovered that even the laws of the world had changed. Of course, the essence remained the same, but the form was completely different. Li Qingshan frowned. He felt like he was playing with a 17th round Rubik's Cube. Right when he was about to complete it. After so much difficulty, someone had stolen it away and messed it up again. He immediately felt an urge to kill someone. What should he do now? Was he supposed to play with it again? However, the blood labyrinth right now was no longer the same one as before. Instead, it was a brand new labyrinth. Probably even his location had changed, let alone the 12 exits. He needed to scout out the path again with his avatars before the next upheaval. He needed to analyze the situation again and then choose one out of the 12 exits. His chances of success were only a 12th. If he was lucky, he could succeed once out of 12 attempts. Every attempt would take 12 months, which was an entire year. However, his luck right now was very terrible. Perhaps he might not even be able to make it out in a decade, or perhaps he might never make it out. In the blood labyrinth, Jiuying's will affected everything. Looks like we're trapped here. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. I'm thinking that this might not be to trap you. Xianrongji pondered. Oh? Is there someone else here? I don't know. What are you going to do now? Ask them to give me a way out. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and roared towards the sky. It was like a tiger's roar, like a dragon's roar. Waves of sound waves surged out, and the surrounding flesh and blood rippled. With lightning speed, it spread across the millions of blood palaces. In an instant, a powerful will gathered on his body, forming a substantial pressure. It was Jiuying. Li Qingshan arched his back slightly and squinted his eyes. His eyes turned red. What if they don't give you a way out? Xianrongji asked with a smile. Then I'll kill my way out, Li Qingshan said calmly. I also have a small request. Can you let me speak first? What are you plotting? It's just a test. If you're dead, how can I live alone? All right. Li Qingshan stood there without budging. Soon, 9 abnormally powerful auras rapidly approached him, rushing into the blood palace he resided in a single moment. 9 evil gods. Li Qingshan's eyes widened, but all he saw were 9 little babies. Each of them wore a red dudu with their hair tied up. They were barefooted, had black eyes, and fair skin. Not only did they not look ferocious or scary, but they also looked extremely cute. However, the auras they gave off were clearly 9 evil gods, and each of them was stronger than the white dolphin evil god. His heart sank. These 9 evil gods were not as simple as 9 evil gods teaming up. They were connected by blood and mind. They formed a formation and sealed off all his paths of escape. Before they even attacked, the pressure was already as heavy as a mountain. 9 was an extreme number, but it had infinite variations. In terms of combat power, even 20 evil gods combined might not be able to defeat them. No wonder Jiuying could fight against the 12 demon gods. With this blood maze and the 9 evil gods, he could even fight a true god. Who are you? How dare you come to the blood palace and court death? The 9 evil gods asked in a childish voice. Li Qingshan was about to answer and please them to open up a path so that they would not die. However, he remembered Xianrongji's request and decided to listen to what she had to say. Xianrongji slid down from Li Qingshan's wrist and transformed back into a fat woman. We are here to kill Jiuying. Before she finished speaking, she felt a chill on her back. That pair of crimson eyes was staring at her coldly. With that said, there was no room for compromise. They had to fight to the death. With just you. Jiaoying laughed loudly with a murderous aura. Xian Rongji suddenly opened her mouth and took out a pig's head. She held it in her hand and showed it to Jiaoying. Jiaoying immediately stopped smiling. He could tell that it was the head of an evil god. Mother, it's not a pig. Because your power comes from her, you can't resist her, so you think of her as too strong. Actually, Jiaoying is just an evil god. How much stronger can he be compared to this pig? Jiaoying looked at each other and seemed to be shaken. Xian Rongji stuffed the pig's head into her mouth again and said with a smile, "Why don't you let us try? Failure won't do you any harm. Or are you willing to be trapped here forever and maintain this appearance forever?" Li Qingshan suddenly understood what she was testing. Even ordinary people would find such a dull and muddle-headed world boring, let alone powerful evil gods. With their power, they could do whatever they wanted in any world. The blood maze was constantly changing in order to trap the 9 evil gods. And these children had the intention to kill their mother. The Jozi evil god's eyes flickered, and his lips quivered as he communicated telepathically. His 9 pairs of round, dark eyes glanced back and forth at Li Qingshan, as if he was judging his capabilities. They could tell with a single glance that Xian Rongji was only a demon emperor. Let alone killing Jiaoying, she could not even deal with that pig head. Li Qingshan's expression did not change. Suddenly, the Jozi evil god said in a childish voice, "Humph, why would mother be afraid of a cripple with only 1 arm like you? Brothers and sisters, let's go. Let mother teach them a lesson personally." As they said that, they retreated at the same time, but they asked in unison, "Oh right, you know where she is, right? If you don't, hee hee." His fair and rosy little face was filled with innocence and cruelty. That was probably the innate talent of all demon folk. "Don't worry, brothers and sisters. Of course we know." Xian Rongji turned around and glanced at Li Qingshan with a smile. "Right?" Li Qingshan nodded silently. "That's good." The Jozi evil god left in satisfaction. "In the end," he said, "if you dare to lie to us, we will never spare you. Mother will not spare you either." "Alright, they're gone." Xian Rongji turned into a little snake again and wrapped around Li Qingshan's wrist. "I acted on my own. Please don't be angry, sir." Li Qingshan remained silent for a very long time. He did not hold much hope for a peaceful negotiation in the first place, and he was also prepared for a great battle. Just now, the Jozi evil god's strength was even above his expectations. If he added Jiaoying's support, it would be another bitter battle with a slim chance of survival. He could not criticize Xian Rongji's sowing discord. It was equivalent to eliminating 20 evil god-level enemies out of thin air. Now, as long as he got rid of Jiaoying, with the Xianyuan sword in his hand, he could enter the state of unity of heaven and man at any time. Even if the Jozi evil god suddenly changed sides, he would not be much of a threat. But all of this still caused him to feel deeply displeased. The devilish domain was simply filled with all sorts of evil deeds in the world at all times, and he felt that if he stayed in the devilish domain for too long, even his state of mind would be greatly affected, causing him to become more and more vexed and difficult to endure. "Let's kill our way out of this blood maze as soon as possible and settle our bet with Qiongqi at Mount Qingqi before leaving the demon domain." With that in mind, Li Qingshan began to calculate again. It was a rather difficult task to find the exit to the Qiongqi demon realm among the 12 exits. However, there was only one location for the Jiaoying. As long as it was calculated, there was no possibility of it being wrong. After a series of calculations, he realized that although the blood maze had undergone great changes as a whole, the place where Jiaoying resided should not have changed. It was still in the core region of the blood maze and controlled everything like a queen bee. As a result, everything became even simpler. He did not even have to go around in circles to find a path. All he had to do was kill his way over. Li Qingshan hovered in the air. He closed his eyes and turned around slowly, adjusting his direction carefully. Suddenly, he stopped and opened his eyes. He raised his single arm and threw a punch. Bang! 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 the aura of the punch tore through the walls of flesh and blood. A path that led to the heavens pierced through countless blood palaces, crushing all the demon folk in the way and heading straight for the very depths of the blood maze. At that moment, the blood maze was like a colossal monster that had suddenly awakened. The flesh and blood in the surroundings squirmed violently, pressing towards him. The blood palaces rapidly shrank and became extremely cramped. Invisible laws restrained and pressed down on him. Suddenly, he felt like he was shouldering a tremendous burden. Pustules protruded from the walls and burst open one by one, revealing white eyes that had no pupils and were bloodshot. They stared at him in unison with an indescribable look in their eyes. Li Qingshan's hair stood on end. The invisible gaze seeped into all of his pores, triggering the most primitive terror. It was the terror of a weak creature facing a powerful unknown creature. However, he did not resist this terror. He raised his remaining arm and looked at his trembling right hand. Yes, this is the terror. Countless flesh sprouted from the walls of flesh and blood again. They were so densely packed that it made him itch all over. In the blink of an eye, they grew into countless tentacles. The tips all split open, splitting into 8 segments and turning into mouthparts covered in sharp teeth. They let out abnormally sharp screams like the cries of infants as they wrapped around him and bit at him. All of this was enough to make a demon emperor have a mental breakdown immediately. Even evil gods would fall into a frenzy or even suffer from chi deviation. Li Qingshan was deeply affected, but he still did not suppress it with the spirit turtle. He allowed the frenzied thoughts to rampage through his sea of consciousness. Yes, it's this madness. After coming to the demon domain, the various gloom, hesitation, and loathing he had accumulated gradually overflowed, turning into a hysterical rage. The tiger demon's fury. He suddenly unfurled his wings of wind and roared at the sky. His murderousness was like the wind. In that moment, the tiger demon's malevolence reached an unprecedented level. It merged into the fierce wind created by the unfurling wings of wind, shredding all the tentacles and piercing all the eyes. The blood palace he resided in swelled up to several times its original size. It was still constantly accumulating a storm, mixed with lightning and thunder. "Jiaoying, I'm coming." Li Qingshan stood in the middle of the wind and lightning. The storm had accumulated to the limit. He flapped his wings gently. With a boom, the blood palace shattered. Wind and lightning rumbled together as he rushed into the depths of the blood maze. He charged straight in, bursting through the numerous barriers. He ripped apart all the demon folk he came across mercilessly. At that moment, there was no pity or hesitation in his heart. There was only bloodthirst and brutality. Wherever he passed by, blood mixed with corpses, bones, and flesh, forming a river of blood. It followed the direction he had traveled in, gathering and whistling towards him. Boom! The storm smashed through an extraordinarily tough and heavy wall, suddenly entering a huge blood palace that was over 100 times larger than regular blood palaces. Splash! As the river of blood flowed, it turned into a great waterfall, rapidly drowning the ground. Li Qingshan gazed over. A mountainous mushroom of flesh and blood stood in the center of the blood palace. It was similar to the mushrooms that demon folk ate. Its top was shaped like a placenta. A half-human, half-snake woman sat on it. Her loose hair covered her face as she hugged her slightly bulging belly, gently humming an ancient song. The woman seemed to be enveloped in the radiance of motherhood. Her singing was gentle and ethereal, filled with tenderness and a certain wondrous power. It immediately silenced the whistling of the storm. Even the ruthlessness in Li Qingshan's heart settled down. For a moment, he even began to doubt whether he had come to the wrong place or not. "Jiaoying. Who are you? Why have you invaded my palace? Why have you killed my child?" The singing came to a halt. The woman slowly turned around. Her beautiful face was filled with resentment. Li Qingshan raised his remaining arm and threw a punch. There is no need for reason to kill. The fist aura broke through the void, carrying with it a white aura, and rushed towards Jiaoying like a mountain. Li Qingshan came with anger, and even the evil gods did not dare to take this punch head-on. Jiaoying's face flashed with disdain, and she waved her hand lightly. The fist aura was blocked by an invisible barrier and exploded, only causing a ripple on the barrier. Jiaoying was slightly surprised. Li Qingshan's strength was beyond her expectations, far surpassing the average evil god. But, that's all there is to it. The sky was filled with wind and thunder, and the violent aura swept up torrential waves of blood, crashing and crashing in the blood palace, violently slamming against it. Thousands of waves were swept up, but they could not get close to the giant mushroom. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and swooped down, waving his fist again. This time, it was not just the fist aura, but also the strength of the ox demon. His whole body pressed down like a mountain, and he did not believe that he could not break Jiao Ying's defense. Jiao Ying pointed with her index finger again. Freeze! Li Qingshan suddenly stopped, and he was frozen in midair. The howling wind and thunder calmed down, and even the wings of the wind god disintegrated. He gritted his teeth and roared, using the strength of the ox demon. His muscles bulged, and his veins popped, but he still could not break free from this invisible restraint. Jiao Ying said, "You dare to speak arrogantly in front of me with this little ability." This blood maze was her cave, her world, and she was the only god here. She was in the state of being one with heaven at all times, and her words were law. A simple body freezing spell had infinite power, and no evil god was her match. Without such a method, she could not control the Jiao evil god, and everything was under her control. This was not the difference in power, but the difference in authority. As an ancient existence that was infinitely close to a true god, her understanding and control of the laws was far from what Li Qingshan, who had entered the state of being one with heaven by chance, could compare. Jiao Ying hooked her finger and pulled Li Qingshan closer. She laughed sinisterly. "You don't need a reason? But I had plenty of reasons. I will crush you inch by inch to avenge my children." Those kids of yours are just walking corpses. What's the difference between being alive and being dead? As for those 9 bastards who wanted to kill their mother, they deserve to die. Li Qingshan glanced at her abdomen scornfully. "And the vile spawn of demon folk in your belly. Why must you let him suffer and commit evil in this world? Why don't you let me end him for you?" After being hit by the great mockery technique, the Jiao Ying immediately flew into a rage. "You!" Li Qingshan's eyes flashed. "Now! The divine dragon heavenly works creation." He raised his head to the sky and roared. The dragon roared as he unsheathed his sword. Li Qingshan suddenly broke free from his shackles and became one with his sword. He transformed into an extremely strong and magnificent sword gleam, piercing through the invisible barrier and illuminating Jiao Ying's pale face. The Xianxia sword had always been able to increase his authority. Not only had the divine dragon transformation unified all of the powers and laws of the miniature world, but it had also greatly strengthened his control over the Xianxia sword. The might of that strike was even greater than when he killed evil god White Dolphin. It was no longer just one with his sword, but a divine dragon wielding the sword. Not only could he contend against Jiao Ying's authority, but he could even kill him in a single strike with the power of the Xianxia sword. The light from the sword illuminated the entire blood palace, vaguely containing a dragon's roar. It became the only thing in the blood maze that was not under Jiao Ying's control. At that critical moment, Jiao Ying suddenly raised her head and bent over. Her hair drifted down. The sword whistled past her cheek, and her hair fell. A strand of blood flowed down from her forehead, but the wound did not heal. Her expression changed drastically. She could not help but cry out, "The Xianxia sword!" Li Qingshan returned to his original form. With a sword in hand, he said proudly, "You actually recognize the sword." While evaluating Jiao Ying's strength, he was thinking of a countermeasure. Even though the power of the Xianxia sword had been greatly enhanced, it was different from the battle with evil god White Dolphin. This blood maze was Jiao Ying's territory. He could not maintain the state of oneness of heaven and man for long. Every second consumed a great deal of energy. With his own miniature world, he could at most launch 8 strikes. Now, there were only 7 left. 7 chances of survival. If he couldn't chop off Jiao Ying's head with 7 consecutive strikes, then he would be dead. So it's a little bastard from the Yuxiong family. I have one more reason. Don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Jiao Ying soon regained his composure. The hatred on his face grew even more intense. Li Qingshan remained calm, looking for an opportunity to launch his sword. he pondered in his heart. This Jiu Ying's origins are really ancient. It seems that the reason these primordial demon gods were exiled here is related to the Yu Xiong family. If he did not have this Xianyuan sword, he would already be a distinguished guest of the Taotai demon god. But in many situations, it was all thanks to this Xianyuan sword. Therefore, he had no regrets in his heart. Even if there was a conspiracy, it was still a powerful weapon. Relying on oneself was always better than relying on others. Jiuing muttered something in a low voice. His pale face flushed unnaturally. In an instant, all the exits of the blood palace were tightly locked, including the huge hole that Li Qingshan had opened up. Amidst the surging sound of water, dark red blood swiftly spread out. However, it was not ordinary demon blood. Instead, it was similar to the river of blood that Li Qingshan encountered when he first entered the door of Xianpin. It had the ability to cleanse one's magic power and contaminate one's spirituality. Li Qingshan frowned. Relying on his fiend god body, he was forced to sever his arm to protect himself when he was stained with this tainted blood. Until now, he still hadn't recovered. Once this blood flooded the blood palace, he would no longer have a place to stand. Of course, this blood palace could not trap him. He could naturally swing his sword and kill his way out. However, if he could not walk out of this blood maze, he would have to face endless pursuit until he exhausted his last bit of energy. Even the Jiuzi evil god, who had rebelled against Qian Rongji, would probably betray her once again if he realized that he could not kill this mother. If it was as expected, the Jiuzi evil god was currently paying attention to the situation here. In the blink of an eye, the tainted blood had already flooded up and enveloped Jiuing. Be it his physical body or divine arts, he could no longer get close to her. Meeting on a narrow path, the brave wins. Li Qingshan let out a long laugh and flicked the tip of his sword with his finger, causing it to ring loudly. There are no gods 3 feet above my head. My life's sorrow, joy, honor, and disgrace have long been entrusted to the sharpness of my sword. Those who use the sword die by the sword. Life is life, death is death. What regrets do I have? There was no bright moon here, and he could not use the sword of the moon that he had used to massacre the demonic capital. Even if there was a bright moon, it would probably be difficult for him to use it. However, he still had himself. No matter how difficult a situation a person was in, he would always have himself as his companion. In his heart, there was a world, and even more so, the various transformations of gods and demons. Each transformation was a great Tao that could be transformed into sword techniques. First sword, bull demon strength sinks in the mud. Li Qingshan disappeared in an instant, and even the tip of his sword disappeared without a trace. In the world, there was only a stubborn will that would never yield, as well as the homeland and mountains that had long been far away, condensing into a heavy, and majestic sword intent. The surging tainted blood was suddenly pressed down several feet, appearing even more viscous and filthy, as though it was about to solidify. Jiuing could not help but lower his head. His body had become 10,000 times heavier. Every inch of his flesh and every bone was sinking down. His organs were about to shift positions, and he felt dizzy and nauseous. Even his consciousness was being pulled down deep, all the way to the 9 underworlds. He should have controlled the laws and fought with all his might, but deep in his heart, an inextricable sense of sorrow welled up. How many tens of thousands of years have I been exiled here? Wouldn't I still be trapped in this maze, never to be freed? She suddenly shook her head. No, I cannot be disturbed. This sword not only carried out the Tao of the bull demon, but it also contained Li Qingshan's understanding of the Tao of the heavenly demon. It could kill, but it could also destroy the heart. At this moment, Jiu Ying's body and mind were collapsing under the heavy pressure. However, with the powerful cultivation that she had accumulated over 1,000,000 years, she forcefully withstood the weight. Before the first sword stopped, another sword was raised. Second sword, Tiger Demon Bone Refinement Frenzy. The heavy gravity suddenly disappeared, and the tainted blood that had been pressed down suddenly rose into the air, floating in the air bit by bit. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Jiu Ying's long hair danced in the wind, but she felt the existence of the wind. The sound of the wind whistled into her ears and blew into her 36,000 pores. It was not the wind of the north, south, or east, but the destructive metal wind that contained the murderous aura of heaven and earth. The sound of the wind awakened even more distant memories. She had once fought on the battlefield with weapons in hand. Even though she was exiled in the end, that passion flowed in the blood of every ancestor. She wanted to jump up and fight with Li Qingshan at all costs. However, her abdomen moved, and she curled up her body again. She covered her abdomen with both hands, silently resisting the invasion of the metal wind. Blood flowed out from every pore, but it was not enough to destroy her body. She knew clearly in her heart that such swift and fierce sword force couldn't be sustained for long. Third sword, ape demon fishing for the moon, emptiness. The sound of the wind suddenly stopped, and the scenery changed. Everything around her disappeared, turning into a boundless emptiness, as if there was nothing. Emptiness was form, and form was emptiness. In a daze, she saw the children who lived as if they were floating and died as if they were resting, but in Li Qingshan's words, they were the walking corpses. Then she saw Jiuzi, who was filled with resentment towards her, cursing her death in the darkness. All of her efforts had turned to nothing. What was the point? This strike did not possess the destructive power of the previous two strikes, but it threw her mind into disorder, leaving her at a loss. Fourth sword, spirit turtle suppresses the seas, omens of good and ill fortune. The moment the illusion vanished, an omen of ill fortune descended. This strike was the sword of fate. It did not harm her at all, but it severed her destiny as the evil god of the demon domain and the ruler of the blood maze. It sealed up all of her heavenly blessings. Fifth sword, Phoenix's Nerva, undying heart. The phoenix's cry was clear, and her nature was noble and pure. The flames of her heart were inextinguishable, and the 5 virtues did not decline. She struggled in the raging flames. The color of the flames was like a red lotus, extremely pure and blazing. Even the surging blood could not extinguish it, as if it was the legendary karmic fire. Although she felt great pain, there was no anger or resentment in her heart. Instead, she was filled with guilt and remorse. It was as if she was not being tortured by the enemy, but was atoning for the sins she had committed. Sixth sword, Qilan's footsteps pity the common people. The flames extinguished, and darkness shrouded her. Even though she had lost many of her blessings because she had destroyed the Black Sun demon heart, this world was still formed by the primordial Qilan. In an instant, a wisp of the demon domains will descended and materialized into a black Qilan. Its iron hooves trampled down on her body mercilessly. Heaven and earth were heartless, and all living things were like straw dogs. The power of this strike was even greater than the previous ones. At this moment, it was not Li Qingshan who wanted to destroy her, but Mo Tian who wanted to destroy her. These 6 strikes were as fast as lightning, and they were almost continuous strikes. The sword style combined the 3 demon transformation and 3 god transformation, using the demon transformation to mess things up, and the god transformation to judge. When the black Qilan dissipated like smoke, Jiuying was already severely injured and sprawled on the ground. Her internal organs were severely injured, and all the bones in her body were crushed. She no longer had the strength to resist, and even her spiritual will was completely destroyed. It's time to end this. The last strike, Divine Dragon Heavenly Works Creation. This strike was not only the Divine Dragon's sword, but also the integration of the 7 god demon transformations. It stimulated all the remaining power in the small world to destroy all of Jiuying's vitality. As the sword fell, dragon's sword and tigers leaped, scales flew, phoenixes danced, and bulls howled. At this moment, Jiuying suddenly stood up. Her face was covered in blood, and her expression was mournful. She desperately waved her hands to grab the blade of the sword. A deathbed struggle. The blade of the sword paused for a moment, and both her hands and arms were minced. However, taking advantage of this pause, she desperately stretched her neck and opened her mouth to bite the blade of the sword, making a loud clanging sound. Li Qingshan was surprised. Compared to the body, the head was an even more fatal point. However, he did not hesitate. He had poured all of his strength into the strike, so it was not something he could control either. Sword chi rushed towards the top of her head, and the light from the sword shot towards the bull. Jiuying could not help but open her mouth. With a turn of the sword, it plunged into her chest and severed her final sliver of vitality. Immediately, the surging tide of blood receded. Flesh, blood, and rotten flesh fell down with a rustle. The entire blood maze began to collapse. The demon folk were panic-stricken. The mushrooms they had plucked rapidly withered in their hands, giving off a foul smell. Li Qingshan had noticed a long time ago that her snake body was connected to the huge mushroom, becoming one with the entire blood maze. As a matter of fact, it could even be said that the entire blood maze was an extension of her body. Although she was immobilized because of this, giving him the opportunity to use his sword form, she basically possessed endless power. No matter how heavily injured she was, she could recover. If 7 consecutive strikes still could not kill her, then he would be the one dead right now. But now, the outcome had already been determined. He could not help but exhale deeply, using his remaining strength to slowly draw out the Xianyuan sword. The Jiaowing suddenly moved again, actually holding on and refusing to die. She murmured to herself sorrowfully, "Was I wrong? My children, I just wanted to protect them, let them live well, not suffer hunger or cold, not be slaughtered. Was I wrong?" Li Qingshan remained silent. What could he do about it? They were demon folk after all. Suddenly, he heard a weak but powerful heartbeat, which also contained exuberant life force. He could not help but be stunned. That's impossible. He understood the power of this Xianyuan sword the best. The Jiaowing was just experiencing a momentary recovery before death, so how could she still possess such life force? The Jiaowing lowered her head. Her arms had already been shattered. She only rubbed her abdomen with a gentle gaze. I see. Li Qingshan suddenly recalled that when the black Qilin stomped down, she had bent over and used her back to block the iron hooves, protecting the child in her belly. Even when the flames burned and the metal wind blew, she was still the same. In the end, she extended her hands and bit the edge of the sword, also protecting the child in her belly. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. Something seemed to shake violently. The Jiaowing said feebly, "Please, spare him. He's not a demon folk yet." What did you say? Li Qingshan frowned. With a swing of the sword, he cut open her abdomen, and a loud cry rang out. A wet and wrinkled baby lay in the bloody womb of its mother. As if he had been struck by lightning, Li Qingshan suddenly became stunned. The infant was ugly, but he was not a demon folk. He was just a regular infant, the son of a human. The Xianyuan sword fell out of his hand. He extended his trembling hand and scooped up the infant from the womb. His hand was covered in blood, the scarlet red dazzling. The Jiaowing stared at the infant blankly and began humming an ancient song again. It was gentle and indistinct, filled with tenderness and filled with a wondrous power. It made the infant stop crying and settle down. At the same time, the laws of the demon domain operated silently. Invisible demon Qi wanted to seep into the infant's body and bestow him with a demon heart, turning him into a true demon folk. So, you haven't become a demon god? Li Qingshan's voice was extremely exhausted, but he did not receive an answer. The gentle, indistinct song had already dispersed. That's fantastic. That bitch is finally dead. We're all free. What do we do with this person? Obviously kill him. I want that sword. No, it's mine. The Jiaowing evil god walked over from the collapsed blood palace. He chatted and laughed innocently, but it was also filled with chilling cruelty. They grew rapidly, bursting through their red undergarments. Their figures changed at every moment, becoming mature and vicious. They approached Li Qingshan step by step. Li Qingshan did not move at all, as if he did not hear anything. Suddenly, he shook his head. His face was already covered in tears. Look, we've scared this kid to tears. A vicious man sneered, leading to a roar of laughter. A seductive woman said, I'd like to play with him. Li Qingshan hugged the infant and widened his scarlet eyes. He questioned the sky, Buddha, even if all demon folk are guilty of heinous sins, are demon folk born as demon folk? The heavens were speechless. His voice probably could not reach the land of ultimate bliss. All he saw was a black sun hanging high in the sky. Then come at me. In that moment, the black sun fell, and the demon heart condensed, piercing through the endless space and arriving before him in a single moment. He swallowed it in a single gulp. The snake demon devours the sun and incinerates this body. Qi Feiyang's demon heart of black sun flickered as it flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. The wind blew. It was as if he had spat out a storm. The great wind swept through, blowing away the palaces of blood and the layers of flesh and blood. The blood maze collapsed loudly, and the sky of blood scattered, blown to smithereens by the great wind. The world suddenly opened up, and a boundless sky appeared above him. The wind did not stop, rising straight to the 9th layer. The weather changed, and the seas flowed. A black sun hurriedly shuttled through the sea of clouds, flickering as his emotions surged. The black sun illuminated the endless, desolate land, illuminating the 12 demon worlds. All the demon folk raised their heads. The 12 demon gods sensed something at the same time. Outside the region they controlled, in Jiu Ying's blood maze, something was being born. To their disbelief, the will of the demon domain that had always been chaotic and evil also celebrated, speeding up the growth of this thing. It was even willing to withdraw a portion of the laws they grasped. The Tang Valley Abyss. This was where the dwelling of the Chaos Demon God was. He was publicly recognized as the strongest among the 12 demon gods. The power and laws he grasped were even more powerful than the other 11 demon gods combined. Originally, he was the existence with the greatest chance of ascending to the demon domain. However, rumor had it that the laws of chaos had completely assimilated him, sinking into eternal chaos. He no longer possessed any rational thoughts. Today, as a portion of the laws of chaos were withdrawn, he suddenly recovered a sliver of clarity. He thought intermittently, the black sun, the descent. The prophecy. He had forgotten his surname a long time ago. He had forgotten why he had been exiled, but he still remembered the legend that had been passed down for a very long time, the prophecy regarding the demon heart of Black Sun and the demon god king. So, I'm not the person who prophesied. Afterwards, he sank into complete chaos, never to recover again. There was an unworthy scholar in the Hong family of the past who disguised himself as a traitor. He was fond of committing crimes and hiding. The world called him Chaos. Qingqi mountain demon god Xianxia gazed at the flickering black sun and suddenly thought of the oath from many years ago. The tough kid who would rather die in battle than lower his head. Under the connection of fate from the blood oath of the Nether River, he was the first to determine Li Qingshan's identity. For a moment, 1,000 thoughts ran through his mind, and his face flickered. Suddenly, he began laughing recklessly. It's actually you. It really is you. He's finally here. I've been waiting for so long. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Come, let me see how powerful this prophesied demon god king is. Laughter reverberated in the air. It had been a long time since he had felt so happy, and it also contained a cruel killing intent. Jin Yun. Restaurant. The Taotai demonic god first showed a stunned expression, but then it turned into a natural smile. Even though the smile was a little gloomy, it said, "No wonder you are the chosen one." No matter what his temperament was, he still had an unparalleled talent. Determination returned to his pale face, and he put on the bronze mask again. He looked at the bull totem on the wall and held the short spear with both hands. His eyes were filled with determination. Then I will fight for Shinnon once more, and for the last time, before I am completely changed. There was also demon god Jia, demon god Changliang, demon god Baiwu. The demon gods all had different thoughts as they looked into the distance, waiting for the moment the prophecy would come true. At the same time, within Li Qingshan's body, there was an astonishing change. A long snake appeared out of thin air with a black sun in its mouth, shuttling back and forth in the void. This was the newborn snake demon. The divine dragon immediately soared into the sky. Dragon and snake race. The snake grows 1 inch, the dragon grows 1 inch, the snake grows 1 foot, the dragon grows 1 foot. It seemed like they were fighting endlessly, but also seemed like they were mating. Li Qingshan suddenly recalled the magnificent picture of the battle of mending the heavens, the Fuxi clan and the Nuwa clan, the dragon and the snake. The dragon and the snake intertwined and gradually merged into one, and it was difficult to tell them apart. Primordial creation, yin and yang merge. The small world shook violently, rotated, and changed. For gods and for demons, all kinds of changes appeared and disappeared one by one. The dragon was yang, the snake was yin. The Qilin transformed, the ape was the void. The ox, the phoenix, the tiger, and the turtle, the earth, fire, wind, and water. In an instant, all the changes of the gods and demons merged into one. Standing in the center of the storm, Li Qingshan felt that the body of the god and demon was also breaking apart. The small world expanded infinitely, breaking the boundary between his spirit and body, and connecting with the whole world. The broken body of the god and demon was reconstructed in an instant. The small world no longer existed, and everything between heaven and earth became his small world. At this moment, he was like the legendary torch dragon, seeing as day, roaring as night, blowing as winter, and exhaling as summer. Exhaling like the wind, and shouting like thunder. One was active and the other was still, following the rotation of yin and yang. With every breath, he became stronger. A straight path led to the true god realm of refining the spirit to return to the void. The Jiuzi evil god suddenly felt a wave of fear. He felt that some kind of shocking change was happening in Li Qingshan's body. If this change was completed, they would all be dead. They rushed forward at the same time. Kill him. Li Qingshan silently opened his eyes. They were still a pair of red eyes, but the sclera of his eyes had become pitch black. Red like fire, black like night, like the stars in the night sky. This was Yinghua. In the distant 9 heavens, there were not many stars. Each star was the manifestation of the gods and Buddhas in the sky, including the 12 demon gods. It was just that their brilliance was dim, and they were shrouded in black shadows. Suddenly, a small red star faintly shone through the dark night, shining with a demonic light. That red star was very small, and could not be compared to any other star. However, the moment it appeared, it made the stars lose their color, and they were shocked and terrified. Yinghua fire, confusion. With the appearance of the demon star, the world would be in disaster, and the war would be endless. The curtains of the great calamity of the world were slowly opening. In those Yinghua eyes, what was revealed was demonic nature, divinity, or humanity. In Li Qingshan's vision, everything seemed to have lost its color. The Jiuzi evil gods were pouncing over, some to snatch the Xianyuan sword beside him, some to attack the gap where his broken arm was, and some even targeted the baby in his arms. Their minds were connected, and they were one. Their attacks were as fast as lightning, and their attacks were unusually fierce, but they all stopped at this moment. Li Qingshan's eyes turned, and he even had the spare time to observe the expressions on their faces. However, there was nothing to see, and they were all equally detestable. The broken arm was a little itchy, and the bones pierced out, and flesh grew. In an instant, an arm was formed, and it was covered with a layer of fine scales. The cultivation of the Qilin transformation soared, and before the arm was completely formed, it had already reached the 9th level. He had already obtained the complete will inheritance of the primeval Qilin, and even the power of the Xianyuan sword could not stop the broken arm from regrowing. He blinked again, and everything returned to color, and he stretched out the new arm. Li Qingshan casually crushed the head of an evil god, but evil gods were so tough. Let alone having their heads blown off, even if they were torn to pieces, they could still recover. Only a divine weapon like the Xianyuan sword would be able to kill him in one strike. However, the evil god's headless body swayed a few times before collapsing on the ground, rotting and withering like vegetation. The other 9 evil gods paled in fright, suddenly coming to a halt. From the will of the evil god, whose head had been blown off, came an indescribable terror that he had never experienced in his life. What's going on? This feeling, what's going on? Terrifying. So terrifying. Fear grew madly, and it infected one another through the mental connection. No one actually dared to take another step forward. Instead, they retreated step by step as they trembled uncontrollably. This was the terror of death. Unlike regular demon folk, they had never experienced the feeling of struggling on the edge of life and death as they were born in the blood maze. Under Jiu Ying's care, they grew into evil gods step by step, possessing an endless lifespan. Afterwards, they began to resent Jiu Ying for trapping them here, preventing them from doing whatever they wanted in the vaster world. Even though they possessed strength that completely surpassed regular evil gods, in Li Qingshan's eyes, they paled even more in comparison to the white dolphin evil god. Battles in the cultivation community had never just been a clash of strength, but also a clash of wills. These noble, extraordinary descendants of gods seemed powerful and cunning, but they had actually spent their entire lives wrapped in a warm, soft womb. They were even more foolish and cowardly than the lowliest demon folk. Once they encountered a true challenge, they would all show their true colors. As you wish, you've come to this world. Welcome, welcome. Li Qingshan said indifferently, afterwards, witness the cruelty of the world, and then you can die. His bewildered eyes no longer paid attention to these evil gods. Instead, they gazed in the distant direction of Qingqi Mountain. He did not need anyone to lead the way. There was nothing he did not know about the demon domain. He had already clearly sensed demon god Xianxia's killing intent. That was the enemy he was about to face. He raised his head again. His true opponent was even higher up in the 9 heavens, the Elysium. Right now, perhaps he was looking down on him. As for these good-for-nothings in front of him, he would just slap them to death. With a casual wave of his hand, another evil god was smashed to pieces. Organs and bones scattered through the air as blood splattered the faces of the other evil gods. They were all scared silly, their eyes widening as they watched Li Qingshan walk over step by step blankly. A black qilin was faintly discernible, carrying destruction as it slowly walked over. The evil gods tried to gather their courage, but how could people who had never experienced fear have such a thing? They dared to betray Jiuying because they knew that they would not be punished. In fact, they didn't even have the guts to run away, let alone resist. They were afraid of becoming Li Qingshan's first target. The evil gods were filled with regret. They regretted betraying their mother, regretted coming to this world, and missed their life in the Blood Palace. However, it was too late. The terrifying man strode over. Stop. Don't move. I order you as an evil god. An evil god roared, but his body was retreating. Bang. Li Qingshan slapped him to death and moved on to the next one. Sir, I can serve you. I'm useful to you. An evil god said fawningly. Bang. Li Qingshan slapped him to death and moved on to the next one. I beg you, don't kill me, I don't want to die. An evil god knelt on the ground and begged. Bang. Li Qingshan slapped him to death and moved on to the next one. One after another, it was even easier than swatting flies. At least flies knew how to run. As for them, they just stood where they were, waiting for Li Qingshan to kill them. All they could do was spout some useless nonsense. Every time one died, the terror before death would explode in the hearts of the remaining people like a bomb. As for some, they couldn't even speak. They hugged their heads and laughed foolishly. They were scared out of their wits. In the blink of an eye, the 9 evil gods were all dead, and only one was left. The last survivor curled his sturdy body into a ball. As Li Qingshan's figure approached, he gradually turned from a savage and malevolent man back into a child. He screamed, "Mommy, I want mommy." That appearance was like a pitiful and innocent child. Anyone who saw him would treat Li Qingshan as a murderous demon king. Li Qingshan stood still and let out an indiscernible sigh. He also felt like a murderous demon king. He raised his right leg and stomped down. Pfff. The 9 evil gods were crushed. From then on, the 9 evil gods were all annihilated, and the blood maze collapsed. Qian Rongji witnessed everything and had an intoxicated look on her face. What a wonderful fate. Looking at Li Qingshan's lonely back view, she licked her lips. This was probably more painful than being bitten by her. The moment Li Qingshan swallowed the demon heart of the Black Sun, the demonic sky had poured endless heavenly favor onto her as compensation for what she had done. She had completed her mission and offered the only offering. He would definitely cause the 6 paths of reincarnation and the boundless world to fall into endless chaos. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh until tears flowed down. Li Qingshan looked at her deeply and placed the baby in his arms on the ground. Take good care of him. And then? Li Qingshan didn't reply and walked towards Qingqi Mountain alone. He suddenly thought of the scene when he first met Gu Yening and the feeling of love at first sight. Actually, what he truly loved was the feeling of being free and unrestrained. The current her was probably already soaring and roaming the skies of the demonic beast path. However, fate had given him a path to walk. Then let's go. He no longer looked up at the sky and looked at the ground beneath his feet as he walked forward step by step. In the great silence, he could hear his own heartbeat again. A black sun devil heart throbbed violently, sending endless, abyss-like demonic power to every part of his body. The scarlet flew with the wind and instantly grew several times longer, blazing like fire in the violent wind. His feet sank as if he was carrying something heavier than a mountain on his back. He arched his back and his body swelled inch by inch, but he clenched his teeth and suppressed the violent magic power in his body. Every inch of his body contained explosive power. He could destroy a mountain with one finger and sever a river with one strand of hair. The black mystical prints started to stretch out from his chest. They grew like vines and spread out like ink marks, densely intersecting with each other on his chest. They formed a profound and mysterious pattern on his back. They were all manifestations of the laws of the demon domain. The mystical patterns interweaved on his face as if he had applied a layer of battle makeup, making him look even more inhuman. However, there were two black mystical patterns hanging down from the bottom of his eyes like tear stains. His fangs protruded and his horns curved like the moon. He was also hideous and disgusting. As he expected, this black sun demon heart didn't just give him power. It also gave him the chaos, evil, resentment, and heavy fate that had accumulated in this demonic land for billions of years. There were endless sins waiting for him in front of him, and this was the path he had chosen. Leaving a deep footprint, he walked forward again. Even when the thunder rumbled in the sky, he didn't hesitate. Mount Xianxia pierced through the clouds, reaching a height of 18,000 feet. It was the highest peak in the demonic domain. Demon god Xianxia had used his divine power to pull it up inch by inch so that he could look into the distance. Even if one raised their head and looked at it from afar, they would have the illusion that the mountain was about to collapse. The mountain was majestic and magnificent, hence the name Mount Xianxia. Xianxia liked bustling and fun, so Xianxia Mountain was never lonely. The dwellings of the 12 evil gods under his command were built in the mountain as well. At the foot of the mountain was a colossal demonic city, home to hundreds of millions of demon folk. At this moment, all of the demon folk walked onto the streets, paying their respects to the top of the mountain. They were tightly packed together, mumbling incantations and prostrating themselves repeatedly. As far as the eye could see, one could only see a sea of black heads that resembled ants. Xianxia was standing on the rooftop of the mountain, looking into the distance. The corners of his mouth were raised high, as if they were about to crack open. His smile was evil and strange. He opened his arms, and the surging power of faith surged towards him, pushing his god power to an unimaginable level. The 12 evil gods gathered behind him. They were suppressed by this divine power and retreated another 1,000 feet. They looked at each other in dismay. Although they sensed some sort of change, it was not as clear as the demon gods. They did not know why there was such a huge commotion. Could it be that Zhenwu Great Emperor had personally led the deities into the demonic area? Otherwise, even if a true immortal descended, he would not dare to trespass into the demonic domain, let alone attack the abode of a demon god. That was no different from courting death. Only a god king like Great Emperor Zhenwu could force the demon gods into such a predicament. However, if Zhenwu the Great had descended to the mortal world to fight against the demons, the 12 demonic gods should have joined forces to set up the 12 Citadel demon killing formation to defend themselves. How could they have sent Xianxia to fight alone? Puzzled, he saw that Xianxia seemed to be in a good mood, so he asked boldly, "Sir, what happened?" "The black sun has really descended," demon god Xianxia announced loudly. However, he was not answering the demon god behind him. Instead, he was speaking to the other demon gods. "Are you ready to welcome our king?" Other than the Chaos Demon God and the Taotai Demon God, all of them were prepared to kill their king. Only a king who could not be strangled by his subjects could be considered a king. Even the Taotai Demon God had tried to kill it. The strong preyed on the weak was the supreme law of the demon realm. When Lei Qingshan's figure appeared on the horizon, Xianxia jumped up happily and cheered like a child. "Come on, let's see how you're going to push down Xianxia Mountain." They had heard the prophecy of the demon heart. They had also heard the prophecy. That person was still 1,000 miles away, but he felt the shadow spreading towards him and enveloping the entire Xianxia Mountain. He felt suffocated. He couldn't help but raise his head and look over. It was as though he saw Emotion's incarnation. Without any hesitation, they turned into 12 rays of demonic light and flew back into the cavern. The long demonic city formation. With one. And by it by the into of sect. By, the core. With 100 and a with. At. With. Of. With the 108 divine halls in the demonic city as nodes, an even larger formation enveloped the entire demonic city. Demon god Xianxia was the supreme ruler of the Xianxia demon world. He possessed the timing, while Qingqi Mountain possessed the geography. The 12 demon gods and the hundreds of millions of demon folk worshipped together to form the harmony of people. The three formations merged into one, gathering the three elements of heaven, earth, and man, forming an indestructible fortress. In the 12 palaces, the 12 demon gods sat high up on their thrones. They firmly believed that even the person who possessed the legend of the demon-hearted Black Sun would be dead if he ran into them. Before absolute power, how can legends become reality? Li Qingshan finally stopped. The tribulation clouds above him were as vast as the sea, but strangely, not a single bolt of lightning fell. Thunder rumbled by his ears, like a chariot running over a chariot. It was an ominous omen. However, he did not even raise his head. Up ahead was where the enemy was. He immediately smiled viciously. With that smile, he could no longer suppress the violent power in his chest. It rushed out of his lungs and his throat, erupting like a volcano, turning into a wild roar. Boom! The heavens and the earth lost their color. There was only a wild roar that was incomparably heroic and glorious. It destroyed everything that stood in its way, whether it was the undulating mountain ridges or the lush forests, everything was crushed in the glory. The wild roar immediately swept through 1,000 kilometers, violently slamming into the outermost defensive formation of the demonic city. The defensive formation twisted and collapsed at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, it had burst like a soap bubble. The tall buildings immediately collapsed, and millions of demon folk were reduced to dust. However, the violent energy showed no signs of weakening. Afterwards, it slammed into the protective formation of Qingqi Mountain. Like the breath of a furious dragon, it did not break through from a single point. Instead, it broke through from all directions. Even Li Qingshan was unable to control this power completely. All he could do was unleash it to his heart's content. Not only did it contain power, but it also contained the fury and hatred that the demon domain had accumulated for millions of years. As long as he wanted to, he could unleash it forever. The entire demon domain was his miniature world. From a certain perspective, the power merely flowed through his body. What's that? The 12 evil gods were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with glorious light. The protective formation also collapsed in a single moment, followed by their degraded 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. So-called formations were just some sort of manifestation of the laws of the world, while Li Qingshan was the incarnation of the demonic sky. He completely negated all formations. The timing was useless, the geography was useless, and the people were useless. The world is useless. Li Qingshan took a step forward, and the violent energy rushed towards Xianxia on the top of the mountain. Tisk, these pieces of trash really can't stop you. Xianxi's eyes were filled with glory. With a wave of his hand, the violent energy immediately rushed into the sky. All the demon folk could see a resplendent star rise up when they raised their heads, flickering in the night sky. You haven't even reached spiritual restoration yet, so you can't harm me with tricks like this. Li Qingshan could negate formations, but he could not negate a demon god. Xianxia had reached spiritual restoration a long time ago, while the true demon god king had to be at spiritual restoration and integration with the void. Only then could they easily strip him of the laws he grasped. At this moment, there was a rumble, and the tribulation cloud split open. A figure condensed and flashed, turning into a human figure. He resembled a strong man, with a bare belly and a pair of wings on his back. He had 3 eyes on his forehead, and his face was scarlet like a monkey's. His feet were like eagle claws, and he wielded a wedge in his left hand and a mallet in his right. The Lord of Thunder. The 7th heavenly tribulation was different from the past. Once they underwent it, they would become true immortals, truly unkillable. They could ascend to the 9 heavens and become the legitimate gods of the heavenly palace. When they underwent the tribulation, the Lord of Thunder would descend, representing the heavenly palace in a test. If it was a righteous master, the lightning would slow down slightly. If it was a heretic, the lightning would surge. At this moment, the Lord of Thunder stared at Xianxia from above. His face was filled with fury. Xianxia raised his head and smiled as if he was welcoming an old friend. Only by going through 7 heavenly tribulations and cultivating his spirit to return to the void could he truly fight with Xianxia. He even felt a sense of familiarity towards the Thunder God's murderous intent and anger. He had seen too many of such expressions along the way. At least it proved that he was a threat to them. However, the next moment, lightning intertwined and the sky turned into a blazing pool of lightning. Many lightning shadows appeared from within. Every lightning shadow was a thunder god. There were a total of 36 of them, all dressed in the same attire and the same anger. Demon god Xianxia was also slightly taken aback. Then, he burst into laughter. Good fella, all 36 thunder gods of the Thunder Division have come out. I wonder which god of the Thunder Division will be the commander. Stop hiding and come out. There were the Thunder Division, Fire Division, Plague Division, and so on in the Heavenly Palace. They had different duties, and the Thunder Division was the most important. It was in charge of disasters and blessings, in charge of things and people, and in charge of life and death. Not only did it decide whether thousands of cultivators could become perfected immortals, but it also had the authority to control the heavenly thunder and kill evil demons. There were a total of 36 thunder gods, the number of heavenly spirits. When ordinary immortals underwent their tribulations, there was only one thunder god. This time, Xianxia's tribulation had attracted all the thunder gods. From Xianxia's words, there was also a true god who came to command. It seemed like he would not stop until Xianxia was killed here. As expected, before he finished speaking, a god descended on the pool of lightning. He held a mace in one hand and a talisman in the other. His expression was stern and his armor was strict. The general of the 9th heaven thunder god is here. Under the orders of the Golden Palace of Haotian, the Jade Emperor, and the Universal Heavenly Lord, I am here to destroy the demon star. His gaze landed on Xianxia. I'll give you a piece of advice. Surrender immediately, and you might still have a chance at survival. Otherwise, you will be turned into ashes when the heavenly thunder strikes. You will waste your cultivation. He did not care about Xianxia's provocation at all. The winner did not need to listen to the cry of a loser. Only Xianxia made him feel a trace of fear. Otherwise, he would not have tried to surrender, and would have just killed him with lightning. Above the 9 heavens, the group of stars flickered, and they were like numerous cold and sharp eyes staring at the dim crimson star. Wind blew from all directions, and thunder rumbled from all directions. The gods would be enraged and the demons would hate him. This was the fate that Xianxia had chosen. However, the smile on his face became even wider. Unless you get that heavenly Lord Jade Emperor you speak of to give up his seat for me, I will not stop fighting. Stubbornly persisting in going about things the wrong way is courting your own destruction. The 9th heaven thunder god general's expression turned cold as he glared angrily. Set up the formation. Slay the demons. Yes, sir. The 36 thunder gods answered in unison. Boom. The lightning pool boiled, and the 36 thunder gods formed the 36 celestial dipper formation. A formless energy instantly enveloped the area. Xianxia had goosebumps all over his body, not because of anger or fear, but because he had been sucked into a vast electrostatic field. However, to him now, not being able to control his body, even if it was just the tip of his hair, was a very serious problem. He was like the incarnation of the demonic sky, and the entire demonic domain had become his small world. However, there was some kind of power that had surpassed his control, and was affecting and controlling him. In an instant, billions of electric currents that were 10,000 times thinner than a strand of hair continuously flowed through his body and divine soul. At every moment, he was enduring great damage that he could not resist and could not escape from. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, and a group of snakes biting the body, it was hard to describe the pain. If it was an ordinary human immortal, he would have been killed in an instant, and not even a trace would be left. On Mount Qingqi, Xianxia had a grave expression. Even he did not dare to walk into the range of the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it would make the heavenly tribulation even more terrifying and violent. The ninth heaven thunder god general did not mind killing a demon god along the way. As expected, the laws represented by the heavenly tribulation are higher than the laws of the demonic domain. Li Qingshan muttered to himself. Originally, these thunder gods were only human immortals, equivalent to the 6 deities and 6 armor generals of the desireless heavenly palace. Even if they were in a formation, he would not care. However, with the unprecedented 7 heavenly tribulations, each of them was in an invincible position and possessed extraordinary power. Those who were going through the heavenly tribulation could only passively accept the test. If they could endure it, they would soar into the sky and become immortals. If they could not, they would be smashed into pieces, and their divine soul would be destroyed. However, was that really the case? Who was the one who set such a test? Who was the one who destroyed the truth that Nuwa created humans? What right do you have to judge me? Li Qingshan clenched his fist firmly and threw a punch at the gods of the thunder tribe high above. The ape demon fishing the moon pierced through the void, but it ignored the thunder gods and punched at the ninth heaven thunder god general. The ninth heaven thunder god general frowned and did not dodge. A halo appeared behind his head and emitted a faint divine light to block the punch. This divine light was not only formed by his divine power, but it was also supported by the power of faith. As a righteous god of the heavenly court, he had countless statues and temples and was worshipped by people from all over the world. This divine light was almost indestructible and unbreakable. Break! The ox demon trembled and shattered the void. The void shook for billions of times and shattered the divine light. The punch landed on the ninth heaven thunder god general's face. General! The 36 thunder gods' expressions changed. Their expressions were so ugly that it was as if they had been punched in the face. This scene was too shocking for them, and they almost forgot to join forces to fight against Li Qingshan. The ninth heaven thunder god general's head was raised high in the air. He was stunned. How many years had it been since someone could hurt him? Or rather, with his status, no one dared to attack him. A stream of blood flowed out of his nose. He touched it, and his hand was bright red. His head was still shaking violently, and he did not know how to organize his words. How dare you? How did you? So, even gods bleed. Li Qingshan sneered. Idiot, you are not within the rules of the heavenly tribulation. At this realm, all battles were essentially a battle of the rules, which was the so-called Battle of the Great Tao. Only when the Great Tao couldn't determine who was superior could they talk about fighting. As the incarnation of the demonic sky, Li Qingshan had supreme authority in the demonic domain. However, he was limited by his cultivation and could not suppress a demonic god like Xianxia. After all, a demonic god also had high authority and was the controller of the demonic domain's rules. Although the thunder gods were not powerful, usually just regular human immortals, their temporary authority was even greater than Li Qingshan's due to the heavenly tribulation. They were basically undefeatable. The ninth heaven thunder god general's cultivation was far greater than the thunder gods, but it was exactly because of this that he could not merge with the heavenly tribulation. He could only descend as an individual, and he was not a controller of the demon domain's rules like demon god Xianxia either. Instead, he was suppressed by the demon domain's rules, which immediately gave him a slap in the face. Once they were suppressed on the level of laws, even true immortals were nothing more than that. As for power? The power that a mere god possessed was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the boundless demon domain. And, what was so-called faith compared to the resentment and anger that demon folk had accumulated for millions of years? The ninth heaven thunder god general returned to his senses and said furiously, "Kill him. Kill him immediately." Bang! Before he could even finish, he was punched in the face again. What bullshit thunder god are you? Come, come, come. I'll teach you how to behave. Li Qingshan threw punch after punch at the ninth heaven thunder god general. Based on the principle that he had to hit someone in the face, he greeted his face with every punch. Before long, the ninth heaven thunder god general's face had swelled up. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a horrible shape. He no longer possessed the awe-inspiring bearing he had just now. Even the gods and devils who were paying attention to the scene felt their faces hurt. If it were any other demon god, they might be afraid of Li Qingshan's power and think of ways to kill him. However, Xianxia would never do that, because he was a novelty hunter through and through. He hated all the rules and etiquette that he was used to. Good and evil, right and wrong, high and low, if they were not the opinions of ordinary people, they would be the hypocritical words of holy immortals and Buddhas. That was why he made a Nether River blood oath with Li Qingshan, even if he did not have to take any risks as a god. Now that a demon god was beating up a true god, how could he not laugh in joy? Even if he was going to be beaten up like this. Perhaps, that would be interesting too, ha 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 ha. In the endless pool of lightning in the sky, the 36 thunder gods looked anxious as they continuously hit the golden drum and waved their hammer. Thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky and violently bombarded Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's skin was already charred, and his scarlet hair turned to ash, but he did not care at all. Only his scarlet eyes flashed with a fluorescent light as he stared at the thunder god general of the ninth heaven and beat him fiercely. Of course, his opponent was a true god after all. Even if he was restricted by the rules of the demon domain, he could not cause any fatal damage. However, the thunder god general of the ninth heaven felt deeply hurt. This is too much. With a roar, dazzling lightning suddenly exploded from his body, and his body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant god of thunder and descended from the sky with a loud bang. His godly might filled the world. His body was like a mountain that was more than 10,000 feet tall and was still expanding. Blazing lightning interweaved all over his body, and his eyes were filled with lightning. The whites of his eyes had disappeared, and he gave off an inhuman divinity. His voice boomed like thunder. Li Qingshan, I did not want to do this myself, but you are seeking death. Li Qingshan's body was pitch black from head to toe. The ground under his feet was melted by the lightning, turning into a boiling sea of magma. Heat waves distorted the air, and the sound of thunder drowned out. However, amidst the lightning and fire, the smile on his face did not change. Looking up at the giant god of thunder, he suddenly shook his body. His charred skin broke and peeled off, turning into ashes in the heat waves and sparks. There wasn't a single scar on the newly grown skin. Only complex black runes covered the perfect god-fiend body, filled with berserk power. He stood in the sea of fire, his waist-length hair fluttering like fire. He was like a Nirvana phoenix, or an immortal demon king. The 36 thunder gods were shocked. They'd formed the great heavenly dipper formation and continued to bombard him. Even a mountain would be shattered and flattened, yet it seemed to be unable to harm him at all. Even his aura didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even more tyrannical and tyrannical. In fact, Li Qingshan wanted to thank them. The power brought by the Black Sun demon heart was too great. It was as if the entire infernal domain was about to be stuffed into his body. Fortunately, he had mastered the 9 transformations of demons and gods and externalized the small world in his body, preventing himself from exploding. Even so, this power was still violent and difficult to control. The negative energy contained in it, such as anger, resentment, and pain, was eroding his mind at every moment, turning him into a tool to take revenge on the gods and Buddhas in the heavens, a monster full of resentment. Naturally, Li Qingshan wouldn't accept it. Although this was the fate he'd chosen, he wouldn't let it be controlled by anything. On one hand, it was his stubborn and arrogant self-will. On the other hand, it was the hatred of all living beings in the infernal domain. Not only did his inner struggle not calm down because he decided to swallow the Black Sun demon heart, he became even more anxious. In every instant, billions of thoughts were born and extinguished. Hate and love, gods and demons, cruelty and mercy, revenge and forgiveness. From the distant past to the eternal future. A roar destroyed Qingshan's defense system. It was just a small venting, slightly alleviating the anxiety. It wasn't until the true God descended and the tribulation lightning fell that he finally heaved a sigh of relief. The tribulation lightning could dispel spiritual power and render all spells and treasures ineffective. It was the nightmare of those who went through the tribulation. However, it came just in time for him. It greatly alleviated the berserk power, making it easier to control. The Thunder God General of the ninth heaven, a true God-level living target, could also release the hatred and rage in his heart. Heaven and earth were the furnace, and creation was the work. Yin and yang were the charcoal, and creation was the copper. The threat of pain that the weak feared was the best training and fulfillment for him. That was why he wasn't afraid of the Thunder God General's majestic might. Instead, he mocked, "Great God, are you finally willing to come down personally? Are you prepared to die here?" The Thunder God General roared, "Look above you." Originally, he was only there to command, transcending the lightning with his control over the laws of lightning. He didn't get involved personally. After being beaten up by Xianxia, he was truly infuriated. He stepped into the battlefield, wanting to fight to the death with Xianxia. The tribulation clouds hung low above the giant god of lightning's head, sweeping and expanding as he descended. In the blink of an eye, it covered thousands of miles of demonic soil, but all the lightning was concentrated in this small area. It was no longer a pool of lightning, but an ocean of lightning. A dragon's roar came from the deep sea. Suddenly, a dragon's head peeked down from the clouds, but its tail wandered thousands of miles away. Its entire body was made of blazing lightning, stretching for thousands of miles. Xianxia revealed a solemn expression. Just listening to the mighty dragon's roar made him feel numb all over, and he couldn't muster any strength. The laws of the demonic domain were also being ruthlessly suppressed. Without a doubt, this lightning dragon was enough to destroy him. In fact, a single strike would be enough to destroy his soul and doom him eternally. This is the Great Tao Heavenly Dragon. The moment the dragon's roar rang out, Xianxia completely concealed his aura to avoid becoming a target. However, the smile on his face became even more excited. Tribulation lightning weapon condensation was far from the ultimate form of the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, the thunder gods weren't either. Legend had it that when a god attempted to merge with the void and undergo 8 heavenly tribulations, the Great Tao Heavenly Dragon would descend to test if a god was qualified to become a representative of the Great Tao. In this process, be it a god or a true immortal, all the laws that they controlled would be crushed. This was the final and most deadly test. Even a true immortal would not dare to take this step lightly. If they succeeded, they would become a king among gods and a saint among demons. If they failed, they would die, and all traces of their existence would be erased. What immortality! What divine might! It would all be but a dream. With the appearance of the Great Tao Heavenly Dragon, the 36 thunder gods revealed pained expressions. They could no longer control such violent lightning, but the dragon's might was unbearable. The heavenly tribulation quickly escalated with the arrival of the Thunder God General of the ninth heaven. If this continued, even they would become targets and all of them would perish here. However, there was no dissatisfaction in their hearts. If their master was humiliated, their subjects would die. The Thunder God General of the ninth heaven had suffered such humiliation, and he had to avenge himself. The Thunder God General waved his hand. "All of you, back off. The demon planet of Mars is indeed not to be underestimated. It is no longer something you can interfere with." "Yes, sir." The 36 thunder gods replied in unison, turning into lightning and dispersing. They glanced at Xianxia one last time, and the anger on their faces had turned into fear. There was even a frightening thought in their minds. Was the general going to perish here? Xianxia felt some respect for the Great Tao Heavenly Dragon, because the target of the Great Tao Heavenly Dragon was not him, but the Thunder God General of the ninth heaven. The Great Tao Heavenly Dragon was an existence that killed gods and immortals. It did not care if one was a god or not. Even the gods of the Thunder Division who dared to disrupt the order of the heavenly tribulation had to be punished. If they could not destroy Xianxia in time and end the heavenly tribulation, he would be the one destroyed by the Great Tao Heavenly Dragon. With a dragon's roar, the heavens and earth shook. The Great Tao Heavenly Dragon descended, and its target was the Thunder God General of the ninth heaven. The Thunder God of the 9 heavens raised the lightning truncheon high into the air and lured the dragon of heaven of the Great Way into his body, immediately suppressing the laws of the demon domain that Xianxia controlled. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose all emitted extremely resplendent lightning. "If I can't kill you here today, then I'll naturally die." "Alright, Then I will fulfill your wish. The sea of lava beneath Xianxia exploded violently. Under the watchful eyes of the gods and demons, the lightning and fire were unleashed endlessly. The thunder god general was covered in lightning and swayed violently. Then, he stood firmly in the sky. A dragon's shadow coiled around him, constantly devouring him and at the same time being used by him. Xianxia had disappeared. The great Tao heavenly dragon suppressed the laws of the demonic domain he controlled in an instant. Then, it completely shattered him, almost killing him. Under such circumstances, no matter what kind of mystical ability or dharma spell, even the phoenix's nirvana, it was completely useless. The lightning interweaved thousands of times in an instant. Even if he was reborn 100 times, he would still be destroyed 100 times. But there was no joy on the thunder god general's face. Instead, he frowned. Although he knew that the fiend's star would not die so easily, it was still far beyond his expectations that it would be so difficult to deal with. The scarlet star in the sky continued to shine. After being killed, Xianxia had instead become omnipresent, scattering his specks of consciousness and burying it deep underground. Do you want to avoid this? Dream on. The thunder god general suddenly knelt on one knee. He held the thunder mace with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. Boom! Volcanoes erupted, lightning shot into the sky, and lava flowed. The ground shook as if it was about to shatter. Volcanoes rose, and thousands of rivers of fire flowed. The sky was filled with tribulation clouds, illuminated by the rivers of lava. The sky seemed to be burning. At the end of the horizon, the fire clouds and the sea of fire merged. It was no longer possible to distinguish the boundary between heaven and earth. This doomsday-like scene caused the spectating gods and devils to tremble slightly. Demon god Xianxia was so excited that he trembled. Was this the prelude to the Great Tribulation? The giant god of lightning that the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens had transformed into knelt on one knee in the center of the sea of fire. With the lightning truncheon in his hand as the center, rings of lightning surged through the ground, wiping out Xianxia's specks of consciousness. He wanted to completely obliterate him, but even more consciousnesses rose up from the endless depths of the earth. But in this trembling sea of fire, there were always pieces of broken pure land that had not been devoured by the lava or burned by the flames. Thus, the specks of consciousness rose from the depths of the earth and turned into seeds. They broke through the earth's crust and sprouted one after another. A tender shoot grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a small yellow flower bloomed and a green fruit formed. The flower withered, and the fruit swelled up as if it was inflated. There were black patterns on the green skin, and it turned out to be a big watermelon. With a crack, the watermelon split open, and a tiny, naked Xianxia walked out of it. He said, "Don't be anxious. Only after some time can the flowers bloom in spring and the fruits of autumn, and when the melon is ripe, the stalk will fall." Before he could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning swept past and erased him along with the melon vine. However, at the same time, more miniature Xianxia walked out from watermelons, winter melons, pumpkins, loofahs, pumpkins, and other melons. As soon as Xianxia exchanged blows with the thunder god of the ninth heaven, he knew that it was impossible for him to fight him head-on. Without the enhancement of the demon domain's nomological laws, the thunder god of the ninth heaven could suppress him with his divine power alone. Coupled with the great Tao heavenly dragon, it could not be called a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. If that's the case, I'll let you kill me. Thus, he spread his thoughts across the earth. This was not some cloning technique. One flower, one world. Every seed contained his entire being, and they all had their own independent will. Bam! A pomegranate exploded, and hundreds of miniature Xianxia popped out. Each of them was about the size of a pomegranate seed, and they could ride on ants. These miniature Xianxia did not have time to grow, and they were much weaker than normal clones. This could be seen from their size. In comparison, even if the giant god of thunder was half kneeling on the ground, he was still an insurmountable mountain. The miniature Xianxia could barely see the top of the mountain even if their necks were about to break. However, they still looked proud and shouted at the giant god of thunder. "Come and kill me, idiot! Heavenly punishment!" The thunder god of the ninth heaven roared, and billions of lightning bolts swept across the earth. All the Li Qingshan were killed by the lightning, and all the plants were reduced to ashes. However, in the blink of an eye, green sprouts sprouted, grew strong, and bloomed. One by one, Li Qingshan jumped out and shouted at the god with their tiny voices. Each of them only had a short lifespan, even shorter than a mayfly that was born in the morning and died in the evening. Like a spark, they would be extinguished. However, there would always be new lives born from this land. The wildfire could not be extinguished, and life would be born again with the spring wind. The Qilin Dao was endless. The giant god of thunder roared, and without mercy, he slaughtered in a frenzy. The 9 evil gods' minds were connected. After a few of their brothers died, their will collapsed. However, in this instant, Li Qingshan had already experienced billions of deaths, and they were all his own deaths. There was no substitute, no escape. He could only silently endure the endless terror and pain, just like this demon domain. Death could not be avoided, and the pain would never end. The newly born tiny Li Qingshan gradually stopped shouting. They were born silently, and died silently. They even stopped looking up at the giant god of thunder, and their heads were lowered in dejection. Even their looks had deteriorated a lot, but their eyes were as resolute as before. Even if they were born for an instant, they would die with a flash. With this spark, they illuminated a smear of darkness. Unknowingly, the giant god of thunder also stopped roaring, and only slaughtered numbly. Life and death cycled between heaven and earth, thunder and fire repeated. It was obviously extremely noisy, but there was a strange silence, as if it was a solemn sacrifice to the heavens, or a solemn funeral. The heaven and earth faded because of it. Li Qingshan used himself as a sacrifice, offering his flesh, blood, and soul to the heavens, and the giant god of thunder was the main sacrifice. The thunder god of the 9th heaven sealed himself in a coffin, and was gradually surrounded by the deep silence of the earth, while the tiny Li Qingshan were the mourners. The gods and demons were all silent. Even demon god Xianxia, who was watching the battle, widened his eyes as if he was in a daze. Suddenly, his heart wavered a little. If even the prologue is so shocking, do I really want to see the miraculous scene of the great tribulation of heaven and earth? The thunder god of the 9th heaven suddenly felt a little tired. The great Tao heavenly dragon that he had guided into his body was getting harder and harder to control. A feeling that he had not felt for a long time spread in his heart. He realized that it was the approach of death. A long, long time ago, he had endured this feeling day and night, but after becoming a true immortal and a true god, he had never felt such a threat again. Looking down at the millions of Li Qingshan, he suddenly asked, "Crazy and foolish. Do you know what you've done means?" The millions of Li Qingshan raised their heads and answered. Indifferently, chaos, war, death, destruction. In short, all misfortune will happen. No one will benefit from this, not even you. No one will benefit from this, not even me. But you still want to do it. But I still want to do it. The demon king was born not to bring happiness to the people of the world. The thunder god of the 9th heaven smiled bitterly. Looks like this is more meaningful to you. Meaningful? The millions of Li Qingshan looked up at the sky. With a boom, the great Tao heavenly dragon broke out of his body and returned to the sky. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and the bright moon broke. The 7 heavenly tribulations ended here. The green spread quickly, covering the sea of fire and climbing up the body of the giant god of lightning. He did not move at all, like a statue. He sighed. A long, long time ago, I was also immortal. Above the 9 heavens, a star suddenly fell from the sky. Everyone in the universe could see its flaming tail trailing behind it. At the same time, a red star rose slowly. In the 3,000 worlds and the 6 paths of reincarnation, all the cultivators looked at the red star that suddenly appeared and instinctively felt a wave of fear. This ominous sign was too strong. Even those who did not know divination at all could vaguely sense it. The demon star had appeared, the gods had fallen, and the calamity had arrived. In the vast demonic land, the mountain-like body of the thunder god general of the 9 heavens was completely covered in green. From afar, he looked like a stone statue that had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was covered in moss. Under the faint moonlight, a small flower quietly bloomed in the green, exhaling a wisp of fragrance. In an instant, thousands of beautiful flowers bloomed, withered, and bore fruit. Thousands of Li Qingxians emerged from the fruit and raised their heads together, gazing at the star that belonged to them. Once upon a time, the young man who wanted to become a star had finally fulfilled his wish. Thousands of indescribable emotions surged in his chest. Had all his hard work paid off? Had all his hard work been paid off? This was probably not an inspirational story. If he told this story to the cowherd back then, he might not have walked this path at all. Perhaps he would not take this path at all, and would rather be a local tyrant in the 9 regions. Perhaps he would have hesitated and struggled less, and become more resolute. Who knew? Li Qingshan smiled. Since he had chosen his path, he had shouldered his fate. Why should he care about the pros and cons? At this moment, a large black shadow descended and covered the moon in the sky. Demon god Xianxia transformed into his original form, a ferocious demonic beast that looked like a tiger with wings. His eyes shone with red light as he stared at Li Qingshan maliciously. I have to say, your performance surprised me. You can even say that I am shocked. I am even a little doubtful if I should have let this calamity come. Don't forget our bet. Now is your weakest moment. I will not be merciful. Demon god Xianxia licked his fangs. If I kill you, will I become a great hero who saves the universe? Keek keek. Of course, I haven't forgotten. As a result, Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. I've just sent off a true god, and another one jumps out immediately. This path sure is dangerous. I can't relax even after becoming a god. Demon god Xianxia was not lying. This was indeed his weakest moment. Although he had successfully passed the 7th heavenly tribulation, he was also heavily injured. Under the attack of the great Tao heavenly dragon, he was on his last breath and needed a long time to recuperate. Without cultivation, there would be no power. But having cultivation without power was not enough. Now, all of the wills, all of the seeds, had already blossomed and borne fruit. If they were all destroyed, they would also die. Xianxia, if you dare to do this, I will not rest until you die. The Taotai demon god's furious roar shook up space, ringing out from the distant Taotai demon world. He was still determined to fight with Li Qingshan. Following that, the voices of a few fiend celestials sounded. They either persuaded him gently or threatened him sternly in an attempt to dissuade fiend celestial Xianxia. Li Qingshan's performance seemed to have gained some recognition. Or perhaps the demon gods were tired of the endless depravity in the infernal domain and could not wait to change everything, even if they died because of it. TCH, is this the charm of the demon god king? Look, boy, they can't wait to be your lackey. But I don't like being a dog like them. Demon god Xianxia didn't care at all. He didn't listen to the advice nor was he threatened. He closed in on Li Qingshan step by step, his murderous aura growing thicker. His cold killing intent locked onto everyone present. His twisted and curious personality always wanted to mess up everything and see what would happen. The 12 demon gods split up the infernal domain and controlled different laws. They did not have the ability to threaten each other's existence. This was also the prerequisite for them to sit down and discuss important matters. In other words, no one could come to Li Qingshan's rescue immediately. He was still fighting alone, and an exhausted one at that. I'm very gratified that they are still warriors. They still yearn for battle and have not completely depraved. You, on the other hand, will be a good dog. Li Qingshan casually let out a taunt. Die. Demon god Xianxia lunged over, his wings instantly covering the sky. His killing intent locked onto Li Qingshan as thousands of sharp tentacles shot out from his body. Li Qingshan took out a token and raised it high, pointing it at the sky. It was the mountain relocation token. Instantly, the wind stirred and the clouds surged. The mountain-moving sage's phantom appeared in the clouds as he roared angrily like a lion. He instantly stunned demon god Xianxia, causing him to freeze in midair. Not only did it contain the mountain-moving sage's divine might, but it also contained the wrath of the infernal domain's will. In other words, it was Li Qingshan's wrath. It completely suppressed demon god Xianxia on the nomological level. Of course, that was not enough. He still needed actual strength. The mountain relocation token in Li Qingshan's hand suddenly descended as he pointed it at Mount Qingqi and gave the order. Mountain, come. Mount Qingqi collapsed, smashing heavily onto demon god Xianxia's body. The ground quaked as dust billowed into the sky. It was accompanied by a series of thunderclaps. Listening carefully, it was the sound of bones shattering. Mount Qingqi was naturally not an ordinary mountain. It had been raised by demon god Xianxia's lair with his divine powers. In order to support the weight of the mountain, it was constantly refined. The cracks were filled with molten metal, making it look like a metal mountain. The mountain was abnormally majestic. Its height was much higher than the 3 mountains that the mountain-moving sage had given him. Naturally, its weight was much greater as well. It was at least 100 times heavier. With that, demon god Xianxia's entire body was crushed into a pile of mush. Most of his bones were shattered and his organs were in a mess. They sank deep into the ground as all his divine powers were suppressed. As the saying goes, you shoot yourself in the foot, said Li Qingshan with a smile. Since I refined the mountain myself, I naturally have to carry it on my back. Even though he had the mountain relocation token, he could at most topple Mount Qingqi. There was no way he could control it so casually and use it to suppress a local tyrant like Xianxia. But after he swallowed the Black Sun demon heart and transcended 7 heavenly tribulations, reaching the realm of refining his soul to return to the void, he had become the true ruler of the fiend domain. He was a powerful dragon that ruled over everything and suppressed everything. He had the highest authority over all the mountains and plants in the fiend domain. Even the demon god's cave abode had to be under his control. With laws, he did not have to worry about lacking power. Xianxia, I have toppled Mount Qingqi. You have lost. In the void, a blood-colored river Styx flowed as the final guarantee of the bet. Demon god Xianxia's angry roar came from the foot of the mountain. No, I have not lost. How can a mere river restrain me? Li Qingshan frowned. The river Styx flowing in the void suddenly stopped and gradually faded, as though it had never existed. The Styx River blood oath was removed. Li Qingshan immediately realized that Xianxia must have played some trick when they made the oath back then, allowing him to escape the punishment of failure. Just like what Oxhead Ah Peng had taught Lu Tian, if the strength was completely unequal, the bet would be meaningless. The strong would always have a way to break the promise, and the chaotic and evil demon god had no integrity to begin with. If he held the thought that he would win by toppling Mount Qingqi, he would definitely be slapped in the face in the end. But at that time, he was not strong enough and had no other way. But now, it was completely different. A mere river Styx could not guarantee a god's loyalty, so it did not matter if the blood oath was removed. Demon god Xianxia roared, still unwilling to submit. His ferocious aura filled the world. He struggled violently, causing the mountain to shake and almost overturn. He stretched his head out and stared at Li Qingshan. Huge rocks rolled down on his head. Compared to his huge head, they were as small as gravel. When I break free, it will be your death. I want to see what else you can do. As he spoke, he stretched out another arm and pressed it against the ground, supporting the entire Mount Qingqi. After all, this Mount Qingqi had merged with his divine power. Even though he had turned from guest to host, he still retained some control. Li Qingshan smiled and took out another golden item. It was the great bright mantra with the words Weng Mani and I Mi Hum that he had peeled off from the gate of the great thunderclap temple. He rose into the air and came before Mount Qingqi. With a loud bang, he slammed it against the cliff. Boom! Mount Qingqi, which had been supported with great difficulty, seemed to have become many times heavier, and crashed heavily back onto the ground. Demon god Xianxia's eyes bulged. He cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood, which flowed into a blood river. He was on the verge of death and no longer had the slightest strength to resist. The divine power in his body was completely suppressed. That 6 words great bright incantations note had infinite power. Even his mind was terrified by it and he could not even think of resisting. What is this? Demon god Xianxia desperately turned his head and tried to look up the mountain. A genius in a second remember to go away? We provide you with exciting novels to read. Li Qingshan had once tried to suppress the Garan deity with this post, but it was to no avail. The Garan deity was a guardian deity of Buddhism and was not affected at all. Of course, it was also because his cultivation level was not high enough at that time and he could not unleash the power of the post. Now that he had refined his spirit to return to the void and become an immortal, he immediately understood its magical effects. The 6 words Great Brightness mantra contained great wisdom, great compassion, and great power. It contained the essence of 84,000 Buddhist techniques and contained the laws of Great Tao. Even if a mortal recited it, it would have many magical effects. It could increase one's wisdom, eliminate disasters, escape from life and death, and so on. No matter which Buddhist sect it was recited, it had to be recited. Moreover, it was written by Buddha himself, so it had a natural restraining effect on demon gods. Now, demon god Xianxia was being suppressed by 3 layers of suppression. The first layer was the demonic will and laws of the demonic domain that Xianxia, the king of demon gods and the lord of the demon domain controlled. The second layer was the laws of Great Tao represented by the Great Sage Moving Mountain. The third layer was the seal written by Buddha himself. Each layer of suppression was more powerful than the previous. It was much more effective than the Nether River Blood Oath. Even a demon god could not escape from it. If not for the 6 words Great Brightness mantra containing a sense of compassion and no killing intent, it could even crush Xianxia to death. Buddha himself. Demon god Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and immediately lost his temper. It was no wonder that the post had such power. Even a demon god like him was deeply shocked and could not move. He asked in shock, "Where did you get it from? Could it be that you're a Buddhist?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that the other demon gods had all tensed up as well, waiting for his answer quietly. He could not help but snicker and answer calmly, "I obviously ripped it off from the gate of the Great Lane Monastery. I demolished the Great Lane Monastery along the way and toppled Spirit Vulture Mountain." Although he had not intended to do all of this, there was not the slightest bit of falsehood in his words. Demon god Xianxia was instantly speechless as he stared at Xianxia with widened eyes. All his life, he had always been fond of punishing the good and praising the evil, inverting right and wrong. At this moment, he suddenly felt that all the evil he had done in his life added up could not compare to Xianxia's light words. The Spirit Vulture Mountain and the Great Thunderclap Monastery were sacred and inviolable places. Suddenly, he recalled that not long ago, there was a great shock in the Elysium. It turned out that it was his doing. The Pure Land and the Demonic Land were both formed from the Qilan Paradise. They were actually 2 sides of the same coin. If one side had a huge change, the other side would immediately have a reaction. Actually, the Spirit Vulture Mountain and the Great Thunderclap Monastery were secondary. The key was still the Lotus Pond, which was the foundation of the Elysium. Its effects were almost equivalent to the Black Sun Devil Heart. Now that Xianxia had swallowed both of them and fused them into one, it was equivalent to controlling the Qilan Paradise. It would also inevitably cause the 2 worlds to start fusing. For the Buddhist sects, it was equivalent to destroying the Western Paradise and becoming enemies with the gods and Buddhas of the heavens. A war was inevitable. His opponents were the gods, the 4 bodhisattvas, and even Gautama Buddha. Xianxia took a deep look at the golden post on the mountain rock. Jokes aside, compared to demon god Xianxia in front of him, Gautama Buddha, who had written the post, made him feel more apprehensive. How can such an unbelievable existence be defeated? The fear of a huge golden hand suddenly descending from the heavens and smacking him to death did not lessen after he became a true god. Instead, it intensified. Upon hearing these words, not only demon god Xianxia, but the other demon gods were also deeply shocked. Originally, Tao Tai, Tao Wu, Chang Liang, and a few other pro-war factions were already inclined to support Xianxia's ascension to the throne and start a real war. Now, they were even more ferocious. Since he could even topple the Spirit Vulture Mountain and demolish the Great Thunderclap Monastery, nothing was impossible. The other demon gods also dispelled their disloyalty. They thought to themselves, this person was born in response to the calamity. He is a natural malefic star that can crush everything. He is extremely ferocious. If we continue to fight him head-on, we will probably die in his hands. Demon god Xianxia asked, "How did you walk out of the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss?" Xianxia shrugged and pointed upwards. I have people above me. He turned around and cupped his hands towards the sky. The phantom lion in the clouds nodded at him before dispersing. 7 great sages, mountain shifting token. Demon god Xianxia muttered. I should have known. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Hee, the more I know I shouldn't have done it, the more I want to try. At this moment, a cool night breeze blew from afar, ruffling the thousands of flowers and leaves, causing them to sway together. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. It was the trade wind that great sage of ventilation had given him. It contained all the insights he had gained in the colorless realm. It was about the mysterious realm of no thoughts, and no thoughts. In the past, he did not have enough power and could not support such a realm. Now, he could finally do it. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of the wind became louder and louder, reverberating between heaven and earth. This world was his small world. After going through 7 heavenly tribulations, his current realm was refining the spirit to return to the void. The void was not the void, nor was it the void. Instead, it was the invisible, untouchable, omnipresent, omnipotent great Tao laws. At this moment, he could finally be considered as the true ruler of the demonic realm. He could control this world at will. With a thought, spiritual power gathered. Immediately, a vine rose up from the ground with a rumble, wriggling and extending like a dragon or snake. It sucked in all of the tiny Li Qingshan, wrapping around Xianxia mountain and blooming with white flowers. Finally, it formed a purple-gold gourd. With a crack, the gourd split open. Rays of light shone and thousands of auspicious colors shone. Li Qingshan leaped out like a mountain. His eyes shone with divine light and he was indestructible. He controlled water and fire and hid himself. He stepped on Xianxi's head and scolded, "You old dog, how dare you deceive me? Do you still remember how arrogant you were back then?" For so many years, he had been under so much pressure for this bet. Xianxia still dared to play tricks and escape the restrictions of the Nether River Blood Oath, almost causing him to fail miserably. Without me, you might not be where you are today. Demon god Xianxia rolled his eyes. In that case, I have to thank you. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and murderous intent shot out. Since you like to court death so much, then die. He waved his hand and summoned a sword, slashing it down. Shanyuan sword. Demon god Xianxia was shocked. How did this kid have everything? If he was beheaded by this sword, his life would be over. He shouted, "Spare my life." The sword stopped in midair. Li Qingshan questioned, "You coward, what's the use of sparing you? Genius 1 second remember if you want to go? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This Xianxia was really a weirdo. Love go small say net chu however, since he was willing to surrender and didn't harbor any ill intentions, there was no harm in sparing his life. Thus, he sheathed his sword. Since that's the case, I'll leave your head on your neck. If you dare to defy me in the future or play any tricks, I guarantee that you won't be able to see anything. Now that the great tribulation of heaven and earth had arrived and a great battle was imminent, as the king of demon gods, the 12 demon gods under him were of utmost importance. Although it was okay to kill 1 or 2 and the evil gods below could replenish, who knew how much time would be wasted and how many evil gods would die? He had just experienced the power of the 7th heavenly tribulation, and the deities of the thunder department of the heavenly palace would never let go of any evil god that tried to become a devil god. Even if he was lucky enough to transcend the tribulation, his foundation would definitely not be as deep as the original Fian Celestials. Paths, laws, temperament, these things were all linked together. It was not something that could be done by randomly finding an evil god. A weirdo like Xianxia was probably not easy to find even in the demon domain. Xianxia, a true god, could actually still laugh when his head was being stepped on. Hee, I can't wait anymore. You can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. You better reflect on yourself down there. Li Qingshan lifted his foot and was about to leave. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Wait, how long will it take?" 500 years. Xianxia rolled his eyes. He had finally seen how vengeful the demon god king was. Li Qingshan took a step forward and disappeared, reappearing in the sky above the blood maze. He looked down at the rotten flesh piled up on the ground and recalled everything that had happened in the past day. It still felt like a dream. However, this place was the center of the entire infernal domain. In order to prepare for war, he had to summon the 12 demonic gods to discuss important matters, but now was not the time. In the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. This was even more so in the demonic domain. Not all of the 12 demonic gods were willing to serve him as their king. Even the few pro-war factions actually supported the war, not Xianxia. Therefore, the most important thing to do now was to strengthen oneself. Only by grasping the power that belonged to a true god would one have the capital to be a king. But for now, there was no harm in testing the waters. Xianxia sent a telepathic message to the 12 demon gods and gave the first order, switch. The infernal domain was divided into 12 demonic realms by the 12 demonic gods. They were only connected to each other by mountain passes. To enter and exit, one needed to have a customs document. It was in a semi-sealed state. This was equivalent to 12 vassal kingdoms. The demon gods were the vassal kings, and all the demon folk in the kingdoms only revered them. They possessed all the authority in the demon world. Moreover, they were not friendly neighbors, but full of disputes and disagreements. If it wasn't for the immense pressure from the desireless heavenly palace and the fact that they could invade other worlds at the same time, they would have long been in a state of chaos. The Black Sun Devil Heart was equivalent to the Imperial Jade Seal. Since Xianxia wanted to be the emperor, he had to break this situation and make it so that all lands under the heavens belong to the emperor, and all those who live by the emperor's side are his subjects. If we wish to wage war, we must unite as one. Does anyone have any objections? Yes, my king. In the Jinyun restaurant, the Taotai demon god tidied his clothes and bowed towards Xianxia from afar, immediately opening up the territory. Yes, my king. Below Mount Qingqi, demon god Xianxia was still lying at the foot of the mountain. He obviously had no objections either, obeying the order obediently. At the same time, he licked his lips and widened his eyes. Something very interesting was about to happen. Not all demon gods would be so obedient. And how are you going to respond? My king. Immediately, the Taotai demon world and the Xianxia demon world immediately connected with the land beneath Xianxia's feet. Demon chi surged and demonic clouds surged, clashing and merging, forming a great swirl in the sky. Xianxia stood in the center of the swirl and began his rule over the two demon worlds. From then onwards, the demon folk no longer needed to apply for customs documents. They could move about freely, and they were no longer just subjects of the Taotai and Xianxia demon worlds. He had not just gained land and demon folk, but also authority, faith, and laws. The demons were filled with joy. His heart was filled with joy as well. The two resonated with one another, and his grasp over the laws of the demon domain deepened. However, this was only the beginning. He was still waiting for the other demon gods to respond. Yes, my king. Not long after, a few fiend celestials from the pro-war faction also opened up their territories. Xianxia had already proven his strength and determination to them. They were not stupid. They understood what war was. This time, it was different from invading other worlds. Their enemies this time were the gods and Buddhas. They had to unite the entire demon domain, and Xianxia was the only candidate. All of his orders were military orders. Unless Xianxia made a serious mistake with his military orders, or he no longer supported war, they would all obey him. As the demon gods chose to submit, the swirl of demonic clouds immediately expanded by several times. The world resonated, and the ground rumbled. Mountains rose up from the ground, breaking through the rotting ruins left behind by the blood maze. The mountains were like the sea. The winding mountain ranges danced like demonic dragons, leaping out of the hidden abyss. Xianxia was the king of the demon gods, the leader of the dragons. The world had changed, and the world had changed. It was like the saying, crouching tiger and coiling dragon, the present surpasses the past, and the world is overturned. Xianxia was filled with lofty sentiments. Originally, he only wanted to test the demon gods, but he changed his mind now. There was no need for him to be overcautious anymore. He drew his sword from its sheath and pointed it at the sky. I command the world. Who dares to disobey? The remaining demon gods who had yet to submit felt a tremendous pressure descend on their heads at the same time. They could not help but become furious. This kid has only undergone the 7th heavenly tribulation. In terms of age, he's not even a fraction of us, yet he's actually trying to oppress us like this. They were not as shameless as Xianxia, who could not even get angry after being stepped on. They were lofty gods, worshipped by billions of demon folk for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. How could they not have some pride? In their eyes, Xianxia had used the demon heart of Black Sun to rise rapidly. Whether it was defeating the thunder god of the 9 heavens or demon god Xianxia, there was an element of trickery involved. He did not rely on his own strength, so he obviously could not convince them completely. Although none of them were bold enough to stand up against Xianxia, they still had the confidence to feign obedience. Is this kid really bold enough to fall out with the 7 demon gods at the same time? Moreover, they were not too willing to declare war against the gods and Buddhas. The risk of dying was far too great. It would be best if they could drag things out for a little longer. Once the Chaos Demon Star emerged, it would definitely suffer heavy blows from the gods and Buddhas. Once Xianxia died, they could still continue being their demon gods. They would not lose their dignity as gods, and they would also reduce the risk. It would be the best of both worlds. However, Xianxia did not give them the opportunity to drag things out at all. Even though he pursed his lips and said nothing, he had already expressed his thoughts clearly. If anyone dares to not give me an explanation today, I will definitely give them an explanation in the future. Those who submit to me live, and those who oppose me die. It's up to you. The Tsung Mountains were like the sea. Thousands of mountains rose and fell, and groups of dragons raised their heads. Xianxia stood in the sky, his emotions fluctuating with the Tsung Mountains and the sea of clouds. Above his head, a bewildering star swayed amidst the changing winds and clouds. Demon stars appeared, true gods fell, and Xianxia fell. Before anyone could fully digest all of this, he started a new round of war, commanding the demons to bow their heads. I'm not here to call for peace, but for war. He needed the power of the 12 demon gods, but if they were unwilling to submit, he did not mind carrying out a great purge first. Even if all the demon gods fell and the demonic domain turned into ruins. It could be considered a good deed. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The black patterns on his face twisted and changed, and a pair of red eyes flashed with brutality. He did not hide it at all, and continued to use this will to dance wildly like a storm. The demon gods wavered. This will was real. He really did not hesitate to destroy the entire demonic domain, determined to kill all those who disobeyed him. Originally, their greatest reliance was that Xianxia did not dare to easily attack them, and needed to use diplomatic means to gain their support. They were all ancient demon gods with deep roots, while Xianxia was only a new demon god born in response to the tribulation. He had just passed the 7th heavenly tribulation, and did not have the ability to crush them. To put it bluntly, Xianxia's status was similar to the military leaders elected by the tribal alliance. Even major decisions had to be discussed with the elders, and he only had greater decision-making power during wartime. It was a very ancient military democracy. However, Xianxia was clearly not satisfied with this. He wanted to be a dictator, or rather, he wanted to enter a state of war directly, and have supreme power. The confrontation continued. Xianxia's brutality grew stronger and stronger, and his patience was running out. When the Xianyuan sword in his hand swung down, it was the signal for war to begin. There would be no enlistment, no surrender, until one side was completely destroyed and fell. Yes, Your Majesty. Suddenly, a faint sigh came from the distant north. Another demon god had opened up a territory. Alas, if this is my fate, then how can I escape it? Although he did not support starting a war with the gods and Buddhas of the highest heaven, once the demonic zone started to fight, the heavenly palace would definitely not sit idly by. In order to deal with this great tribulation of heaven and earth, perhaps even a divine king like Emperor Zhenwu, who had gone through 8 heavenly tribulations and was at the void refinement and path reunion stage, would directly take action. In the end, even if he defeated Xianxia, he still couldn't withstand the thunderous strike of the 9 heavens Buddha. Also, he did not think that the peacemakers could defeat the warmongers led by Xianxia at all. They might be stronger, but compared to the ferocious beasts that were full of killing intent and fangs, they could only be regarded as large herbivores. Therefore, he persuaded the other demon gods instead. Fellow Taoists, at times like this, we must consider the bigger picture. The balance had completely tilted, and there was no longer any suspense about what would happen next. In an instant, all the demon gods submitted to Xianxia, offering up the demonic lands that they ruled, and said, "We obey your orders." Except for the chaos demon god, who had already sunk into eternal chaos and completely lost his will. The whirlpool in the sky spun wildly, and layers of laws and surging demonic power gathered towards Xianxia. The mountains below rose and fell, and the entire land was lifted up, forming a plateau. It was like a crouching giant beast that was awakening from the depths of the land. The demon heart of the black sun radiated brilliantly. At this point, Xianxia had almost taken over the entire demonic domain without any bloodshed. Whether it was power or authority, he was above every demon god. Demon god Xianxia's praises sounded in his ears. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty. You are now the true king of the demon gods. You have sharp instincts and a firm will, which will help you win in the future battles. Oh yes, I am no longer a threat to you. I will not do something without any suspense, so." Naturally, Xianxia understood what he meant. He smiled faintly. "Very well, then please help me again." He waved the Xianyuan sword and pointed it at the chaos demon world. Of course. Demon god Xianxia immediately gave his full support and opened up all the laws he controlled to Xianxia. These were the core laws he controlled. Even Xianxia, the master of the demonic domain, could not take them away. He could only borrow them. The demon god's submission was not just a formality. This was the most important point. From now on, Xianxia could use the core laws they controlled at any time. At the same time, he could understand these core laws and strengthen the demon heart of the Black Sun, further controlling the entire demonic domain. At the same time, he could grasp the weakness of every demon god and obtain even more powerful ruling power. If the demon gods opened up the demonic domain, it was equivalent to offering land to their subjects. Then at this moment, it was the emperor lighting the beacon, gathering the vassals, and dispatching the 6 armies to suppress the disobedient subjects. Waving my sword, the vassals come to the west. At this point, the demon gods had no other choice but to consider the big picture. They all opened up their authority to Xianxia and offered up their core laws. Xianxia seemed to see a grand painting slowly unfurl before him. It contained the entire essence of the demonic domain. It was the gateway to the 8th heavenly tribulation and the unification of void and Tao. However, there was a patch of darkness in the painting, a patch of chaos. The demon god of chaos, the most powerful of the 12 demon gods, possessed even more power than the 11 demon gods combined. He controlled the most powerful laws of the demonic domain, the laws of chaos. He had once been infinitely close to the black sun in the sky, close to the essence of the laws of the demonic domain. He had the chance to become the master of the demonic domain through his own strength. However, it was exactly because of this that his consciousness was constantly corroded and assimilated by the laws of chaos, until he completely descended into chaos. He became powerful because of chaos, and he became chaotic because of strength. This was his destiny. Over the course of several 100,000 years, his followers constantly dispersed. They either killed one another in internal strife, or he slaughtered them all in the chaos. Only an extremely small number of demon folk retained their faith in him. The other demon gods also took advantage of this opportunity to devour the chaos demon world. Although it was ruled by the most powerful demon god, it was the smallest of the 12 demon worlds instead. However, this final piece of the map was crucial. It had to do with whether the demonic domain could be completely unified or not, and it had to do with the completeness of the painting. Xianxia was completely focused. As the master of the demonic domain, he used the power of the 11 demon worlds and 11 demon gods to forcefully break through all the barriers and devour the chaos demon world in a single gulp. He obtained the final piece of the puzzle. The 12 demon worlds were all connected. Xianxia widened his eyes. Just how grand of a painting was this? On one side was the demon domain, while on the other was the pure land of bliss. On one side was pain and evil, while on the other side was joy and kindness. At the same time, they permeated each other and served as the background. It was extremely exquisite and unbelievable. If all of this was created by the primordial Qilin, then just how powerful was the primordial Qilin? Whether it was in terms of power or laws, it was probably far beyond what the current gods could compare to. In that case, just how powerful was the Buddha that split the entire Qilin paradise into two? He was so entranced by his gaze that he did not even notice that right below him, a lone mountain rose up from the plateau and the mountains, reaching into the clouds. In the blink of an eye, it had become the highest peak in the demon domain, and it was still constantly rising up. A hysterical howl rang out from the abyss of the Valley of Tang. A monster that resembled a tumor writhed madly. Li Qingshan's head suddenly blurred, and he plummeted down from the sky, landing on the highest peak. His mind was in a complete mess. At one moment, he wanted to dance, but at the same time, he wanted to burst into tears. It was a demon god. Even though he had lost his consciousness, he still resisted the devouring instinctively. The howl surpassed the range of hearing, and it ignored the barrier of distance. It was not just the tremors of sound waves, but the ripples of laws, directly shaking up the soul. Even human immortals and evil gods would immediately descend into madness, their consciousness completely collapsing. Even true gods would suffer from chi deviation when they heard it. Spirit turtle transformation. A spirit turtle appeared behind Li Qingshan, immediately suppressing his frenzied mind. His eyes were as deep as the sea as he rapidly wove laws and set down layers of defenses, stopping the chaotic howls. He immediately felt his mind clear up. However, the demon god had already found his location. Its tumor-like body constantly swelled up and rolled, crawling out of the abyss of the Valley of Tang. Li Qingshan was standing on the highest peak of the demon domain, the place closest to paradise. The abyss of the Valley of Tang where the demon god resided was the lowest valley in the demon domain. It was filled with foul miasma that had accumulated for millions of years. It constantly surged and rose. Once it spread out, probably most of the demon domain would be reduced to a land of death. At least half of the demon folk would be wiped out. At the same time, the laws of chaos rapidly twisted and tore apart the defenses he had set down. Once his position had been locked onto, the demon god would appear before him in the next moment. That would be a huge joke. The demon god was no longer a true god in the regular sense of the word. Instead, it had become an existence similar to the space-devouring beasts. It had become a natural phenomenon, the darkest and most twisted side of the demon domain. Li Qingshan knew that if he fought against the demon god right now, the situation would be no different from a civil war. It might even be even more difficult. If the demon god suddenly withdrew all of their laws when the battle reached its most intense, leaving him to face the demon god alone, he might even be in danger of dying. The demon god said nothing. They all wanted to see how he would deal with the demon god. If you want our power, then we'll give it to you. If you can't achieve victory, then you deserve to die. He would be dragged into the abyss of the Valley of Tang by the demon god, unable to break free for the rest of his life. However, Li Qingshan was still very experienced in dealing with things that had no self-awareness. In that moment, he completely concealed his existence. He did not just hide his presence or deceive their senses. Instead, he severed all karma with the demon god. Of course, it was impossible for him to sever it completely. With his power, he could only sever it for a split second. A split second later, the demon god had already forgotten who Li Qingshan was. He had also forgotten all of his fury and hatred. He slowly descended back into the abyss of the Valley of Tang. The demon gods were all convinced. Demon god Xianxia sighed in amazement. My king, you actually still possess intelligence. Do you want to be suppressed for 10,000 years? The void-swallowing beast named Deep Blue Little Fatty roamed in the deep, dark void, devouring stars and worlds one after another. Its size far exceeded that of an ordinary creature, and the so-called prehistoric beasts were as tiny as ants beside it. When it appeared in the sky above a world, its translucent blue body would cover the entire sky. All creatures could see it without looking up, but no one could see its full appearance. In terms of the level of energy it contained, even a true immortal could not compare. This was because the void-devouring beast was not a living creature, but the embryonic form of a world. It followed the laws of nature and roamed the void, feeding on the corpses of other worlds. At the same time, it gave birth to even more void-devouring beasts. When it had accumulated a certain amount of matter, the void-devouring beast would stop and begin to derive earth, fire, wind, and water, finally forming a world. Such a cycle maintained the life and death cycle of the 3,000 worlds. Deep Blue Fatty was only in its mother's body when it was invaded by Xianxia, who in turn devoured the mother's body. Even so, it still did not have any self-awareness, only a series of instincts. The Chaos Demon God had become a similar existence, assimilated into a part of the demon realm, and was already it. If one did not understand the situation and rashly fought it as an ordinary demon god, they would be asking for trouble. Not only did it have a terrifying level of energy, but the law of primal chaos also had the ability to distort and destroy other laws. If a true immortal dared to fight it head-on, they would be horrified to find that the laws they controlled were completely ineffective, and they would be dragged down to the same level, where they would be devoured by the terrifying energy. During this process, all techniques would be rendered ineffective, and they would not even be able to escape. And perhaps the demon gods did not understand all of this as well as Xianxia. They were usually stuck in the demon realm and did not dare to go out, so they naturally did not have the chance to roam the void, let alone enter the body of a void-devouring beast. Although Xianxia was not even a fraction of their age, he had a lot of experience. He had once been the divine general of paradise, and he had even walked through the 6 paths of reincarnation. He could be considered a piece of real estate in the 3,000 worlds, and it was still rising in value. The 5 continents world had become extremely huge, far surpassing the 9 provinces of the past. Therefore, when he used the karma-severing technique, he easily avoided the confrontation and sent the Chaos Demon God back to the abyss of the Valley of Tang. Even the demon god was in awe. Demon god Xianxia sang loudly, "My king is strong, my king is prosperous. You are brave and wise, the most perfect combination of heaven and earth, the ultimate creation. When you were born, the entire infernal domain was softly calling your name, Xianxia. If heaven had not given birth to Xianxia, the ages would have been like a long night. He seeks happiness for the demon folk. Oh, he's the great savior of the demon folk." The demon gods were speechless, feeling deeply ashamed. Xianxia rolled his eyes. "Shut up. Even a cultivator who had gone through 2 or 3 heavenly tribulations would not be able to utter such words, let alone a god." The most hateful thing was that even when this fellow was fawning, there seemed to be a hint of mockery mixed in it, causing people to feel uncomfortable all over. Demon god Xianxia turned around and pleaded, "Please show mercy, my king. Please forgive me. I'm old and frail, so I really can't withstand this mountain. After being pressed down for a while, my back hurts so much that it's almost snapped. Cough, 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 I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore." As he spoke, there was a series of coughs. His voice had become much older. He did not seem like a rebel who wanted to kill Xianxia, but an old official who had served the king for many years in the imperial court and had been treated unfairly. Xianxia had basically resigned himself to such a shameless guy. Apart from venting his anger, there was no longer any point in suppressing Xianxia anymore. With the unification of the entire demon domain and the possession of the core laws of 11 demon gods, his strength and authority had already reached its peak. Xianxia could no longer threaten him anymore, and with Xianxi's weird personality, there was no possibility of him rebelling either. Although he could continue to vent his anger on Xianxia, before he could even raise his hand, Xianxia had already offered his face to him, saying, "Please slap my face hard," as if saying, "If you don't let me go, I'll keep fawning and begging you." The so-called shame and honor of the world had no meaning to him at all. Instead, he found it very interesting and enjoyed it very much. He was not the kind of guy who used his strength to toy with the weak, but a hunter of novelty who practiced what he preached. Xianxia shook his head and waved his hand from afar. On the distant Xianxia mountain, the 6-word Great Brightness mantra written by the Buddha was lifted up by a gust of wind and gently floated down. With a boom, the mountain rocks shattered, and the earth shook. Xianxia immediately burrowed out from the bottom of the mountain and bowed deeply in Xianxia's direction. "Thank you, my king, for your mercy. Long live my king." Li Qingshan could not be bothered to distinguish whether living to 10,000 years was a blessing or a curse to him. With the unification of the demon domain, a huge change was happening in the demon domain. Rumble, 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 the earth shook, and the mountains rose and fell. A plateau rose from the earth, its height already higher than most of the mountain peaks in the demon domain, like a tiger crouching down. The mountains on the plateau were like the sea, and dragons and snakes rose from the land, surrounding a mountain peak in the middle. The mountain peak pierced through the clouds and was still rising, breaking through the layers of clouds as if it was going to poke a big hole in the sky. Li Qingshan stood on the peak of the mountain, and unknowingly, he was already above the sea of clouds. As the vortex of the demonic clouds under his feet gradually dissipated, he looked into the distance and saw billowing smoke and thousands of mountains surging towards him. It was as if the entire demon domain was under his feet. In fact, it was indeed so. What a crouching tiger and coiling dragon! Unfortunately, no matter how high the mountain was, it could not be higher than the sky. The structure of the demon domain and the pure land was very complicated and indescribable. It was not as simple as the demon domain being below and the pure land being above. It could not even be simply described as up and down. The metaphor of a painting being divided into two sides was just a metaphor. The demon domain and the pure land were essentially a single entity, and the reason they were separated from each other was because they were connected. Only like that could the evil thoughts of the pure land constantly sink into the demon domain, absorbing the exuberant life force at the same time. Only then could the unbelievably fertile land be created. But it was exactly because of this that the demonic beasts in the pure land of bliss would run amok. They would pass through the passageway and invade the pure land of bliss at midnight every day. What Li Qingshan wanted to do was expand the passageway between the two worlds, completely shattering this gap and merging the two worlds into one again. There would no longer be a demon domain of bliss. This was not resentment, nor was it revenge. Instead, it was following the way of nature and restoring the original Qilan paradise. On that day, there would still be a struggle for survival of the fittest, and there would still be the cruelty of survival of the fittest, but there would no longer be demon folk who were born sinful. Everyone would be able to choose their own fate again. The unification of the demon domain was only a beginning. The merging of the two worlds had already begun. At that moment, all of the demon folk raised their heads and discovered that a faint golden rim had appeared on the black sun above their heads. Li Qingshan could not help but extend his hand as if he wanted to grasp it. Path of the hungry ghost, a white hand reached toward the night sky, and a red star floated in the clouds, mesmerizing and illusory. The star was far and unreachable. Finally, he could only put his hand back to his chest, which had already turned into white bones. He sighed softly, Qingshan. As he chased after the sun, there were also people chasing after the starlight behind him. Li Qingshan sensed something and suddenly turned back, only to hear the mountain wind whistling, blowing from the distant horizon to the end of the world. It was cold at the top, and there was no one around when he reached the peak. No, there was someone else, although it was someone he did not want to see. Qian Rongji bowed slightly and asked respectfully, "What's wrong, my king?" "Nothing." Li Qingshan shook his head. Conquering the 12 demon realms, unifying all the demonic lands, and declaring the great ambition of letting the sun shine on the demonic lands was only the first step of his long journey. Now, he had too many things to handle. It could be said that he had 1,000 things to do. First, he had to start seclusion to comprehend the great Tao. There were two parts to this. One was the series of laws that he had comprehended through the refining the spirit to return to the void. A large part of it was born from his own path, mainly the 9 transformations of demons and gods and the unfettered tome. It had little to do with the laws of the demon domain. Especially since the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine still had many transformations that had not been perfected, he had to take this opportunity to push it to a higher realm. Next was to use the Black Sun demon heart as a foundation and combine it with the core laws obtained from the 11 demon gods to further comprehend the laws of the demonic realm. At the same time, he had to comprehend the laws of the pure land of ultimate bliss and trace back to the most primitive memories of the Qilan paradise. During this process, he had to use the plateau and mountains as a foundation to absorb a massive amount of spiritual power to maintain the consumption of energy. At the same time, he had to constantly convert it into his own power to truly possess the power of a true god. Laws and power were everything to a god. They were the foundation that allowed him to rule over the demonic realm. Next was the strategy of the demonic realm for the next 100 years. He gave a series of orders. The first order was, stop invading other worlds, including the human realm. He had to switch to a strategic defense and prepare to deal with external attacks. At the same time, he had to focus on solving the internal problems of the demonic realm. The Fiend Celestials expressed their support for this. With the appearance of the Chaos Demon Star, the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth began, and the Demon God King was born. Then, the infernal domain would have to suffer the fiercest attack. The immortals and Buddhas of the 9 heavens would not just sit here and wait for them to grow stronger. The desire-less heavenly palace had probably mobilized all of its forces. It was probably not only the selfless heavenly palace, but all the heavenly palaces and deities above the 9 heavens were preparing to face this tribulation. If one were to say that the demonic domain of the past was merely a malignant disease that was difficult to eradicate, a benign tumor that was slowly growing, although it had invaded and annexed many worlds and fought back and forth with the human realm, compared to the entire 3,000 worlds and the 6 paths of reincarnation, it was actually not much of a threat at all. Even if another 10,000 years were to pass, it would not be able to cause any great changes, let alone threaten the 9 heavens. Now, following Xianxia's entry into the demonic realm, this benign tumor had completely transformed into a malignant tumor. When Xianxia directly annexed the most important Buddhist Pure Land as his goal, its nature had completely changed. From a separatist bandits and refugees, it had become a rebel army plotting to usurp the throne. If this was only a threat to the Buddhist faction, Xianxia himself had a deep relationship with the 7 great sages. This made all the immortals uneasy. Although the 7 great sages were suppressed, each of them was a supreme existence that had merged with the void. As long as the Great Path was not destroyed, their existence would not be destroyed. Compared to them, the 12 Fiend Celestials were as docile as babies. Once they were released, the world would immediately be in chaos, and the gods would not be able to survive. And this was certainly Xianxia's next most important goal. Once his power reached its peak, he would immediately begin to rescue the 7 great sages and fulfill the 9 heavens pact with Brother Ox. Because of this, the immortals and Buddhas of the 9 heavens wanted him dead at all costs. Now, if he dared to take a step out of the demonic realm, Zhenwu the Great would immediately send him to the next world. The reason why he could sit here comfortably and think about things was thanks to the demonic realm. Like the ordinary world, the demonic realm also had a tolerance limit. It could only accommodate existences that had undergone 7 divine tribulations and had refined their spirits to return to the void. For existences of a higher level, there would be a very strong rejection. Moreover, the demonic realm itself was large enough, and its will was strong enough to distort and suppress all the rules of outsiders, even destroying and polluting their rules. It could be regarded as a super-powerful version of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Therefore, although the Fiend Celestials did not dare to leave the demonic realm, they had the basic ability to protect themselves. In particular, the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the evil was extremely powerful. This was different from the so-called formation of ordinary cultivators. Instead, it relied on the boundless net of rules of the demonic realm to form. Once it was activated, it could strangle a real god and further strengthen the restrictions on existences at the level of Zhenwu the Great. Therefore, the internal construction was of utmost importance. Forcing the Fiend Celestials to submit was actually a risky move. With the existence of the 12 Fiend Celestials, there was the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the evil. Although the Chaos Fiend Celestial had completely gone mad, it was still an important foundation of the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the evil. The other Fiend Celestials could use it for defense. If a Fiend Celestial fell, then the entire defense system would collapse. Xianxia, the new Fiend Celestial King, would very likely be killed by the decapitation operation. Fortunately, the peace-loving Fiend Celestials were clearly more willing to consider the big picture than him. Although the 11 Fiend Celestials had already submitted, the problem of the Chaos Fiend Celestial had to be solved sooner or later. He had to think of a way to awaken its consciousness and obtain the part of the core rules it controlled. Only then would the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil have the ability to attack outside. Therefore, he summoned Xianxia. Do you know why I summoned you here? The Chaos Fiend Celestial has fallen, and you want me to replace it. That's right. Are you willing? Generally speaking, no one would be willing. It was not just a matter of risk. Instead, they would inevitably lose a large part of themselves, or even be completely assimilated, turning into a chaotic and twisted monster. They could no longer be called a god. Of course. Xianxia did not hesitate and gladly accepted. But I need to make some preparations. You need a long time to prepare. Go, I will support you spiritually. Li Qingshan waved his hand indifferently. He was already the representative of the demon territory's will. His spiritual support meant endless resources and luck. After experiencing all sorts of changes, he no longer hated Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not retreat. Instead, she took a step forward and stared at Li Qingshan. My king, I still have one more thing. Li Qingshan frowned. A feeling of disgust arose spontaneously. Just by sensing with his mind, he immediately understood Xianxia's plan. Xianxia wanted to bring the Ming cult to greater heights and spread it across the entire demon territory. She was obviously the cult leader of the Ming cult, and the supreme god that her followers believed in was obviously him, the great savior of demon folk. Afterwards, they would be reduced to statues enshrined high up in the temple, becoming some sort of twisted symbol. As his followers, they would obviously receive many privileges, while those who did not believe in him would be severely punished. Then should he build a paradise for his devout followers in the future? And give those blasphemers a piece of demonic soil? That was basically the greatest irony. I refuse. You can leave. Xianxia pointed at the black sun in the sky. My king, I can sense something. Probably all demon folk can sense it too. Kindness awakens in many people. If no one affirms these kindness, it will continue to be buried in the bottom of their hearts. The few awakened ones will still be hunted down and killed. Who will protect them? If no one guides demon folk, this chaos will continue forever. The kind-hearted demon folk will only suffer even more. They'll feel like they're in hell, burdened with sin and killing one another. Generations of demon folk will suffer pointless pain and sacrifice pointless. Without stable order and a loyal army, light will never come. Xianxia spoke confidently. The pressure from Li Qingshan grew heavier and heavier. Even breathing became difficult for her, but she still refused to stop talking. Finally, she knelt on the ground and knocked her forehead against the rock heavily. Blood sprayed, and the rock collapsed. Li Qingshan remained silent for quite a while. He waved his hand and turned around. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. Her scarlet eyes were dazzling as she bowed deeply again. I will spread the gospel. My king's benevolence and grace will definitely spread across the demon domain, allowing everyone in the demon domain to know about it. They will be your most loyal and fanatical warriors. Afterwards, she stood up in satisfaction and made her way down the mountain. Li Qingshan raised his head and stared deeply, deeply at the black sun rimmed with gold, overlapping with his pitch-black eyes. Finally, he was the only one left here. Like an ascetic monk, he sat down on the rock at the top of the mountain and sank into his eternal thoughts. In that moment, the wind and clouds changed, and the clouds changed. The vast, endless spiritual chi of the world gathered towards this highland, this lone mountain, and this man. As soon as Xianxia made her way down from the highland, she suddenly looked back and saw a visible river of light in the sky. It fluctuated like an aurora, flowing with a myriad of colors. She sighed in admiration from the bottom of her heart. What a magnificent sight! All the demon folk in a range of several tens of thousand kilometers could see it clearly. They were enchanted by this beautiful scenery they had never seen before. The river rose and fell. That was his fluctuating emotions. From time to time it would kick up a series of vortices. That was his surging thoughts. Is it worth it? As he comprehended the laws of the demon domain, he could clearly see the future. He saw how his statue would break out of the rock, be plastered with gold, and be delivered into a glorious hall. He also saw people prostrating at the feet of the statue devoutly and passionately, filled with pain and hope. Yet, all I can give them is destruction. From the very beginning, he only wanted to walk his own path, so he was unwilling to establish too deep of a connection with others. Hatred and hostility were a form of restraint, but these terrifying enemies would instead rouse his fighting spirit, allowing him to break free from his comfort and pleasure. He would advance valiantly, killing decisively and cruelly destroying all obstacles. He would step on the corpses of his enemies and laugh in delight. The most difficult to deal with were instead those gentle and affectionate people. Those who wholeheartedly care for him, those who are willing to do anything for him. Therefore, he did not want to consider himself a savior. Whether it was swallowing the devilish heart of the Black Sun or being killed by the Thunder God General of the Ninth Heaven millions of times, those were the paths he had chosen. He did not need anyone to thank him or repay him. If this was really a sacrificial ceremony, then he didn't mind becoming a proud and aloof sacrifice. If the cold stars don't notice, I will sacrifice my blood to the emperor. However, if they did not rouse all the demon folk, it was impossible for them to win this war. Instead, it would fall into great chaos due to the continuous fusion of the two worlds. From the moment he took this step, it was no longer about him alone. He was the leader of all sins, the source of all evil. I am a group of demons. He sank his mind deep into the depths of the demon domain. The pain and resentment accumulated by the trillions of demon folk for billions of years surged like the abyssal sea. They did not desire redemption, only revenge. He didn't even care who he was going to take revenge on. He just wanted to drink blood and souls. Burning to death is better than sinking to live an ignoble existence. Li Qingshan's voice rang out, cold and resolute, echoing through the mountains. Xian Rongji bowed. You are my will, my fate. Only the tree for the Garden of Solitude. A gentle breeze blew past the Bodhi tree, and the thousands of branches and leaves echoed together. With a metallic tint, it formed a wondrous melody. However, today's tone was different from usual. There was less Zen and more Taoist in it. The Buddha was currently resting with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes when he heard the voice, brought his palms together, and bowed in greeting. He smiled. Teacher, long time no see. How have you been? Aren't you going to lecture on alchemy today? If someone else heard that, they would definitely be astounded. Just who could be referred to as teacher by the Buddha? The newcomer was a Taoist priest. He had white hair, but he had a ruddy, youthful face. His crane cloak fluttered in the wind, giving him the smell of smoke and fire. At first glance, he seemed no different from regular old Taoists. However, this old Taoist priest was the ancestor of Taoism, the teacher of all immortals, Taisheng Laojun. Contrary to the Buddha who spread the Dharma and delivered all living beings from suffering, he spent most of his time in the Tushita heavenly palace comprehending the primordial Tao fruit. Other than occasionally refining a few cauldrons of pills for the celestial arch and explaining the primordial Tao fruit to the immortals, he never participated in the affairs of the world. The last time he met the Buddha was tens of thousands of years ago. He knew that even if he rejected the title of teacher, the other party would still insist, so he accepted it calmly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He put his palms together and bowed. He said, the celestial arch saw the birth of the demon star and the beginning of the calamity. He is holding a banquet to discuss the matter of the demons, so he specially ordered me to visit the Venerable One. The Buddha nodded slightly and accepted the title of Venerable One. He smiled. His Majesty is probably very happy. I'm so happy. I took out the bear skin and walked around the palace wearing it, but I can't see the sword on my waist. Old Lord Taisheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. As for the whereabouts of the sword, he naturally knew. The Buddha said in surprise, don't tell me it's still the one Zhuolu wore back then. Taisheng Laojun nodded with a straight face, I specially made a divination, and it really is that one. The two of them laughed together, their laughter stirring the Bodhi leaves on the tree. That's really bothering me. His Majesty has always felt that the previous two calamities were unfair, and he blamed you for ruining his plans. So he specially ordered me to pass a message to you, heaven's will cannot be defied. You can do it twice, but not thrice. It was clearly teacher's idea. If you don't do it, I won't do it either. That's also something that can't be helped. I have also deeply let him down. But please rest assured, this time I will not cause any unnecessary trouble. With their realm, any trace of memory would not become indifferent with time. Every time they thought about it, it was no different from being there. The emotions they felt from it were a million times that of ordinary people. They could understand and sympathize with the ignorance and despicableness of the world, but the world could not understand their wisdom and compassion. Of course, be it the Celestial, the Arch, or the Buddha, they were also limited by their abilities and could not do anything about it. The pride of using the world as a chessboard, and all living beings as chess pieces, was just the delusion of mortals. The Celestial, the Arch, is the descendant of the Fuxi clan after all. The proud dragon has no regrets. Taisheng. Lao Jun stood with his hands behind his back. It was unknown what he was thinking about, but in a trance, his body seemed to have become extremely tall, connecting with the sky, standing above the great Tao, looking down at everything from an unreachable height. In the blink of an eye, at the same time, he was indeed only 7 feet tall, an old Taoist covered in smoke and fire. Extremely ordinary but extremely great, extremely weak but extremely strong, doing nothing but everything. The two completely opposite realms and feelings were perfectly unified in his body. Buddha praised, "Teacher has improved a step further. If teacher did not come to see me, I would have gone to see teacher and receive another lesson." The Tao is endless, mysterious, and profound, and indescribable. Unfortunately, you are only interested in the living beings of the world, and cannot see what I see. In the end, wisdom is just a means to you. If you can move your gaze away from the living beings and observe the world with me, the wisdom you will obtain will be far greater than this, Taisheng. Lao Jun said regretfully. With teacher's wisdom, he is naturally not willing to be restricted to the mortal world. However, we are also one of the living beings. The lotus is born from the mud. The appearance is born from the heart, and the realm is created from the heart. Without living beings, the world is meaningless. As long as you and I can understand the suffering of the living beings, we cannot transcend. I have never been able to argue against you. Those who are kind do not argue, and those who argue are not good. Words of faith are not beautiful, and good words are not believed. Neither good nor beautiful, just like me. Under the tacit understanding was a disagreement that could not be resolved even after millions of years. Perhaps some students didn't know that after this volume, it would be the final volume of the legend of the great sage. Unknowingly, you've already gone through 4 or 5 cycles of winter and summer. I'm sure you've experienced many major changes in your life while reading this book. Starting from the first volume, the young wanderer, Li Qingshan, transformed into a demon, and Shaoan regrown from bone to bone. After experiencing the wondrous dangers of the underground demon city, he became a tragic novelist in the crisscrossing of the 100 schools. He swore an oath that would last until death did them part. That was the beginning of the book, and it could also be said to be the first part. Then, during the beginning of chaos and the chaotic battle in Green Prefecture, Qing Shan rose against the current and became the lord of the clear river water. After a series of dance of corpses and ghosts, he obtained Phoenix Nirvana. Then he went through the mist province's cloud dream on the shores of the South Sea. He was also once lost at the end of the void. Finally, he returned as a king, conquering the east and conquering the west. He was known as the unparalleled Demon King. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the journey had passed. Rather than the end of the first half, it would be more accurate to call it the middle part. During this process, he really experienced a storm. Who knew how many times he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep? They were ecstatic when they were enlightened, and they cried when they were lost. He had once been sent high into the sky by a huge wave, mistakenly believing that he had learned how to fly, but in the blink of an eye, he was slammed into the abyss. Actually, I had already expected it. When the book reached a few 100,000 words, the first recommendation would be cross the sea. After all, my life has never been smooth sailing. I just didn't expect it to be so torturous this time. I've long since given up on chasing success. I just want to write a novel that I like and work hard to make it better and better. It doesn't matter if I can't become a god or earn a lot of money. There are so many losers in this world, and someone has to lose. Why can't it be me? Yep, I'm just that inspirational. However, such a small wish, such a natural thing, was actually so difficult to achieve. Sometimes, after putting in all the effort, it would be better to stay where they were. He denied his past self, but he didn't know where his future self was. Many people have said to me, "You think too much." But this is the greatest pleasure of my life. No matter how painful it was, he had never regretted it. No matter how painful and torturous it was, he had never regretted it. Xianxia said, "The world's marvelous, extraordinary spectacle often lies in the fact that it is dangerous and far away, yet people rarely reach it. Therefore, those who are not ambitious cannot reach it." I strongly believe that my job is to share everything that I have experienced with all of you. It was with this, and I began to believe that I had to say. This time I will go to the other side. When Xianxia ascended to the 6 realms of Xianxia through the heaven-climbing vine and unlocked the phenomena of the world of mortals, he rapidly became a true disciple of the myriad sect through his deep accumulation in the world of the 9 provinces. Of course, this was not the boring repetition of the academy. Instead, it was the bloody battle of Black Cloud City, the excitement of rising from the coiling dragon. In Avicii hell, he comprehended neither thought nor no-thought tranquility. In the great Laying Temple of Elysium, he sought all the answers. Then, he ventured deep into the boundless demon realm, killed the evil god, battled the Tao Tai, and killed the 9-headed snakelet. 9 heavens was when the other side. Blooming. The last scroll, unparalleled under heaven. Maybe some of you don't know this yet, but I've decided to read the legend of the great sage from beginning to end again. I want to fill in all the holes, give an explanation to all the important characters that appeared in the story, and give the legend of the great sage a perfect ending. So, this time, I won't be updating for a long time, so please be mentally prepared. This is a really difficult decision, and the process of reading is also very tiring. Maybe when you read, you only see the wonderful and good parts, and directly skip over the ordinary and bad parts. As for those friends who were especially partial to me and had watched it several times, they probably didn't think that it was anything difficult at all. But to me, this is a difficult challenge that I've failed many times. Up until now, the thing I'm most afraid of is rereading what I've written before. So far, the only book that I've completely read is the first Transmigration Druid. Because what I see is always not wonderful enough, not good enough. It can be as small as a sentence break, or as big as a failure in the entire plot. It's as if I'm digging up my own dark history, and I'm so ashamed that I want to roll on the ground. For example, the first sentence that Oxen says in the first chapter of the legend of the great sage, "Under the pitch-black sky, the continuous mountain range is like a crouching giant beast, quietly waiting for the dawn." The word of seems to have been used too much, making this sentence seem too flat. Also, between the continuous mountain range and crouching giant beast, should there be a sentence break? Back then, in order to adapt to the writing rhythm of web novels, I destroyed the integrity of this sentence. In the end, after thinking about it, the word of is not a problem. This sentence should be flat, but the sentence break shouldn't be like this. I really want to change it in the background. No, I want to continue reading. 5 minutes passed. It might have been easier to endure these minor problems with words, but the problems with the characters and the plot were a type of humiliation and torment. They constantly reminded me of what a huge mistake I had made in the past, and then reminded me of my entire life. But this time I believe that I've become strong enough to overcome all obstacles and learn from my past failures to become even stronger. I'll be able to write better stories and constantly approach perfection. At the same time, I'm also working hard to affirm myself, to affirm the words I've written, and the path I've walked. After all, if I didn't struggle in pain and pursue perfection time and time again, I wouldn't be the current me. I might even be complacent and not realize the existence of these mistakes. No one's life is smooth sailing, but no one's life is only filled with failure. At the same time, I would like to report on my progress. I have read 5 volumes of The Legend of the Great Sage, and I have gained a lot. I feel like I have gained enlightenment. But because of this, I have spent a lot of time and energy, and there are too many things to digest. Also, it is the new year, and there are many things that need to be taken care of. In addition, during this period of time, I have been writing at my desk for a long time, using words to organize my thoughts. The lingering pain in my back has also affected my progress. Speaking of which, as a web novelist, the number of words I write by hand every month is much more than the number of words I type. I don't know what kind of mentality I have. In short, I have a clear idea of how to write the last volume and what I can write. My motherland and people can rest assured. Also, as I gradually digest my gains, the speed of my reading will gradually increase. If it is just to organize the plot and not to try to understand the essence of the novel and improve my writing level, it is quite easy to read hundreds of thousands of words in a day. Actually, I am also under a lot of pressure. Not updating for more than a month is already being condemned by everyone, and I am being cursed by everyone. I have given up on earning money, and I do not look at the scenery. I have spun a cocoon of my own, and I am all alone. Although it is the New Year's Day, and my family is reunited, I am still worried and depressed. Why bother? Why bother? Normally, at this time, unless I am in extreme pain, I do not want to communicate with others. I walk my own path, so why should I complain? I feel sorry for myself, and I only hate myself. But now that I have opened my heart and look back, if not for you, how would I be where I am today? You have accompanied me all the way here, and the energy you have spent is many times more than reading other novels. Therefore, even if you are not the original readers, I do not dare to look down on you. The refreshes, the reviews, the expectations, the enthusiasm, and the encouragement contained in them are not something that can be measured with money. Writing up to this point, I suddenly feel that my back does not hurt anymore. Perhaps it is because I am under too much pressure and have too much on my back. Actually, I am very happy. I finally have enough strength to fulfill the promise I made 4 years ago, the dragon's finishing touch: break the wall, ride the wind, and ride the mist. All efforts will eventually be rewarded. Sincerity can move metal and stone. A black sun illuminated the boundless demonic land. All of the mountains, rivers, vegetation were enveloped in a layer of darkness, as if they were looking through black glass. It was condensed and manifested from the laws of the demon domain, bestowing a demon heart upon all demon folk. In essence, every single demon heart was a demon heart of the Black Sun. Legends would always come true. But now, the Black Sun was embedded with a golden rim. Even though the golden light was weak, it still formed a halo, giving off a smear of ink blue. The pure land of ultimate bliss and the demon domain's evil land originally belonged to the Qilin paradise, transformed from the primordial Qilin. They had been split apart by the Buddha Tathagata's unbelievable powers. However, as the man with the Qilin's bloodline descended and brought back the pool of lotus flowers in the Great Lightning Temple, the two worlds began to approach one another. The laws wove together and merged. The light from the distant pure land of ultimate bliss made countless demon folk gaze up in infatuation, making them forget about everything around them. Every pair of black eyes was inlaid with a golden rim. The demon domain that had sunk into darkness for millions of years finally welcomed its first glimmer of light. Those who had never sunk into darkness would never understand the value of this light. It made every single demon heart shine with light. In that moment, they trembled with joy. They cried tears of joy, unable to control themselves, as if they had ascended to bliss. The demonic land had never experienced such hope, such peace. It was basically more intoxicating than any fine wine in the world. The usual games that demon folk loved the most, slaughter, torture, deception, and betrayal, all paled in comparison to this joy. It was meaningless. However, the meaning of their existence had been denied at the same time. A bone-deep pain erupted hysterically. It was more unbearable than any torture. It was filled with shame, regret, emptiness, and despair. It was as if they had sunk straight into hell. Those who have never seen light should have been able to endure the darkness relatively easily. If they've never held on to hope, they won't feel despair. A woman murmured softly like the hiss of a snake, bestowing great curses and great blessings upon all life. I hope you like this fate. She had already offered the most sumptuous offering to the demonic sky, a proud tiger. Then she lowered her head and smiled gently. I still have to thank you. In her arms was a baby who was sleeping soundly, completely unaffected by the changes in the outside world. There was no demon heart in his body. His entire body was enveloped in a holy light, and even the surging demonic energy could not get close to him. He had an inconceivable sense of cleanliness. He was the son of Jiaoying, the son of the evil god, and also the son of humanity. He was so weak that he could not survive on his own, but he did something that even the demon god could not do. He made that proud and aloof tiger willingly walk up the altar. He remembered who had shouted, "Save the children." A mysterious power protected him and all the newborn infants in the demon domain, allowing them to sleep peacefully and escape the fate of being born as demon folk. The woman sighed and said, "What a lucky child, luckier than me." At the same time, in the boundless demon realm, countless beings were suffering in hellish pain. When the pain and despair reached the limit, their heartstrings snapped one by one, and their demon hearts shattered one by one. It seemed to come from the very depths of hell. Soundless rumbles shook up the entire demon domain. Hundreds of millions of demon folk descended into madness, completely demonifying and turning into twisted, vicious demonic beasts. They let out hysterical roars at the black sun rimmed with gold in the sky, filled with loathing and curses. They were tempted to tear it to pieces and devour it. That was the source of all pain. At the top of the mountains, the fierce wind ruffled his scarlet hair. A man suddenly opened his eyes and listened attentively. Thousands of crystalline snowflakes cut into his face like blades. He felt a deep pain as well. Why was he here? Why was he alone? No one knew. No one knew what he was searching for in such a high place. The miniature world had ceased to exist a long time ago, having merged with the entire demon domain. However, the battle between the gods and demons in his heart had never stopped for a single moment. Instead, it became even more intense. At that moment, it reached a whole new peak. All the beings in the demon domain were in his heart. The suffering of all beings was his suffering. However, he was not the merciful and benevolent gods and Buddhas of the 9 heavens, but the king of demons. He did not bestow joy, hope, happiness, or peace, nor did he promise a world of ultimate bliss or a blissful afterlife. Instead, he bestowed great pain and great despair. He only promised destruction and death. He pursed his lips, and his expression immediately became as resolute as a rock. He stared at the empty space, opening his chest to the wind and snow. He was always like this. The more pain he experienced, the more determined he became, the more he struggled, the more determined he became. The frenzied demonic beasts did not attack all living beings in the surroundings madly like before. Instead, they all began to run madly, rushing towards the wilderness like they were on a great migration. Rumble. The beasts surged, and the ground shook. They were like surging rivers, but their final destination was not the ocean, but the sky. The beasts chased after the sun, day and night, without rest, until they died of exhaustion. At the very least, they could still burn in the flames like moths flying into a flame, but the sun was beyond their reach. It was impossible to reach in the end. Burning was also an extravagant hope. The man suddenly smiled bitterly before quickly becoming vicious again. His fangs protruded, and he roared at the sky like a demonic beast. Why are you so greedy for bliss that you didn't hesitate to create such a demonic land? This question passed through the demonic sky and shook the laws, directly reaching the pure land of ultimate bliss. It reverberated in the temples and halls, shaking the statues of gods and Buddhas, but no one answered. He didn't need to answer either. What he needed was war, the flames of war that burned everything until the demonic land and the pure land merged again. When that time came, there would be no more endless pain. Of course, there would be no more eternal joy. Life in this world was supposed to be bittersweet, wasn't it? But why? He didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. Didn't he already become a god? After experiencing so many hardships, he had never been so close to the 9 heavens. The frog jumped out of the well and finally turned into a star. As he refined his spirit to return to the void, he controlled the laws of heaven and earth, and his will simultaneously permeated the pure land and demonic land. All the changes reached an unprecedented height. Be it the ox demon, tiger demon, phoenix demon, or spirit turtle, all of them had their own enlightenment. Needless to say, the Qilin transformation was born for this world, and there was no longer any obstruction. Only the demonic ape had fallen into a state of dispiritedness. It was filled with sorrow and depression. This was originally the transformation he liked the most, the happiest when he cultivated. He was free and unrestrained. Now that he had chosen to shoulder this fate, he could no longer be free and unrestrained. All he could do was sit on the top of the mountain alone, listening to the howls of the wind and snow, silently bearing the sorrow of the demon domain and protecting all the children of humanity. He allowed the pain and resentment that had accumulated for millions of years to surge in his heart like an abyssal sea. At this moment, he could not help but look back even though he had never been willing to look back. Xianxia, Ru Xian, Yu Zijin, King Millipede, Hua Sengzan, Banyan Tree King. The names and familiar figures that he had not heard in a long time immediately became vivid, never losing their color. He could not help but smile. It really was a very, very long path. He had gone from a remote mountain village to a foolish cowherd boy, following the winding, rugged mountain path, often having to cut his way through brambles and thorns, scale cliffs, and leap over abysses, all the way to the top of the mountain, the king of demon gods. Along the way, even though there were many difficulties and dangers, he had also witnessed extremely magnificent sights. He had never regretted it. Now, he might as well take a break and reminisce about the glorious past, letting his mind run wild. Stars flickered in the sky. Every single star was a world, and one of them belonged to him. With the unification of the demon domain, the structure of the world rose further, and time flowed slower and slower. Even though the world of the 5 continents had already expanded by who knew how many times, to the point where it could accommodate cultivators who had undergone the 5th heavenly tribulation. However, compared to the demon domain, it was still incomparable. As a result, when he looked at the world of the 5 continents from the demon domain, it was like he had pressed the fast-forward button. In a single moment, the sun rose and set, the clouds changed, and the stars changed. If I reach beyond the 9 heavens, a mortal's life will probably only be a snap of a finger, he thought to himself. He chanted in his heart and concentrated. Everything suddenly slowed down. The sunrise and sunset returned to normal speed, and the white clouds slowly changed shape. At the same time, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Nothing was faster than the thoughts in his mind. It's better to not return to one's hometown when one is rich. Even if he was mocked as a monkey wearing a crown. The ape demon immediately perked up and scratched his ears and cheeks impatiently. Wasn't it just a big monkey? Thoughts leapt out of the demon domain one by one, returning to the world of the 5 continents. That was where he was born. As the deep blue sky-devouring beast roamed and devoured in the void, the 5 continents world continued to expand. New lands, oceans, and skies were being created almost every moment, bringing all sorts of strange animals and plants, as well as the natives of various worlds. In the beginning, the god of the world, Xianxia, had to make a simple division for them. The animals were placed in the demonic beast continent, the humans were placed in the central continent, and the humanoid races with special bloodlines were placed in the mutant continent. They insisted on calling themselves the God continent. Later on, his will gradually became a part of the world will, and the laws of the world would automatically divide all living beings, just like the operation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Aborigines suddenly lost their homes, but their feelings were very different. The cultivators from various worlds simply regarded the 5 continents world as a paradise. Not only was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth denser, but it could also accommodate higher-level cultivators, so they did not have to take the risk to transcend the heavenly tribulation of ascension. Most importantly, the myriad manifestations sect of the human realm had accumulated over 1,000,000 years in the sky, and Xianxia had copied it all, including the core myriad heavenly book. This was not something any sect or cultivation method in any world could compare to. Moreover, all of this was completely open to everyone, and even mortals could go in and take a look. This caused the cultivators who had just arrived to be wild with joy, and they completely forgot the anger of the destruction of their world. For cultivators, nothing was more important than their own cultivation. The world was a place that they wanted to leave, and now, it was equivalent to ascension. The mortals' mood was much worse. After all, they had lost all of their property in an instant. Although they were given new land under the arrangement of the world society, which was often more fertile and vast than their original land, they could not help but feel sad about being forced to leave their homes. However, there was no resentment, because all the land was distributed according to the number of people. It was almost a social movement of beating the local tyrants and dividing the land without any bloodshed. And no matter which world it was always the case that the rich are few, and the poor are numerous, and the rich have fields everywhere, and the poor have no place to stand. After this equal wealth card was used, most people expressed that their mood was stable, and they were overjoyed. The world society was their great savior. As a result, most of the mortals were happy, the cultivators of the upper echelons were happy, and the small group of people in the middle were happy. However, regardless of whether it was sadness or resentment, it soon disappeared. Compared to cultivators who lived for a long time, the lives of mortals were far too short. In the short span of one generation, a foreign land would become their home. Between the fields, smoke curled up from kitchen chimneys, wheat fields were golden, and barefooted children ran and played. They didn't understand the joys and sorrows, but they all wanted to become cultivators from the bottom of their hearts. Traveling through the countryside, the storytellers from the Cloud Wisp Club described a magnificent dream to them. He told them that as long as they worked hard, they could all become cultivators when they grew up. This was the promise of the great chivalrous King Xianxia. A farmer looked at this scene from afar and revealed a gratified smile. Then, a strange expression flashed across his face as he thought to himself, could it be that he was oppressed too deeply when he was young, and that's why he decided to do this? This thought flashed through his mind, and he dared not think too much about it. There was no benefit in slandering the god of the world. Even if they were from the same hometown in the past, they were not particularly close, and that person clearly did not cherish old friendships. He walked through the golden wheat leisurely. His large, rough hand brushed past the wheat, as if he was caressing his own child. Yep, it's another great harvest this year. He was not a regular farmer, but a cultivator from the School of Agriculture. He had already undergone the third heavenly tribulation now, so he could be referred to as a great grandmaster. There were only a handful of them across the entire 5 continents. Among the academy, the path of cultivation of the School of Agriculture had always been the slowest, and often, only people without any talent would choose the School of Agriculture, so he could truly be referred to as a genius. The first time he was referred to like that, he was surprised and laughed for a very long time. The last time he had been referred to as a genius was when he was still a teenager in Crouching Ox Village. Back then, he was one of the greatest geniuses in the village. Not only was he the eldest son of the village head, but he had even caught the eye of the master of the Iron Fist and been accepted as his final disciple. How awe-inspiring was that? Back then, he was still a cowherd boy. Moreover, he was known for his eccentric personality and strange words and actions. He had even been unlucky enough to be possessed by a ghost in the past, only recovering after being punished by the witch. However, he continued to be a loner, and he even became fond of talking to himself and cows. Everyone believed it would probably be difficult for him to find a wife in this lifetime. Perhaps, he would be single for the rest of his life. Now that he thought about it, there really was a reason why he had been bullied by his elder brother and sister-in-law. Sigh, why am I thinking about random things again? He had already made up his mind to bury these memories in the deepest part of his heart. He would not say a single word to anyone, just in case he angered that person. Of course, even if he said it out loud, probably not a lot of people would believe it. The heroic king actually had a time when he was in such a horrible shape. Apart from a few old friends in the 9 provinces, most people believed that he was born to battle the world, that he was omnipotent. However, things like secrets were things that the deeper they were hidden, the more they could not help but think about them, and the more they thought about them, the more they found them to be. They had even fought for the title of the greatest hero of Crouching Ox Village, and they had even engaged in a battle of the peak. Forget it. It doesn't matter if I think about it. It's not like he can always pay attention to this world. Sigh, I refuse to believe that Xianxia will be able to kill me with a bolt of lightning. A mysterious smile appeared on his simple, dark face. He possessed the slyness of a peasant. Boom! A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, landing on his face. His dark face darkened even further, and his smile immediately stiffened. A voice suddenly rang out from behind him, "Oh? Li Long, does that mean I deserve to be bullied?" Li Long slowly turned around, only to see Xianxia standing on the undulating waves of wheat with his hands on his hips. His fingertips produced sparks as he looked at him in amusement. Li Long said sternly, "You can't say that. It's the unfortunate encounter when you were young that made you recognize the unfairness of the world. You've made up your mind to lend a helping hand whenever you see injustice, to return justice to the world. Well said. Li Qingshan let out a long laugh. There are no gods above me. Justice is only within the blade. A sense of heroism rushed into the air, kicking up a storm and stirring up waves of wheat. This was what he had comprehended when he was young. Now that he had traversed the 6 paths of reincarnation and seen deities, Buddhas, and demons, no matter how he thought about it, it was still the same. Li Long let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had managed to bluff his way through in the end. As expected, he could not speak ill of the god of the world, even if it was just in his heart. He considered whether he should ask for a cup of water of oblivion from that fellow Ru Xian. Li Qingshan suddenly lowered his head and asked with a smile, "My old friend, are you willing to lend me a hand?" Li Long's liver trembled when he heard Meng Qi address him as a fellow villager. Without any hesitation, he patted his chest and said, "Of course. Whatever Master Chivalrous King commands, Li Long will obey. You're the god of the world. Nothing in the world is bigger than you. How can a farmer like me help you?" This. Li Long was rendered speechless. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. My fellow countryman is far too narrow-minded. It's not like this is the world of the 9 provinces. How can there be a demon cavern that leads to the demon domain? Moreover, I'm just a farmer, so how am I supposed to fight against those vicious demon folk? I'll just be eaten alive. Isn't that like throwing a meat bun at a dog and never getting it back? It's also like a weasel pulling a chicken never getting it back, and it's even more like. Just as he was feeling a myriad of emotions, Li Qingshan interrupted him. Oh my, I couldn't tell normally, but you sure have quite a lot going on in your mind. You're full of proverbs. Li Long could not care too much anymore. He grabbed Li Qingshan's sleeve. Hero King, Qingshan, Erlang, I've never harmed you, so you can't treat me like this. I did fight you once, but I didn't win. Do you still remember when you killed your way into the Black Wind stronghold alone? I knelt before my master and begged him for a very long time before he sent reinforcements to help you. You should at least spare a thought for me. Back then, he was mainly afraid that Li Qingshan would be trapped in the Black Wind stronghold and the Crouching Ox village would come for revenge, but it was true. However, by the time he arrived in the end, the Black Wind stronghold had already been slaughtered by Li Qingshan. Even now, the sound of him sitting before the mountain of burning corpses was still extremely clear when he thought about it. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh aloud. That was his proudest work, the battle that made him famous. It was even more satisfying than killing the Demon King afterwards. Kid, you sure know how to flatter me. Li Long rubbed his hands and smiled as honestly as an old farmer. How can you call this flattery? I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart. Li Qingshan stopped smiling and straightened his face. Don't worry. I'm not harming you by sending you to the demon domain. I'm helping you. What do you mean? Li Long asked in surprise. He had always understood Li Qingshan's personality. He was straightforward and would take his revenge if he could, but he would never resort to trickery. Li Qingshan smiled. You might not know this, but I've already become the master of the demon domain. He purposely came to find Li Long not just because he heard a few words of slander or to reminisce. At this time, the sun was setting in the west and the sky was red. On the field of harvest, the king was talking to the farmer. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing to the people. The people who came from various worlds would not have too much resentment as long as they had food to eat. As long as they could eat a full meal, they would be deeply grateful to him. Demon folk needed to eat too, not just regular demon folk. In a higher world like the demon domain, even demon kings and demon emperors could not stop eating and drinking. They could not rely on demon chi alone to survive. The higher the level of the world, the greater the restrictions on cultivators. When Li Qingshan first arrived at the human realm, he felt hungry very quickly. It was the same logic. Demon kings and demon emperors did not have to worry about food at all, but regular demon folk were not that lucky. Once they ran out of food, they could only kill one another and feast on humans. In such a harsh environment, even a regular world could not give birth to any kind people. When the Elysium stole all the vitality of the demon domain, it also severed the root of kindness among demon folk. The demon domain had invaded the trichiliocosm mainly for a single bite of food. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the barren demonic soil to sustain so many demon folk. As a result, after Xianxia, the king of demon gods, unified the demon domain, the first thing he did was not gather the 12 demon gods and plan some grand strategy against the heavenly palace. Instead, he had to deal with the problem of regular demon folks' food. If he did not deal with this problem, all his strategies and tactics would be water without a source. And, without the support of a billion demon folk, how were they supposed to fend off the gods and Buddhas? Xianxia squinted his eyes and gazed into the distant horizon. A smear of red light flickered through his eyes. If he was right, before long, all the worlds controlled by the demon domain would face a full-scale counterattack or even be completely destroyed. The demon domain would lose most of their sources of food. Afterwards, it would definitely lead to a great famine that would sweep through the entire demon domain. The number of demon folk who would die would probably be more than 100 battles. The demon domain would enter a prolonged period of chaos until its population shrank to the limit, perhaps a tenth, or perhaps 100th. All of the surviving demon folk would become even more brutal and vicious. It would be even more impossible for them to recover their humanity. The curtains to war had already been drawn. The flames of war would ignite in countless worlds, shaking up every single star. Compared to this, the grand history of war between the human realm and the demon domain in the past was nothing more than a small skirmish. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that as the demon domain rapidly approached the Pure Land, the demon domain would constantly recover its vitality. It would no longer be a barren, desolate land. Only then would they be able to find a way to recover production and become self-sufficient, so that they could last through this prolonged and brutal war until the Elysium completely descended. That's why the demon domain just happens to be in need of a talent like you. Xianxia's gaze was eager. Li Long's cultivation was only at the third heavenly tribulation. It was not even worth mentioning. He was only equivalent to a demon king. Who knew how many demon kings the demon domain had, and probably every single one of them was better at fighting than him. Just in the world of the 5 continents alone, who knew how many were more powerful than him? However, his value could not be compared to any demon king or cultivator. What mattered was the path he took. As it turned out, the family of farmers, a small family that could only be regarded as the bottom of the 100 schools of thought, turned out to be the foundation of everything. They sowed 100 grains and had enough food and clothing. They repaired hunger and saved disasters. Farming and warfare were one. They could not fight without farming. Food was the foundation of the people were the foundation of the country, and the country was the foundation of the ruler. The clan he belonged to was also called the Xianxia. Li Long's heart was filled with shock. The person in front of him was actually a real god. That poor cowherd boy with only an old oxen had already ruled the boundless demon domain. Xianxia heard his thoughts and sighed in his heart. He would rather not come to the boundless demon domain to find that oxen. Li Long's expression changed. Whether it was the integration of the 2 sides of the demon domain and the Pure Land, or the sudden arrival of the great tribulation of heaven and earth, these pieces of information were more shocking than the previous one. Only with the ability of a great cultivator could he barely digest it. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his head and asked, "Is this an order? Or an oracle?" Xianxia shook his head. Li Long was the most suitable candidate, but he was not the only one. Although the family of farmers was small, it was still quite widespread. Although their cultivation was not high, with the highest being only at the 3rd heavenly tribulation, with him, the king of the demon gods, using the resources of the entire demon domain to support them, how difficult would it be to become a human sovereign or even a human immortal? Of course, the price was to be directly involved in the war. However, with the raging of the great tribulation of heaven and earth, who could stay out of it? Li Long had experienced the series of upheavals in the 9 states, so he naturally understood this. However, he did not agree immediately. He asked again, "Because we are from the same hometown?" Xianxia smiled. "Because you are a genius." Li Long smiled bitterly. "Of course. I am the second hero of Crouching Ox Village." Li Qingshan continued, so you are young enough. You still haven't seen all living beings as ants. You still dare to grab my sleeve and call me Erlang. Li Long's heart trembled. The unreachable god in front of him still looked like a teenager, and he was about to break into the Black Wind stronghold alone. The setting sun withdrew its last ray of light. The sky darkened and became as blue as water. The crows and sparrows returned to their nests, and the children who ran and played in the fields also returned home. They had a good meal. Li Long casually plucked an ear of wheat and crushed the husk. He placed the golden, plump grain in his mouth and chewed it carefully. He swallowed it slowly. His voice was deep and hoarse. We were all mortals in the first place, right? Li Qingshan nodded. Yes. When I was young, Crouching Ox Village was like the entire world. But later on, I felt that the world was just the Crouching Ox Villages. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed. He did not think someone as unremarkable as him could say something like that. He had not chosen the wrong person. He was the only one and irreplaceable. Qingshan, this time, let me help you. Li Long cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you for your help. Li Qingshan also cupped his hands and bowed. At this moment, the ruler and his subject bowed to each other. Under the ink-blue sky, they left behind two dark silhouettes. The ruler had chosen him as the Minister of Finance and ordered him to make preparations for the trip to the demon domain. Before he left, he said, in the vast world, you will achieve great things. Unlike the fertile plains of the central continent, the continent of demons was filled with mountains and lakes. Mist lingered over the mountains and lakes, soaking into the endless forests and making them even more verdant. There was no right or wrong here. It only followed the most ancient law of nature, natural selection, survival of the fittest. A large river flowed like a dragon between the mountains and rivers. Suddenly, it swam to a cliff and suddenly soared into the sky. It flew straight down and turned into a 1,000-foot waterfall, stirring up a mist that filled the sky. Passing through the mist and arriving behind the waterfall, there was another world hidden there. A dwelling was hidden there. It was where the spiritual veins of mountains and rivers gathered. It blocked out the rumbling of water. The quiet dwelling was pitch black, without any light at all. A pair of dark green cat eyes were extraordinarily large. With a single blink, they illuminated the darkness. Sigh, the nine-tailed fox empress might be noble and powerful, but it's a pity that she's evil. Xianxia held her cheeks in distress. With her rather impressive innate spiritual beast bloodline and a certain person's care, she had already undergone the third heavenly tribulation. She was 17 or 18 years old now. During the Battle of Jadeite Palace, she had suffered a strike from Little Anne. Afterwards, she used her innate abilities to come back from the dead and break free from the nine-tailed fox empress Sumingra's charms, fleeing far away from the Dragon Province. Afterwards, the 9 provinces were devoured by the space-devouring beasts, and a certain person discovered her in the wilderness of the Frost Province. He casually tossed her to the continent of demons. Although she was filled with resentment towards Su Mingrao for using her as a shield, she often could not help but miss the beautiful, luxurious Jadeite palace. She could not help but let out another long sigh. Meow. Suddenly, she clenched her tiny fists and tried her best to pull herself together. As a meow, I still have to rely on myself. Don't you agree, Big Black? 2 dolls were placed before her. One of them was woven from black cloth. The ends of the thread were crooked, and there was a ball of fur inside. It seemed like a standing, black ox, but it was so fat that it basically had no neck. The 2 words North Moon were carefully engraved on the horns on its head. It was the big blacko she mentioned. Yes, Master Xianyu, you are the smartest meow. Dahe nodded attentively, but the voice came from her mouth, answering her own question in a hoarse voice. I'm completely free now. Free, do you know what that means? Xuanyue's face was filled with fascination, as if she had returned to the distant boundless mountains. She yearned for the distant Dragon Province and taught a lesson to some bumpkin demon. I don't understand. What is that? Is it edible? Dahe shook its head for a while, indicating that it knew nothing. Haha, what an idiot. Freedom is the best thing in the world. And you, Xiao Bai, although you stabbed me with your sword, I don't blame you. Who asked you to be so foolish? The other puppet was carved from white wood. It was a small skeleton, and it held a small white sword in its hand. As expected, it appeared to be a little dull. However, even though she said that she didn't blame her, her nose wrinkled up. Aya, it's disconnected again. Sigh, you're nodding and shaking your head. It'd be strange if you weren't happy. She found a needle and thread in a flurry and suddenly calculated with her fingers. Wait, it seems like it's about time. Whatever, Dahe. I'll help you mend it when I get back. You and Xiaobai stay at home obediently. I'm going to go eat something delicious. She patted the heads of the two puppets and tossed aside the needle and thread. She leapt up gracefully and vanished. Without the support of her demon chi, Dahe immediately collapsed on the ground, but it suddenly sneered. The moon hung high in the sky, full and round like a silver plate. It shone with a clear, cold light, but it seemed larger than usual. Amidst the mountains, she was squatting on a bare hill, looking up at the bright moon. Her pupils shrunk like two almonds. This place was very close to her dwelling. Normally, this hill was not some kind of spiritual mountain, but one day, she discovered a secret. As the moon rose into the sky, the spiritual chi became denser and denser, almost visible to the naked eye. The moonlight seemed to accumulate layer by layer on the hill. In an instant, it was covered with a layer of halo, which was particularly conspicuous among the mountains. She breathed in and out the extremely dense spiritual chi, and her smiling eyes curved into two crescent moons. At this moment, a demon chi rose into the sky and swept quickly from the east. Rumbling, the mountains swayed, the earth shook, and the giant trees fell. A big black bear that was the size of a small hill strode over from the mountains. The towering trees under its feet were like weeds that fell to the ground. It was a demon the arch that had undergone 4 heavenly tribulations. Its bare eyes were like searchlights, and it was staring at this small hill. It was overjoyed. This is it. The rumors are true. However, it ignored Xianyu who was on the mountain peak. Get away from me, stinky bear. This is my territory. Xianyu's tail was erect, her hair was bristling, and she bared her teeth, making a threatening sound. However, in front of this huge black bear demon emperor, it was really not much of a deterrent. Your territory? Black bear demon emperor's eyes flashed a touch of surprise. He didn't expect that she would dare to not escape. Although he knew that the forest within a radius of hundreds of miles belonged to a cat demon, he obviously didn't take a demon king seriously. Haha, from now on, everything here belongs to me. If you are willing to submit to me, I will spare. He suddenly stopped, but it was not because of her. He raised his huge bare head and looked at the sky. He saw a strong demon chi rising from the sky, and their target was this small hill, whistling through the air. Some were black-scaled pythons riding on clouds, and some were flying cranes with wings covering the sky. They were all famous great monsters in this demon continent. Without exception, they were all demon emperors. Except for her, ordinary demon kings didn't dare to come within 1,000 miles. Black Bear Demon Emperor was shocked. It's really not so easy to monopolize this Emperor Molasses. Emperor Molasses was a natural phenomenon that only existed in the big world with rich spiritual chi. On the night of Xianxia, the moonlight would condense into thousands of strands of supreme essence, which would fall from the sky. The benefits were unbelievably great. Even ordinary plants could become monsters if they obtained it. However, the conditions for this Emperor Molasses to descend were quite harsh. Not only did it require the right time, but it also required the right place. It had to be a kind of magnet called green autumn stone that didn't absorb iron. Only then could it trigger the reaction of heaven and earth, attract the gathering of spiritual chi, and attract the Emperor Molasses to descend. The small hill under Xuanyuez but was a green autumn stone mountain, and it happened to be within her territory. However, an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. In an instant, a group of monsters gathered and surrounded the small hill, all of them staring at it with bright eyes. It hadn't been long since the 5 continents were upgraded to an existence that could accommodate 5 heavenly tribulations. The cultivation speed of the demon race was far slower than that of humans, and this demon continent had yet to produce a demon emperor. Xianyue was much stronger than Li Long in terms of foundation, bloodline, and heavenly favor, but she was only at the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The cultivation method of the demon race determined that if one wanted to advance their cultivation by leaps and bounds, they would have to have a great fortune. Emperor Molasses was such a great fortune. Whoever could get it would become a demon king and turn the entire demon continent into their hunting ground. All the demon clans would have to bow down to them and become the leader of all the demon beasts in the world. Thus, all the demon emperors were determined to obtain this Emperor Molasses. Unlike humans, the demon race did not like to communicate. In addition, in order to fight for territory, they had already formed countless enmity, so there was no possibility of negotiation. They could only use the most primitive method to communicate. The winner would stay, and the loser would scram. However, they were all afraid that others would benefit from it, so they didn't dare to make the first move. Huge waves of demon chi collided with each other, constantly clashing and rising rapidly. The bright moon rose higher and higher, becoming brighter and bigger. The huge figures of the group of monsters intertwined, enveloping her petite figure. "All of you, go away. This is what Big Black gave me," Xianxia shouted. Many pairs of eyes looked over. Her figure shrank, and she immediately felt a huge pressure. However, she immediately puffed out her chest proudly. The Black Bear Demon Emperor shouted, "You little kitty, are you not afraid of death?" She actually dared to be noisy in front of a group of demon emperors. When the battle started, the aftermath would take her little life. "I think you're the one who's not afraid of death. Do you know how fierce my Big Black is? I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you. His real name is North Moon." "North Moon, what's that? Get him out here. I'll kill him with one slap." The Flying Crane Demon Emperor suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "Wait, what's your relationship with Xianxia?" He was one of the 10 demon kings of the 9 states, Cloud Prefecture's Shadow Cloud Crane King. His cultivation had long reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. However, because the Ascension heavenly tribulation was difficult to pass, he remained in the demon king realm. Following the rise of the 5 states world, he also passed the 4th heavenly tribulation. However, he did not forget the name North Moon. All the demons were horrified. Perhaps they did not remember or even heard of the famous North Moon Demon King, but it was impossible for them not to know Xianxia. He was the ruler of this world. Although there was almost no news of him after he left on the Kuan Peng, he was still a respectable existence. "He's my pet. Hee, are you afraid now?" Xianxia put her hands on her waist and said proudly. All the demons looked at each other and burst into laughter. Their laughter echoed among the mountains. The Black Bear Demon Emperor laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. "You said that Xianxia is your pet. Haha, it seems that he has really left this world. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive." "He hasn't left. He has always been here. I can feel it. You guys don't know anything." Xianxia was so angry that her face turned red. "Don't laugh." In that instant, the laughter stopped abruptly. All the demons opened their eyes wide. A figure appeared behind her. No one saw clearly how or when he appeared. There was a smile on his lips. His fangs were slightly exposed. He had red hair and red eyes. His horns were curved like the moon. He was just like the legends. This had always been the tiger's territory. The air seemed to have frozen. A strange atmosphere deterred all the demon emperors. They could not move at all. At this moment, the spiritual light on the hill had already accumulated to a height of several tens of feet. Suddenly, it surged upwards and connected with the moonlight in the sky. It condensed into an olive-shaped spiritual light that fell from the moon. It was the extremely precious Emperor Molasses. But none of the demon emperors dared to take a step forward. Xianxia blinked her eyes in confusion. How did her orders become so effective? Now you finally know fear." She hurriedly held the Emperor Molasses with both hands. The fluorescent light shone on her face, and she immediately became happy. The Shadow Cloud Crane King opened its mouth to say something. Xianxia put his index finger on his lips. All the demons were silent. He then waved his hand lightly. The Shadow Cloud Crane King immediately spread its wings and flew away without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, all the demons were gone. They were even faster than when they came. Especially that black bear demon emperor. He was not very good at flying. He crawled and rolled all the way. He only regretted that he was born with 2 bare paws. When a fierce tiger came down the mountain, all the other beasts fled. A bunch of idiots. You sure run fast. You were scared to death, meow. Aya, so many. Drops of emperor molasses condensed in midair. They dragged along wisps of silver light like meteors. Her figure flickered. She jumped here and there to catch them. She was like a cat swatting at fireflies. Xianxia smiled and pointed to the sky. In an instant, a meteor shower fell. Thousands of strands weaved the night sky. It was beautiful like a dream. So beautiful. Her eyes widened. She was even happier. Then, she revealed a distressed expression. How was she supposed to catch so many? She busied herself for most of the night. Satisfied, she returned to the cave abode under the waterfall. Lying on the soft bed, she grabbed Big Black and talked to it for a while. Then, she hugged it tightly. Thank you, Big Black. Master, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Hee hee. Thank you too. Ah, I'm so sleepy. Meow Heaven will definitely mend it for you. She yawned and curled her body. She fell asleep in a daze. She muttered, Big Black, freedom is so lonely. I hope I can protect you well this time. Stay away from the wind and snow. Xianxia stayed by the bed and said soundlessly. Xianxia woke up with a start. Her ears pricked up. Big Black? No one answered in the darkness. The mountains were like the sea, and the moon was like frost. A tall figure walked alone along a winding mountain ridge. On both sides was a bottomless abyss. The deep and dark night wind blew from the valley. One step in the air would cause one to be smashed to pieces. However, he closed his eyes and walked forward with big steps, mumbling something to himself. My soul follows my bosom friend, forgetting death. My whereabouts are uncertain, facing the shadow, my pride is unyielding, scratching my head in self-love. Since ancient times, those who have cried bitterly, only Bien he is, the thing that topples the crowd, who is Bo Lu. Hugging a thorn in my bosom, 3 years of destruction, looking sideways, there is no home in the 4 seas. In this world, I only need to close my eyes and take a step, to listen to the lowness of creation. He suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Yes, it's so lonely. He had mysteriously come to this world and was trapped in a small mountain village, in the body of a child. No one knew, no one could understand, he was out of place, and was easily blamed. He only had the cow as his companion, talking to it, as if he had gone crazy. Compared to that, the hunger and cold, the humiliation from his brother and sister-in-law were much easier to bear. It was because he had such experiences that he was so determined to move forward, never looking back. This time was an exception. He had originally wanted to come to this world to indulge his inner monkey, to have fun, but for some reason, he was filled with 1,000 melancholy. Don't lean on the railing alone, the past is unbearable. I am a person who has never looked back, why would I do such a foolish thing? He shook his head, letting go of his stubbornness, letting his thoughts flow freely. In an instant, the wind howled, soaring into the sky. The deities moved, the heavens and earth echoed. The wind swept up the water, destroying the trees. The tens of thousands of miles of mountains shook. Dark clouds rolled and filled the air, swallowing the bright moon. A snowflake quietly floated down from the sky, landing on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, snow covered the sky. Many scenes flashed before his eyes, interweaving with his past and present life, all blurry and indistinguishable. Maybe this is just a big dream, and when I wake up, I will be in a warm bed. When he first came to this world, he had thought of this countless times. Now, looking up, there was only wind and snow, high mountains, and dangerous roads. Such wind and snow always made him think of the ice-sword cliff, the arduous and hopeless climb. It was as if it had never come down and had always been climbing upwards. Even afterwards, he recovered his human form and returned to the world of mortals. He entered Jiaping City, became a Hawkwolf guard, killed Zhuo Zhibua, fought the elders of the 3 mountains. the snowstorm never stopped. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, gradually covering their shoulders and covering the rugged road. The mountains were all covered in white. All the scenes condensed and intersected. A pair of gentle ox eyes stared at him quietly, listening to him talk to himself. "Brother Ox, are you also this lonely?" In that instant, he suddenly understood that feeling. It was just like how he looked at Xianxia, just like how he looked at Li Long unknowingly, that man's stalwart back had already become within reach. If he took another step forward, he would be able to pat his shoulder and say, "Brother Nyo, I'm here." He opened his chest and praised, "What a heavy snow." In his heart, it was a never-ending snowstorm, but in his dreams, it was a continuous drizzle. Outside the small city, the gloomy sky pressed down on the desolate wilderness. "Qinglu, hold on. I won't let you die. I'll definitely kill the demons and save you, save everyone." Her pretty face was covered in gloominess, but her eyes were as determined as steel, shining with violet light. He gently placed her struggling friend on the ground and removed the 100 treasures pouch from her waist. He turned around and made his way towards the small city shrouded in demon chi. Behind the mottled mud walls, men and women of all ages were strewn across the streets and alleyways. Their expressions were wooden, and their eyes were hollow. They seemed like corpses, but their chests clearly rose and fell as they breathed. Black spots would swim across the whites of their eyes from time to time. A black mist permeated the air above the city, composed of countless black insects. It was an extremely rare demon, the miasma demon. When she entered the city again, the black mist called out once more, "You're actually bold enough to return. Then you can stay here and become my food." Everyone stood up, densely packed and motionless. Only their eyeballs moved along with her figure, deathly silent and strange. Following the miasma demon's order, they suddenly roared hysterically in unison, ignoring the tearing of their vocal cords. It was even more mournful than the howls of beasts. Although the city was small, there were still tens of thousands of residents. This roar was like a landslide, enough to frighten the timid to death. It even shook the low-hanging dark clouds, causing a drizzle to fall. Under the drizzle, she did not move. She lowered her head and held the hilt of her sword tightly. Niao Jiuxiao once told her that a person must be decisive and not be soft-hearted. She had always remembered it. He also once said, "Purple is the color of utmost respect, and the sword is the ruler of all weapons." The ruler is wise, and the purple aura comes from the east. Sweeping across the world, unifying the world. Bringing peace to the world, achieving great benevolence. Thus, when she raised her head, her eyes glowed with violet light. She had the aura of a ruler. The demon has taken control of everyone in the city. If we want to save them, we must kill. The sea of people surged forward. With a sweep of her sword chi, more than 10 heads flew into the air. Fresh blood spurted out of their necks, along with wisps of black fog. A few drops of blood fell on her fair face, the scarlet color piercing to the eyes. Her expression did not change. She had to cherish every bit of her vital energy, and could not use it for such pointless things. The crowd controlled by the miasma demon did not fear death. They stepped over the headless corpses, their knees cracking as they pounced at a speed that normal people could not. She leapt into the air, stomped on ahead, and landed lightly on a blue-tiled house beside the road. The crowd immediately surged forward like a tide. She twisted her waist, turned around, and cut several people in half at the waist with her sword. Their internal organs fell out, and blood spurted out. Her purple robe was once again split open. Amidst the roars, the roof she was standing on was like a lonely island, and tides kept crashing onto it. She could not care about exquisite sword techniques, and did not even dare to activate her sword chi. She only relied on the sharpness of the 9-yang sword in her hand to hack and slash, like a chopper. Wherever the blade of the sword passed, flesh and blood were split, bones and tendons were broken, and severed limbs flew everywhere. In an instant, her purple robe was dyed red. Her feet suddenly swayed, and she lost her balance. Under the pressure of countless people, the house was about to collapse. A middle-aged woman behind her took the opportunity to pounce forward. She did not even look back. She straightened her body and leaned back. With a muffled bang, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, the woman flew backward. Her internal organs were all ruptured, and her bones were all shattered. She spat out a wisp of black smoke. Rumble. The house collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the air. She had already landed in a small alley. With a sweep of her peripheral vision, she saw everything around her. Then, she casually swung her sword and killed a few people. With a tap of her toes, she flipped over the wall and landed in a small courtyard paved with blue-tiled tiles. She relaxed her muscles and adjusted her breathing. When the crowd toppled over the brick walls and everyone was thrown off their feet, she took advantage of the situation and slaughtered again. Before she was surrounded, she retreated to a courtyard. She fought as she moved through the city, relying on every house and every wall to kill. She used every second to recover her strength. Men, kill. Women, kill. Old people, kill. Young children, kill. The small city became a slaughterhouse. Corpses were strewn across the ground, and blood flowed everywhere. She was also bathed in blood, but her eyes were clear and penetrating. There was no pity, no hesitation. Her actions were filled with order and efficiency. She was not cold and emotionless, nor was she cruel and bloodthirsty. All of this was to save people, even if she could only save Huaqinglu in the end. Was it sorrow? Anger? Fear? Probably all of them, but there was something else that penetrated her mind and the edge of her sword, revealing a certain nature that was hidden extremely well. It was exactly this thing that allowed her to remain unperturbed by her innate ability when she faced the powerful demon General Strong Stone transformed from the Rock of Slaughter many years later. Instead, she descended into a frenzy of slaughter, yet she was still bold enough to swing her sword at him. Even Li Qingshan sighed in amazement. She had been depressed for a very long time before that. Others thought she was filled with guilt over today's slaughter. Of course, she did feel something like that, but only she knew that she was fearful of her current self. Even Niu Jiuxia did not know about this. Who knew how many people she had killed with her sword? A few hundred? A few thousand? She only remembered that in the end, she had massacred the entire city with her sword and finally killed the miasma demon. How old was she at that time? How many people had she killed now? Thinking up to there, she suddenly lowered her sword and ignored the surging sea of people. She smiled at the sky. Niu Jiuxia, it's not very nice to just barge into someone's dream. Yu Zijian's eyes swiveled. You better refer to me as the Sword Emperor of Violet Heavens instead. Li Qingshan was taken aback as well. He never expected her to answer like that. However, Yu Zijian had already begun laughing aloud. Her laughter was clear and hearty. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds and landed on her. The redness gradually receded. She was still dressed in violet, but her appearance was no longer that of a young girl. She seemed like she was standing under the spotlight, at the center of a stage. She radiated with confidence and glory, incomparably radiant and sharp. Before she knew it, the rain stopped. The drizzling rain was just an old dream. It had ceased to be an obstacle in her heart a long time ago. She was even more decisive and open-minded than Li Qingshan, who had tried to persuade her to make up her mind. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh inside. Back when they met on the island of Cherishing Flowers, she had followed Huaqinglu around like a maidservant. Now, she already possessed an extraordinary charm that rivaled Gu Yenying in the past. No, even Gu Yenying in the past could not compare to her right now. This metamorphosis was like a fish transforming into a dragon. Right now, as he gazed at the corpses strewn across the tiny city that flowed with blood, he suddenly discovered that she had already revealed her loftiness a long time ago. Her resolute boldness was not something she should possess at her age, nor was it something that could be learnt from a few vague principles. As it turned out, she was just a dragon hiding in the abyss, hiding her true appearance. In that moment, many of his memories linked up with her. During the entrance examination of the 100 schools of thought, she had gained the favor of the slovenly Taoist priest, Zhou Tong, with her pure yang constitution. Only Chu Tian's 5 elements constitution could rival her, but in terms of temperament, who knew how many times greater she was than Chu Tian? Along the way, she had gained the favor of the first young miss of the Hua family, Huaqinglu. After being abducted to the Green Vine Mountain, she caught the attention of the Green Vine Elder. After entering the 100 schools of thought, she immediately became the disciple of the strongest school of Taoism, Zhou Tong. She was also the successor of the Violet Heaven's sword that Fu Qingjin sought. Li Qingshan had also helped her many times, and it was needless to say that after coming to this five continents world, the care he had given her was far more profound than that of Li Long, a fellow villager. And he, this lecherous man, had always favored her, but he had never had any improper thoughts. It was as natural as an older brother loving his younger sister, never asking for anything in return. Her thoughts were also pure from beginning to end, as if there were no feelings between a man and a woman, and she was not shackled in the slightest. She received help from benefactors almost everywhere, and every time, she was able to turn misfortune into fortune. In terms of fortune, there was probably no one in the world who could compare. He seemed to have a magical charm that could not only win the hearts of people, but also the blessings of the heavens. After Li Qingshan became a god, he mastered the laws of heaven and earth of the Pure Land and the Devil Land at the same time. He kept looking back to the most distant memory of the primeval Kailan, the ancient picture scroll named the Battle of Mending Heaven, and comprehended the deeper things contained in it. He had already understood the origin of her charm and understood what the word Pure Yang meant. Fuxi and Yuhua were the primordial gods who were born at the beginning of the primordial world. Fuxi belonged to Yang. They walked the ways of the heavens and created dragons. Yuhua belonged to Yin. They walked the ways of the earth and created humans from earth. The two of them grew together, but they also reinforced and countered each other. They were brother and sister, as well as husband and wife. They loved each other, but they were also destined to fight and compete with each other. There was no way to describe their relationship. Yang Qi was clear, while Yin Qi was heavy. Yang controlled ascension, while Yin controlled descent. As a result, Yuhua was destined to lose to her resolute and wise husband in the Battle of Mending Heaven. All she could do was sacrifice herself and merge Yin and Yang, using her body to mend the heavens. As the saying went, solitary Yin cannot flourish, and solitary Yang cannot flourish. Their existence was based on each other's existence, so the Holy Emperor Fuxi vanished with it. The essence of Yu Zijian's pure Yang body was the Holy Emperor Fuxi's heavenly way. It was even closer to the way of the dragon than any of the so-called true dragons he had seen in his life. Renouncing lust, abandoning stagnation. The purest, untainted by dust. The toughest, strongest, and cleaving through everything. In the past, she faced the demon general Strong Stone transformed from the Rock of Slaughter with her cultivation as a chi practitioner. How unbelievable was it for her to be able to swing her sword and receive him without being affected by the murderous aura? If the turtle dragon was as pure as him, he would never have fallen for Sumi Rao's charms. If Ao Xian was as tough as her, he would never have yielded to him. Her existence, her fortune, her personality, her cultivation. All of these coincidences and appearances were the result of the interweaving of laws and the appearance of a great tool. Her path could not be accommodated by a mere sword emperor of violet heavens either. She had only just begun to shine. As a matter of fact, Li Qingshan could even smell some sort of opportunity from this. He wondered why she had appeared beside him. He could not help but sigh, you were clearly a little girl yesterday. I've been a little girl a long time ago. Yu Zijian continued to smile. She flicked the edge of her sword complacently, and it thrummed as if she was taking revenge for being tricked in the past. Humph, you tricked me for so long back then. Oh my, you're actually so vengeful. Li Qingshan sighed in sorrow. Where had the pure and pleasant little girl from the past gone? You're not the only one in the world who holds grudges. Yu Zijian grinned. Moreover, you're the one who taught me all this. Something like that actually happened. Li Qingshan expressed his surprise. Yu Zijian nodded solemnly. Their eyes met, and after a moment of confrontation, they began laughing together. Their laughter echoed through the small city. Everything gradually blurred, like a soaked painting. The dream faded away layer by layer. On heaven's leaning peak, Yu Zijian currently knelt in a large, gloomy hall in the center of the hall. She continued to smile. She wore a tall crown in the shape of a dragon's head, which made her seem as graceful as flying. She wore a set of bright violet blade master clothes and a large, black cloak that draped over her shoulders. It was embroidered with dark, golden patterns of clouds. She seemed elegant and noble. She seemed extraordinarily valiant. The violet cloud sword rested quietly on her legs, waiting for its master's summons at any time to slay all enemies. Li Qingshan stood in front of her. He rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue in wonder. This attire. What do you think? Do I look good? Yu Zijian lifted the large, wide sleeves of her cloak elegantly. How old-fashioned, Li Qingshan said. Yu Zijian immediately hung her head as if she had been dealt a heavy blow. She grumbled, they insisted on making me dress like this. They said that's the only way to demonstrate the might of the Sword Collection Palace. Them? Yu Zijian counted with her fingers. Fu Qingjin, Hua Sengzan, and even someone as slovenly as my master has started to put on airs. I really can't stand them. Li Qingshan understood. The reason why the Sword Collection Palace was able to achieve what it was today was because of the assistance of these two people. The slovenly Taoist priest, Zhou Tong, had been the most powerful person in the Sword Collection Palace for a very long time, until she comprehended the hidden sword of heaven and earth and broke through 3, 4, and even 5 heavenly tribulations in a short century. Yu Zijian turned around and glared at Li Qingshan. Oi, do you know just how much trouble you've caused me? Li Qingshan pointed at his nose. Me? I've caused you trouble. Tell me, what's going on in the north? Yu Zijian leapt up and grabbed him by the wrist, bringing him out of the hall. Everything happened naturally. She did not care about Li Qingshan's identity as a god of the world at all. Li Qingshan followed the direction of her finger. His gaze passed through the vast ocean, and he immediately came to a realization. In the past, he had tossed all the land contaminated by the demon domain and the hungry ghost realm into the north, forming a continent. Originally, Little and had cleansed it several times with the samadhi flames of white bone, so there were no demon folk or corpses around. It had become a desolate land of exile. However, in the past few years, because he had opened up the world, countless people embarked on the path of cultivation. Startling geniuses appeared endlessly, but not all of them were kind-hearted people. They would run off to this land of exile after committing a crime. Coupled with the many demonic cultivators from the various worlds that had been devoured, they all came to this continent to establish their own sections. They produced nests of demonic cultivators, every single one of them vicious, committing all sorts of crimes. They also took part in the competition for the world. They were basically like a pack of hungry wolves. Often, they would retreat to their lairs when they were still weak, secluding themselves. It was extremely difficult for regular cultivators to venture deep into this land filled with demon qi. When they were powerful, they would head south to steal resources and abduct people, committing countless crimes. As a result, this continent became known as the Continent of Demons. It was the most dangerous place in the world. People paled at the mention of it. Yu Zijian stood her ground and moved the Sword Collection Palace here, turning it into the first barrier of the central continent. Then, she engaged in 3 sword battles on Heaven's Leaning Peak, uniting all the sword cultivators in the world to conquer the continent of demons. Only after countless brutal massacres did she suppress the arrogance of these lawless demonic cultivators. Her cultivation had not been achieved through secluded cultivation. She had basically achieved it through slaughter. The Heaven's Reliance Peak stood alone on the shore of the ocean. It was like a supreme divine sword, pointing straight at the sky and deterring the demon continent on the other side of the ocean. It made all evil flee and demons tremble in fear. The master of the Sword Collection Palace, Yu Zijian, was the sword soul of this divine sword. On the top of the lonely peak, she had asked the mysterious will of heaven why a continent like this had been created, bringing with it so much slaughter and evil. The will of heaven had always been difficult to ask. But at this moment, he was standing right beside her. She had grabbed him firmly in her hand. Over there. I see. I actually never sensed it. Li Qingshan gazed past the vast ocean, gazing at the demon continent that he had personally created. He immediately understood all of its history and sank into his thoughts. Yu Zijian held her breath and focused. She stared at him with her violet eyes, silently waiting for his answer. Suddenly, she felt a tremble in her hand. She was surprised and could not help but ask, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Li Qingshan smiled. In that moment, an idea flashed through his head. It was like he had seen a demon domain that he had personally created. If he wanted to purify the land of other continents so that everyone could live in peace and have their own needs, he had to remove the land polluted by the demon domain and the hungry ghost realm. And, in the past events of the demon domain, did the huge, golden hand that had taken away the sun have the same kind intentions? Yes, if he wanted a pure land of bliss, he had to create a demon domain and filthy land first. He had purposefully tossed this continent into the bitter cold of the north. He had never planned on allowing any life to thrive on this continent in the first place. The pure land of bliss drained all of the demon domain's life force, turning the entire demon domain into a wasteland. Perhaps that was a form of mercy. However, far too much time had passed, so much time had passed that everything deviated from its original intentions. In the end, many life forms still gathered here, taking root tenaciously with their admirable life force, but they became even more brutal and evil under the harsh environment. This continent of demons became the headquarters of the demonic cultivators of the world. All the mortals born on this continent possessed certain characteristics of demon folk and ghouls. They were numb and powerful, known as Yimo. They invaded all the other continents, just like how demon folk conquered the 3,000 worlds and 6 realms of Sasra. Xianxia looked up at the sky and recalled the Buddha's light that summoned him to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Was it just a coincidence that he was summoned to be an insignificant divine general of Sangarama? It was completely capable of destroying him, the future demon god king, but it still wanted him to see clearly, to see all right and wrong, good and evil. The time when he was an egg was the happiest and most peaceful time in his life. Everyone was living happily, and bliss was not an illusion. When he fell into the domain of demons and hugged the human child that Jiaoying had given birth to, all the happiness had turned into mockery. There was only sorrow and anger in his heart. At this moment, it was as if he could see the baby growing into an adult and growing older with each passing day. His face was covered with age spots, and he gradually emitted a rotten smell. Saliva flowed out of his mouth. It was disgusting. Even the great vow to deliver all from suffering was no match for the flow of time. The Qilin is dead, and the phoenix is old. The Qilin is dead, and the phoenix is old. He suddenly understood all of the meaning behind it, but at the same time, he lost the ability to express it with words. Success, residence, destruction, emptiness, birth, old age, sickness, and death. Everything in the world was no exception. Just how much meaning do my actions have? He could not help but sink into his thoughts with a frown. The silver-gray sea rose and fell as the north wind blew snowflakes into his face. His expression was as cold as a statue of a god, towering above the sky and unreachable. Yu Zijian could not help but unclench her fist. She did not receive the answer she wanted, but she seemed to see the will of heaven itself. It was profound, distant, and indescribable. If it were anyone else, they would have lost the courage to ask questions forever, but she gritted her teeth and called out resolutely, Xianxia, don't play dumb. I'm going to demand justice for the people of the world today. Xianxia suddenly returned to his senses. As he looked at her shining eyes, he could not help but smile. I'm just a mortal. Why are you demanding justice from me? Yu Zijian let out a great sigh of relief. Just now, that moment was 100 times more terrifying than when she faced the most dangerous of enemies. Her willpower had basically been swallowed up, but she also felt a strange sense of familiarity. She could understand his current state. However, she still preferred this Niu Juxiao before her. She scolded, nonsense. You're clearly the god of the world, and you're the hero king. You distributed all the cultivation methods to everyone, regardless of whether they were good or bad, so of course you have to take responsibility. The grand ambition of everyone having cultivation methods was not as glorious and correct as it sounded. Although it changed the situation of the world and changed the fates of countless people, it also led to endless chaos and conflict. Demonic cultivation methods were often unorthodox and eager for quick success. Although it was easy for them to suffer from qi deviation, it was not a huge price compared to the allure of immortality. Their cultivation speed would also be far greater than the orthodox cultivation methods, and the techniques they used would be vicious, and extraordinarily powerful. Orthodox cultivators of the same level of cultivation would often not be the opponent of demonic cultivators. As a result, many cultivators embarked on an unorthodox path, specially choosing cultivation methods like this from the heavens so that they could emerge victorious in battle. As a result, in the early years of the 5 continents, the decline of the orthodox path and the growth of the demonic path had greatly eclipsed the rise of the orthodox path. Only when the Sword Collection Palace rose up and Xianxia slaughtered viciously did they gradually recover from their decline. Xianxia rubbed his chin and sighed. There are bad people among the masses. Only now do you know. Xianxia had seen many of these powerful demonic cultivators. None of them were mortals in the first place. None of them seemed like bad people. Once they grasped extraordinary powers, they would immediately become vicious and evil. I almost forgot. I'm not a good person to begin with, hee hee. Xianxia began to laugh unconsciously. He patted Xianxia's shoulder in delight. Fortunately, you're here. You just have to kill off all of these bastard demonic cultivators. You big bastard. What did you say? Xianxia basically doubted his ears. Sigh, back when I was taking care of you, I called him Xianxia. Now that I've grown up, I call him big bastard. You big bastard. Xianxia frowned, which added a sense of malice to her. It was a testament to what she had gone through in the past few years. Let alone the unorthodox path, even her fellow disciples trembled in fear when they saw her like this. They were afraid to say anything. The Sword Collection Palace had maintained the orthodox path for the past few years. They had killed countless demonic cultivators, but they had also paid countless sacrifices. Even cultivators were like that, let alone mortals. With her current cultivation, she could suppress all the demonic cultivators in the world with her sword alone. However, this advantage could not last for too long. Human emperors would emerge among demonic cultivators sooner or later, and they would make a comeback. By then, there would be another war between the orthodox and the evil, endless slaughter. Who knew how many innocent lives would be lost, yet he could still smile. All right. What do you want me to do? Xianxia did not hesitate at all. Kill all the demonic cultivators in the world first. Heh, what a heavy sense of malice. Trust me. There might be many hypocrites among the orthodox path, but there really aren't any good people among the demonic cultivators. I'd rather kill 1,000 innocents than spare a single one. If I spare one, who knows how many tens of thousands of people will die. It'll also make everyone in the world believe that they can get away with doing evil. It'll be a vicious cycle. The sense of malice on Xianxia's face grew heavier. This was the determination she had forged after countless bitter experiences. Sometimes, they were even worse than pretending to be benevolent and righteous. Xianxia did not doubt her at all. He never believed a bunch of bullshit like how people of the orthodox path were all hypocrites and people of the demonic path were all true men. Hypocrites still had to consider public opinion when they did things. These true men did not hold back at all when they massacred people in cities. And then? And then I'll destroy all the demonic cultivation methods and sever the foundations of these demonic cultivators. Then I'll announce it to the world under the name of the Night King so that everyone can learn from it. Even if a few slip through the net in the future, it'll be easier to deal with them. Every single word she said was filled with heavy malice and unquestionable determination. Actually, cultivation methods don't matter. Yeah. The key is to kill all the demonic cultivators and use the name of the Night King to awe the entire cultivation community so that all cultivators will be afraid to take a single step forward. But even if I kill all the demonic cultivators in the world, I won't be able to eliminate all the evil in everyone's hearts. It'll only make them even more hypocritical and despicable. They'll refer to all their enemies as demonic cultivators and all resistance as demonic cultivators. That's still better than doing nothing. Actually, there's an even simpler method. What method? Killing is better than destroying the heart. Xianxia pointed at his head. I don't even need to do anything directly. As long as I have the determination, I can directly turn into the will of the world and influence the minds of everyone, making them abandon evil and do good, returning to the righteous path. What do you think? Xianxia clapped her hands and smiled. That's fantastic. Hold on, since you have that ability, why didn't you do anything earlier? Then are you willing to be influenced by me? Of course. Haven't I always been influenced by you? Yu Zijian grinned. I believe you. Li Qingshan was speechless. He then asked, what if it's not me? Yu Zijian thought about it before shaking her head. I'm not willing. Li Qingshan was touched and comforted. Just when he was about to say something, he heard her continue. But I can die. Her expression was normal. There was nothing hot-blooded or compassionate about it, as if she was talking about something that was only natural. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled. At that moment, thousands of streaks of light pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the vast, blue waters. For a moment, the clouds dispersed, and the wind and snow stopped. The clouds seemed to be burning, changing between orange-yellow and purplish-red. The wind and snow that had yet to disperse were dyed golden by the sunlight, like a golden rain. It was a magnificent sight. This was the so-called god. Rage was the roaring flames of lava and thunder. Sorrow was the howling of the wind and snow and the dark clouds. Laughter was the illumination of the sun, and everything was spring. The sword cultivators in the sword collection palace all widened their eyes and gaped their mouths. They could not see the wonders of the world at all. They had no idea why the phenomena had changed. However, some people suddenly understood something. They looked at the man on the top of the mountain as if they were gazing at the sky itself. They murmured to themselves, that's the Night King. No wonder, no wonder. Perhaps it was no wonder he could manifest such phenomena, or perhaps it was no wonder he could hug the master of the sword collection palace. Yu Zijian sighed in amazement at the unbelievable power of a true god at first. Afterwards, she smiled as well, knowing that he had already agreed to her request. Thank you, Niu Jiuxia. Their eyes met. One had scarlet eyes, while the other had violet eyes. They were no longer the same as before. Through their own paths, they had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood step by step, becoming eternal gods and powerful sword cultivators. But right now, the sunlight outlined the sides of their faces. They looked at each other and smiled, as if they were still the same young man and young woman from the past. They had never forgotten their original hearts. However, if you want to assist me, this bit of cultivation is nowhere near enough. I still have other people I want to see, so I'll leave this sword with you for now. Li Qingshan casually tossed down an ancient bronze sword and took a step towards the fiery clouds. The blue waves spread out, and he vanished into the sky. This is... Yu Zijian grabbed the ancient bronze sword and immediately sensed something unusual about it. The edge of the sword thrummed strangely, with a hint of a dragon's roar, as if it wanted to break free from her hand as a true dragon. She needed to use all of her cultivation to hold it firmly, but it agitated the yang spirit in her body, making it thrash. She completely lost control of it. The purple eyes were at a loss. In a trance, she saw the sun, moon, and stars spinning. This sword condensed the path of the heavens and the will of the true dragon. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly with both hands, as if she was lying on the back of a dragon, flying above the 9 heavens, traveling side by side with the sun, moon, and stars. Looking back, the mountains, rivers, and plants were all vivid in her mind. The various mountains and dangers encountered on the path of cultivation turned out to be nothing more than small folds and undulations of the earth. There was no bottleneck in the world that could not be broken through, nor was there any difficult situation that could not be overcome. As heaven moves, so should a gentleman ceaselessly strive to improve himself. The Xianyuan sword. Yu Zijian revealed the name of the sword in a single breath. Li Qingshan had already traveled 5,000 kilometers away. He suddenly looked back and revealed a surprised expression. Even he, the god of the world, had not expected such an unforeseen event. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and nodded. He no longer doubted that she would be able to help him. When the tyrannical village chief of the Yuxiong clan gave the Xianyuan sword to him, he was already a human immortal at the 6th heavenly tribulation and a soul relic. However, he did not immediately comprehend the mysteries of the sword. He only treated it as a regular bronze sword. Only afterwards did he learn about the sword's power, but he only treated it as a weapon of slaughter. Only when he comprehended the divine dragon transformation did he finally wield it freely and unleash extraordinary power. However, Yu Zijian was only at the 5th heavenly tribulation and a young soul, yet the Xianyuan sword resonated with her as soon as he held it. It was unbelievable. However, with further thought, he came to an understanding. Firstly, she possessed a body of pure yang. She walked the path of the heaven dragon, so she possessed a natural halo of destiny. Compared to his fusion of the demonic and divine, the dance of dragons and snakes, it was much purer. Secondly, she was a true sword cultivator. She had practiced the path of the sword for many years. Even her yang soul had been condensed from the sword embryo, which made her drastically different from regular yang soul cultivators. However, he had always used a blade to hack people. Although he had a deep understanding of the path of the sword, he did not actually have a passion for it from the bottom of his heart, which was why he had tossed the Xianyuan sword to her without the slightest hesitation. She understood the vague will of the heavens. The Xianyuan sword was basically prepared for her. It was an opportunity. She swung the sword and cut her way through the thistles and thorns as if she had cleared all her bottlenecks in a single stroke, opening up a path to the heavens. She no longer had any confusion or hesitation. All she lacked was time and resources. As the god of the world and the master of the demon domain, Xianxia could obviously pour tremendous resources onto her until she became a sword immortal. A body of pure yang that possessed a natural halo of destiny, the supreme sword of the heavenly emperor, and the king of demon gods that defied the heavens. 3 rare opportunities had converged together. This was an opportunity that would only appear during the great tribulation of the world. Otherwise, the heavenly emperor would not have lost his sword, and the demon king would not have been born. It really is Violet Chi from the east. It's indescribably noble. Yu Zijian's mind settled down. She slowly drew her sword and pointed it at the sky. She praised, "What a sword!" The path of the sword had always been extremely tough, but it was extremely easy to break. It was very easy to die in battle. Moreover, the path of cultivation was overly tough and pure. It was extremely fast in the beginning, but it would become more and more difficult once it reached an extremely high realm of cultivation. As a result, sword immortals had always been rare, but there were many true immortals that wielded swords as weapons. Sword immortals were different from regular true immortals. They controlled slaughter and possessed endless power. Even demon gods might not be her opponent, so she would be a powerful ally. Just like what she had said, the great tribulation of the world was the stage for sword cultivators to roam freely. It was a great opportunity for becoming a sword immortal. Since ancient times, heroes had always been born in troubled times. This was a great opportunity, as well as a result of her choice. If she did not have that determination, Xianxia would never have given the Xianyuan sword to her. In order to ensure that she could remain in the world of the 5 continents safely and avoid the flames of war, he might even unknowingly affect her progress in cultivation. If that were the case, her protector, Xianxia, would instead become her greatest shackle. Her good fortune would become the root of her misfortune. As time passed, the divine sword would be covered in dust, gradually losing its edge. She would probably lose the opportunity to become a sword immortal forever. This was truly becoming mortal with a single thought and becoming an immortal with a single thought. This was the most subtle thought in a person's mind. The Buddha said, 900 lives and deaths occur in a single moment. Even gods could not predict everything. However, it was exactly this smallest thought that determined the grandest and most distant path, allowing mortals to become gods. If Brother Ox had directly given him power, the Xianxia of today would not have existed. At most, he would be able to enjoy himself, but once the great tribulation of the world arrived, he would be reduced to ashes. Mortals always desired luck and opportunities, but they did not know that the belief in their mind was the foundation of everything. The difficulties and obstacles along the way were all for the sake of tempering the sword. As a result, the past failures and pain were never worth lamenting over. People were not free because they were strong, but powerful because they were free. Zijian, I wish you good luck. Xianxia visited another old friend. His mood lightened up, and his gloominess was swept away. He followed the path in his memory and continued forwards. The names became vivid one by one, vivid in his mind. Many years ago, Xianxia had only just become a Hawkwolf guard. In order to help Little and recover his body, he had hunted down unorthodox masters without restraint. In the end, he caught them all in one fell swoop on the island of cherishing flowers. It was also at that time that Hua Qinglu and Yu Zijian met by chance for the first time. As for the little girl who bombarded the island of cherishing flowers and killed without hesitation, the impression she left on him was much deeper than Yu Zijian's. If she had not stopped Grandma Shimin back then, she really would have been in some danger. Afterwards, there was quite a bit of fate between them. With Li Qingshan's personality, he was obviously someone who would repay kindness. In the past few years, he had shown her many favors. She was not completely without talent. Her path of cultivation was rather smooth, and she had already undergone the fourth heavenly tribulation. Because she liked to wander around the world, she was often treated as a descended fairy by regular people. She was known as the 100 Flowers Fairy. Of course, there was no need for him to deny that he did want to sleep with her a little in the past. However, he had seen and tasted before now. Princess of Kinera, beauties of Azura. What race had he not seen before? He could even talk and laugh with them. A little girl like Hua Qinglu was just plain and simple. He no longer thought about that at all. Yu Zijian's words were completely slanderous. He had not thought about anyone when he returned this time. He was a mighty demon king now. His head was filled with the major matters of the 6 realms of Sasra. He no longer cared about the relationship between a man and a woman. Yeah, then I'll just take a look. If I see her, then forget about it. I still need to protect a delicate flower. I can't drag her into this storm. With these wonderful thoughts in mind, Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and saw through everything. In the depths of the ocean, there was an island filled with a fragrant aroma, a place where flowers bloomed. This was where the 100 Flowers Fairy cultivated. He was stunned. In a bustling hot spring pool surrounded by a dense white mist, a slender figure was faintly discernible. Her black hair draped over her white back, and her slender waist was hidden in the spring water. Her slender legs were faintly discernible, and her arms were stretched out like flower branches. The famous Baihua fairy happened to be bathing at the moment. If her brother, Hua Sengzan, was the standard handsome man, then she would be the standard beautiful woman. A little more fat, a little less thin, a little too white, a little too thin, eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like snow, teeth like shells, waist like a bundle of silk. She was indeed a flawless beauty. Her appearance and bearing were even better than before. If it was just a small bud before, then it was now a gorgeous flower in full bloom. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and chuckled, the little girl has really grown up. Yeah, it's huge. Although he didn't plan on meeting them, he could still admire them. This was a special benefit for gods. Of course, this was merely an appreciation of beauty. It was very pure. Thus, the great demonic god began to peep at people bathing, and he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Just as he gathered his attention and admired her from head to toe, Hua Qinglu suddenly moved her lips gently and asked, "Is it nice?" Li Qingshan's heart shuddered. Impossible. She can't sense something like that. It's not like she's like Zijian, who inherited the heavenly way of the true dragon. How can she discover that I'm peeping, no, admiring? He glanced around in confusion. Apart from her, there were only the blooming flowers on the island. There was no one else. Everyone in the cultivation world of the 5 continents knew that although the Baihua fairy liked to travel around, she was rather proud. She only had a single true friend, the Sword Emperor of Violet Heavens. She did not even have a single disciple to serve her where she cultivated. On the other hand, even though her eyes were like water and seemed to ripple with deep waves, she didn't look towards his direction. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and thought, perhaps she's feeling pity for herself in front of a shadow, answering her own question? What a narcissistic little girl. Hua Qinglu raised her head instead and said softly, Big brother Li. Li Qingshan's heart shuddered again. He basically believed he had been discovered, but at a closer glance, she was only gazing at the sky, and she was just as natural and unrestrained as before. She did not cover up at all, allowing her body to be exposed to the air. She did not seem embarrassed at all. This was not how a girl should behave after discovering she had been admired by someone. He thought about it and understood. Sigh, I really am extraordinarily charming. This girl has become infatuated with me. Even now, she still hasn't forgotten about me. It's just a pity that we're separated. We're not fated to be together in the end. Hua Qinglu smiled. Zijian told me you've returned, so she'll definitely come to peep at me. Li Qingshan suddenly felt like he was naked. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, traitor. Hua Qinglu stretched out her graceful figure. Droplets of water rolled off her body, sparkling like stars. They were just like the dew on flower petals, just as natural as before. Don't tell me I have to burn incense and pray apart from bathing and changing clothes? Rustle. The flowers trembled, and Li Qingshan pushed aside a cluster of bright red camellias and emerged from the depths. He was composed, without the slightest awkwardness. Hua Qinglu looked at his figure, and her body trembled like the flowers. Under his burning gaze, she wanted to shrink back into the water and raise her arm to cover the buds on her chest, but she suddenly sucked in a deep breath and stuck out her chest proudly. She spread her arms and twirled around gracefully in the pool. Do I look good? She was no longer that naive little girl, but the proud 100-flowers fairy. However, only in front of this man could she cast aside all of her reservations and display all of her beauty. Li Qingshan nodded with a smile. You're as beautiful as a flower. You live up to your reputation. He made his way into the pool step by step and arrived before her. Hua Qinglu could not help but hold her breath and look up at him. Li Qingshan sniffed the strange fragrance from her and gently caressed her moist face. Have you been well these years? Very well. I've been very happy. You know, I've always wanted to roam around and have a look. Your world really is huge. There are so many interesting things. I'll never find it boring. She had never been a person with extraordinary talent. She could not compare to her elder brother, Hua Sengzan, much less a wretched demon like Yu Zijian. If she had not come across a fortuitous encounter with him in the original world of the 9 provinces, her cultivation would probably have remained at golden core at most. It would have even been difficult for her to break through to the second heavenly tribulation. It would have been difficult for her to enjoy such freedom. It was even possible for her clan to arrange a marriage for her. However, in this world of the 5 provinces, she possessed unprecedented freedom as a child blessed by the heavens. She could roam about freely without any restraints. All of this was thanks to him. Li Qingshan placed his hands on her shoulders. This is where the joys of life lie. As long as you like it. Hua Qinglu sighed. It's a pity that I don't have talent like Zijian. I can't help you. She's a sword, and you're a flower. Swords only have meaning when they fight and kill, while flowers only need to be admired and protected. I'm just afraid I won't be able to protect you. Li Qingshan looked at her gently. If they could obtain happiness, then his hard work would gain meaning, even if he did not actually possess it. No, I only need to be admired. I don't need protection. Hua Qinglu shook her head with a smile. There are no flowers in the world that will never wither. It's fine as long as they've bloomed. Moreover, flowers have thorns too. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Time sure passed quickly. Even she could say something like that. Her resolve definitely could not be faked. The meaning of the sword's existence is to fight and kill. Then do you know what the meaning of the flower's existence is? What is it? Li Qingshan grabbed her waist. Hua Qinglu trembled slightly, and the buds on her chest trembled as well. Her face reddened, but she continued to smile sweetly. Perhaps it's to attract bees and butterflies. Li Qingshan teased. I wonder which bee or butterfly will be so lucky. The sword fights for you, and the flower blossoms for you. If you reach the end of your path, it will also break for you, and it will wither for you. Li Qingshan was left speechless. He had never dreamed of something like this in return. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to return such great kindness. There's no need. This isn't me returning your kindness either. Hua Qinglu murmured, there's something I've never experienced before. All right. Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her petal-like lips. Suddenly, he thought of what Yu Zijian had said. Don't tell me you've come specially for me. He could not help but smile. Sure. It was difficult to change a person's nature. Even as a god, he still had emotions and desires. His nature had never changed. Even though life was filled with pain, there was no lack of joy. There was no need to dwell on it too much. Flowers could be plucked, but there was no need to be plucked. Hua Qinglu extended her hand, and the blossoming flowers extended out, weaving into a dome that enveloped the hot spring. The flowers bloomed, and the fragrance became even more fragrant. Li Qingshan lingered on the beautiful, blooming island, forgetting to return. He savored the sweet nectar and fragrance to his heart's content, temporarily forgetting about the hardships and tiredness of the journey. It added a charming scenery to this journey of homecoming. The girl of the past had already become a companion in his arms. Her boldness had even exceeded his expectations as a god. He could not help but lament over how unpredictable the human heart was. In the past, he had made up his mind to never look back, advancing forward blindly. He did not want to be tied down by anything. However, he suddenly discovered that there were some things that he could not give up on even if he wanted them, yet there would always be people who could not forget about them. Through some sort of fortuitous encounter, they would unknowingly be tainted with his fragrance. As a result, he understood that everything he had experienced from Crouching Ox Village to the demon domain had not only been deeply engraved in his memory, but it had also deeply influenced the world. It would always be repaid in some form, whether it be kindness or enmity, kindness or evil. This was probably what Buddhists called karma. Now that he had become a true god and a demon king, even if he was immersed in this land of tenderness, he would affect thousands of people every single moment. The black sun shone down, illuminating the vast land. The black mass of marching troops rose and fell along with the terrain, extending all the way to the end of the horizon. With his order, the entire demon domain began a great retreat. They had once spent thousands of years, sacrificed countless demon folk and humans, and gone through thousands of horrific and bloody battles to obtain this land, but they abandoned it without any hesitation. Coupled with the exhaustion of the journey, the internal struggle tormented every single demon folk. However, no one complained, as this was the will of a demon god. They had grown accustomed to obeying those above them a long time ago. Even demon generals could order them to their deaths at will, let alone the king of demon gods that even the 12 demon gods had to yield to. He was an unimaginably lofty existence. However, the atmosphere was different from the past. There were no violent curses or wild howls. The superiors forgot to bully the inferiors, and the inferiors forgot to flatter the superiors. They marched silently in the smoke and dust that filled the air. It was as if, overnight, they had learned sorrow. Not long ago, all the demon folk who could not endure the pain and torture had turned into demonic beasts. All the beasts ran off together, chasing after the sun as they died. Now, the entire demon domain was submerged in this sorrowful atmosphere. Pairs of black eyes peered through the smoke and dust from time to time and stared at the black sun with golden rims in the sky. They silently muttered a name in their hearts, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. He returned to the fragrant island and the embrace of the beauty, but his expression was somewhat sad. When he influenced the demon folk influenced him too. Everything was karma and retribution. His strength was growing with every passing moment, even surpassing his cultivation speed. This was the accumulation of the power of belief of 1,000,000,000,000 demon folk. A demon folk was very weak. Compared to a true god like him, they were like droplets of water before the ocean. However, when trillions of water droplets gathered together, it could cause rivers to flood and oceans to flow. Back in Black Cloud City, when hundreds of thousands of soldiers temporarily gathered together, his strength would multiply, and he would be able to crush any opponent at the same level as him. There were more than 10,000 demon folk, and they constantly provided him with the power of belief. Just what kind of terrifying power was that? And, all of this had only just begun. The demon folk had only just heard of the name Li Qingshan. Qian Rongji had yet to take action and promote her Ming cult either. The demon folk were not even believers in him, yet they could already influence his emotions. As his faith deepened, the influence would grow deeper and deeper as well, even distorting some of his thoughts until his heart wavered. That was why he refused to be worshipped and influenced by others. However, when he devoured the demon heart of Black Sun and made up his mind to change the demon domain and influence the trillions of demon folk, he could not turn down the influence of demon folk. As the king of demon gods and the ruler of the world, whether he was willing or not, he naturally became the target of worship for demon folk. And, without the power of belief, it would have been impossible for him to emerge victorious in the war. His opponents were renowned immortals and Buddhas, worshipped by the entire 6 realms of Sasra and the 3,000 worlds. Who knew how many millennia of power of belief they had accumulated? Not only did they control the laws of the world, but they also controlled the hearts of the people of the world. If he was not even willing to pay this little price, what right did he have to contend with them? Perhaps compared to them, what the 7 saints lacked was exactly this power of belief, which was why they were suppressed. War was not a game. Even to gods, it was the same. The sacrifices were not just regular demon folk. He, the king of demon gods, was the most important sacrifice. Hua Qinglu gently stroked his furrowed brows with her slender fingers and asked curiously, "Do gods dream too?" Li Qingshan answered gently, "Gods are the dreams of all living beings." Dreams? Hua Qinglu blinked her eyes. She seemed to understand, but she did not. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. "It's time for me to go." Hua Qinglu did not urge him to stay. She only smiled. "Have a safe journey." The flower had already bloomed, so there were no more regrets. As for when the flower watchers would come again, that would be up to the flower watchers. The traveler took away the fragrance and continued with that distant dream, a pitch-black, rainy night. The young man stood at the entrance of the alley with a little girl in a straw raincoat, clasping his hands at the carriage that sped past. After bidding farewell to Yu Zijian and Hua Qinglu who were still young, they vanished into the pitch-black curtain of rain. And then? Oh, right. He also fought for Zhuozhibua. He was ordered to complete a mission, to investigate a morgue. Actually, Zhuozhibua wanted to use the zombie Taoist to eliminate him. It was also there that he met the disciples of Moism led by Hao Pingyang. Afterwards, they ventured into the underground cavern and fought the zombie Taoist, killing Zhuozhibua. Among the disciples of Moism, only Hao Pingyang had survived until today. He could be regarded as rather talented, having undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. However, Li Qingshan did not plan on summoning him into the demon domain like he did with Li Long. Although the agriculture in the demon domain was underdeveloped, no other world could rival it in terms of mechanisms. Even beyond the 9 heavens could not compare, let alone the measly world of the 5 continents. After all, the demon domain had a demon god Jia. It was said that he was originally a ruler of the ancient times. He was obsessed with various mechanisms and instruments since young, learning to carve bamboo and wood into birds before he was even 10. Once he was done, he could fly for 3 days straight. A virtuous sage advised him that while wooden birds were ingenious, they were not beneficial to the people. In reality, they were not even as useful as an axle that regular carpenters could polish casually. And, as the ruler of a country, he should not be filled with machinery and become obsessed with these trivial things. However, he did as he pleased, completely ignoring them. He continued to be obsessed with mechanisms and algebra. Afterwards, he was exiled to the demon domain. This instead served him well. He blazed a new path of his own, harmonizing with the ways and becoming a demon god. If a god was passionate about something, then their level would be far beyond what mortals could imagine. The construction skills of the demon god Jia had even exceeded Li Qingshan's imagination. It was nowhere near what the school of Moism could match up to. And, over the past tens of millions of years, he had gathered a large group of evil gods and demon emperors who were skilled in this field. It was equivalent to having his own team of engineers. He was the perfect candidate for the position of Great Architect. The demon domain had already been unified. What came next was infrastructure. Whether it was water infrastructure, bridges, or roads, they all had to be built. This was a revolution against the heavens, so construction had to come first. Water infrastructure could increase the production of food, greatly increasing the population of the demon domain. Roads could connect the vast demon domain together, allowing armies to reinforce the front lines at any time. The world of the 5 continents. A man walked on the main road. It was early in the morning, and the sun had yet to rise. The sky was hazy, and the vast plains stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was fresh and moist. It was refreshing and refreshing. His steps were particularly brisk, but he left behind a deep footprint with each step. He was filled with boldness and confidence. Even though the dew had soaked his clothes, he remained composed as if he was walking through his own courtyard. This was his world. His name was Xianxia. After leaving the blossoming island, the fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. There was nothing more relaxing than the tenderness of a beauty, let alone the fact that she was a supreme beauty, the chief of all flowers. Even if he had traveled very far away, it would still leave him with endless aftertastes. As he recalled everything that had happened last night, he basically felt slightly tipsy as he rode on the cool morning breeze. He followed the trajectory of the river of memories on his journey back home this time, seeing old friends one by one, Li Long, Xianxia, Yu Zijian, Hua Qinglu. He experienced many emotions. Although there was no lack of loneliness and sorrow, it was still joyful in general, especially in Hua Qinglu's dwelling. In particular, he had flipped through Hua Qinglu's dwelling, bathed, changed, and slept for an entire night. He felt light all over. Every single bone in his body had loosened up. Sure enough, there should be a rest like this after a great battle. However, it was exactly because of this that he was in no hurry to visit the next old friend. Instead, he strolled through the plains. That was because the old friend was far too special. She was a woman he had almost wanted to marry, Han Xiongji. Back then, he was still young and inexperienced. Even though he possessed some strength, he had hidden it well. However, he just happened to receive the great affection of the first young miss of the Han family, who wanted to be with him regardless of the consequences. Who knew how many beauties he had come across in his life, but this was the first time something like this had ever happened to him. To him, it was not just love. It was also an extremely special debt of gratitude. The time he spent with her could be said to be the most peaceful and comfortable period of his life. There weren't any strange feelings, and if it were written into a story, it definitely wouldn't be wonderful. However, it seemed to be extremely precious to him in this life. However, in the end, he could not live his life in peace. All the things that happened after that, the deceit, the failure to keep the promise, and the parting. Even now, he still felt guilty when he thought about it. Thus, he didn't want to see her in this state. He wanted to wait until the fragrance of the flowers dissipated and the aftertaste disappeared before he could face her. He couldn't help but shake his head. On this trip back to his hometown, many people's performances had exceeded his expectations. Sure enough, the human heart was the most unpredictable, even gods couldn't predict everything. Meanwhile, in the 100 Flowers cave. Within the dense steam, Hua Qinglu currently stretched out her body, leaning against the edge of the hot spring comfortably. She smiled and thought, Big Brother Li, oh Big Brother Li, you think you're taking advantage of me, but you don't know that I'm using you to make up for my regrets from back then. Hee hee. In this world, who would have thought that the great Bai Hua fairy would never forget a man? But if they knew that the man's name was Li Qingshan, they wouldn't be surprised. However, Li Qingshan had always been a forgetful person. Facing the rising sun, he strode forward. As a result, as the sun rose, the aftertaste quickly vanished like morning dew. He sucked in a deep breath and inhaled the last bit of fragrance. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. He felt like a husband who had gone out to have fun. Before he entered the house, he had to tidy up his emotions and excuse himself, wiping off the perfume and kiss marks. Just when he was about to cross the 10,000 kilometers in a single step and arrive before Han Xiongji, to give her a pleasant surprise, a strange buzzing suddenly rang through his head. He furrowed his brows in doubt and subconsciously listened. Everything within a radius of 50 kilometers was under his surveillance, but he failed to find the source of the sound. He could even expand the range of his surveillance to the point where he could hear everything in the world. However, the sound was only inches away, so close that it seemed like it was right next to his ear. He covered his ears with his hands again, cutting off all external sounds. However, the buzzing still did not vanish. His face sank as if he understood what it was. He slowly lowered his hands and exhaled gently, focusing all of his attention to distinguish the buzzing. Finally, he could hear it clearly. It was the sound of countless people, men, women, young and old. However, it was too light and too chaotic, so it sounded like a buzzing. At the same time, he also felt the gathering and growth of power. It was not very powerful, but it was like silken strands, endless and different from normal spiritual power. Not only was he not happy, but his expression became even more serious. He stopped walking as if he was walking on thin ice and facing an abyss. Isn't this what you want? Li Qingshan smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself. He shook his head helplessly, his hands hanging weakly by his side. There was even a trace of sadness in his expression. Even when he faced the most terrifying enemies, he had never revealed such an expression when he was on the brink of death countless times. That power, that buzzing sound, was the so-called power of faith. Everything happened much faster than he had imagined. Perhaps last night's dream had already foreshadowed it. Like a ray of light shining through the darkest night, in the name of the demon god king, all hopes, wishes, and beliefs were gathering towards him. Bit by bit, all rivers returned to the sea. As a result, the scarlet star shone brighter and brighter, gradually surpassing the 12 demonic stars that revolved around it that represented the 12 demon gods. In the past, beneath Black Cloud City and before the two armies, the military aura gathered by several 100,000 soldiers for a short period of time was enough to sweep through everything, let alone the belief of 100 trillion demon folk. It would definitely gather into unbelievably endless divine power. But what was the price? Li Qingshan had a rough idea. That was something even more precious than life, something he would rather die than lose, the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, all for the sake of remaining unchanged. However, he probably would not be able to defeat the saying, rope saws through wood, and dripping water wears through stone. He could already foresee that the influence of faith on him would grow greater and greater, deeper and deeper. This was the price he had to bear for the path he had chosen. That woman, Qian Rongji, had not even moved yet. The voice of a single demon folk might have been like the buzz of a mosquito, but the sound of 100 trillion demon folk gathered would definitely be thunderous, and it would be constant and never-ending. It would be filled with terror, fury, resentment, wails. All the negative emotions that could or could not be imagined in the world. Yeah, if he was satisfied with life, why would he need to pray to the gods and worship the Buddha? Even the human world could not satisfy him. Only the countless living beings would seek out the pure land of bliss, let alone the opposite of the pure land of bliss, the living beings of the demon domain that were filled with pain and torture. He clenched his hands and resisted the urge to cover his ears. He could sever all noise, sever all belief. However, he needed this power. The enemies in the sky were about to arrive. That man who seemed to be the embodiment of the heavens but wore the skin of a bear. The master of the hand that separated the pure land and the demonic land, the Tathagata Buddha. None of them were existences he could contend with right now. He needed the power of the living beings of the demon domain. Only then would he have a chance at openly contending against them. In the wilderness, Li Qingshan frowned and stood motionless. The red sun rose from the east. Before it had time to shine its light on the earth, a strong gust of wind blew in the sky, sweeping up a black cloud that was like a splash of ink. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky. The rain poured down and the wind swept the earth. It was as if the Milky Way had burst its banks and was about to drown the entire world. Without warning, the morning suddenly became like the night. He stood in the middle of the night, unable to escape, unable to extricate himself. No matter how the wind blew and the clouds surged, the rainstorm washed over him. It was as if he was venting the pain in his heart, but there was no sound of thunder. That gloominess was like this dark night, unable to be vented no matter what. It was just like this pitch-black rainstorm, pouring down noisily. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, all living beings looked up and were shocked at this sudden change in the weather. They could faintly feel that there was an ominous sign hidden in it. Their mood also became heavy and oppressive, almost unable to breathe. Many ordinary people had already knelt on the ground, praying to the gods and Buddha. This was the power of the gods, connected to creation. With a thought, the wind and clouds changed color, and all living beings worshipped. The rainstorm caused the river to surge, the wind caused the houses to shake, and the wheat to fall. Li Qingshan's heart moved, and he heard many voices, which were filled with fear, begging the heavens to change their mind and stop this heavy rain. There were thousands of villages within a radius of 1,000 miles. If this heavy rain continued for a while, who knew how many people would be swallowed by the flood? Sigh. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh and took a deep breath. In an instant, the clouds and rain dispersed, and the blue sky became clear. Thus, all living beings were indescribably surprised, cheering, and jumping for joy. They cowed out again and again, prostrating themselves on the ground. However, he seemed to have sucked in all the dark clouds and rainstorm in one breath and suppressed it all in his chest. It was still a dark night, and the rain poured down. All living beings can pray to the gods and Buddha, but who should the gods pray to? He sighed and took a step forward, disappearing from where he was. He tried to walk into his memories, hoping to hide from this rain. When Li Qingshan's figure appeared again, in front of him was an ordinary farmer's courtyard. The low fences on both sides were covered with vines, hugging a half-closed wooden door in the middle. A faded Fu character was pasted on the door, and a Chinese redbud tree was blooming under the sun in front of the door. Why is she in a place like this? It was not a large, majestic sect like the Sword Collection Palace. It was not like the 100 Flowers Cave abode, which was filled with blooming flowers and a beautiful secret realm in the forest. Li Qingshan was surprised. He looked around, and sure enough, it was just a regular village. It was definitely not an illusion. In any case, Han Xianxia was a cultivator who had survived 4 heavenly tribulations. Even if she did not have her own sect, she would definitely have her own cave abode. However, this small village could not be called a paradise. Smoke curled up from kitchen chimneys in the village. Chickens crowed and dogs barked. A wisp of smoke also rose from the small courtyard in front of him, and the smell of food and her scent came from behind the door. That's right. She's right here. However, compared to any sect or cave abode, famed mountain, or secret realm, this mortal home seemed even more illusory. It actually made him feel slightly uneasy, as if he was afraid of approaching home. Thump. 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 Li Qingshan rapped 3 times with his fingers. Before the sound had even faded away, the door opened, and a ball of fiery red welcomed him. Han Xianxia stood in the middle of the door in a bright red dress. Her bright red lips were filled with a smile, but she was not surprised. It was as if she had been expecting Li Qingshan's visit and had been waiting for his return the entire time. You're here. Why are you so drenched? Is it raining? Han Xianxia looked at Li Qingshan, who was drenched and in a rather horrible shape, in confusion. She could not help but raise her head and glance at the sky. The sun was bright, and a few strands of white clouds hung on the horizon. Li Qingshan could not help but smile. He pointed at her right hand. What are you doing? Are you trying to murder your husband? It turned out that Han Xianxia was holding a bloody kitchen knife in her hand. If an ordinary person saw this, they would probably be shocked. Han Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. She waved the kitchen knife and said as if it was a matter of course, I'm cooking. Then, she turned around and walked into the courtyard. She took out an old hen from a cage in the corner of the courtyard. She raised the knife and chopped off the chicken's head. Then, she used hot water to wash its leg feathers and cut open its belly. She was very focused and skilled, but she did not use any magic. Even that old hen was not a rare bird or beast. It was just an ordinary old hen that had laid eggs for several years. She carried the slaughtered chicken and walked to the kitchen. She was so busy that she did not have time to entertain Li Qingshan. She only said, "The wine is on the table. Pour yourself." There was a square table and 2 benches in the middle of the courtyard. There were already a few dishes on the table, and a pot of old wine. The dishes were not delicacies. They were just seasonal fresh vegetables and ordinary dishes. The wine was also not bejeweled nectar. It was probably the new Hong that was hidden in someone's cellar and could not wait until the day of the daughter's marriage. Li Qingshan closed the door and sat down at the table. He poured himself a cup and drank it in one gulp. He then picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth to carefully chew. Looking at her back in the kitchen, his mood gradually calmed down. It was as if her husband had finally returned from a long journey. She could finally sit down with peace of mind and slowly drink a cup of wine. One cup after another, he drank until the pot was empty, until he was slightly tipsy. The jar of wine was at the corner of the table. He picked it up and filled it again. If he did not walk on this road to the 9th heaven, he would not want to be like this. Han Xianxia heard the sound of cups and chopsticks colliding in the courtyard. Her eyes couldn't help but redden, but she did not dare to look back at him. Her hands were flying. She washed, cut, fried, steamed, and cooked the vegetables. Her mind was in a trance as if she was sleepwalking. She only relied on the skills she had practiced countless times to cook the dishes. Some people's regret was that a young girl yearned for love and never had anything with the man she liked. Some people's regret was that they did not personally cook a table of food for him and be an ordinary husband and wife for a day. She thought that she would not have another chance. She thought that with his temperament, he would definitely not turn back. But he came back. His eyes were exhausted and his expression was almost miserable. It was an expression she had never seen on his face. The Xianxia in her memory was always that inexperienced and high-spirited young man. She felt a stab of pain in her heart. She pretended that nothing happened and asked without turning her head, "What happened? Why did you come back?" "I came back to see," Xianxia said casually. "How did it turn out like this?" Xianxia could not help but ask. "How?" Xianxia only wanted to drink a cup of wine quietly. He did not want to mention the Pure Land of Demons or the War of the Gods. "Humph, it's very embarrassing. I'm afraid that he was defeated and was chased back." "Ha, what a joke. Who doesn't know your man's great name in the entire universe right now? Who doesn't know?" When he was about to boast a little more, the buzzing sound that he tried hard to ignore became ear-piercing again. He suddenly lost the mood and waved his hand impatiently. "You continue cooking. Women should not interfere with men's affairs." Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned her head to stare at him. Her eyes were filled with tears. "Who exactly are you?" Xianxia turned around and asked loudly. The Xianxia in her memory was addicted to wine and women, easily angered, liked to joke around, would feel pain, fear, and guilt, but he would never show such a weak expression. Even in the deepest and most desperate situation, facing an undefeatable enemy, he would roar and throw out one last punch until he died. "That's right, who am I?" Xianxia played with the wine cup and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Probably the lord of the demon domain, the king of the demon gods or something like that." That was him in the eyes of all living beings, a god that all hopes and wishes were placed on. And Xianxia was just a mortal. The ear-piercing buzzing in his ears could no longer be ignored, the black rainstorm in his chest drowned everything. Xianxia's question shook all the peace in this small courtyard. The fiery red figure seemed to be burning, shining so brightly that people could not look directly at it. His gaze went past her, following the mottled yellow mud wall, climbing up the thatched roof, climbing up the chimney, following the wisp of smoke, all the way to the depths of the sky. In a trance, the mottled mud wall was like a towering mountain, the thatched grass was like a forest of swords and spears, the chimney was a lonely city at the peak of the mountain. Above the lonely city, there was no smoke curling up, blue sky and white clouds, it was clearly smoke soaring into the sky, black clouds pressing down on the city. "Gotcha." A crack appeared on the wine cup. Unknowingly, his expression changed. The crowing of the chickens and barking of the dogs in the village, all stopped, falling into a terrible silence. Xianxia's eyes widened, suddenly shocked. His entire body emitted a dreadful and terrifying aura. The black figure sitting in front of the square table was like a Buddha that continued to grow larger and larger, turning into an abnormally steep and cold black mountain. The sharp peak had already pierced through the sky. No matter how hard she tried to look up, it was difficult to see his full appearance. So high, so unreachable, he had already changed, he was no longer the man she was familiar with, he had become a god that she could not understand. His pain is also not something I can understand. Xianxia felt a stabbing pain in her heart, and it took her a long time to calm down. She couldn't help but stare at him in a daze. His expression was fleeting and indifferent, but it contained a terrifying madness and killing intent. It was as if he was immersed in a dream of a bloody massacre. She blamed herself for making things difficult for him. They clearly wanted to be husband and wife for a day, talking about the past and drinking together. Why couldn't she give him a moment of peace? Then, she would send him on his journey to the battlefield that belonged to him. "Xianxia, Xianxia." An anxious voice woke Xianxia from his dream. He blinked his eyes. The mud wall was still mud wall, and the thatch was still thatch. This was not a battlefield, but his hometown. The person in front of him wasn't an enemy, but a lover. Han Xianxia shook his shoulders hard. Although her eyes were filled with tears, she bit her lips as if she had made up her mind. She said gently, "You're right. This is your business. I shouldn't interfere. Hurry up and continue eating. When I'm done, I'll drink with you to my heart's content." "Sorry, I was distracted." Li Qingshan focused his mind and smiled. The crack on the wine cup in his hand healed. The village was still filled with the sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking. Smoke curled up from the chimneys. It was as if nothing had happened. It was also as if they had reached some kind of tacit agreement. Some things shouldn't be looked into. Li Qingshan reached out his hand to wipe away the tears on Han Xiongji's face. He smiled and said, "What are you crying for? Your man isn't dead yet." "Humph, it's good that he's dead," Han Xiongji said angrily. This kind of inauspicious words was not a taboo for them. She, who was born in the military school, had never taken the words life and death too seriously. Just now, even if she heard that he had died in battle, she might not lose control of her emotions like this. She would only silently prepare to avenge him. If she succeeded, she would succeed. If she failed, she would die. It wasn't a big deal. It was just that the fledgling, high-spirited young man was too deeply engraved in her heart. For a moment, she couldn't admit that he was the same person as the lonely man in front of her. Moreover, this kind of change was too unexpected. She originally thought that he would be even more high-spirited and complacent after advancing bravely until he was on par with the gods. What kind of suffering did he go through to turn a man like that into this? She resisted the urge to ask. She returned to the kitchen and continued to prepare food. Li Qingshan looked at her busy figure and sighed silently. He really wasn't a person who liked to moan and complain. Scars weren't glory. They were just scars left behind by injuries. Of course, it wasn't a disgrace. It was just that when you showed your scars to others, those who hated you would only laugh at your incompetence and weakness, and find pleasure in it. Those who love you will grieve for you, and even advise you to change to another path. He didn't want to be laughed at, nor did he want to be grieved. He definitely didn't want to take another path. No matter how painful and difficult it was, this was the path he had chosen. He wouldn't have any regrets even if his bones were crushed. At this moment, he had an urge to tell her everything. He didn't want her to be disappointed in him, and he wanted to receive her gentleness and sympathy. "I'm probably drunk," Li Qingshan pondered while tipsy. He used to think that she and Chao Tianjiao had many similarities, but now he realized that they were actually completely different. Perhaps the biggest difference was that she remembered what Li Qingshan looked like in the past. Even though he had experienced many difficulties and dangers, that was the appearance he had always wanted to keep. Now that the change had begun, perhaps he should explain it to both of them. Suddenly, he raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. He said, "Xiongji, do you want to hear my story?" "Go ahead. I'm listening." Han Xiongji's busy hands paused. Afterwards, she continued to prepare the dishes one by one and set them on the table. However, Li Qingshan's voice was intermittent, as if he was preparing his words with great difficulty. "You. I made a choice. In order to obtain greater power, I originally thought I would never make a choice like that, even if it meant death." Han Xiongji listened attentively. She seemed to understand a little, but she was also rather doubtful. However, she did not ask anything. "I've never told you how little Anne and I met, right?" Li Qingshan's thoughts ran wild, but he did not start from his various experiences in the human realm or the demon domain. Instead, he talked about the origins of everything. Han Xiongji nodded. "Back then, I was still in Crouching Ox Village. I was much weaker than when I first met you. It really was miserable. I worked more than I ate, and I was always bullied. However, I actually never cried. I even named myself Li Qingshan, which means why should I bury my bones in the countryside? Life is full of green mountains. I'm actually quite stubborn. Just like the cow I raised, I'm not too afraid of death. However, later on, I met little Anne. I cried. Although it had nothing to do with me, I just felt terrible, so I cried. At that time, I decided that I would avenge her no matter what and help her find a home. Li Qingshan's eyes were hazy from drunkenness. He rambled on, talking about many past events. However, he also mixed in the various experiences in the human realm, the Western Paradise, and even the demon domain. He was disorderly, completely lacking his usual straightforwardness. Perhaps he really was drunk. Many years later, in the depths of the demon domain, he cried again. For the sake of a child, he made a decision. Perhaps the ending of the story had already been decided at the beginning. He, who had not changed, had made the same choice. No matter how much he yearned for the freedom of an eagle, he was destined to be a cow, and could only carry a heavy burden. I want to go to Qingqi Mountain. There's no other way. The sun gradually rose. Unknowingly, the whole table was filled with dishes. Han Xiongji sat opposite Li Qingshan and listened silently. She listened to those bizarre and dazzling encounters, listened to those distant past events, and listened to his painful choices again and again. There were several times when she wanted to stand up and hug him tightly in her arms. However, she didn't move. Instead, she clenched her fists and bit her lips, as if she was also making a painful choice. When Li Qingshan finished his story, she suddenly lifted the wine jar, stood up, and gulped down the rest of the wine in one breath. Then, with a tipsy expression, she stared straight at Li Qingshan's eyes fiercely, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Li Qingshan was also taken aback. He looked at her in astonishment. I'm different from little Anne. No matter what Li Qingshan becomes, it doesn't make a difference in her heart. As for me, I only fancy that Li Qingshan who will never change. Even though I know he's a big bastard, and I understand that there can't be any results, I'm happy in my heart, and I never regret it. Han Xiongji said boldly. Li Qingshan nodded, I know. Then leave this world. Go die anywhere, and don't come back. If you need someone's power, just summon them. The Li Qingshan I know never looks back. Li Qingshan looked at her deeply. She was like a burning flame, so bright that he couldn't look at her directly. In the depths of the flame, her eyes were filled with the figure of Li Qingshan. All of this, and me, are shackles for you. Han Xiongji pointed at the wine and dishes in front of her, and then pointed at herself. Her eyes flashed with a touch of regret, but she resolutely waved her hand, and the table full of wine and dishes were overturned. Then she turned around, and her back faced him. You can go. Li Qingshan looked at the broken bowls and dishes on the ground, and the scattered food on the ground. She spent a lot of effort to personally make them. She almost didn't touch them, and they were all wasted. Of course, as long as he moved his fingers, he could restore everything to its original state, but he didn't do so. He just looked at her back, and was stunned for a while. Suddenly, he smiled, I understand. I'm going. Li Qingshan left this world, and ended this journey. Since he chose this path, he must walk it, and he couldn't stop. Han Xiongji stood motionless in the courtyard, and only her shadow moved. Until the sun set in the west, and the sky was full of stars. Just like this, she passed the day. She suddenly raised her head, looked at the red new star in the distance, and poured all of her heart into it. Outside the world, the buzzing continued to follow him like a shadow, never stopping. However, Li Qingshan suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was a special prayer. In the Tao of the human realm on the vast ocean, a 5-masted ship rose from the horizon and slowly sailed over. The sail was dazzlingly white under the sunlight. It was stretched taut and carried the rolling heat waves like a large white bird carrying the ship across the sea. If one looked closely, they would find that the mast was engraved with many mysterious runes that shone faintly under the sunlight. Thus, there was no need for a sailor to steer the ship. The sail automatically adjusted its direction and maintained its maximum speed without deviating from its course. The people on the deck were all wearing Taoist robes and had extraordinary bearings. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and chatted happily. They even brought along many fruits and dried meat as snacks. It was a pleasant journey, and they were temporarily freed from their daily cultivation to enjoy the sunlight and sea breeze. Everything seemed so peaceful. An old man stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. However, he was frowning as he looked at the end of the sea. Hearing the disciples chatting and laughing, he sighed in his heart, "Ai, the appearance of the demon star, I wonder how long this good scene will last. After this calamity, I wonder how many of these disciples will survive." Not to mention these disciples, even his cultivation was nothing in the face of the great tribulation of heaven and earth. However, he could not say these thoughts to anyone. He had only told his disciples that he wanted to bring them to the myriad phenomenon city to broaden their horizons. However, he was actually considering merging the entire Azure Sun Temple into the myriad phenomenon sect. After the battle of Black Cloud City, the myriad phenomenon sect had suffered heavy losses. They had been recruiting disciples and did not reject anyone. However, as the sect master, he could only be an inner disciple. Although it was said that it was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a cow, without a large ship, they would not be able to withstand this great storm. Once they died, everything would be over. They would not even be able to be the butt of a chicken. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows and turned around. "Xianxia, go and call your junior martial sister Xianxia. We are almost at the myriad phenomenon sect, we cannot miss this scenery." "Yes, master." A young and handsome Taoist immediately cupped his fists and thought, "Master really loves junior martial sister Xianxia." He quickly walked down to the cabin, and suddenly everything was dark. He had to rely on his eyes to see the path clearly. Along the way, he could no longer hear the laughter on the deck. After walking a dozen steps, it was as if he had entered a deep and quiet world. But it's no wonder that you can cultivate peacefully in the cabin at a time like this. Such a temperament and bearing, in the words of Master, you really are a natural cultivator. To be able to pass through the second heavenly tribulation in such a short period of time, it definitely isn't luck. His heart suddenly surged with a fervent desire to see her face. In a quiet room in the depths of the ship, there was a pea-sized lamp with green smoke rising in spirals. A Taoist wearing a crown was sitting cross-legged on a cattail hassock. Her body swayed slightly with the waves, but her eyes were closed and her expression was indifferent. She was completely immersed in her cultivation. "Junior sister Xianxia, we're almost at the myriad appearance sect. Master told me to call you." Xiaoxi's voice came from outside the door. "Got it." Yang Xianxia slowly opened her eyes and said softly, "Thank you, senior martial brother. I'll be right there." Her voice was like the trembling of a zither, moving one's heartstrings in the darkness, but it was also as indifferent as her expression. She was like a calm and elegant zither, but she didn't ask for anyone who understood her. She played her own heartfelt song by herself. "No need to be so polite, junior martial sister." Xiaoxi was slightly disappointed, but he couldn't feel a trace of dissatisfaction towards this junior martial sister Xianxia. A moment later, Yang Xianxia walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. The dazzling sunlight caused her to squint her eyes. She saw her fellow disciples gathered at the bow of the ship, looking in the same direction. It was midsummer, and the sun was blazing like fire. The hot wind blew against her face, and the sky was high and the sea was wide. Her mood couldn't help but warm up, and her mind broadened along with her horizons. She could only see clear and crystalline waves flickering with the undulations of the sea, spreading all the way to the horizon. Water vapor evaporated, and the air became misty. At the end of the horizon, between the clouds and the heat waves, a magnificent metropolis floated like a mirage. "That's the myriad appearance sect," Yang Xianxia muttered to herself. Even if she wholeheartedly pursued the Tao, and her heart was like an ancient well, she couldn't help but be shocked by the scene. Suddenly, she couldn't help but laugh. If he was here, he would definitely laugh at her for not seeing the world. Then, a wave of confidence rose in her. "But I'm no longer the Yang Xianxia from back then." Ascending from the small world to the human world was like coming from the cabin to the deck and seeing the endless sea in an instant. Only then did he realize how small he was at the beginning, and that the invincible chivalrous king who shook the world was only a strong cultivator. It was only in the small world that he seemed so strong. Maybe his real cultivation base was even weaker than her master's. She couldn't help but look at the old man at the bow of the ship and cupped her hands in greeting. The old man also smiled and nodded at her. Her master, Taoist Master Qin Yang, was a keen spirit cultivator who had crossed 4 heavenly tribulations. He established the Qin Yang temple with his own strength, but it was only a small sect in the human realm. She heard that she was about to arrive at the myriad appearance sect. She stared at the mirage at the end of the sea and sky. A person who had crossed 4 heavenly tribulations could only become a disciple. Only a young spirit cultivator who had crossed 5 heavenly tribulations could become a successor disciple. However, it was only a disciple. Above them, there was the human immortal sect leader who had crossed 6 heavenly tribulations, and the true immortal sect leader. True immortal was already an unfathomable and inconceivable existence for her. It was also the goal that she had been pursuing all her life. She didn't know if he was still trapped in the small world. No, with his ability, he probably had already broken free. Or he had already returned to his hometown, the 9 regions that he spoke of. Or he had also ascended to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Maybe he was also in the human realm. Or maybe he would meet him again one day in the future. But, don't you dare bully me like before. While young Miaozhen was gazing into the distance and reminiscing about the past, someone was also staring at her. Her face, without makeup, had a kind of beauty that could topple cities. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, revealing her snow-white neck. Her figure was tall and slender, and she had a graceful bearing like a crane. However, between her indifferent eyes, there was always a trace of gentleness. Her tall figure, wrapped in a Taoist robe, exuded an even more mature charm. That was the mark left behind by being a wife and a mother. Many people in the Qingyang temple couldn't believe this and were deeply shocked. They couldn't imagine what kind of man could make her devote her life to him. At that time, she just said it indifferently, without the slightest bit of concealment. She just wanted to reduce some trouble. No matter what kind of man he is already separated from you by 2 different worlds. He can't keep up with your footsteps and is no longer worthy of you. In the future, the one who will be by your side must be me. Ling Xiao silently made up his mind and walked toward Yang Miaozhen. Yang Miaozhen sighed inwardly. Some trouble was inevitable. After all, although the small world was small, those who could become one of the top 10 beauties were also at the standard of 1 in a million. Although she hadn't seen much of the world, she had instead nurtured a kind of bearing and confidence. Moreover, she was able to stay indoors for 20 years in a world where spirit qi was thin and martial artists dominated. She wholeheartedly cultivated and pursued the Tao. Her talent and temperament were not what ordinary golden core cultivators could compare with. When the 2 were combined, her charm was naturally born. The great ship of fortune gradually sailed closer to Wanxiang City. The misty and rippling mirage gradually became clearer and more spectacular. Junior sister Miaozhen, do you know what the most powerful cultivation technique of Wanxiang sect is? Ling Xiao came up to speak. I think it's called the Wanxiang Heavenly Book. Yang Miaozhen pondered and said. That's right. The Wanxiang Heavenly Book contains countless heavenly books. Every one of them can allow one to cultivate to become a human immortal. Ling Xiao also couldn't help but reveal a look of envy. The cultivation technique he was currently cultivating was far inferior to any of the heavenly books. Yang Miaozhen listened attentively. She was still very concerned about matters related to cultivation like this. The other disciples gathered over too. Ling Xiao became more and more excited. However, there's another saying that the Wanxiang Heavenly Book is a whole entity. Not only is it the collective name for all heavenly books, but it also contains all cultivation methods and paths in the world. All heavenly books have been derived from it. It's exactly because of this Wanxiang Heavenly Book that the Wanxiang sect can still prosper despite the war. Speaking of which, a great battle broke out between the Wanxiang sect and demon folk not too long ago. The demon domain sent out the 12 demon emperors to surround the city with an army of several million. The will of the Taowu demon god descended. That battle was extremely brutal. Even over half of the Yang spirit true disciples were killed. They were almost wiped out. It was all thanks to their first senior brother, Li Qingshan, that they forced back the Taowu demon god. Just now, they managed to turn the tables. He was not bold enough to compare himself to the first senior brother of the Wanxiang sect, but he was still the first senior brother after all. Li Qingshan, for Yang Miaozhen, this name was too unforgettable. He was not just a man who had conquered her, possessed her, or the father of her child. She was a natural cultivator, and the endless years were enough to wear away everything. Yet, only the heavens knew how lonely she was as a cultivator in the small world dominated by martial artists. She was like a seabird that was born without its own kind, flying alone towards a distant and indistinct goal. She also had the feelings of a young girl, but despite being born with peerless beauty and receiving countless pursuits and temptations, she could not fall in love. She also longed to be able to shake the martial world and become a heroine, not just one of the top 10 beauties. But despite having the talent to become a powerful martial artist, she could only stay in a Taoist temple. Disregarding everything, all she could rely on was an illusory legend, advancing alone in the darkness. She felt that she would not be able to hold on for much longer. Then he appeared and told her that her path was correct. Light illuminated everything. Even after many years, she still remembered the shock she felt at that time. It was far greater than when he first took her. Of course, she was also very happy at that time. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, she did not have any resistance. The 7 emotions and 6 desires were human nature, let alone him. Others said that she was innately cold, but he said that the path of cultivation was destined to be lonely. She still remembered when they parted. He said, "No matter how indifferent you appear, I know that you are a person who values relationships. I fear that there are still things in your heart that you cannot let go." But she did not know that he was the only one she valued, and that there was nothing else that she could not let go of. So she constantly reminded herself that Xianxia was only an ordinary cultivator. Back then, his cultivation was only about 3 heavenly tribulations, the realm of nascent soul cultivators. He might seem very powerful and special in the small world, but there were countless people like him in the mortal realm. Now, she only needed to work a bit harder and she would quickly reach that level. She was like this, always trying to fade the impression he left behind. However, after several decades, when she suddenly heard his name again, her reaction at this moment made her suddenly realize that everything was in vain. It was like a birthmark that couldn't be washed away with water. For a moment, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia was also stunned. He had never seen such a vivid expression appear on Yang Miaoxin's face. It was 10 times more moving than any time in his memory. If he could spend the rest of his life with her and see this kind of expression from her all the time, he would be more than a deity. It wouldn't even matter if he could become a deity or not. The disciples were completely immersed in this legend, and they discussed it. Even young god cultivators can die. Are demon folk so terrifying? Is the Taowood demon god a true immortal? Nonsense. Of course it's a true immortal. All 12 demon gods of the demon region are true immortals. Senior brother, how is that Xianxia so powerful? Everything that Ling Shuzi mentioned was far too distant to them. Young god cultivators were already existences beyond their reach, and demon gods were even more unbelievable. As for what kind of monster Xianxia who had forced back a demon god was, they could not even imagine it. True Master Qin Yang shook his head and interrupted, that Xianxia isn't just powerful. I heard that it's only been a few decades since he ascended to the human realm. In the beginning, he was only at the 3rd heavenly tribulation, but it's said that he's already undergone the 6th heavenly tribulation now. He's been received into Elysium to become a divine general of the samurais. Clearly, he had investigated the situation of the myriad sect carefully before this, and as the leader of the direct disciples, the first senior brother Xianxia was an existence that could not be ignored. But as he spoke, he was also frowning with a look of disbelief on his face, not much different from the other. Disciples. How is this possible? The disciples all cried out and fell into an uproar. Even Ling Xiaozi was no exception. Clearly, he had only heard about Xianxia's achievements from hearsay. He did not know as much as true Master Qin Yang. To be able to undergo the 2nd heavenly tribulation in a few short decades and reach the peak of golden core cultivators, Yang Miaoxin was already a supreme genius in their eyes. However, to undergo the 4th, 5th, and 6th heavenly tribulation, which was even more difficult, in the same amount of time, it seemed completely impossible no matter how they thought about it. The shock was just too great, such that they forgot to respect their masters. They could not help but become doubtful. Only Yang Miaoxin was not surprised at all. She only understood slightly, confirming her own judgment. Xianxia in the miniature world back then was indeed only at the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Of course, although there were many people with the same name in the world, Li Qingshan was not a particularly rare name, but she had almost no hesitation and could be 100% sure. Li Qingshan was that Li Qingshan. No matter how many Li Qingshan there were in the world, apart from that Li Qingshan, there was no other Li Qingshan who could do such a thing. It did not seem strange that the chivalrous lord who had played around in the miniature world continued to play around in the human world. That man is like this. However, what made her feel interesting was that true Master Qin Yang became a little unconvinced in the face of the disciples' doubts. Well, maybe he hasn't undergone the sixth heavenly tribulation. He's at least a young spirit cultivator who has undergone the fifth heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be the eldest senior brother of the Wanxiang sect. She almost laughed out loud, although she did not know why she wanted to laugh. It was probably like a child who had been trying hard to surpass his father. Finally, one day, when the child gradually grew up and became tall and strong, he discovered that his father was not as tall and strong as he remembered when he was a child. He was even shorter and thinner than other people, but he suddenly discovered that his father's hidden identity was the richest man in the world. There were probably not many people in the world who had experienced such a wonderful feeling. Yang Miaozhen smiled slightly. The deck suddenly became quiet, and all the disciples looked at her in a daze. The male disciples glanced at her and were about to immediately look away, but they could not help but look at her again. It was as if they were facing a ball of light that was too dazzling to look at for a long time, let alone ignore. On the contrary, the female disciples all looked at her without blinking. There was no jealousy, only admiration. Ling Xiaozi simply could not control himself. He was completely dizzy and did not know why she suddenly smiled. After knowing her for so long, he seemed to have never seen her smile like this. Miaozhen, you know that Li Qingshan? Even true Master Qin Yang suddenly became slightly excited. He was not as lustful as his disciples, and keenly noticed Yang Miaozhen's strange behavior. Reporting to Master, I know him. Yang Miaozhen was a man of few words, but she did not lie. Junior sister, you know Li Qingshan? It can't be someone with the same name, right? All the disciples were shocked. No matter how much they admired Yang Miaozhen, for a moment, they could not connect the distant legend with the living person in front of him. Then, what is the relationship between you two? True Master Qin Yang became more and more excited, and the way he looked at Yang Miaozhen was even more fervent than Ling Xiaozi. He wanted to rely on the myriad appearance sect, but he also wanted to sell it for a good price in exchange for some resources. Only then would he have the opportunity to go one step further and cross the fifth heavenly tribulation. True disciples and advanced disciples, Yin spirit cultivators and Yang spirit cultivators, the situation was very different. If he could rely on his relationship with the myriad appearance sect's eldest disciple and have Li Qingshan recruit him into the myriad appearance sect, the treatment would definitely be better than relying on himself. Moreover, when the Great Tribulation came, he would have a great backer, and at least he would not be casually treated as a sacrificial pawn. Yang Miaozhen hesitated for a moment. She wanted to say, he was once my husband, but when they parted back then, he had personally said they were not husband and wife. Although he was helping her separate, she had always been very concerned. She deliberated and said, when we were in the small world, I gave birth to a child for him. No, that's impossible. Ling Xiaozi's body trembled in disbelief, it must be someone with the same name. She did not want to believe it, but she had no choice but to believe it. If it was not that kind of man, how could she have fallen in love with him? True Master Qin Yang was overjoyed, but he still had a trace of doubt. He was also afraid that it was someone with the same name, and he had rejoiced for nothing. At this moment, the myriad appearance city was right in front of him. In the shallow sea, a majestic human-shaped statue gradually appeared from the misty water vapor. It had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and it was resolute. It was clad in armor, and its hand was on a long saber, as if it was guarding the myriad appearance sect. It was probably the product of some true disciple's flattery. Everyone thought that after Lin Xian, the battle for eldest disciple had been settled, and the myriad appearance sect would welcome another long reign. True Master Qin Yang pointed at the statue and asked, is it like that? Yang Miaozhen stared at the statue and seemed to be infatuated. She mumbled, it's exactly the same. Ling Xiaozi's face was ashen, and his last trace of hope was extinguished. True Master Xianxia did not care about his eldest disciple's feelings. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked again, "Disciple, why did you two separate? With such a peerless coattail, why did she bother to cultivate in his small Taoist temple? If she had joined the myriad appearance sect earlier, with Li Qingshan's care, she would have become a nascent soul cultivator at least with her talent. There would not be any grudges." "Disciple?" Yang Miaozhen was tempted to roll her eyes. After coming to the human realm, the one thing that had disillusioned her was that cultivators were not as pure and desireless as the legends said. Most of them did not possess Li Qingshan's spirit of bravery, determination, and fearlessness. Among a group of people, she was the one who was most like a cultivator, including her master, the head of the Azure Sun Temple. Most of the time, he did not have a proper career. Not only did he indulge in good wine, but he also liked to wander around. She said matter-of-factly, "I want to ascend." "Does he treat you well?" True Master Xianxia asked one last test. "He treats me very well." Yang Miaozhen did not hesitate. "Good disciple, how do you think I treat you?" True Master Xianxia rubbed his hands together and actually showed a flattering smile to his disciple. However, no one found it strange. Other than Ling Xiaozi, the other disciples of the Azure Sun Temple looked at Yang Miaozhen with reverence. It was as if the person on the statue was her. "Good disciple?" Yang Miaozhen finally could not help but roll her eyes. All Yang Miaozhen could say was, "Miaozhen is indebted to Master." The sect master roused with vigor, so he no longer kept it a secret. He finally revealed his true objective, to merge the entire Green Sun Monastery into the Myriad sect. The disciples paled in fright and all tried to dissuade him. Ling Xiaozi objected even more vehemently. He was the first senior brother of the Green Sun Monastery. When the sect master was out traveling, he was responsible for all matters in the monastery. He could be described as someone who stood above several dozen and below only one. If the Green Sun Monastery merged with the Myriad sect, he would only be able to become a registered disciple. He would only be ranked at the bottom of the hierarchy of disciples in the Myriad sect. Then he glanced at Yang Miaozhen and felt his heart ache. If the Green Sun Monastery really does merge with the Myriad sect, junior sister Miaozhen will be able to reconnect with that Li Qingshan, but I'll forever have to rely on him. Yang Miaozhen understood the sect master's plans. Her feelings were rather mixed. After all this, do I still have to return to his side? The sect master had been expecting the disciples' reactions. The human realm was extremely closely connected to beyond the 9 heavens. Basically all the great sect masters of large sects were true immortals. The conflict between sects was not even as intense as the 3,000 worlds. Not only was this because the sect masters were all old acquaintances, but it was also to deal with the expansion of the demon domain and avoid pointless internal strife. The battlefield in the demon domain was extremely intense, far more intense than regular battles between sects, but the responsibility of fending off the demonfolk's invasion was basically all on the large sections. They did not force the smaller sects to take part either. If they did not want to contribute and take the initiative to take part, everything that happened on the distant border could be treated as a story. Under these circumstances, the smaller and smaller sects of the human realm and the various independent cultivators could be described as living peacefully. If peace lasted for too long, people would forget what war looked like. They might even lose their imaginations of war. Even when phrases like the demon star of Mars and the great calamity of the world hung by their mouths, it did not feel real at all. They just felt like there would be someone taller to hold up the sky even if it collapsed. The great immortals and gods above the 9 heavens would never turn a blind eye. The worst-case scenario was just an endless battle. The sect master said firmly, "I've already made up my mind. There's no need to persuade me otherwise." He sighed again and said something like, "You're all too young, you don't know the power of the great tribulation of heaven and earth, Master is doing this for your own good, you'll understand in the future," and so on. Although the disciples couldn't understand, they couldn't disobey their master's orders. They were a little disappointed and didn't have the mood to go on a sightseeing trip. However, when they disembarked from the ship and arrived at Wanxiang City, the scene in the city caused their spirits to rise. The city was filled with people. It was so lively that it didn't seem like a cultivation sect, but a mortal city. However, there was no such magnificent scene in a mortal city. Tall buildings rose from the ground, each with carved beams and painted rafters, and arched eaves. Long bridges ran through them like rainbows, and elegant cultivators walked on them. The balconies of the floating gardens were like exquisite flower pots. Strange flowers and plants bloomed within them. Many cultivators were sipping tea and discussing the Tao. Tired of looking at the vast and empty scenery on the sea, everything in Wanxiang City was dazzling and too much for the eyes to take in. Everyone almost forgot the disappointment of the sect's disbandment. But very soon, the sense of disappointment returned and became even stronger. Even Yang Miaozhen felt it. It turned out that there was nothing special about us. Although the sect master of Azure Sun couldn't compare to the Wanxiang sect, in the eyes of mortals, they were extraordinary immortals and outstanding talents. And now, there were cultivators everywhere. There were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of them. They didn't find anything special about them. Instead, they looked around like country bumpkins entering a city. The shock in Ling Xiaozi's heart took a long time to calm down. He muttered, "Is that Li Qingshan ruling over this place?" Spiritual Master Qingyang glanced at him and knew that this disciple was unwilling. He said, "The Grand Sect Master of the Wanxiang sect is in charge of the imperial study for the Celestial Emperor. The two sect masters follow him to the 9 heavens. The Grand Sect Master's mount, Spirit Venerable Gui Hai, oversees the heavens and deduces the Wanxiang Heavenly Book. He doesn't care about secular affairs. Therefore, all the major and minor matters in the Wanxiang sect are handled by the true disciples. And as the head of the true disciples, Li Qingshan has the authority to command all the true disciples. Furthermore, in the Battle of Black Cloud City, he forced the incarnation of the demonic god Swanni to retreat, and all the true disciples were saved by him. His prestige in the sect is extremely high, and it could be said that he's the ruler here." When mentioning the 3 sect masters, Spirit Venerable Gui Hai, and even Li Qingshan, he would cup his hands towards the heavens. His words were filled with reverence. There was a saying, "The older one is in Jianghu, the more timid they are." In fact, the higher one's cultivation and the wider one's experience, the more one understood the power of many things. Therefore, he didn't feel that there was anything shameful about relying on connections and cozying up to Li Qingshan. Even the high and mighty young spirit cultivators and true disciples had to rely on Li Qingshan to survive. What was there for him to put on airs? Ling Xiaozi was speechless and lost his wits. When a story was no longer just a story, the storyteller would also lose that calm and composure of talking and laughing. Spiritual Master Qingyang patted Ling Xiaozi on the shoulder and continued walking into the city. Looking at the many cultivators in the city, he thought to himself, "It seems that many people have the same idea as me." In the Battle of Black Cloud City, the Wanxiang sect lost more than half of its true disciples. If it had been an ordinary sect, it would have suffered a great loss. It would have taken at least 1,000 years to recover. However, the Wanxiang sect relied on the huge amount of rewards from the desireless heavenly palace and the abundant resources accumulated in the 100 herb garden to recruit disciples. Coincidentally, the demon star appeared. Many small and medium sects and even loose cultivators had the same idea as spiritual master Qingyang. For a time, a large number of people gathered, and the sect became even more prosperous than before. Of course, the root of all this was that sky. Spiritual Master Qingyang raised his head and looked up. He saw a 3,000-meter-tall building piercing through the clouds, standing majestically above the Wanxiang city. It also had the power to soar into the clouds. The pedestal on the east side of the world was a stone wall that was more than 100 feet high. The stone wall was smooth and shiny, and only the top was engraved with the words "List of all creations." Under the sunlight, many names could be seen. The name that ranked first was Li Qingshan, surpassing all the other disciples. The people of the Qingyang temple looked at the stone wall for a while and couldn't help but become more intimate with Yang Miaozhen, calling her junior sister and senior sister non-stop. Spiritual Master Qingyang practically kept calling her disciple and didn't call her Miaozhen Zi anymore. Yang Miaozhen felt very uncomfortable. She felt like the weight of the entire sect was on her shoulders, waiting for her to find Li Qingshan. She wasn't worried that he wouldn't care about old feelings, he was more serious than she imagined, but she was worried that when the time came, she didn't know how he would play with her. On the central axis of Wanxiang City, there was a majestic hall whose height was second only to the sky. Along with it, there was a large cluster of buildings on the mountainside. It was dazzling and extraordinary. The sky had the aura of ascending from the bottom, but this cluster of buildings had the aura of descending from the top. If the Wanxiang sect was compared to a country of cultivators, then Wanxiang City would be the capital. This cluster of buildings was similar to the Forbidden City, an administrative center like the Senate. It was responsible for handling all matters within the city or within the country. It was called the Direct Inheritance Hall. As the name suggested, it was the Hall of Direct Disciples. The Wanxiang sect was jointly ruled by direct disciples, so one could imagine its status. All the internal affairs of the sect had to be handled here, including the disputes between the true disciples. In the main hall of the Direct Inheritance Hall, a female cultivator was furrowing her brows and writing at a rapid pace. She wore a luxurious purple dress, and her black hair was tied up high like clouds, complementing her snow-white skin. She was a rare peerless beauty in the world. However, her expression was solemn and dignified, and her temperament was dignified and noble. She had the demeanor of an empress. The 9-feet-long table in front of her was located on the central axis of Wanxiang City and even the Direct Inheritance Hall. It was the third senior sister, Dai Mengfan, who was in charge of the Direct Inheritance Hall. No matter who was the eldest senior brother, she would always be the third senior sister. Therefore, she was called the Eternal Third Senior Sister in private, or the Eternal Third Senior Sister by the other direct disciples. If the eldest senior brother was the ruler of a country, controlling an army and conquering everywhere, then she would be the prime minister of a country. She would have to attend to a myriad of affairs every day. All the internal affairs of the sect would be handled by her. Senior sister. Qingyang Temple's Qingyang spiritual master wants to see you. A female disciple tiptoed in and said softly. Perhaps because she was too busy, the third senior sister's temper had been getting worse recently, as if she had changed into a different person. In the past, she was gentle and friendly, talking and laughing, and was considerate to everyone. However, she was also dignified, making others not dare to offend her. Now, all the subordinates were careful when they saw her, not even daring to breathe loudly. I won't see you. Sure enough, Dai Mengfan didn't even raise her head. Her tone was filled with impatience. In the blink of an eye, all the information about the Qingyang Temple, its origin, development, current situation, the names and cultivation of the chief and the main disciples, was in his grasp. He immediately came to a conclusion. What bullshit *T spiritual master Qingyang? He's just an old piece of trash who can't survive the fifth heavenly tribulation in 3,000 years. However, his disciples, Ling Xiao and Miao Zhenzi, were worth recruiting, especially Miao Zhenzi. It was said that he ascended from an extremely small world, and in a short few decades, he reached the peak of Jindan stage from the initial stage of foundation establishment. Because the spiritual energy in the small world was thin, it was difficult to ascend. This kind of person's talent, temperament, and luck were usually very outstanding. Moreover, she was a female cultivator, so she was worth paying attention to. If it was a normal day, she might summon it to take a look, but she wasn't in the mood right now. Recently, there were more and more people like this. They refused to join the Wanxiang sect properly and wanted special treatment just because they thought they were some lousy temple master. All of them came to her to annoy her. But considering the image of the nature sect, he added, you go and entertain them. Be tactful. It was impossible to have special treatment. The myriad appearance sect didn't lack an inner disciple, let alone a so-called genius. Yes. The female disciple accepted the order and left. However, Dai Mingfan's brows furrowed even more tightly. Her gaze drifted about as she wrote furiously. However, her attention did not seem to be on the desk in front of her at all. Instead, she was thinking about something else. Actually, no matter how complicated the matter was, it was nothing difficult for a young soul cultivator to handle. A single thought from her could surpass the 3 days and 3 nights of contemplation of so-called sages among mortals. Her true worry was actually the same as the Qingyang masters. It was the impending crisis of the world. Her position was even higher than the Qingyang masters. She was closer to the sky, so she could see more things. She could already smell the bloody scent of war, as well as the rotting stench of death. With her talent and cultivation, she originally had the chance to become the first senior sister, but the monarch had to preside over the war against the demon domain. It was exactly to distance herself from war that she had always been the prime minister in peace. She, Dai Mengfan, was a noble. She cultivated arduously for the sake of longevity, not to throw her life away against demon folk. However, there were some things that she could not do anything about no matter how clever she was. Once the crisis of the world arrived, even true immortals would struggle to protect themselves, let alone a mere young soul cultivator. Not to mention the fact that a true immortal had already died the moment the Mars demon star had appeared. Regular cultivators might not be able to tell the difference between gods and the trichiliocosm, but she could. Back then, she watched helplessly as the star erupted with bright light, tore through the sky, and fell towards the ground. In her raging thoughts, everything in her memories seemed so slow, basically falling inch by inch. In the depths of the pitch-black sky, a scarlet star suddenly lit up. It gave her nightmares for a whole night. From then onwards, she changed. Panic, anxiety, the impending crisis, in a flash of her thoughts, there were also the worries of fools among mortals, the worries that they could not resolve even after contemplating for 3 days and 3 nights. She was like a gambler who owed a loan shark money. The creditor would come knocking on her door the next day, and she would bring over a dozen thugs with her, yet she could not even produce a single cent. The atmosphere of the entire Wanxiang sect also changed. Gui Hailingzuan closed the sky, no longer read any books, and no longer saw anyone. The inherited disciples all began to cultivate desperately, or collect magic weapons to prepare for the great crisis. More and more small and medium-sized sects wanted to merge with the Wanxiang sect. But the strange thing was that the 9th heaven fell into silence, and the stars seemed to be shocked by the Mars demon star. For a moment, they did not know how to react, or what deeper plans they had. Therefore, with the human immortals as the boundary, the cultivators below became restless, each looking for a way to survive, like ants before a rainstorm, climbing up the trees as much as possible. But the immortals and emperors above were completely silent, stingy, and unwilling to issue a decree to explain the appearance of the scarlet star in the sky. No one knew what they were planning. In this complexity and silence, there seemed to be an invisible string stretched taut. The moment it broke, everything in front of her would collapse. Moreover, she had a very bad premonition that was tormenting her. It seemed that something bad would soon befall her, and the worst thing was that she could not be sure if this was just a normal panic, or if it was real. She could only work hard to focus her thoughts on the work in front of her, and gain a sense of control over her fate. Her right hand drew a series of afterimages, and the printing machine filled up the white paper. Just when she felt that she was about to succeed, the female disciple just now walked in again, immediately interrupting her thoughts. What now? There was a hint of anger in her voice. Third senior sister, spiritual master Xianxia has a female disciple. He said that she is an old friend of eldest senior brother, the female disciple said with a trembling voice. Dai Mengfan stopped writing and looked up. Really? That's what he said. In a side hall next to the direct inheritance hall, Dai Mengfan's arrival caused the people of Azure Sun Temple to feel flattered. The aura she exuded immediately pushed them into the ranks of her subordinates, yet they willingly submitted to her. If it wasn't for the fact that kneeling wasn't popular in the cultivation world, the disciples of Azure Sun Temple would have probably knelt down like mortals seeing the emperor and shouted "Long live." Ling Xiaozi couldn't help but secretly compare her to Yang Miaozhen, but he had to admit that the peerless elegance of this direct inheritance hall master completely overshadowed the brilliance of junior sister Miaozhen. This wasn't a difference in appearance or temperament, but rather an innate difference brought about by the naked difference in power. He still dared to have lustful thoughts when facing Yang Miaozhen, but when facing Dai Mengfan, he couldn't even raise his head. His mind was blank, not daring to have any distracting thoughts. Senior. Spiritual Master Xianxia excitedly cupped his hands in greeting while sighing inwardly at the charm of the 3 words Li Qingshan. It was actually able to make the direct inheritance hall master personally come to see them. Dai Mengfan almost didn't even look at him. She lightly raised her right hand, and Spiritual Master Xianxia immediately shut up and quietly waited to the side. Everything seemed natural and didn't make people feel the slightest bit rude, like a senior greeting a junior. From the moment she entered, Dai Mingfan's gaze fell on Yang Miaozhen and she praised inwardly, truly a beauty. She immediately believed that her relationship with eldest senior brother was not shallow. She beckoned her to come in front of her and said with a smile, "You are Yang Miaozhen? Senior knows me?" Yang Miaozhen couldn't help but walk over, feeling overwhelmed by the favor. Of course, everyone of Azure Sun Temple, especially fellow Daoist Qing Yang, I have long heard of your great name. Dai Mingfan's gaze swept across the people of Azure Sun Temple before returning to Yang Miaozhen. Calling me senior is too distant. Junior sister, since you want to join the Myriad Appearance sect, you can call me senior sister in the future. The people of Azure Sun Temple couldn't help but let out envious gasps as their gazes focused on Yang Miaozhen's face. Senior. Senior sister. Yang Miaozhen's heart was thumping loudly, her cheeks were hot and red. She needed to use all her strength to calm her mind so that she wouldn't be completely affected by this charming and amiable senior sister Dai in front of her. Junior martial sister, why don't you become a disciple and get used to the environment of the Myriad Appearance sect? What do you think? Dai Mingfan lightly held Yang Miaozhen's hand and spoke in a negotiating tone. This, my cultivation seems to be. Then it's settled. Although the ranking of the Myriad Phenomenon sect wasn't based on individual cultivation, but rather on contributions to the sect, the position of Hall Disciple was usually reserved for nascent soul cultivators who had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. After all, it was impossible to make so many contributions without that level of cultivation. However, Dai Mingfan could adjust these rules flexibly. Contribution points could be slowly increased, and cultivation could be slowly increased. Since she was eldest senior brother's old friend, as his junior sister, she had to take care of her. It could also be considered as forming a good karma. Maybe she could save his life in the future. If it wasn't for the feelings of Chao Tianjiao in the 9 heavens, who wished she could also become eldest senior brother's old friend, the current him was probably even more reliable than before. Perhaps no one in the Myriad Appearance sect could imagine that the dignified third senior sister would actually have such worldly thoughts. However, to her, the most important thing was to live. The fundamental purpose of cultivation was to live a long life. If she couldn't live, everything would be an illusion. If she was trapped in the chaotic demon cocoon in the Cold Blood Pass, she would probably have immediately fallen to the Demon Emperor. Only spiritual master Qing Yang suddenly realized that this high and mighty direct hall master was just like him. He was also trying his best to cling on to eldest senior brotherly Qingshan's thigh. A storm was approaching, and all the weak were trying their best to cling on to the wings of the strong. However, in the Great Tribulation, how many people could be called absolute experts? Perhaps Li Qingshan was one of them. After making arrangements for Yang Miaozhen, Dai Mingfan expressed her welcome to the Azure Sun Shrine and had a friendly talk with the shrine master, spiritual master Qing Yang. The talk did not last long, but it was very successful. In just a few words, spiritual master Qing Yang received a generally satisfactory treatment. For a moment, both the host and the guest were happy. All disciples, listen up. Right at this moment, a voice that was as cold as ice and as vast as the ocean resounded from the sky. With the highest point of the sky as the center, it rippled through the clouds like a tide and spread to every corner of Wanxiang City, causing all the cultivators to tremble and perk up their ears to listen. The bustling Myriad Appearance city instantly quietened down. It was as if he was announcing the true ruler of the city. In the direct teachings hall, Dai Mingfan was also shocked. Spirit Sage Gue Hai had actually spoken. Furthermore, he was speaking to everyone in such a high-profile manner. This was unprecedented in the history of the Myriad Appearance sect. Could it be that the Grand Sect Master above the 9 heavens had sent an order? Or could it be that Spirit Sage Gue Hai had deduced the future fate of the Myriad Appearance sect? Regardless, it must be related to the Chaos Demon Star and the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth. Myriad Appearance. Sect disciple Li Qingshan has betrayed the sect and fallen to the Tao of Fiends. From this day forth, he will be expelled from the Myriad Appearance sect and stripped of all his status and assets in the sect. Spirit Sage Gue Hai's words were even more shocking than his voice. The Hall of Inheritances was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. Dai Mingfan's eyes widened as a bad premonition reverberated in her heart like a scream. Dai Mingfan will take over the position of eldest disciple and be in charge of everything in the sect. She will continue to be the direct teachings hall master and lead the Xuanwu army and Blazing Inferno army. Dai Mingfan could not help but spit out a word, F***ck. Yang Miaozhen, who was nearby, looked at her in disbelief. All of you wait here. Dai Mingfan said that and turned into a purple beam of light that flew into the sky. Spiritual Master Qin Yang looked like he was laughing and crying as he said with difficulty, "What are you talking about? Miaozhen Zi, why did he fall to the Tao of Fiends instead of being the eldest senior brother?" Good disciple turned back to Miaozhen Zi. The Azure Sun convent disciples could not help but distance themselves from her, forming an empty space around her. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and did not take a step closer. Before Dai Mingfan left, when she said all of you wait here, her eyes were clearly only looking at Yang Miaozhen. For some reason, Yang Miaozhen did not feel worried. Instead, she felt like laughing as she muttered to herself, "That man is like this." Soon, Dai Mingfan returned. This newly appointed eldest senior sister did not have a hint of joy on her face. Instead, it was extremely gloomy and dejected, as though she had suffered a huge defeat. She looked at Yang Miaozhen with a gloomy expression, as though she did not know what to do with her. The other Azure Sun convent disciples could not help but distance themselves from her, afraid that a fire at the city gates would implicate the fish in the moat. Spiritual Master Qin Yang could only sigh inwardly and pray for his own good. However, he had already achieved his goal. With Dai Mingfan's status, she would not go back on her word. Ling Xiao wanted to step forward, but under Dai Mingfan's terrifying pressure, he did not dare to take a step forward. He only stared at his toes like a child who had done something wrong. Yang Miaozhen, on the other hand, became calm and said with a smile, "Congratulations, eldest senior sister." A while ago, Dai Mingfan rushed into the sky, and the sight before her left her shocked. The bookshelves, which were usually clean and neatly arranged, had fallen to the ground. Millions of books were piled up into a mountain of books. At the top of the mountain of books, a ray of sunlight descended. Dust drifted through the air within the light. An old man in black clothes was currently reading one of the books with his head lowered. He flipped through it very slowly, page by page. "Greetings, Spirit Sovereign." Dai Mingfan wanted to turn down the first senior sister's appointment, but before she could say anything, Spirit Sovereign Guihai said, "This is an order." "What if I turn it down?" Dai Mingfan raised her head and glared at Spirit Sovereign Guihai. She did not want to be some nuisance of a first senior sister and fight demon folk to the death. "You want to betray the sect as well?" Spirit Sovereign Guihai raised an eyebrow. Under the gaze of the pair of eyes that were as deep and silent as the deep sea, Dai Mingfan's anger suddenly vanished, as if she had been swallowed by the icy cold seawater. She lowered her head and clasped her hands. "I dare not." She understood very well that if she disobeyed on the spot, she probably would not be able to make it out alive. In the eyes of the small fries of the Green Sun Monastery, she was an unreachable, important figure, but in the myriad sect, true disciples were merely expendable replacements. Compared to the entire cultivation community, they were even more worthless. She dared not openly oppose a powerful human immortal, nor did she even have the courage to flee the myriad sect. Now that the crisis of the world was upon them, the myriad sect was the only thing she could rely on. Even though young soul cultivators stood at the apex of all cultivators, they were still just cultivators. If she did not become a human immortal, it would all be for naught. Spirit Sovereign Guihai lowered his eyes and said nothing more. He only waved his hand, and she scurried back to the legacy hall obediently, becoming the first senior sister of the myriad sect. When she heard the two words "first senior sister," the veins on Dai Mingfan's forehead bulged. Her fury suddenly erupted as she stared at Yang Miaozhen viciously. She seemed like she wanted to eat her. In that moment, she basically seemed to have become a different person. Just now, she was as passionate as the summer, but now, she was as cold as the harsh winter. The ferocious aura released from his body instantly filled the entire hall, shocking everyone in the hall. They deeply understood the horror of a Yangshan cultivator at the peak of cultivation. Only Yang Miaozhen remained unmoved, and her indifference revealed a type of resoluteness. Dai Mingfan's heart skipped a beat as if she had seen the shadow of that man. She couldn't help but restrain her momentum, but the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Junior sister, you have a good temperament. People of our generation shouldn't have too many selfish and distracting thoughts. Yang Miaozhen's misty eyes swept across the people of Qingyang Abbey. No one dared to look her in the eyes, including Jinren Qingyang. Finally, her eyes returned to Dai Mengfan. She smiled and said, moreover, that person once taught me that the path of cultivation should be courageous and diligent, not fearing death. Then do you know what the consequences are of being involved with the demon domain in the mortal realm? I've always focused on cultivation and never cared about worldly affairs. Since you're a genius, I'll ask you again. What's your relationship with Li Qingshan? Yang Miaozhen replied indifferently, an old friend, and also the father of my child. Then there's no other way. Dai Mengfan spread her hands and decisively ordered, take her down. However, apart from the people of the Qingyang Abbey, there were no other disciples of the myriad sect in the hall. She stared at the Jinren Qingyang covetously. The Jinren Qingyang's back was drenched in sweat as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Dai Mengfan squinted her eyes slightly. You're also acquainted with Li Qingshan? Of course not. Of course not, first senior sister. The Jinren Qingyang waved his hand repeatedly. Li Qingshan has turned his back on humanity and become a demon folk. Everyone has the right to punish him. I'm tempted to devour a damned traitor like him alive, so why would I be involved with him? He understood very well that in the mortal realm, you could slaughter people, slaughter cities, and refine souls. As long as you did not provoke other cultivators, no one would care about you. However, if they became involved with the demon domain, even if they were forced or tricked, the desireless heavenly palace would definitely be punished. They would either order the various large sects to hunt them down, or they would directly send down the Luding and Liujia divine generals. Not only would they kill them for good, but they would also destroy their souls so that they would never be able to reincarnate again. As for the cultivators who had fallen to the demon domain, they would be referred to as traitors. They were even more despicable than demon folk themselves. Even if they could not punish them personally, everyone related to them would be dragged into it. In less serious cases, their path of cultivation would be severed, while in more serious cases, they would die and be sent into samsara. As a result, even the current first senior sister, Dai Mengfan, had to work hard to draw a clear line between her and Li Qingshan. Dai Mengfan frowned. Then why don't you do it? Aren't you a disciple of the myriad sect? Yes, master. The Jinren Qingyang accepted the order and made his way towards Yang Miaozhen. Clang. 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 Myriad City fell deathly silent. Everyone had yet to recover from their shock, as if they had been struck by a freezing curse at the same time. The bell in the Hall of Inheritance suddenly rang out, gathering all the true disciples for a meeting. Everyone else was chased away. Immediately, streaks of light shot through the sky and landed in the Hall of Inheritance. With a hum, the freezing curse was lifted. Myriad City immediately burst into an uproar. All the cultivators discussed loudly, their voices soaring into the sky. The first senior brother of the myriad sect had fallen to the demon domain. This was a huge scandal, and it was also unheard of. Was this the omen of the catastrophe of the world? In the Hall of Inheritance, the formation was activated, and the door was tightly shut. The true disciples sat down according to the order on the myriad phenomenon ranking. They all frowned and remained silent in thought, as if they were still digesting this shocking news. Dai Mengfan sat upright in her seat of honor. Junior brothers and sisters, is there anything you want to say? Qingshan would never fall to the demon domain. A soft, delicate voice rang out from a corner, but it was filled with unshakable trust. There must be some misunderstanding. Dai Mengfan looked over. She saw a woman in green clothes and long hair like ink sitting there quietly. She seemed rather excited. Junior sister Wan, are you saying that the spiritual sovereign is wrong? Wan Yaozhu lowered her head. She pinched the corner of her clothes in silence. Dai Mengfan stood up. Since no one has anything to say, then listen to my orders. Where is Pai Yangqiu? I'm here. Under the order of the spiritual sovereign, the Abundance Department will take back the mysterious underworld cave immediately. You want me to break the formation? Pai Yangqiu frowned heavily. He had some ties with Li Qingshan. In the past, he was the one who had passed the formation disc to Xianxia. The cave was a cultivator's lifeblood. It was not only a precious place for daily cultivation, but also a place to store all their belongings. It was necessary to set up a protective formation, so they couldn't lose it. How could it be taken back so easily? They had to attack the cave and break the formation. In the mortal world, this kind of action was equivalent to confiscating property. It would create a huge hatred, and they would fight to the death. And all the belongings in the cave. Senior sister, I'm afraid I don't have the ability to do that. Xianxia didn't want to become enemies with Xianxia. He was probably an evil god. You also want to betray the sect? Dai Mengfan sneered, staring at his eyes. Xianxia was shocked. He couldn't say a word. This terrifying question caused all the elite disciples to open their eyes wide, and the atmosphere instantly became heavy like iron and revealed a trace of the smell of blood. Don't be nervous. This is what the spiritual sovereign said to me just now. Dai Mengfan smiled self-mockingly. You guys should all think about it. Do you want to follow the order or betray the sect? Xianxia took the order and left. Where is Ling Yuan? I'm here. Under the order of the spiritual sovereign, the penal department will investigate all the disciples who have a close relationship with Xianxia. I want them to draw a clear line between them and Xianxia. How do we draw a clear line? That's your business. Ling Yuan took the order and left. Where's Ruan Yaozhu? Ruan Yaozhu stood up and walked to the hall. She still looked confused. I'm here. His mount is called Li Fingyuan's Phoenix. He is cultivating in your herb garden, right? Yes. Under the order of the spiritual sovereign, the herb garden will capture Li Fengyuan immediately. Ruan Yaozhu lowered her head and didn't say anything. Dai Mingfan's heart softened. She advised him with a soft voice, Blockhead, your senior sister will give you 3 days. Don't let Li Fengyuan go. Humans and demons are enemies. You have to draw a clear line between them. Otherwise, your senior sister can't help you. In the 100 herb garden, under the Bodhi tree, a handsome young man was lying on his side. His right hand was supporting his cheek, and his left hand was stretched out in front of him. The thin and soft ochre-yellow silk robe on his body flowed down like water, making him look extremely relaxed and comfortable. His rosy, white face gave off a benevolent and peaceful aura, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber, or perhaps he had sunk into deep thought. He was filled with zen. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed past his face. Rustle. Rustle. The shadows of the tree swayed, and the golden light flickered. The golden leaves on the tree rubbed against one another, producing a faint metallic hum. A gentle voice said, You must leave here immediately. Only after almost a second later did Li Fengyuan open his eyes, as if he had woken up from an extremely deep dream. He took in Ruan Yaozhu's figure, but his expression was still rather hazy, as if he was shrouded in a layer of mist. You mustn't. Without waiting for him to answer, a colorful light flew over and gracefully landed on the hill, turning into a white deer. Its antlers were sparkling and translucent like coral, and its fur was shining with 9 colored spots. It was Ruan Yaozhu's mount, the 9-colored deer. Jiao don't meddle, Ruan Yaozhu scolded gently with a wave of her sleeve. The 9-colored deer even took a step forward, blocking Li Fingyuan's path. Blockhead, you're the one who shouldn't do anything stupid. I've already heard that Xianxia has already defected to the demon domain. Your ties with him run far too deep in the first place. If you let this kid go now, you'll never be able to clear your name. Even expelling him from the sect will be considered a light punishment. His life might even be in danger. She turned to Li Fengyuan and said, Kid, I quite like you, but your father has always been doing whatever he wants. Now that this has happened, even we can't help you. Li Fengyuan nodded with a smile. My father has always been a great bastard. It's no surprise that he defected to the demon domain. Ruan Yaozhu said, No, there must be some misunderstanding. He might not be a good person, but he would never associate himself with demon folk. He must have been captured by the demon god. We need to find a way to save him. Her voice gradually trailed off. She understood that she definitely did not have the ability to barge into the demon domain to save someone. But if he ignored it, how could he feel at ease? The nine-colored deer widened its eyes as if it was looking at a fool. I think you are the one who needs to be saved. Spirit Sovereign Guihai's judgment can't be wrong. How could there be any misunderstanding? The unfettered tome he cultivates is a demonic art. Back then, he was flirting with the Swanee demon god outside Black Cloud City. Now, he probably thinks that there are too many rules in heaven, so he went to the demon realm to become an evil god. Li Fengyuan laughed and said, that makes sense. He has always been used to being free. The nine-colored deer nodded approvingly. I can't tell normally, but you're quite sensible at critical times. Likewise. You are too polite. Shut up, all of you. Wan Yaozhu's mind was already in a mess. At this moment, she couldn't stand them echoing each other. She shouted, Li Fengyuan, I, as the master of 100 Herb Garden, expel you from 100 Herb Garden. You must leave immediately. I can't leave. Li Fengyuan shook his head. If I leave, won't I implicate you? I have my own plans. You are not allowed to leave. Ah, let me go. The nine-colored deer wanted to stop him, but Wan Yaozhu stepped forward and grabbed her antlers. Tender green vines grew out of her green sleeves and bound her firmly. Li Fengyuan sat up and stretched his arms upwards to stretch his body. I won't leave. He raised his head again as if he had felt something. He said sternly, besides, I can't leave even if I wanted to. The nine-colored deer was still struggling. It looked like it wanted to use its antlers to push Wan Yaozhu. Wan Yaozhu's heart shook when she heard this. She immediately closed her eyes and activated the unfettered tome of nature. In an instant, all the plants within a radius of 50 kilometers became her eyes and ears. She immediately sensed that there was a person hiding in the deep sea near 100 Herb Garden. She changed her mind and commanded the seaweed nearby to wrap around that person. That person immediately burst out with a sharp sword chi, turning all the seaweed into powder and extinguishing all their vitality. Senior Marshal Brother Wan. She also immediately recognized this sword chi. Wan Jianfeng cultivated the unfettered tome of sword control. He was the only sword cultivator among the true disciples, and he was extremely good at fighting and killing. If it was one-on-one, there weren't many true disciples who could be his opponent. Wan Yaozhu glanced at Li Fengyuan in surprise and thought, Senior Marshal Brother Wan's sword Dao is divine. He has already reached the realm of the brilliance is restrained and the divine objects are concealed. Even I didn't notice it at all, but he could actually notice it. He is indeed a natural god. She couldn't help but frown. If it was only Wan Jianfeng, she could still think of a way to stall him for a while. However, with Senior Marshal Brother Wan's temperament, he definitely wouldn't do such a sneaky thing. He must have been instructed by someone. She couldn't help but look towards the direction of Wanxiang City. Senior Marshal Sister Dai. At the same time, in the direct inheritance hall, the true disciples received their orders and dispersed. In a tall pavilion, Dai Mengfan was also looking towards the direction of 100 Herb Garden. She was ready to help Wan Jianfeng at any time. She had known Wan Yaozhu for many years and understood her junior martial sister's temperament. She was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. She was tenacious and would most likely let Li Fengyuan escape. Therefore, after Wan Yaozhu left the direct inheritance hall, she immediately sent Wan Jianfeng to lie in ambush near 100 Herb Garden. Once Li Fengyuan left 100 Herb Garden, he would immediately be captured. Moreover, she had already made up her mind that if she couldn't capture him alive, she would rather kill him than let him go. Although she didn't want to offend Li Qingshan was still far away, and Li Fengyuan was far too important, far more important than Yang Miaozhen. The relationship in the cultivation world was different from that in the secular world. Master and disciple were more important than father and son, the same sect was more important than brothers, and Dao companions were more important than husband and wife. Yang Miaozhen was only Li Qingshan's mistress, so it might not be a big deal to let her go. As long as she was willing to draw a clear line between her and Li Qingshan, she could even stay in Wanxiang sect and continue to be a disciple. However, mounts and masters shared lifespans and shared weal and woe. If one were to talk about a close relationship, it might be even more intimate than a master and disciple Dao companion. They could almost be considered as one. Furthermore, it was a phoenix. The infernal domain was not under the control of the netherworld. If a phoenix were to return to Xianxia's side, it would be equivalent to him having an endless lifespan. He might even cultivate to become a fiend celestial one day. Now that the chaos demon star had appeared, the great calamity of heaven and earth was imminent, and the war with the infernal domain was about to break out. It was the most sensitive and tense time. Xianxia's betrayal had already put the Wanxiang sect in a very passive position. If such a thing happened again, the selfless heavenly palace would definitely not let the related people off. When that happened, it would not be a matter of one or two people. The entire Wanxiang sect and even spirit sovereign Guihai would be punished. At that moment, a wisp of sword qi that was as thin as a gossamer flew into the pavilion. Wan Jianfeng sent a message back. Eldest senior sister, junior sister Wan has already sensed it. Do you want me to directly take down that phoenix? Continue guarding. I've given her 3 days. Yes. Although Wan Jianfeng was unwilling, he did not dare to disobey orders under the circumstances. He just released countless sword qi as if to vent his anger, cutting down all the seaweed within a 5-kilometer radius. He leaped onto a protruding reef, slanted his long sword, and stood with his hands behind his back. The corners of Dai Mingfan's lips curled up into a smile. She suddenly felt that being the eldest senior sister was not entirely a bad thing. These true disciples were all proud and arrogant, and Wan Jianfeng was even more arrogant. He refused to submit to anyone. In the past, he did not respect her, the third senior sister, but now, they all bowed their heads and listened to her orders. She could not help but look down at her right hand, fair skin, slender fingers, and gently clenched it. This was the taste of power. It was far more delicious than she had imagined. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Spirit Sovereign Guihai and Xianxia were all unreliable. The only one she could rely on was herself. Boom! The waves shattered and splashes flew everywhere. Wan Jianfeng burst out of the sea, no longer hiding his aura. Sword qi rushed into the clouds, piercing through the sea and cutting through the clouds. It was like a supreme divine sword was placed across Wan Yaoju's slender, fair neck. Even though it did not contain any killing intent, it was still frightening. Junior sister, I don't want to do this either. Don't just care about your personal feelings and ignore the greater good of the sect. You better make up your mind soon. Don't make me waste my time here. Immediately, murderous sword intent filled the 100-herb garden, kicking up a chilly gust of wind. It made countless flowers and trees brim with intelligence curl up and shrink. The Bodhi tree rustled. Many disciples were currently working in the garden when they suddenly felt like they were facing a great enemy. They could not help but straighten up and look around, just like a group of rabbits on a grassy plain, searching for the traces of wolves. What powerful sword intent! Li Fengyuan praised. This was the most powerful sword cultivator he had ever seen in his life. There was a major realm of cultivation between them. It was definitely not something he could deal with right now. However, he remained the same as before, completely fearless. Even the 9-colored deer secretly admired his courage. This kid really is that guy's son after all. They're both as bold as each other. Wherever the sword pointed, the wind blew and the grass fell. Wan Yaoju's black hair drifted about. She closed her eyes and furrowed her brows tightly as she murmured, personal feelings and the greater good of the sect. These words were like a bolt of lightning, as if someone had exposed her secret with a single sentence. It made her tremble inside. She could not lie to herself and others and say that there was no personal feelings at all in all of this. She was not afraid of Wan Jianfeng's sword, nor was she afraid of Dai Mingfan's identity, but she had to consider the sect's kindness of nurturing her, the friendship of her senior brothers and sisters, and the greater good of purging demons. If Xianxia really joined the demon domain, then wouldn't her current actions only boost the arrogance of demon folk? Not only would it humiliate the countless seniors who had sacrificed themselves on the battlefield of the demon domain, but who knew how many more people would die as well. She was different from Dai Mingfan. She was not so obsessed with life. However, she could ignore her personal interests, but she could not ignore the greater good. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of harming others. For a moment, she fell into a great struggle and couldn't help but let go of the 9-colored deer. The nine-colored deer gently poked her with its antlers to show its revenge. It proudly said to Li Fengyuan, "Boy, you can't leave now." "I never planned to leave." Li Fengyuan seriously looked at Ruan Yaozhu, waiting for her to make a decision, but he wasn't worried about his own safety. He also had a decision to make, about righteousness, about trust, about sacrifice, and about Li Qingshan. "You can leave now." The nine-colored deer glanced at Ruan Yaozhu. He knew that it was impossible for her to take the initiative to capture Li Fengyuan, so he could only ask her to leave. "All right." Li Fengyuan immediately stood up. Without the slightest hesitation, he transformed into a magnificent phoenix, let out a long cry, and flapped his wings. However, he did not run away. Instead, he faced Wang Jianfeng, determined to fight. At this moment, Ruan Yaozhu suddenly opened her eyes. She had already made up her mind. She raised her hand high into the air, and rings of green light shone from her hand, illuminating the sky like a piece of green jade. Countless profound inscriptions and crisscrossing webs could be vaguely seen within, blocking the sword chi in the air outside the garden. The phoenix bounced back mid-air as well. It could not help but look back at her. It was rather shocked inside. It understood that she had already activated the formation and completely sealed off the 100-herb garden. This was basically equivalent to severing ties with the Myriad Phenomenon sect, confirming her relationship with Li Qingshan. She would have to shoulder a huge responsibility. At the very least, she would be expelled from the sect. "Since I promised him that I would protect you, I definitely won't go back on my word." Ruan Yaozhu raised her head at the sky. "And I believe that he definitely won't degenerate into a demon folk." Li Fengyuan suddenly found it rather difficult to bear, as he understood the origins of the red demon star better than anyone. It was not just degenerating into a demon folk. It was basically a demon among demons, the source of disaster and chaos. Her hopes were destined to fail. "Let me go. You won't be able to protect me." The phoenix paced around in the sky and advised gently, "You don't have to worry for me. I'll be fine." The 100-herb garden was not a dwelling. The lord of the 100-herb garden was only the caretaker, not the owner. The core authority over the formation did not lie in Ruan Yaozhu's hands. Instead, it was directly controlled by the spirit sovereign of the sea. And, so what if she possessed the core authority? Could a single formation stop the attacks of the Myriad Phenomenon sect? Unless she used all the vegetation in the garden as hostages so that the Myriad Phenomenon sect would not dare to destroy the formation without good reason, she would completely destroy the 100-herb garden. However, she would rather die than do something like that, so the outcome would not change at all. Once the Myriad Phenomenon sect took action, he would still struggle to break free. He would just drag her down with him for nothing. However, Ruan Yaozhu said, "Whether I can protect him or not depends on him, but whether I can protect him or not depends on me. As long as I can protect him, I'll protect him. As long as I can protect him, I'll protect him." Although the bamboo was delicate, she would rather break than bend. At this moment, the 9-colored deer leaned over and rubbed its head against her gently. "Jiaoer? Don't look at me like that. Do you think I don't understand your personality? I knew it would turn out like this." Sigh, the tribulation of love, tribulation of love. Ruan Yaozhu smiled slightly. "Perhaps? Forget it, forget it. If not for him, we would already be dead outside Black Cloud City. Just treat it as a life for a life. However, if you dare to let me go, I'll really be angry. We will never separate." Ruan Yaozhu gently stroked the 9-colored deer's head. Li Fengyuan sincerely praised, "Although Big Daddy is a big bastard, his taste in women is still very accurate." Ruan Yaozhu remained calm. She flipped her hand and pressed down lightly. Li Fengyuan immediately fell heavily to the ground, falling into a patch of iron thorns. He cried out in pain. Outside the 100-herb garden, Wang Jianfeng retracted his sword intent and transmitted his thoughts to Dai Mengfan. "How is it?" "Sigh, we are sisters. Give her 3 more days to consider." However, Dai Mengfan summoned another true disciple and ordered, "Junior Marshal Brother Ren, go and find that Xinyu Shu." "Xinyu Shu?" Ren Qiyu frowned, full of disdain. Xinyu Shu, like Ruan Yaozhu, cultivated the nature heavenly book. Before Li Qingshan came to the myriad phenomenon sect, he had always been the chief steward of the 100 Herb Garden. Later, he had a conflict with Li Qingshan. In the duel, his body was destroyed and he was expelled from the 100 Herb Garden. After Li Qingshan became the senior martial brother, he was completely expelled from the myriad phenomenon sect. Dai Mengfan actually wanted to summon such a person back, but for what reason? Thinking of this, he suddenly realized something. He glanced in the direction of the 100 Herb Garden and frowned even deeper. Is it really necessary? I also don't want to destroy the relationship between fellow disciples. However, if Junior Martial Sister Wan insists on disobeying orders, how can the 100 Herb Garden be controlled by a traitor? Traitor? Ren Qiyu was furious and stared at Dai Mengfan. He had always treated Wan Yaozhu as a younger sister. Moreover, it was obviously Dai Mengfan who was closer to Wan Yaozhu. How could she fall out with him so ruthlessly? Or do you have a better name? Dai Mengfan also realized that she had spoken indiscreetly, but her face showed displeasure. Or do you also want to disobey orders? This disciple doesn't dare. Dai Mengfan shivered inside. By now, the sky had darkened. A red sun had already sunk into the ocean, but it still filled the western sky with red. She suddenly felt that the evening sea breeze was slightly colder. She could not help but recall the cold wind outside Black Cloud City, the terrifying demon god, as well as his back facing the demon god, as well as the roaring cries of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, Li Qingshan. Strangely enough, she had clearly experienced so many soul-stirring events that day, yet they were all blurry. Only this scene was deeply imprinted in her mind. Or rather, it was exactly because this scene was too profound that everything else seemed blurry. Facing Li Qingshan? Stop joking. Dai Mengfan shook her head. The reason why she was bold enough to carry out Spirit Sovereign Guihai's orders was because she had calculated that it was impossible for Li Qingshan to return to the human realm. Otherwise, the desireless heavenly palace would definitely send the Luding and Liujia divine generals to kill him immediately. They might even send a true immortal. Even if Li Qingshan infiltrated Myriad Phenomenon City, the city still had Spirit Sovereign Guihai watching over it. Coupled with the protective formations of the sect, even evil gods would struggle to escape death. Her only chance of meeting him was probably on the battlefield of the demon domain. According to what she knew, the demon folk were retreating on all fronts, giving up large swathes of territory. Countless monks of the Pure Land sect emerged from seclusion to purify the demonic land and reclaim their lost land. With this retreat and advance, a great battle definitely would not erupt in the near future. She had no choice but to be the first senior sister anyway, so instead of fearing the wolves ahead and the tigers behind, she was better off letting go and using this identity to obtain the most resources and become a human immortal as soon as possible. That way, she would have the power to protect herself when the crisis of the world arrived. Even if she ran into Li Qingshan again, she could protect herself at the very least, or even put up a fight. No, forget it. I'd better stay away from him. The image of Li Qingshan facing the demon god appeared in Dai Mengfan's mind again, and she immediately dismissed the idea of fighting him. Human immortals possessed a noble status. Evil gods could not compare to them. How could porcelain go up against a jar? In short, no matter how vicious and evil Li Qingshan was, he was like a caged tiger. He could not even touch a hair on her. Thinking of this, she gradually relaxed. She revealed a proud smile and said disdainfully, you like being a demon folk. In the 100 Herb Garden, when Li Fengyuan returned to the Bodhi tree, Wan Yaozhu had already left. The red clouds burned away and the sky darkened. There was no sound in the garden. The wind rustled the grass and trees. Before she returned to her cave abode, she expelled all the disciples in the garden so that they would not be implicated by her. He could see that those disciples respected and loved her very much. Many of them knelt down and begged her not to do this. Almost all of them were crying, as if they were going to part forever. The others stared at him fiercely, filled with hostility. She was also in tears. However, be it stubbornness or stupidity, she was never a person who would easily change her mind. Li Fengyuan stroked the rough trunk of the Bodhi tree and couldn't help but sigh. She was destined to suffer because of this choice. However, how could she be the only one suffering in this world? The person she trusted and hoped for, how much pain and suffering must he be suffering? All living beings are bitter. The sun set, the stars rose, and the stars shone brightly. Li Fengyuan gazed at the scarlet star in the distant horizon. First, Father, since you've already made your choice, choosing to bear the pain of all living beings, then allow me to lend you a hand. As a result, he shook his Xianxia and sat down in a lotus position under the Bodhi tree again. He brought his palms together in a dignified manner. He slowly closed his eyes and saw layers of clouds swirling before him again, flapping his wings furiously. Immediately, the clouds parted to reveal the sun. At the end of the billowing sea of clouds was a series of snowy mountains. The highest peak was shaped like a lotus flower. Where the lotus flower blooms. Li Fengyuan murmured to himself. This was not the first time he had seen something like this, but he would be shocked every time he saw it. The red sun rose from the east, illuminating the sea of clouds and hovering above the lotus flower. It dyed the snowy mountains golden red. Like a golden lotus. The lotus flower became more and more beautiful. As the light changed, it seemed to bloom at all times, shining with brilliant light and auspicious colors. It was extremely resplendent and holy. This scene was not unfamiliar to Li Qingshan. This was the spirited mountain that he had pushed down with his own hands. However, at this moment, for some reason, it was still standing. Li Fengyuan flapped his wings and flew into the sky, leaving a long ravine in the sea of clouds. He came to the top of the spirited mountain. There was a magnificent temple at the peak. It was the famous Tempest Temple on the spirited mountain. Its original name was Nalanda Temple, which meant giving without complaint. Li Fengyuan had always preferred its original name, giving Dharma, delivering all living beings from suffering, never tired of it. Looking down from the clouds, people came and went in the temple. Many monks walked among them. Some were meditating, some were talking about scriptures, and some were practicing magic. Whether it was moving or not, it was a scene of prosperity. There was no sign of depression at all. Li Fengyuan descended from the sky and walked slowly. Occasionally, he would stop to listen to a passage of scripture or seriously admire a wall painting. A peaceful smile gradually appeared on his face. However, from close up, the appearance of these monks was different from ordinary monks. They were basically barefooted like ascetics, and their clothes were very old. Many even had long hair and beards. Moreover, none of the monks noticed Li Fengyuan's existence. Even if they looked at him, their gazes would pass through him. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded behind him. A black shadow shrouded him. However, Li Fengyuan did not dodge. A bare-chested Vajra wrapped in a dress passed through him, carrying a huge log that required dozens of people to wrap their arms around. It strode towards the Mahavira hall that was under construction not far away. It was like an illusion, or a dream. This was the distant past, the origin of Nalanda Temple. Li Fengyuan had been immersed in it all these years, studying the original scriptures, practicing ancient magic, comprehending the laws of meditation. He had received endless revelations. Most importantly, he had seen Nalanda Temple being built on the ice and snow wasteland with his own eyes. Every brick, every tile, every blade of grass, every tree, every hall, bell tower, pagoda. Everything that had been destroyed by Li Qingshan in the end. Li Fengyuan knew clearly that Spirited Mountain had been pushed down and Nalanda Temple had been destroyed. It would never be rebuilt. Therefore, looking at everything here, he often felt sorrow. It was as if he was looking at a baby, how it was born, how it was crying, how it was curiously looking at the world, how it was running, how it was playing, how it was learning. But he was already dead, long before he was destroyed. Reincarnation of all tribulations, success, residence, destruction, and emptiness, the dust and sand of the universe were no exception. So even the immortal phoenix will grow old one day. Inside the 100-herb garden, under the Bodhi tree, Li Fengyuan, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly burst into tears. His handsome face revealed a trace of sorrow. The 9-colored deer saw this and felt a trace of pity in his heart. This kid is still young after all. Although he is brave, he is not as unyielding as his old man. However, according to the age of a human, he was probably still a child. How can he not be afraid when a disaster is coming? At the same time, inside the great thunderclap temple in the dream, Li Fengyuan touched his face and looked at the wetness between his fingers in surprise. What is this? Why am I crying? He had experienced this scene countless times in his dream. The destruction of the great thunderclap temple was not news to him. For some reason, he was especially touched at this moment. After thinking about it seriously, he understood just now. I am afraid of death. Being greedy for life and afraid of death was the most normal emotion for all living beings in the world. Although the spirit turtle had a long life, there was still an end to it. The divine dragon rode the mist and turned to dust. However, the phoenix was an exception. Not only was it different from normal living beings, but it was also the only exception among the many natural gods. The phoenix could use nirvana to escape from the fate of bad emptiness. It was born with an endless lifespan, so it lacked the concept of death. The analogy of the nine-colored deer was actually wrong. Humans divided their short lifespans into several stages, named infant, child, teenager, and young adult. However, the phoenix could not be divided like this because its lifespan was infinite. It was both an infant and an old man. The endless cycle was nirvana. Moreover, Li Fengyuan was far braver than the nine-colored deer had imagined. The spirit of bravery that he had inherited from Li Qingshan had long since carried through his spirit. Because he had never experienced Li Qingshan's various worries, it was even purer than Li Qingshan himself. The reason why he was crying now was because this was the first time in his life that he felt limited, which was also what people called death. Li Fengyuan lowered his head and stared at the tip of his toes. If he took this step, only death awaited him. No matter if he won or lost, he would definitely die. Even if Li Qingshan were to defeat all the powerful enemies in the end and become known as the heaven sovereign above the 9 heavens, there was no way he could save his life from the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds. In this great tribulation of heaven and earth, Li Qingshan's victory and defeat had yet to be determined. His life and death had already been determined. Even ants lived in vain, so what about the divine bird phoenix? Li Fengyuan did not know how the other phoenixes would choose, but he was the son of Li Qingshan. Thus, he smiled and wiped away his tears. He walked forward calmly as if he was looking at death as if he was returning home. With this step, everything in front of him, be it the palaces, pagodas, pavilions, or the monks in the temple, was reduced to ashes. Green, yellow, red, white, and black swirled around him. This long dream had finally come to an end. With this step, he would become the real king of cooking meat. Even though it was just a joke by Li Qingshan, he had never treated it as a joke. Instead, it was a goal that he had worked hard to achieve. Suddenly, he had a realization and a determination in his heart. This was the first time in his life, and it would also be the last time, that he would shed tears for himself. When the ashes dispersed, the Nalanda temple had already disappeared. There was only a garden in front of him. It was filled with flourishing and lush Bodhi trees with golden leaves. The ground beneath his feet was paved with golden bricks. The sun shone brightly above his head, reflecting and glistening. If Li Qingshan was here, he would definitely find it very familiar. This was the garden that he saw when he first entered the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Every blade of grass and every tree was exactly the same. However, compared to everything that he had experienced later on, this garden was really too ordinary and did not leave any impression on him. However, Li Fengyuan had already predicted this and was well versed in Buddhism. He immediately revealed the name of this garden, Only Trees for the Lonely Garden. In the distant era when Mahayana Buddhism was not clear and the Great Thunderclap Temple had yet to be established, this was the main place where Buddha passed down his teachings. It was built by Elder Dugu and Crown Prince Jitua, hence the name. If the Great Thunderclap Temple was the place where Buddhism flourished, then this was the place where everything started. Li Fengyuan said in a clear voice, "Revered one, I am here. Do you know that you will be burned by the karmic fire and be doomed eternally?" An old and weathered voice sounded and echoed in the lonely garden. "I already know, I have no regrets." Li Fengyuan had come this time for this fire. "Why have you come?" Li Fengyuan answered, "To bear the sins of Li Qingshan." The karmic fire and thunder calamity were both great daos that operated between heaven and earth. Even deities could not escape from them. The path that Li Qingshan took would create endless sins and he would be burned by the karmic fire. If there was no one to bear the burden for him, he would definitely not be able to win. What sins did Li Qingshan commit? The voice asked. Li Fengyuan was speechless. He had never felt that Li Qingshan had committed any sins. Go. If you only have the affection of a father and son in your heart, then you are not my disciple. Li Fengyuan seemed to have heard the voice of thunder and suddenly understood. I will bear the sins of all living beings and suffer the pain of all living beings. What is kindness, what is sorrow, who are you to all living beings? Li Fengyuan was unable to answer. The difference between the divine bird phoenix and all living beings was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Just a moment ago, he did not even know what death was. What do all living beings have to do with me? If you see yourself as a god and see all living beings as ants, if you see yourself as a master and see all living beings as slaves. Even if you have the virtue of caring for all living beings and a benevolent heart, you are not one of us. All living beings are equal. Li Fengyuan suddenly said, is this the reason why you chose Big Daddy? You gave him the great Daos of the Western Paradise and made him the lord of the demon domain. It was Li Qingshan who chose to be Li Qingshan. It was Li Qingshan who chose to be the lord of the demon domain. Li Fengyuan laughed, yes, who can make a choice for Li Qingshan? Even if it is you, the lord of the world. If you are really as benevolent and omnipotent as people say, how can this boundless world be a sea of bitterness? He said resolutely, if you are benevolent, then you are useless. If you are capable, then you are not benevolent. Although he converted to Buddhism, he still talked and laughed calmly in front of this Lord of Buddhism, the supreme existence among the deities and Buddhas, without any special respect. The voice was silent for a moment and sighed, supernatural power is no match for karma. It seemed to have aged even more. Li Fengyuan asked in reply, what is karma? He came for the fire of karma, but he did not really understand what karma was. There were many different opinions in the Buddhist scriptures and there was no consensus. Karma. There is a cause and there is an effect? There is a cause and there is an effect. So that's how it is. Supernatural power is karma. Li Fengyuan immediately had an epiphany and was suddenly enlightened. 3,000 great Daos and endless spells were all just karma. The path of cultivation, from gathering spiritual energy to the circulation of mana to casting spells, were all just a part of karma. Without the circulation of mana, one couldn't cast spells. Without gathering spiritual energy, one couldn't circulate mana. People were amazed by the great power of supernatural power and spells to move mountains and fill up the sea, but in essence, it was no different from a mortal punching and kicking. It was just that mortals didn't gather spiritual energy, they just ate. Many years ago, the first lesson Li Qingshan learned on the path of cultivation was to eat meat. Therefore, supernatural power is no match for karma because supernatural power was originally karma. Therefore, even if one was called the Lord of the world, he couldn't bear all karma, so he couldn't be omnipotent. Li Fengyuan already understood the answer to all the questions in this world. I'm not here for Li Qingshan, not for all living beings, I'm here to bear my karma. If there wasn't Li Qingshan, there wouldn't be Li Fengyuan, so Li Qingshan is my cause, so I have to bear his effect. Although phoenixes can transcend life and death, they can't transcend karma. In this situation, phoenixes are no different from mortals, and mortals are no different from ants. All living beings are equal, so I am all living beings. Li Fengyuan felt enlightened, and there were no more doubts in his heart. Even his fear of death disappeared, and he felt that karma had its own reason. The cycle of life and death was originally one thing. Therefore, although the phoenix race had an endless lifespan, there was no phoenix that had survived since the ancient times. Although they were immortal, they couldn't die. The number of phoenixes became fewer and fewer, probably because they had borne their own karma. The voice smiled and said, that's right, come closer. Li Fengyuan felt relieved, knowing that he had passed the test and could continue to seek death, so he walked into the depths of the garden. However, after experiencing the enlightenment just now, his brain was spinning rapidly, his heart was beating fast, and he couldn't calm down. He vaguely felt that things weren't so simple. Other than Li Qingshan, there seemed to be a deeper karma with him. But it seemed to be separated by a door, and he couldn't break it in a short time. When he went deep into the forest, he finally saw the true face of Buddha, but it was not like the golden statue in the temple with a face like the full moon. Instead, his face was haggard, and his nose was like an eagle's hook. He looked like an ordinary old monk, and there was nothing special about him, just like this lonely garden. Moreover, the drooping corners of his mouth and the high hooked nose made his face look very unfriendly. If mortals bumped into him on the road, they might not be willing to give him a bowl of vegetarian rice. But Li Fengyuan felt a strange sense of intimacy, as if they were connected by blood. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, the door suddenly opened, and he instantly understood all the karma. The black clouds rolled like ink, the wind howled on the sea, and the waves reached the sky. This stormy sea never had a moment of peace, bringing the chill of the north to the human realm. Amidst the raging waves, a tall mountain broke through the surface of the sea, standing on the sea like a giant holding up the clouds with one hand. The mountain was surrounded by steep cliffs and jagged rocks. The wind howled as it blew, as if thousands of fierce beasts were coming back to life. It was originally a dormant volcano, but after generations of owners raised it, it was now unbelievably majestic. Its shape was not like a normal mountain island, and its name had changed countless times. The Xianming Cave, this was its current name. The previous owner was Lin Xian, and the current owner was Li Qingshan. They were both senior apprentice brothers of the Myriad sect, or more accurately, they were once. At this moment, a ray of light flew over. The ray of light was blue, dazzling, and did not hide its tracks at all. As it neared the mountain, it immediately fell from the sky and hovered low above the sea. It was Pai Yangqiu, the head of the abundance department of the Myriad sect. He was ordered by senior apprentice sister Dai Mingfan to take back the Xianming Cave. Pai Yangqiu raised his head to look at the mountain, his face dark. Since Li Qingshan has fallen into the realm of demons, he shouldn't dare to return to the human realm. This cave has most likely been abandoned. This mission should be more daunting than dangerous. However, as he stared at the Black Mountain, he couldn't help but think of Li Qingshan's figure. Outside Black Cloud City, he led an army and fought against the demon god. Anyone who had experienced that battle would never be able to forget those scenes. At that time, Li Qingshan was the same as him, just a young spirit cultivator. Now, he had crossed the boundary between immortal and mortal, and became a human immortal, no, an evil god. How terrifying would he be? Damn Dai Mingfan. Pai Yangqiu cursed in his heart. Although this was his guess, Li Qingshan's actions had always been unexpected. If he really stayed in the cave, then breaking the formation would be equivalent to suicide. However, if he did nothing, he wouldn't end well when he returned to the Myriad sect. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Pai Yangqiu faced Gao Shan and bowed to the ground, loudly saying, "Eldest senior brother, Pai Yangqiu is here to greet you." His etiquette was respectful and thorough, like a subject greeting the king. Before coming here, Pai Yangqiu already had a plan. If Li Qingshan was really inside, he would pretend that nothing had happened and reminisce about old times. Then, he would immediately escape back to Wansheng City and announce that he had failed the mission. Anyway, no one could ask him to defeat an evil god. However, if Li Qingshan's devilish nature was so deep that he didn't care about their past relationship and wasn't willing to let him off easily, then he could only fall into the devilish domain with him. However, that was basically the worst possible outcome. Unless he had no other choice, he would never mix with demon folk. It was not because of some bullshit like good and evil are irreconcilable, good and evil are right and wrong, but because he never believed demon folk could overturn the heavens. Who would be willing to join an organization that was destined to fail? Unless there was something wrong with his brain. Yes, there was something wrong with Li Qingshan's mind. Although he was strong, there was something wrong with his brain. Pai Yangqiu was sure in his heart. His voice was imbued with power, ringing through the surroundings. For a moment, it actually drowned out the whistling wind. His head hung deeply behind his wide sleeves, but his ears perked up silently. He counted his breaths and listened attentively. However, even when his voice faded away and he had counted 10 breaths, there was only the whistling of the wind in the surroundings. The Xianming dwelling remained deathly silent. Pai Yangqiu rejoiced inside. That kid really is no longer in the human realm. However, he still dared not be careless. He bowed again and said loudly, "First senior brother, I'm here." This bow was no longer as deep as just now. He only bowed slightly. It was not like Li Qingshan was a person who cared that much about etiquette anyway. Even if he really was in there, he probably would not blame him. The Xianming dwelling remained silent like before. Pai Yongqiu heaved a sigh of relief. He was almost completely at ease. He could not help but laugh at himself for being too cautious. However, he straightened his body and shouted, "Li Qingshan, I'm here." This was considered as the last test. Finally confirming that Li Qingshan was not in there, Pai Yongqiu let out a long sigh of relief. He immediately took out a scroll from his sleeve and threw it into the air. The bamboo pieces turned into 24 green lights and scattered in the sky. They turned into 24 light screens that surrounded the Xianming dwelling. They shone with each other and became one. It was as if he had set up another layer of formation outside of the mountain guarding formation. He wanted to use the formation to break the formation. It was not without reason that Dai Mingfan arranged for him to break the formation. Pai Yongqiu, as the head of the Heavens Mansion Department, was most proficient in formations. This scroll was his personal item. It was called the Cave Bamboo Book and was specially used to break formations. He had relied on this item to break through countless formations and plunder countless caves to reach his current cultivation level. Pai Yongqiu could not be more familiar with the Xianming dwelling's mountain guarding formation. Back then, when Li Qingshan came to break the formation, it was with his help that he was able to succeed. Now that there was no one in the dwelling to control the formation's power was greatly reduced. Furthermore, it was restricted by the Cave Bamboo Book, so its circulation was extremely slow. It had almost completely lost its defensive power. In less than half a day, Pai Yongqiu had successfully broken the formation. Just now, when he was breaking the formation, he was extremely nervous. He was worried that Li Qingshan would rush out to settle the score with him at any time. Now that he had completely relaxed, he revealed a carefree smile. Taking back the mountain guarding formation meant that he had taken back the dwelling. His mission was complete. Just as Pai Yongqiu was about to return to Wanxiang City to report to Dai Mingfan, he suddenly had an idea. Since there's no one in the cave dwelling, why don't I take a look inside and do my old job of stealing? The dwelling was the foundation of a cultivator. It usually stored all of one's wealth. Li Qingshan himself had a mysterious background. He had inherited all of eldest martial brother Lin Xian's wealth. After the battle at Black Cloud City, he had obtained a huge amount of resources. Pai Yongqiu had done this many times, so he was used to it. However, when he raised his head and looked at the Black Mountain, he felt a chill in his heart. The black giant seemed to be staring at him. However, the greed in his heart burned like a fire. Riches are found in danger. Now that the calamity of the world is imminent, it is time to gather resources and seek to break through the barrier of immortals. Although Li Qingshan is scary, how can I, Pai Yongqiu, be scared by a shadow? He immediately made up his mind. He flew to the peak of the mountain and entered the Xianming cave from the crater. However, if one looked from above, the pitch-black crater looked like a huge abyss that had swallowed a small worm. Once Pai Yongqiu entered the crater, the sound of wind and waves from all directions immediately quieted down. Only the night rain followed him as he fell into the abyss. He couldn't help but slow down and slowly descend. However, in the boundless silence, some voices gradually became prominent. It was as if there were people whispering in his ears. There were men, women, young, and old. When mixed together, it was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, full of pain and resentment. He suddenly came to a realization. When he listened carefully, all the voices disappeared and returned to silence. It was as if he was hallucinating. However, when he was slightly distracted, those voices appeared again in the darkness. Together with the chill, they seeped into every pore of his body. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. He wanted to leave the Xianming cave, but the greed in his heart was so strong that he couldn't control it. He could only continue to fall into the abyss, as if he was immersed in a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. Everything was out of control. In a trance, Pai Yongqiu didn't know how long he fell. Suddenly, he clearly heard two voices coming from the bottom of the abyss. "Classmate Xiaoming, your strength recovers quite quickly." A low and light voice broke the silence in the darkness, and all the whispers faded away. Don't call me Xiaoming. Call me Luo? Ming, what's a classmate anyway? A voice was slightly hoarse and filled with arrogance. You don't know. This is the rule where I come from. After Xiaoming, you must add classmate. Then don't call me Xiaoming, okay? I'm the boss. What I say goes. You're just an azure battle god, the bird-shooting heavenly king. How can you control me? Xiaoming was silent for a moment. I didn't expect you to reach this stage. I didn't expect it either. Xianxia's eyes widened. The darkness around him faded, and he could vaguely see two men drinking wine on a huge rock at the bottom of the abyss. He was extremely familiar with one of the figures. He recognized it, Li Qingshan. Xiaoming played with the wine cup in his hand. He pondered for a long time and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice." Say it. If the Sky Emperor summons you to surrender, then surrender. Is this what the Azure would say? This is what a friend would say. You think I can't win? No one can, but I believe you can. At least you have a chance. Then why should I surrender? No matter if you win or lose, you'll be burned by the karmic fire. It's useless even if you win. It's useless to me, but it's useful to others. And being burned by the karmic fire isn't necessarily a bad thing. Xiaoming, let's fight. You're the boss. What you say goes. At this moment, Xianxia recognized Li Qingshan. He was so shocked that he woke up from his nightmare and regained control of his body. Seeing that the two of them didn't seem to notice his existence, he immediately rose up and wanted to leave the Xianming cave. Xiaoming suddenly raised his head. His eyes were darker than the deepest darkness of the abyss. Xianxia felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He couldn't even move his little finger. How dare you come in? I'll kill him. Don't. Let him live. If his life lamp is extinguished, that old turtle will be alerted. My son is still in their hands. If he's alerted, then so be it. I'll go save Feng Yuan and kill that old turtle. Who can stop me? No, I'm looking for that old turtle for something else. It's not good for you to reveal your identity now. Go back to the Azure Path and continue your campaign. When you've fully recovered, come back and help me. All right, I'm going. Xiaoming nodded. The water of the abyss surged violently. Just now, Xianxia could see clearly that there was a big black dragon in the abyss. The huge rock that the two of them were on was the dragon's head. At this moment, its aura was revealed. It was clearly a demon immortal. Could it be Big Senior Brother's golden-eye dragon? Xianxia was utterly shocked. Of these three, one was the Azure battle god, one was a demon immortal of the dragon race, and the last one was the unfathomable Li Qingshan. Just what kind of place have I ended up in? The mysterious underworld cave. The waves created by the black dragon quickly calmed down, as if an invisible force had smoothed the surface of the water. All sounds quieted down, and there were no more ripples on the surface of the water. It was as smooth as a black mirror. The bottom of the abyss was connected to the sea, and was many times larger than the entrance of the cave. A ray of light shone down from above, but it could only illuminate a small part of the water, like a spotlight in the middle of a stage. Li Qingshan stood under the light, above the black water, and smiled at Xianxia. Xianxia clearly saw his own reflection in the black mirror, and his face twisted in fear. He instinctively wanted to run, as far as possible, even if it meant betraying the sect. However, anyone with a bit of common sense would know that when facing a beast, running away would only arouse the beast's hunting instinct. He tried to calm himself down, and forced himself to look into Li Qingshan's eyes. He slowly landed on the black water, and opened his mouth. This. Xianxia, who had always been quick and articulate, couldn't speak properly. He was extremely afraid. This kind of fear was completely out of his expectations. The scene of encountering Li Qingshan in his imagination was completely different from facing Li Qingshan in reality. It was as if a person who had only seen a tiger in a painting had suddenly encountered a real tiger in the forest one day. The trembling whiskers, yellowed fangs, orange-red eyes, and a bloody aura. Everything was too real. It assaulted one's senses, causing one to hold their breath and be unable to move. Xianxia dared to land on the water and stare at the fierce tiger. He had already used up all his courage. If he could have predicted this feeling, he wouldn't have come here even if he was beaten to death. Don't rush, speak slowly. Xianxia finally saw what it meant to be dumbstruck, and felt a little strange. Am I that scary? He admitted that he didn't release any killing intent, and he didn't even have any hostility. He just wanted to understand the situation in the Wanxiang sect and recruit Xianxia to his side. He didn't have any intention of killing him. However, Xianxia didn't know that in Xianxia's eyes, his pitch-black eyes were as deep and unfathomable as the black water under his feet. Under the calm water, it was as if there were millions of black dragons roaring and roaring, thirsting for slaughter and destruction. As long as he said one wrong word, he would be devoured and never be able to reincarnate. After Xianxia had gone through 7 heavenly tribulations, he had completely stepped into the realm of immortals and Buddhas. There was already a fundamental difference between him and a young spirit cultivator like Xianxia. As the lord of the infernal domain, he bore the weight of the rage and hatred of the people of the infernal domain for billions of years. They thirsted for slaughter, destruction, and vengeance. They thirsted for vengeance against the immeasurable number of living beings, the immortals and Buddhas of heaven. This power that came with a price constantly washed over his mind. Even when he suppressed it with the spirit turtle transformation, it would still reveal some traces. Therefore, it could be said that Xianxia was not hostile towards Xianxia, but towards all living beings. However, compared to the influence of the living, the thoughts of the dead were violent and turbulent, but they were simple and crude. They were instead easier to control, so they did not affect him from the very core. As a result, as time went by, even he became accustomed to it, completely unaware of it. One was dripping water, while the other was a surging flood. The former was insignificant, but its influence was subtle and irresistible. The latter was tremendous, but it only needed proper guidance and a suitable time to pour it out, and it would be pacified. As the saying went, divine might is like a prison. Under such pressure, how could Xianxia not be afraid? Moreover, he believed he had already deeply offended Xianxia by attacking the Xianming dwelling. It made sense for Xianxia to want to kill him. This was called having a guilty conscience. He was utterly flustered and afraid. However, to the current Xianxia, what was a dwelling? He had to give up everything in the mortal realm in the first place. Now that he had the entire demon domain as his dwelling, just the demonic soil he gave up every day was worth more than 10,000 Xianming dwellings. When he rose up in the future, he would conquer the 6 realms of Sasra and burn the flames of war to the 9 heavens. How could he just take back a dwelling? Before he knew it, a great gust of wind blew, and the Kuanping transformation soared into the sky. He carried the sky on his back, and now, he was going to Tunan. Yan Ke, who had once been his companion, already struggled to understand his current thoughts. From the perspective of cultivators, the loss of a dwelling was a matter of life and death. It was worth fighting a great battle and deciding life and death. However, from the perspective of gods, it was nothing more than a struggle. The loss or gain was meaningless. Xianxia saw Xianxia approach him and thought he wanted to kill him. He no longer dared to look into his eyes. Suddenly, he leaned forward and bowed to the ground. Spare me, first senior brother. It's all because Dai Mengfan forced me here. Dai Mengfan? Xianxia heard another familiar name. He had a good impression of this third senior sister. Or rather, as long as she was good-looking and did not oppose him, he had a good impression of her. He couldn't help but scold with a smile. You're a thief, yet you still want to frame others. How can Dai Mengfan control you? I'm innocent. Xianxia let out a blood-curdling screech, and spilled out everything that had happened in the Wanxiang sect, especially Dai Mengfan's perverse actions. He didn't let go of even a single detail. He hated Dai Mengfan to death for making him carry out such a suicidal mission. In the beginning, Xianxia found it interesting. He knew Dai Mengfan cherished her life very much and hated war. The spirit sovereign of the seas had probably forcefully pushed this first senior sister onto her head. Her expression back then should have been very interesting. However, when Xianxia talked about what Ruan Yaozhu said in the inheritance hall, Xianxia would never fall into the demon domain. There must be some misunderstanding. He couldn't help but sigh. Yaozhu, oh Yaozhu. He had to betray her trust again. Then, he heard that Dai Mengfan ordered Wan Yaozhu to capture Li Fengyuan. His face sank and he smiled, showing his teeth. Does this woman really think I can't do anything to her? Pai Yangqiu saw that he had successfully diverted the hatred and was greatly relieved. Humph, she thought that after first senior brother entered the demon domain, it would be impossible for him to return. She didn't know that Li Qingshan's power was beyond her imagination. First senior brother, I'll bring you to the 100 Herb Garden now. Li Qingshan turned his gaze to him. You also thought that I wouldn't be able to return, right? This? Pai Yangqiu was speechless. He raised his head slightly and secretly glanced at Li Qingshan. He rolled his eyes and regained his usual intelligence. He gradually recovered from the initial fear and thought to himself, the selfless heavenly palace has set up an inescapable net in the human realm. Once the evil god enters the human realm, he will be discovered immediately. How did he escape the selfless heavenly palace's surveillance? He had been silently sensing Li Qingshan's aura and was increasingly sure of his thoughts. The person before me is not the deity Li Qingshan. The reality was as such. Li Qingshan's deity naturally couldn't leave the demon domain. Otherwise, the one who came looking for him would not be divine General Lu Ding and Liu Jia, but great Emperor Zhenwu himself. Now, there was indeed only one incarnation here. In fact, it was only one of many incarnations. The other incarnations were scattered all over the human realm to recruit soldiers and buy horses, preparing to bring all the evil cultivators into the demon domain. With a great battle at hand, he naturally wouldn't sit idly and wait for others to attack. He had to work hard to strengthen himself and weaken the enemy. In order to avoid being discovered by the selfless heavenly palace, the cultivation of these incarnations wasn't considered high. The one before him was considered relatively strong, but he only had the cultivation of 3 heavenly tribulations. He was stronger than all Yuanying cultivators and could match Yin spirit cultivators, but not Yang spirit cultivators. The gods were not omniscient and omnipotent. Although the sea was vast and boundless, there was also a limit. No matter how strong the power, once it was dispersed, it would only be a trickle. Pai Yangqiu was only frightened by Li Qingshan's shadow, and now he seemed to gradually realize this. Li Qingshan was about to ask him, "Are you willing to follow me?" Pai Yangqiu suddenly jumped up from his kneeling position and rushed into the sky, flying away without a care for anything else. A beam of blue light rushed out of the Shenming cave and flew at a right angle to the Wanxiang sect. The waves were huge, and the wind was howling. Pai Yangqiu was extremely nervous. He looked back at the Shenming cave, which was like an abyss. Fortunately, the cave was silent. Li Qingshan didn't seem to have any intention of chasing him. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. I won the bet. He had determined that it was only a clone, and the clone's cultivation was one heavenly tribulation weaker than the main body at the very least. In other words, the Li Qingshan in the dwelling was only a young soul cultivator at most. However, the pressure that Li Qingshan gave him was far too great. It was basically like the dark clouds above his head that blanketed the world. He struggled to completely trust his own judgment. If he was wrong, only death awaited him. He was even prepared to abandon his body and escape with only his young spirit. Even if he had to rebuild his body, it was better than falling into the demon's domain and becoming the demon emperor. Now that he had escaped, the endless sea wind blew in his face. He suddenly felt that the sky was high and the sea was wide. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. I was almost scared by an incarnation. But, what did he go through? How did he become so terrifying? Does an evil god have such a strong power? But on second thought, it was Li Qingshan after all. Even if he became an evil god, he wasn't an ordinary evil god. He didn't have time to think about it. His mind was still like the sea. The most important thing now was to return to the Wanxiang sect and report what he had seen and heard in the Shenming cave. The Azure battle god seemed to have a strong background. He could actually make him unable to move with just a look. And what he said was even more shocking. Hellfire burns, the celestial emperor summons. He was shocked and uncertain. What right does an evil god have to be summoned by the celestial emperor? The celestial emperor was the supreme existence in all the worlds. He was almost equivalent to the incarnation of heaven, the so-called god of mortals. Even Buddha had to respectfully call him Your Majesty. And the supreme sect leader of the Wanxiang sect was just a minister who was in charge of the study. For a young spirit cultivator like Xianxia, his lifelong goal was to ascend to the ninth heaven and be qualified to call him Your Majesty. Yet, such an existence was mentioned by the two of them in an extremely natural manner. In fact, they even faintly seemed to want to contend against it. No matter how smart Xianxia was, he couldn't figure out what was going on. There seemed to be an answer in his heart, but it seemed to be separated by a layer of membrane, making him feel uneasy and in disbelief. Soon, the myriad elephant sect appeared on the surface of the sea. Xianxia increased his speed and rushed into the myriad elephant sect's protective array in one breath. Only then did he relax slightly. He was well versed in the art of arrays, and no one understood the power of the all-encompassing array better than he did. Compared to the Black Cloud Roaring Thunder array in Black Cloud City, it was many times more powerful. Furthermore, it was personally presided over by Spirit Lord Guihai, a Khanate god who had survived 6 heavenly tribulations. Even if Li Qingshan's true body dared to barge into the array, he would definitely die, let alone a mere incarnation. Furthermore, there were countless disciples in the sect. With the right timing, location, and people, even 10 evil gods could forget about cracking the array. With an incomparable sense of security, Xianxia flew into the sky and prepared to report to Spirit Lord Guihai. However, even true disciples did not dare to fly in the sky. All they could do was climb the floors one by one. However, the strange thing was that his mind was unable to completely calm down. Step by step, he reached the top of the tall building. The neatly arranged bookshelves stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was filled with the fragrance of books. Xianxia found Spirit Lord Guihai behind a particular bookshelf. His back was facing him as he buried his head in a book. Xianxia bowed his head and cupped his hands. Spirit Lord, Divine Abodes Department Head, Xianxia, has something to report. Is it about Li Qingshan? Spirit Lord Guihai slowly turned his head. That's right. Xianxia answered, but he suddenly found the voice very familiar. He looked up and saw Li Qingshan's faint smile. He was so shocked that he took a few steps back and pointed at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan. Why are you here? Where else can I go? Li Qingshan slowly turned around. As he turned around, the scenery in the sky changed drastically. Darkness spread out from all directions, drowning the bookshelves like black water. A beam of light penetrated the roof and descended from above, illuminating the area. It was like a stage being illuminated by a spotlight. Li Qingshan was standing in the middle of the stage with Xianxia. Xianxia's consciousness blurred for a moment before he realized that he was still standing in the dark underworld cave abode. The mirror-like water surface instantly felt like he had fallen into an ice cavern. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. Xianxia was weaker than he imagined. It was not strength, but a will. Although the embodiment was only an embodiment, it was still the will of the Lord of the Fiend domain. In terms of strength, the embodiment was far inferior to Xianxia. But in terms of will, Xianxia did not have any form of resistance. From the greed in the beginning, to the fear when he ran into Li Qingshan, and then to the ecstasy from escaping, how could he not be taken advantage of by his inner demons when he was so unsettled and overjoyed? Moreover, from the beginning to the end, he never had the slightest thought of fighting. He was either afraid or thinking of escaping. How could he resist Li Qingshan, who carried the will of all living beings in the fiend domain? If power was the country, then the will was the king, and the inner demon was the assassin who assassinated the king. When the plan was revealed, the dagger would be revealed. Xianxia was obviously the ruler of a dead country. He was easily subdued. It was so easy that it was even a little boring. If Li Qingshan did not need Xianxia's help to break the formation, he would not have bothered with him. However, the sea does not reject small streams. A young spirit cultivator who is proficient in the way of formations is also useful. Li Qingshan walked forward. Xianxia, I am here in the name of the master of the fiend domain to receive you. He did not care whether Xianxia was willing or not. He pressed his hand on Pai Yangqiu's forehead. Pai Yangqiu had expected the embodiment's strength to be limited and wanted to struggle a little more. Hearing this, his whole body shook. Master of the Fiend Domain. A thought broke through the barrier. Li Qingshan is not an evil god. Li Qingshan is not an evil god. Li Qingshan is not an evil god. You are that Fiend Star? Everything suddenly became clear. He still could not believe it, but it was natural. If he was not a true god, how could he be so majestic? If not for the Fiend Star, how could he be recruited by the Celestial Emperor? Li Qingshan's darkness became incomparably deep, like two black bottomless abysses. Pai Yangqiu could not help but look into them. He felt his whole mind being sucked in. In the abyss, he heard the whispers again. There were men and women, young and old, mixed together. It was still as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but it was no longer painful or resentful. Instead, it was filled with fanatical worship. Li Qingshan unified the 12 demon realms and removed the supreme god of the 12 demon gods, making them his assistant gods. He gathered the faith and wishes of all the people in the Fiend Domain on him. These voices were the worship of the people in the Fiend Domain towards the supreme god. At first, it was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a loud chant. In the next moment, the sea and sky were howling, shaking like thunder. Pai Yangqiu did not dare to resist. If he resisted, he would only go crazy. In this world, how many people dared to resist the will of a god, and how many people were willing to swear to protect their own conscience? In an instant, the sound waves drowned Pai Yangqiu and became a part of his mind. When he looked at Li Qingshan again, his heart was filled with endless worship. He was willing to die for him. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, shouting, "My king, you are the master of the Fiend Domain, you are the only true god." The myriad phenomenon sect 2 days had already passed since Spirit Venerable Guihai announced Li Qingshan as a traitor. It was like a boulder had been thrown into the water, kicking up a series of shocking waves. However, it still calmed down in the end. Legends were just legends. Life had to continue. The people of the world would always care about themselves the most. Even a trivial matter was more important than the life and death of someone else. Myriad Phenomenon City recovered its former prosperity. Those who wanted to gamble gambled, those who wanted to drink drank, those who wanted to cultivate cultivated, and those who wanted to curry favor with others. Gradually, Li Qingshan's name was no longer taboo. Instead, it became a topic of conversation on the streets. In a small restaurant located in a remote location, tell me, why did Li Qingshan betray the Demon Domain and flee to the Demon Domain instead of being the first senior brother of the Myriad Phenomenon sect? You don't know about that. Li Qingshan was originally a spy sent by the Demon Domain. He concealed his true cultivation and came to the Myriad Phenomenon sect to steal the secrets of the Heavenly Tome of All. Now that he's become the first senior brother and obtained many scrolls, he obviously fled back to the Demon Domain. How's that possible? No way. What a joke. If Li Qingshan hid his cultivation, how could he fool the Spirit Venerable Guihai? The people in the surroundings were either astounded, doubtful, or retorted. However, in a corner of the restaurant, there were a few stern-faced men who silently clenched their wine bowls in their hands. One of them, a man with a square face, wide ears, and a dark face, immediately darkened slightly when he heard that. He was about to stand up. The man to his right immediately grabbed his wrist. His body swayed, and his bottom fell back down. He snorted through his nostrils and gulped down bowl after bowl of wine. If Li Qingshan hadn't hidden his true cultivation, how could he have gone from a nascent soul cultivator to a young soul cultivator in such a short amount of time? The man smiled faintly, as if saying, "You guys are really short-sighted." Although he was only a foundation establishment cultivator, and was still a distance away from the second heavenly tribulation, his tone and expression were filled with confidence, as if everything in the world was under his control. And those demon folk just had to launch a large-scale attack as soon as Li Qingshan arrived. As far as I know, half of the true disciples died outside Black Cloud City. Moreover, that Li Qingshan is extremely despicable and vicious. As soon as he entered the city, he destroyed the teleportation array in the city, causing almost everyone to die in the city. As soon as he said this, everyone was 80% convinced in their hearts. This was the only explanation that could explain the change in Li Qingshan's cultivation base. Many people had already begun to curse Li Qingshan as a traitor and would die a horrible death sooner or later. Even the voice of the person who had refuted him at the beginning was much weaker now. He muttered in a low voice, "How come I heard that it was Li Qingshan who forced Baiyan's incarnation to retreat and defended Black Cloud City? He, do you believe it? A young spirit cultivator who has just undergone 5 heavenly tribulations forced a fiend god to retreat." He smiled scornfully. Don't forget, it was exactly because of this battle that Li Qingshan secured his position as the first senior brother. His reasoning was so reasonable that even if Li Qingshan was present, it would probably be difficult for him to refute it. Everyone had already clearly outlined Li Qingshan's movements in their heads. They were completely convinced that Li Qingshan was a spy sent by the demon domain. A series of furious curses rang out in the restaurant. All of them were flushed with anger as they ground their teeth. They were basically tempted to cut that damn traitor into pieces and skin him alive. Bullsh*T. Suddenly, there was an explosive bellow. The square-faced, broad-eared, and dark-faced man in the corner of the restaurant crushed his wine bowl with a crack and lunged towards the chief practitioner who had spouted nonsense. The people who sat with him stood up in a hurry, but they were already too late to stop him. Moreover, all of them were furious. They did not want to stop him either. Perhaps they were not particularly knowledgeable. Apart from farming in their hometowns, they had spent their entire lives guarding cities on the borders. However, they had all personally experienced the Battle of Black Cloud City. They knew very well that Li Qingshan had not destroyed the teleportation hall to trap everyone in the city. Instead, he had done it to force the true disciples who stood high above to die with them. They had also personally witnessed how Li Qingshan had led the charge and fought bravely, killing wave after wave of demon folk. In the end, he had fought a decisive battle against the demon god's avatar, shattering his body and only stopping when he was dead. Not only had they seen and heard all of this, but they had also clearly felt it. That was because in that moment, they had fought alongside Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had not defeated the demon folk army alone and defended Black Cloud City. Instead, he had relied on their strength. This was what Li Qingshan had told them personally after the battle, as they were unwilling to accept Li Qingshan's additional reward. Yesterday, they had been summoned back from the army and heard countless people curse Li Qingshan, calling him a traitor, a spy, and a traitor. They had endured it all. After all, they were only disciples of the lowest level. They could not even be regarded as disciples. They were only attendants. They had no idea what had happened, much less become the leader of the myriad sect. However, when they heard someone distort the truth, they could not endure it anymore. That was because that battle was their greatest pride. The Foundation establishment cultivator who had been speaking proudly felt proud of his cleverness when a violent killing intent assaulted him from behind. His body stiffened, and his hair stood on end. Before he could respond, a great force pressed against his head, pushing down violently. With a bang, his head smashed into the table. The cups and plates flew everywhere, and with a thud, he struck the floor heavily, sinking into a large part of it. The dark-skinned man refused to let go. His fingers seemed like he wanted to crush his head forcefully. His eyes shone with red light, and his face was vicious, scaring everyone in the surroundings into retreating in fear. During the Battle of Black Cloud City, he had died 3 times and been reborn 3 times. His battle spirit had never been extinguished. He had already obtained the blood of Azura, and he had received 3 rewards from the Desireless Heavenly Palace, the Myriad Sect, and Li Qingshan. He had already undergone the first heavenly tribulation and reached Foundation establishment. As for the person he was pressing down on, although he was also a Foundation establishment cultivator, other than the competition between fellow disciples, he had never experienced a real fight. Under the pressure of the strong murderous aura, the little bit of ability he had in a fight of magical powers was completely thrown away in Java, and he could only struggle instinctively. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" His voice became shrill and twisted from fear, like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. He no longer possessed the bearing he had just now. F***CKU. The dark-skinned man waved his fists and hammered randomly, but he did not use much strength. He was only venting the anger in his heart. The restaurant was filled with cries of alarm. Someone shouted, "Stop! Stop fighting! How dare you! Violence is forbidden in Wanxiang City." Someone shouted, "Go get the inspector." The other companions unknowingly stepped forward and silently formed a circle. At this moment, a black-clothed man holding an axe barged into the restaurant and shouted, "Stop! The inspector is here." The inspector was a subordinate of the Department of Law's inspection office and was responsible for maintaining order in the city. They were all dressed in black and held axes. They were not there to fight, but to stand out. After all, in Wanxiang City, no one really dared to use violence to resist the law. The few men looked at each other and thought, they came so quickly. Only then did they step forward and pull the dark-skinned man back. The Foundation establishment cultivator, whose face was covered in bruises, threw himself in front of the inspector as if he had seen his own father. "Sir, they want to kill me. It's all because of that damn traitor Xianxia." "That's right, quickly capture them. They're all spies from the devil domain." The inspector ignored him and only looked at the few men and reported their names. "Tong Dagong, Jiang Xing, Li Xian. Senior Brother Leng requests your presence." The few men's hearts sank. Senior Brother Leng was one of the true disciples, the department head of the Department of Law, Leng Yuan. They were summoned from the Department of Law. The dark-skinned man called Tong Dagong's eyes were still red. He hardened his face and said stiffly, "What do you want us to do?" Under the guidance of the inspector, Tong Dagong's group passed through the streets and alleys. Strangely, they were not heading in the direction of the law bureau, but outside the city. "Where are we going?" Tong Dagong asked. "You'll know when we get there," the inspector replied. It was dusk, and the lanterns were lit. Tong Dagong looked up and saw a hazy sky between the buildings. A light drizzle had begun to fall at some point. They met another group of people on the way, who were also heading out of the city under the guidance of the inspector. Although they were not particularly close, they were comrades. After greeting each other, they began to chat and laugh. When something appeared in the sky, everyone raised their heads to look. It was a gigantic figure with its back facing Wanxiang City, standing under the clouds. It was the statue of Xianxia. They were all very familiar with that figure. They could not help but recall the black tortoise military god and felt inexplicably excited. As the statue gradually grew larger, they all understood that it was their destination. They vaguely guessed something, and their mood gradually became heavy. They all fell silent and walked in the rain, as if they were angry at each other. "Draw a clear line between us and Xianxia. How could the statue of a traitor be erected so openly outside Wanxiang City?" It was obvious what the Wanxiang sect wanted them to do. As the sky grew darker, more and more lanterns appeared, and the rain grew heavier. There was a quiet commotion in the city as people followed the inspector's footsteps out of the city. The long bridge outside the city gates was already filled with people, waiting to watch the show. The group had to part the crowd to pass through, and the faces around them were cold and excited. On the square at the pier outside the city, the head of the law bureau, Leng Yuan, stood with his hands behind his back on a huge beast. It looked like a wolfhound, but it did not have any fur. Instead, it was covered in layers of icicles, emitting an eerie chill. The drizzle turned into snow as soon as it approached. The huge beast lay on the ground, and in front of its claws were the inspectors, law enforcers, judge, and executioners. Xianxia's statue stood motionlessly in the sea, gazing into the depths of the sea. It allowed the wind and waves to batter it, completely unaware of what was happening behind it. "Reporting to Senior Brother, Tong Dagong and the others have arrived. Everyone is here." The inspector bowed to Leng Yuan, but Leng Yuan ignored him, so he returned to the ranks of the inspectors. More than 100 soldiers stood on the shore, looking up at the statue of Xianxia. From close up, this grayish-black statue looked especially tall and mighty. They had once followed this figure without caring about anything else. And now, behind them were all members of the law sector, and behind them were tens of thousands of spectators. They were all people who had been judged by the legal department to be related to Xianxia. Even though there were countless officers and soldiers in the army who worshipped Xianxia, there was no way the law sector could investigate all of them. These soldiers had all been heavily rewarded by Xianxia after the Battle of Black Cloud City. It could be said that they had received a personal favor from Xianxia. In addition, they were all Foundation establishment cultivators who had undergone at least one heavenly tribulation, which was the lowest standard to enter the sect. They could be considered disciples of the myriad phenomenon sect, even though they were only attendants or study companions, the lowest positions that didn't even have the status of a disciple. Official disciples who had entered the hall and entered the inner chamber were already the backbone of the sect. They held important positions like commandant and general in the army. If they were to be investigated, they would be investigated in private. They wouldn't be summoned like this and ordered to draw a clear line between them and Xianxia in public. As for those ordinary soldiers with even lower cultivation, no matter how much they worshipped Xianxia, it wouldn't be enough to affect the overall situation. It wasn't difficult to change the image of Xianxia in their hearts. Even those who refused to repent would be forced to move forward under the circumstances, even if the enemy was Xianxia. In fact, the reason why Xianxia rewarded them was not because he wanted to do them a favor, but because they fought bravely and didn't hesitate to die. Many of them had died more than 3 times in battle, and after they were resurrected, they still followed in his footsteps. Without them, Xianxia couldn't have won that battle. Let's begin. Ling Yuan gave the order. A person immediately stepped forward from the disciplinary organization and called out, "You already know about that traitor Xianxia, so there's no need for me to say anything more. As for you, every single one of you is suspected of colluding with the demon domain." Wang Juanxing's chest was filled with the joy of revenge. If there was anyone in the myriad phenomenon sect who was the happiest about Xianxia's betrayal, it would be him, although Xianxia might have already forgotten who he was. He was originally the official in charge of allocating residences in the Department of Abundance. He was bribed by the herb garden's chief steward, Xianxia, and made things difficult for Xianxia. In the end, he was taught a lesson by Xianxia and then expelled from the Department of Abundance by Yangqiu. He lost his lucrative position in the Department of Abundance and had no choice but to become an inspector in the Department of Law. He was also waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on Xianxia. However, when Xianxia became eldest Xixiang, he no longer dared to stay in Wanxiang City. He hurriedly became a law enforcement department official and went everywhere to arrest criminals. He was still in a constant state of anxiety, afraid that one day, Xianxia would remember him and end up like Xianxia. No one knew what kind of days he had been living these past few years. Now that he had been looking forward to it, the day Xianxia betrayed him had finally arrived. He felt as if he had been pardoned and was about to go crazy with joy. Other people still cared about Xianxia's grace and power and were unwilling to take on such an errand. However, he took the initiative to volunteer, not for anything else, but to vent the resentment in his chest. Hearing this, the soldiers were in an uproar. The crime of colluding with the demon territory was even more serious than desertion in the face of battle. There was only death. However, my Department of Law has always been fair and strict. Senior Brother Ling is even more wise and powerful. He won't let a bad person go, nor will he wrongly accuse a good person. Today, your mission is to completely destroy this broken statue and not leave a single trace. Also, everyone must take action. If anyone doesn't, think about your own fate. The soldiers looked at each other in dismay, but no one was willing to take action. Wang Juanxing flew into a rage and questioned, "Could it be that you sympathize with that traitor and are also preparing to betray the demon territory?" He couldn't wait for these people to not take action and let the Department of Law kill all of Xianxia's lackeys. The soldiers' faces all sank and they didn't move. They were all proud soldiers and valiant generals who had experienced hundreds of battles. The more they were threatened, the more unwilling they were to submit. The surrounding crowd all held their breaths in concentration. If this deadlock continued, they didn't know how it would end. The crimes that the Department of Law had set were so serious, it was likely that all of these people would lose their lives. Here. Officer Luo, you have the highest military rank here. You should set an example for them. Ling Yuan suddenly said. He had never liked Xianxia. From the beginning until now, that man had a kind of unrestrained wildness about him. But he didn't come here today to kill people. Otherwise, any of his inner disciples would be able to kill all of these people. Senior Brother Lung, I A long-faced man was startled, clearly unwilling. Junior brother Luo, how many of your comrades have sacrificed themselves on the battlefield of the demon territory? Countless. Officer Luo lowered his head. Could it be that you wish for your comrades to sacrifice their lives here in vain? I don't want to. When Li Qingshan betrayed the demon territory, he didn't care about you. This is the path he has chosen, so you must also choose your path. Leng Yuan changed his usual habit of being a man of few words and could almost be said to be patient and patient. Although the cultivation of these soldiers wasn't high, they were the backbone of the Xuanwu army. If these people died, the morale of the Xuanwu army would definitely be greatly affected. It might even be impossible to recover, which would be very disadvantageous to the sect. Officer Luo lowered his head and thought for a moment, then sighed. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. I understand. He turned around and walked towards the seaside. His right hand formed a knife and raised it high. He took a deep breath and swung it down heavily. A ray of light whistled through the air and slashed at the statue of Li Qingshan. With a rumble, the rubble scattered and sank into the sea with a pitter-patter. The surrounding crowd all let out cries of surprise. Looking at the back of Li Qingshan's statue, they saw that there was already a deep wound. Please remember this book's original domain name. Writing Pen Chinese Network mobile version website. The curtain of night gradually fell. Darkness engulfed everything within thousands of miles, and not a single ray of light could be seen. The brightly lit Wanxiang city was like a lone boat in the boundless ocean. Dark clouds rolled in the night sky, and the night rain fell continuously. The majestic statue in the shallow sea had already turned completely black. Raindrops slid down Li Qingshan's thick eyebrows. His eyes were still staring into the darkness, and he didn't care about anything behind him. Lieutenant Luo blinked his eyes that were soaked by the cold rain and looked at the scar that he had left with his own hands in a daze. He suddenly felt extremely disappointed, as if he had lost something extremely important. The surrounding crowd felt like they were witnessing history. Just when everyone thought that Li Qingshan would start a long reign in the Wanxiang sect, it ended in an instant. Wang Juanxing, on the other hand, was extremely regretful. He couldn't do anything to Li Qingshan, so he could only vent his anger on Li Qingshan's lackeys, hoping that they would all die a horrible death. Humph, I thought you guys were tough, but it turns out you're just a bunch of cowards. Leng Yuan was still high up in the sky. Snowflakes danced around him, and a cold smile appeared on his cold face, like the water seeping out of a cracked lake. Who could go against the dignity of the law? Then, without needing him to say another word, the soldiers walked up one by one and left their own marks on the back of the black statue. The sword chi and blade chi were like bolts of lightning, instantly illuminating everyone's face before immediately sinking into darkness. Everything was carried out in silence, as if they were holding some kind of ceremony to draw a line with the past. Everyone was dazed and pale, without the confidence and high spirits they had when they first arrived. The hot blood that belonged to Azura gradually cooled down in their veins, and it was as cold as the rain, almost making them shiver. They didn't fight to the last moment on the battlefield, but instead succumbed to some kind of invisible pressure, the strict law made by those in power. Even a true Azura would lose their immortal body once they lost the battle intent in their heart, let alone them. The courage of a general as a soldier. That man was no longer here, and they were also separated from the army and separated into isolated individuals. Yet, they had to face an invincible enemy once again. That kind of determination turned into helplessness of going with the flow, sacrificing the pride in their hearts like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. I suddenly understood that I wasn't a fierce warrior who dared to face the demon god directly. I was just a cultivator at the lowest level of the cultivation world, a small character such as an attendant or study partner. Who could defy fate? In just a short while, Li Qingshan was covered in wounds, as if he had been tortured by 1,000 cuts. He was on the verge of collapsing, unable to support his own weight. But coincidentally, no one was willing to strike that fatal blow and cause it to completely collapse. Continue, don't stop. Wang Juanxing ordered loudly, I've said it before, we must completely destroy it, not a single trace can be left. His eyes were like those of a hungry wolf, searching for the weakest sheep in the flock. Suddenly, he locked onto one of them. Hey, you! Don't think that I didn't see it. You're the only one who hasn't made a move yet. Everyone else has to make a move, or else we'll be the dogs of the demon domain. In the crowd, Tong Dagong's entire body trembled. First, many pairs of indifferent eyes looked at him, and then everyone's gazes gathered on him. Instantly, he felt as heavy as a mountain. The comrades who were once close and familiar to him were now so distant, leaving him alone. General. He looked up at the black statue, the rain blurring his vision. As long as he walked up and waved his hand lightly, he would be able to free himself from this boundless pressure. But for some reason, he thought of the black tortoise military god on the battlefield, who had condensed everyone's trust and hope. He was also a part of it. So not only could he not attack, but he inexplicably spat out a sentence, "I'm willing to fight to the death with General." It sounded like a slogan, but also like a promise. Hearing this sentence, the indifferent gazes around him suddenly changed strangely. What did you say? Wang Juanxing didn't hear it clearly. Tong Dagong slowly turned his head, a burning conviction filled his heart, and his eyes faintly glowed red. He glared at Wang Juanxing angrily, F***CKU. Say it again, you're not willing to attack, are you also going to betray the sect? This question had once frightened all the true disciples, but Tong Dagong, the lowest level servant, spat fiercely, so what? Ling Yuan frowned. He had lost control of the situation slightly, so he immediately interrupted Wang Juanxing and tried to persuade him gently, "Junior brother, Li Qingshan has already turned his back on you. Don't be so stubborn." As he spoke, his tone was full of warning. The giant beast under his feet seemed to have sensed its master's emotions and suddenly bared its scimitar-like fangs, fiercely staring at Tong Dagong. Tong Dagong's whole body was cold, his teeth chattering, and a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. He almost bowed his head and admitted his mistake. But then he remembered the battle in Black Cloud City, the indomitable demon god incarnation that slaughtered these true disciples like dogs, many times more terrifying than Ling Yuan, but in the end, didn't they also defeat it? His fear suddenly weakened, and the red light in his eyes intensified. F***CKU. If it weren't for Li Qingshan, King true disciples would have already fled back to the Wanxiang sect. Li Qingshan may be a traitor of the Wanxiang sect, but he has never wronged me, Tong Dagong. Besides, if it weren't for Li Qingshan, I wouldn't even know where the gate of the Wanxiang sect is, and I would have already died in Black Cloud City. Tong Dagong scolded to his heart's content, his eyes red like fire, and there was no longer any fear in his heart. He had no loyalty to the Wanxiang sect, and ordinary soldiers like them were just peasant children recruited from all over the human world to guard the border. Although they had the opportunity to make contributions and enter the path of cultivation, in the bitter and cold frontier fortress without any cultivation resources, in the end, only 1 in 1,000 could become a disciple of the Wanxiang sect, and most of them became a pile of bones under Black Cloud City. Everyone was stunned. A mere Zhuji cultivator dared to speak to a young spirit cultivator like this. How dare you? Wang Juanxing shouted harshly, but he was a bit timid at heart. He vaguely saw the shadow of that man in Tong Dagong, which aroused deep fear in his heart. Only Ling Yuan remained calm and collected. The drizzling rain suddenly turned into flying snow that filled the sky. For a moment, the sky was frozen and the earth was frozen. The giant beast under his feet let out a mournful roar that shook the heaven and earth. Tong Dagong, do you know what crime you've committed? Ling Yuan asked word by word. He also saw the shadow of that man in Tong Dagong, and a strong sense of disgust surged in his heart. Such a person must die. I know, isn't it just death? It's not like I haven't died before. Who are you trying to scare? With a clang, Tong Dagong drew his saber out of its sheath and placed it across his neck. My life was given by Li Qingshan, and today I will return it to him. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, he clenched his teeth, clenched the hilt with both hands, and gradually exerted force. The blade sank deep into his neck, and blood immediately gushed out, dyeing half of his body red. However, he did not relax at all. Inch by inch, he cut open the flesh and blood, and cut the neck bone along the bone. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the thick neck was cut open. When the neck was completely cut, he grabbed the bun on the top of his head with his right hand, lifted his head to show everyone, and suddenly fell on his back. Blood spread on the ground, and the head rolled to one side. The red light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Although it was ferocious and terrifying, there was no fear. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Writing pen Chinese mobile version website, When the Son of Heaven is angry, millions of corpses and blood flows for thousands of miles. Ling Yuan's power and status were not comparable to that of a king among mortals. Once he was angry, snow would fall for hundreds of miles and the sea would freeze. Not only did ordinary disciples keep quiet out of fear, but even other true disciples had to respect him. Because he was not only a young spirit cultivator, but also represented the law and majesty of the Wanxiang sect. To be his enemy was to be the enemy of the entire Wanxiang sect. However, at this moment, blood as thick as fire slowly spread across the frost-covered ground, red and dazzling in the darkness. A hexagonal snowflake fell into it, immediately dyed red, and then melted in the blood. When an ordinary man is angry, blood flows 5 steps. He could be destroyed, but he could not be defeated. Even if it was difficult to resist, he would never yield. When the rain condensed into snow, the water turned into ice, and time seemed to freeze. Everyone was speechless. Whether it was the superior dean of the law department or the spectators watching from afar, they all fell into a deep silence. Only the sound of snowflakes falling could be heard, gradually covering the headless corpse. The blood was still warm. The soldiers formed a circle around the corpse, motionless like statues, as if they were mourning or contemplating. Captain Luo gritted his teeth and stared at the blood with wide eyes. He and Tong Dagong did not belong to the same unit, and their ranks were also different, so they were not particularly familiar with each other. Except for meeting a few times when they received rewards, they were almost strangers. But that was the blood of his comrades. On the battlefield, the blood of comrades could only be paid with the blood of the enemy. How could there be no close? They shared the same hatred. But now, not only could he not take revenge, but he also had to bow his head to the person who forced Tong Dagong to his death. He could not help but feel a strong sense of shame. Yes, shame. Everything that happened today made him feel ashamed. It was a shame to be suspected by the sect that he had sworn to protect. It was a shame to be escorted here by the inspector. It was a shame to be accused by the law enforcement officer. It was a shame to be watched by everyone like a monkey show. However, the greatest humiliation did not come from the bystanders, but from himself. He actually gave in and brandished his saber, unlike Tong Dagong. Kacha! His teeth shattered, and the pain was like a scorching fire. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. However, he seemed to have woken up with a start and understood what he was doing. The feeling of humiliation became even more intense, and the pain was almost enough to drive him mad. 2 red lights lit up in the depths of his eyes, like 2 small sparks. Pairs of eyes lit up in the darkness. He was not the only one who felt this way. Ling Yuan was stunned as well. His killing intent had nowhere to be released, and it was as if he had punched empty air. He wanted to kill Tong Dagong because he wanted to punish him fairly and serve as a warning to others. Not only did he want Tong Dagong to regret his actions, but he also wanted all the bystanders to fear the strictness of the law and not dare to cross the line again. However, in the face of his determination to die, his majestic law seemed so powerless. The people were not afraid of death, so why should they be afraid of death? Ling Yuan took a deep look at the dilapidated statue and suddenly understood why he hated Li Qingshan so much. Whether it was when he entered the sect, or after he became the eldest senior brother, or even when he was saved by him outside Black Cloud City, he could not have a good impression of him. Because no law could restrain that man. He was always trying to break free from all restraints and was never afraid of any punishment. At this time, he faintly felt that the atmosphere in the field was not right. These sergeants had drawn a line with Li Qingshan, and he could not force them anymore. It was time to end all this. Destroy it for me. Not a single trace can be left, or you will all end up like him. A roar suddenly came from under Ling Yuan's feet. Wang Juanxing looked at the scarlet and dazzling blood and suddenly felt a deep fear. He glanced at the towering statue and suddenly felt that it was looking at him. He took a step back as if he had been electrocuted. But then he remembered the days when he was like a stray dog and the humiliation of being bullied by Li Qingshan. Yes, Li Qingshan was no longer here, and this was just a broken statue. Therefore, he sternly ordered the sergeants, his eyes bloodshot, and he seemed a little hysterical. Oh no! Ling Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to freeze Wang Juanxing to death. Shut up! Lieutenant Luo shouted angrily, his heart full of pain as if he had found a breakthrough. What did you say? You also want to die? Wang Juanxing shouted, not taking a golden core cultivator seriously at all. However, the next moment, all the sergeants turned their heads and looked at him, their eyes flashing red in the darkness. In an instant, the military spirit condensed, and the murderous spirit soared into the sky. This was not a group of low-level cultivators, but a fierce beast. The pupils of the wolf-like beast under Ling Yuan's feet shrank, and the icicles on its body stood up as if it felt threatened. Wang Juanxing was only a nascent soul cultivator and had never been to Black Cloud City before, so he had never seen such a scene. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he kept retreating. He didn't notice that the water under his feet had frozen into ice, and he slipped and fell on his butt. The sergeants laughed loudly, their laughter full of contempt. They hated themselves for being ordered by such a despicable person just now. They talked and laughed as if they had found the pride in their hearts, no longer taking anyone seriously, whether it was Wang Juanxing, Ling Yuan, or the huge nature sect. De Gong is right. If it weren't for the general, we would all be dead, a sergeant said in a low voice. Heh, even if we were alive, no one would take us seriously. I thought I was a big shot now, but in the end, I was still ordered around like a dog, a sergeant sneered. Bah! Surnamed Wu, don't you know what kind of thing you are? Other than the general, who would take you seriously? Yes, I was wrong. I dared to take myself seriously. I will definitely change from now on. But I think the general is also wrong. Don't stare at me. Heh, if the general treated us like dogs and let us die in Black Cloud City, we wouldn't have been bullied like this. Alas, we wouldn't have done such an ungrateful thing. Alas, who said it wasn't? If I gave a dog a bone, it would wag its tail at me and not bite me back. We really are worse than dogs. Forget it, I will apologize to the general. The sergeant surnamed Wu stepped out of the crowd and came to the statue of Li Qingshan. He knelt on one knee and gave a heavy military salute. Then he pulled out his saber and placed it across his neck. In an instant, a head rolled onto the frozen sea. A stream of hot blood rushed to the sky and sprinkled on the ice along with the flying snow. Old Wu, don't leave in a hurry. Wait for me. The sergeant who had spoken to him just now quickly stepped forward. He also knelt on one knee and gave a military salute. Then he impatiently cut off his head with his saber. The head fell to the ground. Hot blood spurted out and dyed the frozen sea red. The sergeants stepped forward one after another, just like they had just now. But this time, they didn't resist at all. Instead, they seemed impatient. Before they knew it, a thin layer of white snow had accumulated on the ground. Blood flowed freely and invaded the snow-covered territory. It emitted hot air and melted every snowflake it came into contact with. Wang Juanxing felt the cold gaze from behind him. He hurriedly turned around and said, "Senior brother Lung, they've gone mad. They've all gone mad. Quickly kill them all and scatter their souls. Let them never reincarnate." As soon as Wang Juanxing said that, he immediately incurred the disgust of everyone present. Whether it was the cultivators from the other sects, his fellow disciples from the Myriad sect, or even his colleagues from the Law Division, they all frowned. They were all cultivators. Once their souls were dispersed, it meant they could no longer enter the cycle of rebirth. They would be completely obliterated. Their fates were even worse than mortals who died of old age or sickness. Even if it was a battle, if there wasn't a deep hatred between them, they wouldn't be so ruthless. These soldiers were not enemies. They were also disciples of the Myriad sect. They were Wang Juanxing's seniors and juniors. Not only had they never done anything to harm the sect, but they had also guarded the borders of Black Cloud City all year round, making great contributions to the sect. The core duties of the first senior brother of the Myriad sect were actually the same as theirs. The glory of soldiers was the unshakable moral foundation of the Myriad sect. And everyone present could not help but develop some respect for the soldiers' bravery and staunchness with which they were willing to die. As a result, even if they were reluctant to draw a clear line between themselves and Xianxia and were suspected of being involved with demon folk, killing was only a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. Now, they had all demonstrated their resolve with their deaths, completely eliminating the possibility of them betraying the sect. Yet, Wang Juanxing actually wanted to disperse their souls. His words and actions were even more vicious than demon folk. Sensing everyone's enemies, Wang Juanxing immediately became exhausted. He was terrified, but he had no idea what he was afraid of. Ling Yuan's usually frigid heart boiled with fury. He hated that idiot Wang Juanxing to the core. He was basically attracting hatred for the law division. If it weren't for this idiot abusing his position to settle a personal grudge and provoke us recklessly, would this have happened? I shouldn't have accepted him into the law division in the first place. However, he never took these low-level soldiers seriously. Otherwise, why would he allow Wang Juanxing to act so arrogantly and domineeringly? Originally, he thought they were just a group of attendants and study companions at the lowest level. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to match a single hand of his. Moreover, without a first senior brother to stand up for them, how could they defy his will and the laws of the myriad sect? Giving them the opportunity to draw a clear line between themselves and the demon domain was already special treatment. However, now that the matter had developed to this point, he had already failed his duty as the head of the law division. This could not continue. Ling Yuan raised his hand, and his eyes shone with cold light. He condensed his powers, about to strike. Senior brother Leng, I'll call you senior brother for the last time. Lieutenant Luo said boldly, the general has saved our lives, and we are comrades. We will never be able to draw a clear line between us. You have your laws, and we have our choices. He was furious. We've spent our entire lives guarding the border city and fending off demon folk. We've never been disloyal to the sect. Even if Li Qingshan really does come charging over with demon folk in the future, I won't just remember his kindness and ignore the greater good. I will fight him to the death. I believe the general will not blame us. I won't regret dying in his hands. Although he didn't have much contact with Li Qingshan, there was an inexplicable sense of trust, as if they had known each other for many years. He could imagine such a scene, they would meet again on the battlefield, but they would fight against each other without any resentment until one of them fell. If they could perish together, that would be the best. Perhaps they could reunite in the Azura realm one day and break free from their identities as humans and demons. He would also be willing to continue following him into battle, respectfully referring to him as general. He would not swing his blade at his statue and berate him as a traitor, as if he had never received any kindness from him. However, all of this was still just the feelings of a warrior. It was neither acknowledged by Ling Yuan, nor was it understood by Dai Mengfan. He let out a long sigh. But since the sect doesn't believe us now, and they even treat us like dogs, ordering us about and censuring us as they please, there's no point in humiliating us any further. If you want our souls to disperse, then do as you wish, but if you want us to continue serving the myriad phenomenon sect. He shook his head firmly. That's impossible. With that, he turned around and made his way over to the frozen sea. His comrades were waiting for him. What was there to fear even if their souls were dispersed? Ling Yuan had nothing to say. The cold light in his eyes receded, and his powers gradually dispersed. A sliver of confusion appeared in his eyes, and a crack appeared in his icy heart. Suddenly, he began to doubt whether he had done something wrong. Should he not have summoned them from the army in the first place? Should he have respected their wishes more? However, he only acted according to the law and followed the wishes of eldest senior sister Dai Mengfan, who made them draw a clear line between themselves and Li Qingshan. He wanted them to make a choice, and they had already made their choice. At this time, even if they were all captured and detained, it would be meaningless. Captain Luo had clearly stated that he wanted to betray the sect, and according to the law, he would also be sentenced to death. Of course, his soul would not be dispersed. Generally speaking, the heaviest punishment for a sect disciple was to be sent into the cycle of reincarnation. This was not tolerance, but the measure of the law. If the souls of fellow sect members were easily dispersed, what unity would the sect have to speak of? The demonic path sect might be so vicious, but it was still a small sect that could not be shown in public. Therefore, in terms of reason and law, he had no choice but to watch the soldiers' blood splatter on the frozen sea one by one. As a young spirit cultivator, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. When the last head fell, the pier was littered with corpses, and the frozen sea was overflowing with blood. The scarred and tottering Li Qingshan was still standing on the frozen sea, looking into the depths of the sea. The hearts of all the onlookers were incomparably heavy. They had only wanted to watch a show, but who would have thought that the result would be so tragic? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of fellow disciples had fallen. How could they not feel sad for the loss of their own kind? As for those who had never seen Li Qingshan, they could not understand what kind of person Li Qingshan was. Why was he worthy of their loyalty? Leng Yuan looked up at the figure of Li Qingshan and thought to himself, you could have united the sect and survived the great calamity together. Why did you fall into the devil's domain? At this time, blood crawled across the ice and flowed all the way to the feet of Li Qingshan. It seemed to have gained intelligence and consciousness, and there was a sound from its body. A crack ran through its neck, and with a loud crack, the huge head fell off and fell into the frozen sea with a boom. A huge wave soared hundreds of feet into the sky, mixed with the dancing ice and snow, pouncing in all directions. Rumble. A series of thunderous sounds rang out, and the frozen sea shattered. Cracks spread out like spider webs. The ice, which was as huge as a ship, rose and fell with the waves, making an ear-piercing sound of friction. Everyone could not help but cry out in alarm. Wang Juanxing suddenly saw the huge figure of Li Qingshan pouncing towards him. He was almost paralyzed with fear and let out a scream, the statue has come to life. It turned out that Li Qingshan's ankle was broken, and it could no longer support its weight. Its headless body slowly fell backwards. With an earth-shattering sound, it smashed heavily into the frozen sea, stirring up a huge wave and completely shattering the surface of the sea. It was exactly the same way as the soldiers had died. Everyone was dumbfounded. The neck and ankle were the most vulnerable parts of a statue, but no one could believe that this was just a coincidence. The mysterious underworld cave Pai Yanqiu had already received the order and left Li Qingshan alone, lying on the surface of the water with his limbs spread out. From this angle, the mysterious underworld cave looked like a deep well. The mouth of the well was a round gray sky that hung high above the darkness and fell into his pitch-black eyes. The drizzle rippled around his ears and his thick black hair spread out and floated with the waves. He had already become a god and all the god statues had his divinity residing in them. He had seen everything that happened outside Wanxiang City with his own eyes and could not calm down for a long time. He had never felt that he had done anyone any favors and had never expected such a return. Just as he had never expected such a statue to stand outside Wanxiang City. So if it was destroyed, then so be it. What did it matter? Even though his former comrades had drawn their blades against him, he did not feel surprised or angry. He just could not help but sigh a little. After all, it was the trend of the times and the will of the heavens could not be disobeyed. To put it bluntly, he had never asked others to be like Li Qingshan. You are too arrogant. He suddenly laughed. It was filled with self-mockery but also joy. Why can't others be like Li Qingshan? What's so great about Li Qingshan? A surge of hot blood surged in his chest like the surging magma under the ground. It was a heat that he had not felt for a long time. He seemed to have been floating on the black water for too long and had heard enough of the laments and pleas of the people of the demon territory. So he sat up and said softly, "Comrades, fight alongside me again." His voice came from his falling black hair and only echoed in the cave. However, the will of a god would definitely reach the Azura path and summon his soldiers again. How can it be said that I have no clothes, I share the same robe as my son? How can it be said that I have no clothes, I share the same hatred as my son? I will immediately avenge you. Li Qingshan's figure disappeared from the mysterious underworld cave. Those who exerted power and pressure on them would definitely feel an even greater power and pressure. That would be the fury of a god. The 100-herb garden. The sun rose and set. The date set by Dai Mingfan was approaching bit by bit. Wan Jianfeng, who was standing outside the garden, was ready to charge into the garden at any time to capture and kill Li Fengyuan, or her. It was dusk, the sun had not set, and the crescent moon had just risen. The 100-herb garden fell into an unprecedented silence. The busy figures of the disciples were gone, leaving only a beautiful figure pacing back and forth in the garden. Only the plants were still thriving, ignorant of the joys and sorrows of the human world. Even though Huan Yaozhu has already made up her mind, she can't help but feel her heartstrings tighten little by little, gradually feeling the chill of the evening wind. This would be her last time in the herb garden. She was not afraid of death like Dai Mingfan, but perhaps it was only at the moment of parting that she felt that time was short and that 1,000 years were fleeting. She simply let go of all distracting thoughts and focused on taking care of these plants. The 9-colored deer silently accompanied her, its gentle and moist eyes full of pity. This price was too heavy for her, and everything was for that man. The 9-colored deer raised its head and looked at the hill in the distance. Li Fengyuan was sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree with a resolute expression, as if he was an eminent monk who was ready to sacrifice himself for his cause and had completely disregarded life and death. "Sigh, you sure can let it go." The 9-colored deer no longer blamed that man, but it couldn't help but think back to that autumn night many years ago when it met that man by chance. It felt that every drink and every peck was predestined. In Whitestag, he casually brought a group of beggars to drink with flowers and exchanged a peach tree for a full meal for the beggars. But in the dead of night, he lamented the death of the peach tree. Perhaps it was at that moment that he touched Huan Yaozhu's heartstrings. That was why she made an exception during the entrance examination and gambled on whether he was good or evil. That time, she won the bet and even made a small profit. But this time, the bet was on herself, and whether she won or lost, it was meaningless to her. The crime of betraying the sect meant certain death. Even a gambler like Letian would never take part in a gamble that was guaranteed to lose, so she could not be regarded as a true gambler at the end of the day. She was just like many years ago, stubbornly believing in that man. She believed that that man would always be benevolent despite being violent and resolute. He would never associate himself with demon folk. Suddenly, Li Fengyuan opened his eyes under the Bodhi tree and waved his hand into the distance. The 9-colored deer gazed in that direction and could not help but widen its eyes. It rubbed its horn against Huan Yaozhu in a hurry and called out, "Blockhead, blockhead." "What's wrong?" Huan Yaozhu was currently buried in the flowers and trees. She could not help but raise her head and become stunned too. Under the bright, red light of the setting sun, a tall, large figure strode over. He arrived before her in just a few steps. With a familiar smile on his face, he called out Yaozhu before spreading his arms and embracing her firmly. Everything had happened too suddenly. She was unable to respond at all, but she felt her heartstrings ease up as if a tremendous burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She no longer had the slightest bit of strength left in her body, but her eyes reddened. The 9-colored deer could no longer care about separating them. It only felt like they had been rescued from the jaws of death. They all believed without reason that as long as this man appeared, all of their problems would be resolved. The 9-colored deer called out, "Li Qingshan, you finally returned. Did you know that the spirit sovereign of Xi has already announced that you betrayed the demon domain? In order to protect your unlucky son, Yaozhu sealed off the entire 100 herb garden. We almost died because of you." Li Qingshan smiled without saying anything, but his expression was the same as usual. His bearing was peaceful, without the slightest hint of demon qi on him. Even the benevolent and benevolent Qilin was nothing more than this. When he looked at Huan Yaozhu, his gaze was filled with tenderness. "I knew you wouldn't," Huan Yaozhu murmured, but her face reddened again. She gently tried to break free from Li Qingshan's embrace. But Li Qingshan hugged her even tighter. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. He shouldn't have let her suffer any more grievances. Li Fengyuan sighed in his heart. He stood up and carefully examined Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan seemed to sense something. He also turned his head and looked at Li Fengyuan up and down. The father and son seemed like they didn't know each other at this moment, but it also seemed like they were confirming something. In the time since they separated, they had undergone earth-shattering changes. The 9-colored deer said, "Can you two stop looking at each other? Wan Jianfeng is about to kill his way in. Junior Marshal Brother Wan. Heh, he's quite gutsy. He dares to bully our Yaozhu. Senior Marshal Brother Wan is just following orders." "Don't blame him," Huan Yaozhu said softly. She knew that Li Qingshan's murderous nature was extremely heavy. She was afraid that he would hurt Wan Jianfeng and ruin their relationship. Following Dai Mingfan's orders? Senior Marshal Sister Dai had no choice. The spirit sovereign insisted that she be the eldest senior marshal sister. In that case, it's all that old tortoise's fault. The spirit sovereign is only following the sex laws. Sigh, he must have gone senile. That's why he made the wrong divination, thinking that you've fallen into the demon domain. He just needs to resolve the misunderstanding. Oh, you. It's still the same. Li Qingshan couldn't help but shake his head. He looked in the direction of the myriad phenomenon sect. I'll go find Spirit Sovereign of Sea and explain it clearly. Nine-colored deer frowned slightly, vaguely sensing that something was amiss with Li Qingshan's tone. But on second thought, this kid had always had a bad temper. Now that he had been wronged by Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai, he must be infuriated. He would definitely demand justice from that old turtle. With his current cultivation, he's not much weaker than that old turtle. That old turtle is probably in deep trouble this time. However, she had a sliver of doubt in her heart. She and Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai were both Khanate gods, so she understood the extraordinariness of the spirit turtle race better than humans. Human cultivators had to study arduously for many years to comprehend the Tao of divination, but it was an innate ability for spirit turtles. It was as natural as swimming. Furthermore, Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai has always been cautious. If he wasn't completely confident in such a major matter, there's no way he would announce it to the public like this, damaging the reputation of the myriad phenomenon sect for nothing. Why would he make such a mistake? But when she looked at Ruan Yaozhu, who was nestled in Li Qingshan's arms, she did not look like the 100 Herb Gardens lord at all. She was clearly a little woman who had found someone to rely on. She heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. Her slightly blushed face beamed, and she was completely at ease. She believed that Li Qingshan would explain everything to Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai and resolve this huge misunderstanding. She even felt a little smug. Sigh, this silly blockhead. It's truly a love calamity. In this situation, Nine-Colored Deer obviously could not voice out her doubts. She could only hope that the greatest and deepest worry in her heart would not come true. Li Qingshan suddenly changed the topic. But before that, do you want to hear my story, Yaozhu? Yes. N. Wan Yaozhu nodded and suddenly exclaimed. It turned out that Li Qingshan had carried her and brought her to a patch of flowers to sit on the ground. Wan Yaozhu was so embarrassed that she could not help but struggle. She said coquettishly, "Senior brother, let go of me." Nine-Colored Deer stomped her front paws in indignation, thinking, which man would let go of you when you look like this? Li Qingshan whispered into Wan Yaozhu's ear. Don't move. Let me finish. His deep voice seemed to have a kind of magic or a kind of majesty. Wan Yaozhu stopped struggling and blinked her eyes as she looked up at him. This was the perfect fusion of the path of the heavenly devil and the might of a god. His words carried the will of heaven, and every single move he made emitted boundless charm. Every single word he said was like an order that was difficult to resist, and it was sufficient to affect the mind of a young spirit cultivator. Of course, at this moment, Wan Yaozhu didn't have any intention of resisting him at all. She believed in Li Qingshan unreservedly, and was also in the midst of great sorrow and great joy of reuniting after a long time. It could be said that she was at a loss. At first, I didn't go to the infernal domain. Instead, I was guided to the Elysium and was given the title of Divine General Garan. When Li Qingshan began to talk about his experiences, Wan Yaozhu gradually forgot her shyness and immersed herself in his story. Li Fengyuan and the Nine-Colored Deer also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. The Elysium was a magical world, and everything that Li Qingshan experienced in the Elysium was even more bizarre and incredible. Everyone present felt that in Li Qingshan's calm voice, there were emotions that could not be described in words. Sometimes, he was like an old man who was talking about the past many years ago. Sometimes, he was as naive as a child, who didn't know the right and wrong, good and evil of the world. When they heard that he had gone as far as to undergo nerva rebirth in order to resist the influence of the Elysium and lose all of his memories, everyone worried for him. However, they also felt like this was something Li Qingshan would do. When they heard that he had been adopted by an old couple and was named Egg, everyone smiled. They felt like the name suited him very well for some reason. Unknowingly, the last ray of afterglow faded from the horizon and night fell. As the story progressed, Xianxia finally embarked on a journey to the big Laying Temple. Everything was like fate. The audience became more and more immersed in the story, and the surrounding flowers and trees also seemed to be listening attentively. Xianxia was once a disciple, but he had to admit that he was not very successful in this line of work. He could only copy the works of his previous life and still needed little Anne's help to edit and polish them. To put it bluntly, those stories did not belong to him at all. And now, this was the most wonderful story he had ever told, a story that completely belonged to him. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and silver light shone everywhere. Xianxia, what are you doing? Suddenly, there was a shout. The 9-colored deer's eyes were filled with anger as it stared at Xianxia. To be more precise, it was staring at Xianxia's left hand, which was hiding beside Xianxia. Xianxia was at a loss, as if she had just woken up from a dream. Her mind was still immersed in the story. Everything that Xianxia experienced in the demon domain was far more bizarre and thrilling than the Elysium. She also wanted to know if Xianxia could escape from the evil god Jiuying's labyrinth, and how he defeated demon god Xianxia. As expected of a natural god, I haven't finished my story yet. Xianxia shook his head with some regret. But it's getting late, let's stop here for today. Jiuer? Xianxia blinked her eyes, looked at the 9-colored deer, and then looked at Xianxia, not knowing what had happened. And at some point, Li Fengyuan had closed his eyes again, unable to bear to see what would happen next. Xianxia slowly raised his left hand, and in his palm was a blooming cereus. The white and slender petals slowly bloomed in his hand, as if he had casually plucked them. But there was not a single blooming cereus in the surrounding flowers. That blooming cereus did not look like an ordinary spiritual herb. Its petals were all the same size, and the distance between the petals was exactly the same. There were 3 layers, and each layer had 24 petals, for a total of 72 petals. The great array of the 100 herb garden was called the 72 Marquises array. The almanac said, 5 days are the Marquises, 3 Marquises are the Qi, 6 Qi are the time, and 4 seasons are the years. There were 24 solar terms in a year, which were further divided into 72 Marquises. The purpose of the 72 Marquises array was to subtly adjust the climate of the 100 herb garden, allowing all kinds of strange flowers and plants with different habits to flourish. That was how it got its name. The 100 herb garden was the foundation of the Myriad Appearance sect. The power of this 72 Marquises formation was far above the great mysterious nether formation of the mysterious nether cave mansion. This 72-petaled epiphyllum was the core formation disk of this formation. It was also the symbol of the master of the 100 herb garden. Xianxia touched the summer ring on her finger, and the blooming cereus was indeed not there. She panicked, as if she had stepped on air, and there was a bottomless abyss below her. She struggled out of his embrace, and forced a smile. Xianxia, stop messing around. I can't give this to you, even if you are the eldest Xixiang. Her tone was almost pleading. The 9-colored deer's heart was about to break when he heard this, and he stared at Xianxia. However, Xianxia was unfazed. He stared at the blooming cereus in his hand. A strand of darkness was released from the stamen, dyeing the pure white petals black from the inside out. The formation of the 72 Marquises was profound and complicated. Even though he had already become a god, he was only here as a clone after all. He would struggle to refine it in a short amount of time. However, apart from the master of the 100 herb garden and the spirit sovereign of Guihai, there was another person who knew the formation of the 72 Marquises like the back of their hand, and that was the caretaker of the abundance department, Pai Yangqiu. The 9-colored deer said furiously, "Blockhead, don't be stupid. He wants to take your 100 herb garden. He's already become a demon." Xianxia seemed to be completely focused on refining the blooming cereus. He no longer tried to hide anything, radiating with heavy demon qi. It was a darkness even deeper than the night, completely obscuring the bright moonlight. His figure was swallowed in the darkness as well, and his eyes shone with scarlet light. In the depths of the darkness were the painful and resentful murmurs of a billion demon folk. He no longer seemed to be among the flowers, but sitting high above a sea of blood. "No, you won't. Guan Yaozhu shook her head slowly as tears fell like rain. Li Qingshan raised his head and glanced at her. He let out a sigh, as if he was saying, Yaozhu, this is the ending of the story. The blooming Sirius in his hand was completely dyed black. Li Qingshan, you are not human. The nine-colored deer was furious. It stomped on the ground with its hind legs and leaped into the air. Nine-colored light flowed around its agile body and its coral-like antlers emitted a dazzling nine-colored light. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, dispersing the dark demonic aura that shrouded Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan lost all his vision the moment he saw the light. All he could see was the dazzling light. He knew that she had activated her innate ability. The antlers touched his chest fiercely. His incarnation here was only at the third level of the heaven's tribulation, so it was impossible for him to withstand the full blow of a demon sovereign. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. He held the flower in his left hand and formed a seal with his right hand. The flower flowed and his fingers changed. He reached out and touched the tip of the antlers as if they were connected. He chanted, on the day of the summer solstice, antlers disintegrate. Among the 72 petals of the flower, one of them flashed. Then, countless mysterious runes could be seen flowing on the petal. It was really one flower, one world. It was not an ordinary flower. The nine-colored deer trembled and froze in midair. The light on its antlers peeled off layer by layer. Even the nine-colored light on its body dimmed quickly. It staggered and knelt on the ground. It was still waving its antlers and casting its innate ability to fight to the death with Li Qingshan. She said angrily, I should have killed you the first time I saw you. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sighed, perhaps. Another petal of the flower in his left hand flashed. On the day of the beginning of winter, the water begins to freeze. The nine-colored deer's all-out attack was blocked. Its struggle was just an arrow at the end of its flight. He pressed down and grabbed the antlers. Frost quickly spread from his palm and covered the entire antlers. In the blink of an eye, her beautiful white fur was covered with a layer of light blue frost. She could no longer move. At this moment, the power of this 72 marquee formation was revealed. It was not just used to take care of flowers and trees. It was ever-changing, in accordance with the solar terms, the 4 seasons, and the way of nature. It contained the power of heaven and earth. As an innate deity, the nine-colored deer's strength was far stronger than ordinary monster emperors, but it was still easily suppressed. Even if a human immortal or evil god were to barge into the array, there was a risk of dying. If Guan Yaozhu was on full alert, even if Li Qingshan used his most powerful incarnation, it would not be easy for him to take down this 100-herb garden. As long as he was delayed for a short while, he would be surrounded by the selfless heavenly palace, wasting his strength for nothing. Although the nine-colored deer had been suppressed, it still glared at Li Qingshan firmly as it panted heavily from its nostrils. She had never hated a person so much before, not even when she had been betrayed by hunters and taken into the imperial palace to starve and wait for death. Li Qingshan, how has Yaozhu ever wronged you? She doesn't blame you for destroying the white deer country. She was the one who stood up for you when you were framed. No one believed you. She was the only one who believed you. She didn't hesitate to break off relations with the sect. Why did you treat her like this? Why? At this point, she couldn't help but tear up. Ugh, Yaozhu is too pitiful. Li Qingshan sighed in his heart. The nine-colored deer's words were even more destructive than her innate magical power. He couldn't resist or escape. Guan Yaozhu lowered her head and stood still. She didn't attack together with the nine-colored deer. As the owner of the 100-herb garden, she knew the power of this 72 marquises array better than anyone else. She also knew what Li Qingshan was capable of. Now that the night flower was gone, any struggle would be futile. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, so I really only cared about love and didn't care about the righteousness of the sect. Li Qingshan's expression was solemn. He said calmly, Yaozhu, what you practice is the nature tones, right? The tears on Guan Yaozhu's face hadn't dried yet. She looked over indifferently, but when she saw Li Qingshan's face, she couldn't hide her sorrow. A feeling of pity welled up in Li Qingshan's heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He continued, you are talented and blessed. The path you walk is not as prejudiced as Chao Tianjiao and Li Liehua. You have a paradise like the 100-herb garden. You should have gone through 6 heavenly tribulations long ago and become a human immortal. Unfortunately, you still haven't understood the way of nature, or rather, you only understood half of it. Guan Yaozhu turned her head away. She didn't want to talk to Li Qingshan, nor did she want to see him again. It's true that the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. But it's also the law of nature. Wolves chase sheep, eagles chase rabbits. Even these senseless flowers and trees have to fight for sunlight and rain. They grow thorns to resist harm. This is the evil in the hearts of all living beings. Is this the reason why you became a demon? Guan Yaozhu couldn't help but interrupt him. If you have evil in your heart, you must do evil? If others do evil, you can do evil? He was extremely disappointed. The way of nature has nothing to do with good or evil. The kindness in your heart is your gift, but it's also your obstacle. Li Qingshan shook his head. What I want to say is, where there is life, there must be death. Right now, I will demonstrate the other half of the way of nature to you. Speaking to this point, Li Qingshan suddenly let out a long breath, as if he wanted to exhale all the depressed air in his chest. The surrounding plants rustled. Guan Yaozhu widened her eyes in shock. She saw that the 10,000-year-old nether radiant orchid next to Li Qingshan had suddenly bloomed completely, giving off a faint blue light. She would have needed to take care of it for several years. All the plants around Li Qingshan, these strange flowers and plants that would normally take thousands of years to grow a foot and an inch, all grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their branches stretched out towards the sky, spitting out flower buds. In an instant, millions of flowers bloomed to their heart's content, competing with each other in beauty under the moonlight. As for the flowers that were already blooming, they bloomed to an unimaginable degree, as if they wanted to display all of their beauty without holding anything back. Li Qingshan was completely submerged by the flourishing plants, but Guan Yaozhu could clearly hear his breathing suddenly stop. Her heart also stopped. She had never been greedy for life or afraid of death, but at this moment, she felt that a disaster was imminent. She cried out in shock, "Don't." Her voice was like a cuckoo crying blood, full of pleading. Who knew how much effort she had poured into the 100-herb garden? These plants were far more important than her life. At this moment, the scene of her first meeting with Li Qingshan suddenly appeared in her mind. That autumn night, that peach blossom tree. Her heart was filled with grief, but strangely, she also calmly realized that this man would not stop for her. Just like how he would lament the death of the peach blossom tree, but still choose to let the peach blossoms bloom. Li Qingshan's exhalation turned into an inhale. This breath was slow and long, as if he wanted to suck in all the air in the 100-herb garden. In a split second, the plants withered, and thousands of flowers withered. It was as if they had entered the late autumn season. The plants within. A radius of 30 meters all withered and turned yellow, turning into mud. Those flourishing plants seemed to have exhausted all of their vitality, but they also spat out all of their spiritual qi, which surged into Li Qingshan's body. The incarnation's cultivation base immediately skyrocketed, rushing to the cultivation base of the fourth heaven's tribulation. Even its body became much taller. These exotic plants had different attributes. If one wanted to use them to refine pills, they would have to harmonize the yin and yang and the 5 elements. It would also require a lot of time for the water and fire to complement each other, forming the 9 transformations of the pill. After the pill was formed, one also had to pay attention to whether it was hot or cold when consuming it. The medicinal properties must not clash. However, Li Qingshan omitted all of these processes. He made these plants go from life to death, spitting out the most primitive and purest vitality, transforming it into the incarnation's cultivation base. This kind of method was the divine power of Qilin transformation. He had already obtained the core laws of the pure land of ultimate bliss and the evil land of the infernal region. When the two were combined, it would be the paradise Qilin transformed from the primordial Qilin. His Qilin transformation had long achieved great success. At this moment, he was the incarnation of the original Qilin. The heaven and earth were heartless, and the cycle of life and death, this was the Tao of nature that Guan Yaozhu had yet to comprehend. Qilin had compassion for the common people. Li Qingshan didn't understand the Qilin's way of extreme benevolence, but now he understood it completely. To be born without having, to not rely on, to not be exploited, is the virtue. Nature gave birth to all living creatures, but it didn't take any of them as its own. It didn't demand any living creature to be loyal and filial. Its benevolence was everywhere, but it was so mysterious that no one could feel it. It seemed that everything was natural, so it was called nature. Of course, the real Kylan wouldn't turn the vitality of plants into its own power like Li Qingshan did. Li Qingshan didn't follow the way of Kylan after all. He just used the power and changes of Kylan. However, even the original Kylan couldn't completely follow its own path. It went against its inborn nature and followed Emperor Hua to participate in the battle of patching up the sky. It died under the thunder of Emperor Shi. After all, the original Kylan was just one of the living creatures, not the Great Wei Law. However, when it looked at the figure that patched up the sky with its own body, it probably didn't regret its choice. If the sky had feelings, it would also grow old. In a breath, the cycle of life and death changed. From the blooming of flowers to the withering of grass, from the flourishing scene to the desolation. Even mortals would have some inspiration when they saw this scene, not to mention the few cultivators here were all talented and intelligent. Under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, Li Fengyuan stretched out his hand, and a dead leaf fell on his palm. He looked up and saw the leaves rustling in the wind, scattering all over the ground, leaving only dry branches that pierced the night sky. He couldn't help but touch the rough trunk, and he understood the sadness in it. Although the nine-colored deer was suppressed by Li Qingshan, it still couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Kylan was the leader of the walking beasts, and the nine-colored deer was especially close to the Kylan. Now that he was watching the primordial Qilin's incarnation, Li Qingshan, unfold the natural way of life and death, he immediately felt like he had attained enlightenment. He had almost forgotten to oppose Li Qingshan. Only Ruan Yaozhu could only watch helplessly as the 100-herb garden that she had poured her life's blood, sweat, and tears into was destroyed. She couldn't help but kneel on the ground and press her hand on her chest. She only felt pain in her heart. If it weren't for the natural tome, she would have gone mad and lost control of her mana. She wouldn't have cared about the Tao of nature. Li Qingshan sighed in his heart, but he still focused on absorbing the spiritual energy. With him as the center, a withered yellow color quickly spread out. Wherever it went, the plants withered and died. The surging spiritual energy was so dense that it was almost liquid. It flowed with dazzling spiritual light and converged toward him with the momentum of 100 rivers returning to the sea. His body grew taller, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. In an instant, he was taller than all the trees around him. The cultivation of the incarnation continued to soar, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the 5th heavenly tribulation, the realm of the Yang spirit cultivator. It still showed no signs of slowing down. Until this moment, Li Qingshan had only absorbed the spiritual energy of the plants within a radius of 1,000 feet. There were countless strange flowers and plants, and any one of them could cause many cultivators to fight for it outside. But compared to the entire 100-herb garden, it was just a drop in the bucket. The terrain of the 100-herb garden was extremely open. In order to adapt to the growth of different plants, there were mountains, valleys, plains, deserts, lakes, and rivers. Although Li Qingshan was the master of the devil's domain and sat on the boundless devil's domain, he couldn't help but sigh at the depth of the plenitude sect's foundation. So what if a few true disciples died? As long as the 100-herb garden existed, there would be an endless stream of new true disciples. And for the current Li Qingshan, it was equivalent to an endless stream of enemies. Therefore, the 100-herb garden had to be uprooted, and it could also be used as food for the enemy to strengthen his strength. There was a saying in the art of war, eating an enemy's bell is equivalent to eating 20 of mine. If you are afraid of one stone, you are equivalent to eating 20 stones. And the most important thing was that this power didn't come from the devil's domain, so it wouldn't be easily detected by the guy in the sky. Only then would he have a chance to swallow the plenitude sect while the enemy was unprepared. Of course, the 100-herb garden wasn't that important, and the plenitude sect wasn't that important either. There were at least hundreds of sects in the mortal realm, one more or one less wouldn't necessarily affect the overall situation. Who didn't have a place similar to the 100-herb garden? If he had a choice, Li Qingshan didn't want to hurt Ruan Yaozhu. But in the plenitude sect, there was something he had to obtain. This thing would affect the fate of all living beings in the devil's domain, and even the direction of the future war. Very quickly, this incarnation's cultivation reached the peak, 6 tribulations, worldly immortal, his body was as tall as a mountain. Every time one's cultivation increased by a large realm, the amount of spiritual energy needed would increase by thousands of times. But in this 100-herb garden, it wasn't a problem at all. In fact, most of the garden was still lush and green. Li Qingshan didn't stop absorbing spiritual energy. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Ruan Yaozhu. Yaozhu. He didn't open his mouth, but his voice sounded in Ruan Yaozhu's heart. It was like the howling of the wind or the shaking of the earth, but it didn't sound like a human's voice. Ruan Yaozhu's heart felt like it was dying. Hearing the voice, she couldn't help but look up. She met a pair of green eyes, which also didn't belong to a human. At this time, Li Qingshan's face was no longer human. Instead, it was between a lion and a human. A pair of green antlers grew out of his thick black hair, standing tall on top of his head. But this appearance wasn't as terrifying as it was just now. Instead, it emitted some kind of mysterious divinity. It was like an ancient statue of a god that had been forgotten by people, sitting peacefully on the ground. In a split second, Ruan Yaozhu seemed to have forgotten the pain in her heart. She was immersed in that pair of green eyes. As the cultivation of the incarnation reached its peak, Li Qingshan's god's might and the way of the heavenly demon had also reached its peak. Not to mention that Ruan Yaozhu's mind was in a mess, she probably wouldn't be able to resist him even under normal circumstances. When their eyes met, Li Qingshan imparted to her the Qilin strategy of immortality from the 9 transformations of the demons and gods, as well as his various understandings of the way of nature after combining the core principles of the pure land of ultimate bliss and the evil earth of the devil realm, to her. She was enlightened. Ruan Yaozhu groaned and frowned slightly. Qingshan, stop. Don't worry. I won't directly distort your mind. I'll just show you the true path. You'll still need to slowly understand it in the future. Li Qingshan only pushed her from behind, forcing her to see the true way of nature. Moreover, she had already accumulated enough experience. With this help, she could cross the boundary between immortal and mortal and reach the human immortal realm. When Ruan Yaozhu's expression calmed down a little, Li Qingshan stretched out his finger and gently touched her forehead, injecting surging spiritual power into her body. Ruan Yaozhu desperately shook her head and struggled. She was absolutely unwilling to accept this power. Using the plants in the 100-herb garden as her cultivation resources was simply stealing what she was guarding. However, Li Qingshan's god's might was like a mountain. How could she resist? She could only shed more tears of grievance. The 9-colored deer exclaimed, "Wait. You'll kill her." However, Li Qingshan ignored it. Instead, he continued to absorb spiritual power and imbued even more spiritual power into Ruan Yaozhu. Although a lot of spiritual power was needed to refine the yang spirit into the primordial spirit, it was nothing compared to the 100-herb garden. In an instant, the sky was filled with tribulation clouds, and thunder rumbled. At this time, Wan Jianfeng was still guarding outside the 100-herb garden, unaware of what was happening inside. The 100-herb garden was a small world of its own, independent of the mortal realm. Ruan Yaozhu had also activated the 72 Marquises formation to seal it completely. Even if there was a huge commotion inside, it would be hard for those outside to detect it. The deadline of 3 days was approaching. Wan Jianfeng knew that he could not break through the 100-herb garden with his own strength. However, Dai Mingfan must have already gone to Venerable Gue Hai to obtain the core authority of this small world. The power of the formation did not originate from the formation itself. Instead, it depended on the terrain. As long as he controlled this small world, he would be able to take drastic measures. No formation would be able to operate. How could Ruan Yaozhu be a match for him? At this time, a blue light flew over from the sea, but it was not Dai Mingfan. "Who are you?" Shen Yushu greets Senior Marshal Brother Wan. Inside the 100-herb garden, thunder rumbled and shook the entire small world. Strong winds swept the land, and countless withered leaves danced wildly in the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The roiling black tribulation clouds pressed down, covering the stars and the moon. One could not even see their own fingers in front of them. Everything was submerged in darkness. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated everyone's face. In that instant, light and shadow intertwined. It was abnormally bright, like a still oil painting. Li Fengyuan was still staring at the withered Bodhi tree, as if he did not notice what was happening behind him. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Qingshan sat there without budging, like a statue of a god. The 9-colored deer's gentle and moist eyes looked at Ruan Yaozhu with worry. The 6th heavenly tribulation was extremely important to cultivators. It was the step to becoming an immortal. However, this step was also extremely difficult. There were very few cultivators who could successfully cross it. Not only would the tribulation thunder become more and more violent, there would definitely be tribulation thunder condensing weapons appearing. Furthermore, when the Yang God transformed into the primordial spirit, there would definitely be inner demons causing trouble, which was the so-called 5 demons of the Buddhist sect. Tribulation thunder weapons and 5 demons. One was an external enemy, and the other was an internal threat. They were both extremely terrifying existences. Cultivators faced the threat of death during the tribulation, and they also harbored the desire to become immortals. They were originally worried about personal gains and losses, and it was difficult for their minds to calm down. At this moment, Ruan Yaozhu's mind was in a mess. Her 5 organs were blazing, and the risk was much greater. Moreover, it might attract an even more terrifying vexing demon. Once she lost control of her mind and suffered internal and external injuries, she would either suffer from qi deviation, lose control of her magic power, break her primordial spirit, explode and die, or be killed on the spot by the tribulation thunder. 9-colored deer heart said, Li Qingshan, oh, Li Qingshan, are you really going to kill Yaozhu before you are satisfied? When the tribulation lightning was about to descend, Ruan Yaozhu stubbornly looked at Li Qingshan and didn't have the slightest intention to cross the tribulation. He would never accept such kindness, nor would he forgive Li Qingshan's deception. I can't resist your power, but at least I can atone for my sins with death. Li Qingshan seemed to have expected her reaction. He grabbed the 9-colored deer and said, if you die, I will bury this silly deer with you. You. Ruan Yaozhu was shocked, let go of her. You bastard. Yaozhu, save me. 9-colored deer heart was in pain, I don't want to die. Ah. It hurts. It was as if Li Qingshan was going to squeeze her to death. Li Qingshan curled his lips. He didn't use any strength at all. However, he still appreciated her acting skills. She was indeed a natural-born deity. She was still very intelligent. How could demonic beasts care about the laws of the human world? 9-colored deer heart didn't care about herb garden or nature sect. She only cared about Ruan Yaozhu's safety. You are so despicable. Ruan Yaozhu glared at Li Qingshan. She was really annoyed by Li Qingshan. She really wanted to slap him to death. You know, I always do what I say. Li Qingshan said. Then what you said to me, did you do it? Ruan Yaozhu felt that she couldn't live or die. Li Qingshan was speechless and sighed softly, Yaozhu, are you willing to believe me one more time? Ruan Yaozhu was moved, but she didn't say anything. Finally, she rose into the sky and flew towards the tribulation clouds. Qingshan, I beg you for one last thing. Speak. If I fail the tribulation, please let her go, okay? Yaozhu. 9-colored deer heart's eyes were filled with tears, you definitely won't fail. We will be together forever. Okay, as long as you try your best to pass the tribulation, I won't touch a hair on her, no matter the result. However, if you have any thoughts of seeking death, you won't be able to escape my eyes. I won't seek death. I want to become a human immortal and eliminate demons. Ruan Yaozhu said hatefully. Okay. Li Qingshan smiled. He didn't want to distract her anymore and put down 9-colored deer heart. At this moment, the power of the tribulation reached its peak. The tribulation lightning in the sky condensed into one point. 9-colored deer heart exclaimed, tribulation lightning weapon. Li Qingshan wasn't a stranger to this scene, but he couldn't help but sigh, that's it. As it turned out, the condensed armament of tribulation lightning was actually a small sword over a meter long. Although it shone brightly and possessed tremendous power, Li Qingshan had never seen such an intricate condensed armament of tribulation lightning before. He could not help but curse, "Damned heavens, why do all my tribulations consist of various large blades and axes?" He had personally witnessed what "the heavens are unfair" meant. It was just like the imperial examinations in his previous life. The same subjects had different difficulties. With the same score, one could enter a different school. Nine-colored deer heart sneered, "Humph, don't you know?" Li Qingshan smiled, "Of course I know. There are no gods 3 feet above my head, justice is only in the knife." He stared at the small sword formed by the tribulation lightning weapon. His eyes became incomparably deep and distant, as if he had understood something. In the past, he only regarded the tribulation as a natural phenomenon, saying some clichés like "those who go with it are ordinary, those who go against it are immortals." However, the Great Way was natural, and who could go against it? Could it be that the Great River was also a test of the heavenly way for those who crossed it? If they went against it, they would successfully cross the river, but if they went with it, they would be washed away by the water and become drifters. That made some sense, but it was ultimately just the imagination of humans. Now that he had become a god, trained his spirit to return to the void, and comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, he could feel many man-made traces in the tribulation. This was probably not a trial of the heavenly way at all. The meaning contained in the tribulation lightning weapon was very familiar to him. Yes, it was very similar to Emperor Shi's thunderbolts. Although they were worlds apart in terms of quantity, like a drop of water and the sea, they came from the same source in terms of quality. It was indeed filled with the majesty of the heavenly way, because Emperor Shi was almost the embodiment of the heavenly way. Since Emperor Wa had successfully mended the sky, Emperor Shi also belonged to the heavenly way. Then who was it that set such a law and slaughtered all the cultivators in the world? No matter who that person was? Obviously, they all favored Ruan Yaoju's way of nature, so the power of the tribulation was much weaker. Although the small sword formed by the tribulation lightning weapon was also flying in the sky, drawing a straight and bright trajectory in an attempt to kill Ruan Yaoju, compared to what Li Qingshan was going through, it was simply a small test. However, Ruan Yaoju was still in danger. Obviously, she did not have the experience of dealing with the tribulation lightning weapon, and her inner demons had begun to cause trouble. The herb garden was as bright as day. There was no gap between the thunders. With Ruan Yaoju as the center, a magnificent and ever-changing electric net interweaved, dyeing everything bright white. Rumble. The heavens and the earth trembled endlessly, and the sound of thunder rumbled continuously. It was as if a wheel that was as large as a mountain was rolling across the sky. Li Qingshan looked up. No matter how many times he saw it, he was still shocked. Ruan Yaoju's situation was not good. Not only did she have to deal with the ordinary tribulation lightning, but she also had to be on guard against the sudden attack of the 2-foot-long sword formed from the tribulation lightning. She needed to be completely focused. However, his expression kept changing. Sometimes, he frowned, as if he was suffering great pain. Sometimes, he smiled, as if he had forgotten that he was in danger and felt great joy. In a moment of carelessness, lightning flashed and the small sword slashed across her right side. A string of blood splattered out and immediately evaporated. If she had not twisted her waist at the critical moment and dodged, she would have been cut in half at the waist. She was not like Chao Tianjiao, who specialized in body refinement, and she did not have a demonic body like Li Qingshan's. It was almost impossible for her damaged body to recover. The best result would be being an undead immortal. Li Qingshan knew that she was suffering from the attack of the 5 Yin demons. 5 Yin, body, perception, thought, action, and knowledge. Body was the foundation of all inner demons, and also the foundation of humans. I have a great calamity, and it affects my body. If I don't have a body, I won't have any calamity. All of a human's calamities originated from this body. It was also through this body that one felt the joys and sorrows of life and death, as well as all of their words and actions. All of a human's words and actions would affect the world and receive some kind of feedback from the world. This back and forth would ultimately form the understanding of all things in the world. The transformation of the yang spirit into the primordial spirit was like the transformation of an egg yolk into a chick. A person's body would have a fundamental change, and it would definitely trigger a change in perception, action, and knowledge. Together, it was the so-called 5 Yin demons. This was her inner demon, and no one could help her. Just like how no one could spend this life for you. Before going through the tribulation, one had to bathe and burn incense to calm the mind, so that one's body and mind were one, and adjust to a perfect state without sorrow or joy. However, the world was fickle, and Huan Yaozhu had experienced so many changes that it was an extravagant hope to have a normal state. Her mind was restless, and her inner demons were burning. One moment she felt unbearably hot and sweaty, soaking her dress, the next moment she felt cold and shivering all over, wishing she could wrap herself in 3 more layers of cotton-padded jacket. The next moment she felt as if 10,000 ants were crawling all over her body, so itchy that she couldn't help but want to scratch them. The next moment she felt as if she were being cut into pieces, so painful that she wished she were dead. If it was only it was much easier to endure. But often, when she was extremely cold, a sudden gust of spring wind would caress her face, making her feel so warm and comfortable that all the bones in her body would soften. When her mouth was so dry that it was about to crack and spit fire, she would suddenly feel a stream of icy spring water sliding down her throat, making her feel so comfortable that she almost moaned. But often, when she was extremely cold, there would be a sudden gust of spring wind, and it would be so warm and comfortable that her bones would soften. When her mouth was so dry that it was about to crack and spit fire, she would suddenly feel a stream of cold spring water slide down her throat, and it would be so comfortable that she almost moaned. This was the saying, from appearance to feeling, from feeling to thought. Since she had a body, she would have feelings, and since she had feelings, she could not stop thinking. Li Qingshan had experienced all of this before, and she understood that this was not the scariest part. Once she, from thought to action, the tribulation would be considered a failure. For example, just now, when the tribulation lightning came to kill her, if she could not control her actions and was slightly slow, she would be cut in half at the waist. Once the fighting demon entered the final stage of from action to consciousness, she would definitely die, regardless of whether there was tribulation lightning or not. Because the truly terrifying enemy would never come from the outside, but from within. Once her consciousness was controlled by the inner demon, she would immediately go berserk, and the magic power that she had accumulated for thousands of years would completely lose control. It would turn into a big bomb that would blow her up into ashes. Not to mention becoming an undead immortal, she would not even be able to reincarnate. The 9-colored deer stared unblinkingly at the sky, and its heart was extremely tense. Seeing that Huan Yaozhu was injured, it could not help but look angrily at Li Qingshan. It wanted to say a few harsh words, but it was afraid of disturbing Huan Yaozhu. However, Li Qingshan said, "Don't worry, she is much stronger than you think." Huan Yaozhu felt that her 5 veins were burning, and she was on the brink of danger. However, a thought appeared clearly in her mind. I can't die yet. I still haven't heard the end of the story. She could not help but want to laugh at herself for being a blockhead and a fool. Even now, she could not completely disbelieve that man, even though he had destroyed everything for her. Thus, without hesitation, she activated the heavenly book of nature, and the yang spirit left her body. In an instant, green light shone brightly, overshadowing the lightning in the sky. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen her yang spirit. It looked exactly the same as her, but it had a kind of fairy-like charm. Both her eyes and hair were green, and there was a pair of delicate antlers on her forehead. She was not wearing a single thread of clothing, but was dressed in carrots, entwined with green vines and green leaves. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible, very much like the mountain ghost that Chu Yuan had mentioned. If there is a man in the Shi mountain who is brought by Shui Lishi, he will be a beautiful woman. You look at me with longing and smile, I admire you for being kind and graceful. After the yang spirit left her body, the physical body's demeanor calmed down. She sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, as if she had fallen asleep. The yang spirit hanging above her was fully activated, and it shone brilliantly. It naturally had a kind of untainted and independent demeanor. From core formation to nascent soul, from yin spirit to yang spirit, cultivators had refined their souls into the most powerful weapons. It was not only the condensation of power, but also the condensation of consciousness. Once the yang spirit left the physical body, it immediately isolated most of the influence from the body, and the blazing 5 yin devils also calmed down. Moreover, it was constantly digesting the spiritual qi that Li Qingshan had injected into it, transforming it into the primordial spirit. She waved her slender arms that were entwined with leaves, and towering trees rose from the ground and wrapped her up. Although they were immediately turned into ashes by the tribulation thunder, new towering trees rose from the ground and grew endlessly. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. She had already comprehended the Qilan's strategy of longevity, and she was much faster than he was in the past. Guan Yaozhu could concentrate on fighting against the small sword condensed by the tribulation thunder, and she even had the time to take a deep look at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan understood that if he could not give her an explanation, she must eliminate the evil and defend the Tao. Although the bamboo was delicate, it would rather break than bend. The nine-colored deer couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, blinked its eyes, and stretched. That small sword alone was clearly not enough to threaten Guan Yaozhu, and successfully passing the tribulation was only a matter of time. This time, not only did she not blame Li Qingshan, but she even felt a little grateful to him. After all, if it weren't for Li Qingshan, who knew how long it would take for Guan Yaozhu to become a human immortal. She didn't care about the flowers and plants in the herb garden as much as Guan Yaozhu did. If she could casually eat them, she would have eaten them all. Now that we've fallen out with the myriad sect, we can take advantage of them and then escape to the demonic beast path. With our talent and cultivation, who can find us? Now that the tribulation of heaven and earth is coming, this silly blockhead doesn't know how to protect himself, and will definitely fight for the myriad sect. The risk of dying is too high. With this calculation, the result was actually quite good. Although Guan Yaozhu had suffered a lot, compared to the harvest of becoming a human immortal, it was nothing. Yes, Li Qingshan is a good villain, otherwise that silly blockhead wouldn't have done such a thing. It's just that this kid is a great disaster, it's best if we don't see him again in this life. At this time, Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, feeling something. Under the tribulation clouds, in the dark void, three figures gradually appeared. The nine-colored deer turned pale with fright, demon of vexation. Li Qingshan. And there were three of them. Nine-colored deer had accompanied Guan Yaozhu to read many ancient books and knew how terrifying these vexing demons were. W. R. N. Wei Na calm. The vexing demons were not inner demons, but true external demons. They were all under the command of the vast freedom demon lord who was known as the Lord of the Sex World. Each vexing demon had an independent consciousness and would actively interfere with cultivators' tribulations. They were cruel, despicable, and cunning. They were the best at grasping the flaws in people's minds. These demons were invisible and could travel through the void freely. They were not only unafraid of tribulation thunder, but also immune to almost all spells. They could only resist at the consciousness level. They were a great threat to cultivators. Countless cultivators had survived the tribulation thunder and the fighting demons, but failed to resist the vexing demon. They eventually failed the tribulations and died. Even one of these things was fatal, but now there were three of them. The nine-colored deer only looked at the three warping shadows from afar and felt extremely annoyed. It was as if there was a ball of dirty and messy cotton stuck in its chest. If they were to pounce on Guan Yaozhu together, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, the three vexing demons had completely appeared in the void. Their distorted bodies also solidified into human forms. One of them was frowning in grief, the other was laughing loudly as if he had gone mad, the other had a ferocious expression on his face. They all looked like Li Qingshan. Nine-colored deer immediately looked at Li Qingshan. Wasn't Guan Yaozhu's vexing him? With Guan Yaozhu's Tao of nature, she should not have encountered the vexing demon. It was all because of his disturbance that her five ens were burning and her mind was in chaos. She called out to the vexing demon internally and externally. Li Qingshan, look at what you have done. What should we do? Li Qingshan rubbed his nose. The evidence was conclusive, and he could not deny it. He smiled and said, inner demons can only rely on themselves. I still have a way to deal with them. I'll greet them and ask them to be lenient. Nine-colored deer shouted, greet them? Easy for you to say. Do you think the demon of vexation is raised by your family? The three vexing devils only had Ruan Yaozhu in their eyes. They were filled with greed and longing. When a cultivator failed to cross the tribulation, they could divide up the shattered primordial spirit, which was extremely beneficial to them. They were just about to pounce towards Ruan Yaozhu when they suddenly felt an extremely familiar aura, yet it contained great terror and great dignity, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but look down in unison, and only now did they notice that the divine statue was actually a living existence. Moreover, it was waving towards them. "Come here," Li Qingshan said. The three vexed demons who looked like Li Qingshan were originally filled with sorrow, joy, and anger. But now, they were in a trance. The voice resounded directly in their hearts, overshadowing the thunder in the sky. It had an irresistible magic. Thus, they floated down from the sky in a daze and arrived in front of Li Qingshan. They looked up at Li Qingshan in a daze. Li Qingshan said, "Sit." They were overwhelmed by the favor and quickly sat down. They continued to look up at Li Qingshan in a daze, like three loyal dogs waiting for their master's next order. Even their faces became blurry, and they no longer looked like Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan no longer cared about them. This kind of incorporeal existence was almost immune to the damage of all spells, but from another perspective, it was easier to be affected and charmed. Without a stable body, it was extremely easy to be influenced and charmed. That was why the body was so important to cultivators. Once the body was destroyed and one became an undead immortal, the possibility of becoming a true immortal was basically cut off. All vexation was born from this, and all hope was born from this. "Impressive, Li Qingshan." The nine-colored deer's eyes widened as she blurted out. She had accompanied Ruan Yaozhu to read so many ancient books, but she had never heard of a demon of vexation being controlled. Li Qingshan shook his head. "It's not over yet." In the void, a long rope hung down at some point. It was a coarse hemp rope stained with blood. It swayed in the wind, but it was not affected by the tribulation lightning at all. Ruan Yaozhu hung at the end of the rope. Her slender neck was almost snapped, and her head was tilted to one side in an unnatural manner. Her face was purple, her eyes were rolled back, and her tongue was sticking out. She no longer looked beautiful and amiable, only ferocious and terrifying. "What is that?" The nine-colored deer turned pale with fright. She smelled the strong stench of a corpse in the wind. It was also mixed with the stench of incontinence when someone was hung to death. It made her feel so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. She refused to admit that it was Ruan Yaozhu's appearance, but she was extremely flustered. It was as if a nightmare had come true. Death demon. Li Qingshan's expression also became a bit more serious. Whether it was a hero or a beautiful woman, they were all equally disgusting and terrifying after death. Ruan Yaozhu originally had the will to die, intending to atone for her sins to the sect. She was almost forced by Li Qingshan to go through the tribulation. Although her will to live was ignited after hearing his words, the demon would not let go of the flaw left in her heart. Moreover, Li Qingshan guessed that this was probably related to him controlling the three vexation demons. The tribulation had always been stronger when meeting strong opponents, and outsiders were not allowed to interfere. Death demons were much more difficult to deal with than vexation demons. According to normal procedures, Ruan Yaozhu could only encounter one when she went through the seventh tribulation. In the past, Li Qingshan had almost been killed by this thing. He encountered a drowned Li Qingshan, which was equally disgusting and terrifying. In the end, it relied on its own primordial spirit to return and chose to merge with him to continue this nine heavens road. Just now, it had suppressed that death demon. At this time, the tribulation was nearing its end. Ruan Yaozhu was only one step away from successfully passing the tribulation. "We must not give it a chance to attack," the nine-colored deer urged. "Quickly greet it." However, before Li Qingshan could speak, that death demon actually spoke first. It bowed to Li Qingshan and said lifelessly, "So it is the successor of the Heavenly Lord here. My apologies for not recognizing you." Li Qingshan said solemnly, "Since you know me, why don't you come down and have a seat?" The death demon's eyes were dazed for a moment, but it immediately recovered and said sinisterly, as expected of the successor of the Heavenly Lord, "If you are going through the tribulation, I will definitely retreat and not make things difficult for you." He then glanced at the 3 vexation demons and warned, "Since you are the successor of the Heavenly Lord, you better not break the rules of the Heavenly Lord. Otherwise, you will be devoured by the demons and die a horrible death." After saying that, he was about to pounce on Ruan Yaozhu, but his body suddenly froze, revealing a look of horror. A vertical eye split open on Li Qingshan's forehead, which was burning with endless black flames. "If the great carefree heaven was here, I would respect him, but you dare to threaten me? You actually cultivated the apocalyptic divine fire." Death Demon said hatefully, "You dare to disturb the laws of the tribulation, the Heavenly Lord will not let you off." At this time, the tribulation was coming to an end. Ruan Yaozhu's yang spirit had almost completely transformed into a yang spirit, but the green light around her body was also extremely dim. This was the moment when she was at her weakest. With just a light pounce, he could devour her completely. This kind of temptation was almost unbearable, even under the threat of the apocalyptic divine fire. Li Qingshan came up with an idea. He said, "Why don't we make a bet? I'll open up my mind and allow you to possess me. If you can make me move at all, I'll no longer interfere with this matter." His voice contained a mysterious and strange temptation. "Good." Death Demon was overjoyed. "Watch me devour your primordial spirit first, then her primordial spirit." Its figure disappeared into thin air and suddenly appeared behind Li Qingshan, pouncing on him. As expected, Li Qingshan opened his mind and did not resist, only closing his eyes. Death Demon first saw boundless darkness and heard boundless silence. It had never seen such deep darkness before, and gradually heard all kinds of strange sounds. A while later, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and spat out Death Demon with a spurt. Death Demon's black and twisted body was almost out of shape. It curled into a ball on the ground, shivering. Black liquid flowed down its face, as if it was crying. The 9-colored deer said in surprise, "It. What happened to it?" Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It's fine." The 9-colored deer only saw the 3 demons of vexation continue to stare at Li Qingshan in a daze, completely unaware of everything that was happening around them. Meanwhile, the dead demon's body twisted in various ways as if it was about to collapse. "Isn't this kid a little too powerful now? Is the Book of Freedom so powerful? Forget it, we are going to the beast path soon anyway, he can do whatever he wants." The last tribulation lightning fell, and the tribulation clouds quickly dissipated. Moonlight shone through the gaps between the clouds, quiet and magnificent. Ruan Yaozhu's primordial spirit returned to her body and floated down from the sky. Her sleeves and dress fluttered in the air like a butterfly after a storm. She fell from the sky and landed lightly on Li Qingshan's palm. Ruan Yaozhu felt the heat in his palm and did not reject the spiritual power that came from it. Doesn't he know that maybe she is going to fight to the death with him soon? He is still so confident in his own story. She is now a celestial being and will not be charmed so easily. Even if he knows that she is going to be his enemy, he will still do the same. He has always been so domineering, never caring about what others think, and only sticking to his own path. When the last thunderclap completely disappeared, the whole world became quiet. Her mind had never been so clear before. All the sadness, joy, and anger seemed to have left her. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and the night sky was clean. Her eyes reflected the bright galaxy. She just wanted to lie down quietly for a while. The tribulation was over, and next, there would be a more difficult choice. Li Qingshan also looked up at the galaxy. He looked like a human but not a human, like an ancient god statue. However, he was smiling, sincerely happy for the safety of the woman in his palm. 9-colored deer couldn't help but hold its breath, feeling that this scene was very beautiful. It suddenly believed that he was full of kindness toward Ruan Yaozhu. Then, it suddenly shook its head. "No, did you forget how he used you to threaten Yaozhu? I must have been charmed by him." At this time, Li Qingshan calmly continued to tell his story, as if nothing had happened. Blood maze. Evil Jiuying. Child. Not only did he not try to charm Ruan Yaozhu, but he also tried his best not to show any emotion, so as not to affect her judgment. He told her everything he had experienced. Ruan Yaozhu listened attentively and was gradually moved. Like ripples appearing on the surface of a tranquil lake, she could no longer calm down. In an instant, all the sadness, joy, and anger returned and filled his heart. The rest of the story was not long, and Li Qingshan quickly finished it. Guan Yaozhu was speechless for a long time. The gaze she looked at Li Qingshan with was filled with sorrow and gentleness, like a mother looking at her injured child. For a moment, she completely forgot the pain and anger of being deceived. Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. He was not used to such pity. Instead, he was used to disdain and hostility. He was also used to responding with anger and iron fists. Perhaps to him, kindness was the hardest to bear. Ever since he came to the human realm, she had given him endless kindness and trust. But what could he do in return? The nine-colored deer was extremely shocked. "You are that demon star." However, he was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Spirit Venerable Guihai had declared him a traitor without hesitation. No wonder he had such methods and such power. Even the twisted death demon on the ground raised its head with difficulty to look at Li Qingshan. It seemed to be extremely shocked and suddenly enlightened. At this moment, the red star in the night sky was shining with red light. So, don't think about going to the demonic beast path. No one can stay out of the great tribulation of heaven and earth. If you can't be a friend, you can only be an enemy. Li Qingshan said cautiously. Guan Yaozhu and he were entangled too deeply, so she had to make a choice. Originally, she had no choice at all. Sealing the 100-herb garden was equivalent to betraying the sect, and she would definitely be sent into reincarnation. So, Li Qingshan had to help her become a human immortal. The status of a human immortal was not the same as that of an ordinary true disciple. As long as she was willing to draw a clear line between herself and Li Qingshan, the myriad phenomenon sect would not punish her too harshly. Moreover, after becoming a human immortal, she would have the power to protect herself in the great tribulation of heaven and earth, no matter which side she chose to stand on. Of course, in the future, when the moment of war really came, he would not be merciful. Today, he would take it as settling a grudge, but that was the ending he did not want to see the most. Some people might not believe it, but he actually hated pain very much. He had already done everything he could. Next, he could only wait for her choice. To return to the righteous path, or to accompany him and become a demon. Guan Yaozhu lowered her head and did not speak. But not long after, she stood up and faced Li Qingshan. The thoughts of a human immortal were as fast as lightning. She had already made a decision in her heart. Li Qingshan, maybe what you said is true. She shook her head lightly, but you just lied to me, destroyed my 100-herb garden, and used Jiao life to threaten me. I will not believe you again. Fine. Li Qingshan sighed softly, unable to hide his disappointment. His heart became heavier. Was this beautiful butterfly going to be torn apart by his own hands one day? Damn it. What a cruel fate. The 9-colored deer also sighed in her heart. Guan Yaozhu made the right choice, but for some reason, she was not happy. Guan Yaozhu pursed her lips and stared at Li Qingshan. Her lips suddenly revealed a sly smile. She tilted her head and said, "This way, we are even." Li Qingshan was stunned and then laughed. His hearty laughter resounded throughout the 100-herb garden, filled with undisguised joy. Wait, don't be happy too early. I won't listen to your side of the story. I have to see it with my own eyes before deciding what to choose. Guan Yaozhu said with a serious face. Of course. Li Qingshan said softly, actually, you don't have to make a choice. This is not a benevolent path. It will definitely be filled with cruelty and slaughter. As long as you stay by my side, I will do my best to protect you. He reached out his other hand and lightly drew a line in the air. Like cutting open a curtain of a movie, a black demon cave appeared. Guan Yaozhu shook her head. Didn't you tell me that the path of nature is filled with cruelty and slaughter? Then how can I escape? Also, not making a choice is also a choice. She glanced at Li Qingshan deeply again and said, "See you again." Afterwards, she called over the 9-colored deer and flew towards the demon cavern. The 9-colored deer galloped in the deep demon cave and shouted, "So this kid is the source of the great calamity. His opponents are all gods and Buddhas. Hey, blockhead, are we really going to stand on his side? But he seems to be good to you. He can be considered a strong backer." She suddenly stopped talking and saw that Ruan Yaozhu's face was filled with pain and confusion. So even if she became a human immortal, there were still problems that she couldn't understand. Her decisiveness and confidence were all faked. She just didn't want to make him sad. Writing Pen Chinese Network, Li Qingshan felt extremely carefree as he had settled one of his worries. He looked at Li Fengyuan and smiled. Kid, you should go too. The demon domain is your old man's territory now. You can be a god second generation as you please. Under the dead Bodhi tree, Li Fengyuan shook his head. Big old man, I have somewhere else to go. I only stayed here to see you again. It's time to leave now. Li Qingshan didn't ask where he was going. His clothes and aura had already revealed the path he was going to take. Sigh, don't you want to say anything to me? Originally, I had a lot of things to say, but after hearing your story. Li Fengyuan suddenly exhaled deeply. His expression seemed like he was smiling and sighing at the same time. There was even a hint of teasing. Li Qingshan really is Li Qingshan. This made Li Qingshan a little embarrassed. He seemed to be a little too sentimental in the story, which made this kid laugh at him. Thus, he flicked his finger lightly. Li Fengyuan let out an ouch and leaned his head back. He had already eaten ahead. He rubbed his head and looked at Li Qingshan indignantly. You've already become a god, why are you still so frivolous? Your old man will always be your old man. Li Qingshan smiled very proudly. Li Fengyuan glanced at the trembling death demon and sighed in his heart. He knew better than Ruan Yaozhu what the path Li Qingshan had taken meant. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to smile now. Big old man, I should go. Go. I wish you a safe journey. Don't regret your choice. Of course. Li Fengyuan put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. A golden Buddha's light descended from the sky. Li Qingshan's expression became serious. The extraordinary power contained in the Buddha's light was something that even he had to look up to. Li Fengyuan looked deeply at Li Qingshan. Big old man, although the path you've taken is filled with pain and despair, you're not alone. Bathed in the golden Buddha's light, his voice became grand and far-reaching. Li Qingshan seemed to have understood something. When the Buddha's aura completely disappeared, he pondered for a moment. It's time to get that thing. But before that, I have to get rid of those two flies outside. Wan Jianfeng cultivated the Imperial Sword Heavenly Book, and was the only sword cultivator among the direct disciples. His battle prowess was second only to Li Qingshan and Chao Tianjiao. However, if Li Qingshan wanted to kill him, it would be no different from killing a fly. The only troublesome thing was that sword cultivators were usually unyielding. They might not be as tactful as Pai Yangqiu. If he was forced into a corner, it would be troublesome for him to self-destruct his young spirit. As soon as Wan Jianfeng's life lamp went out in the myriad appearance sect, that old turtle would definitely be on guard. However, if he were to leave quietly and let the two of them go just like that, he wouldn't be able to think it through. Especially that Qin Yushu, who had scolded him tens of thousands of times outside, saying all sorts of bad things about him. Li Qingshan's mind turned. Seeing the 3 demons of vexation and 1 demon of death, he couldn't help but smile, and his big hand shrouded them. Great carefree heavens, you have been on my back before, and I have also cultivated your Tao of carefree. Our friendship is not shallow. Today, I will borrow your people. Outside the herb garden, Wan Jianfeng coldly stared at Qin Yushu's back. Qin Yushu's face was dejected, mixed with some resentment. 2 hours ago, he had solemnly vowed to Wan Jianfeng that as long as he said a few words, he could make Ruan Yaozhu open the herb garden and obediently hand over the phoenix. However, he had shouted thousands of times outside. Whether it was good words of persuasion or stern threats, he had almost worn out his mouth, but he still didn't get any response. Yaozhu, you don't believe me, but you believe that damned Li Qingshan. Serves you right for falling to this state. In the future, when the myriad appearance sect sends you into reincarnation, don't blame me, Qin Yushu, for not helping you. Qin Yushu couldn't help but say, and Wan Jianfeng felt even more disdain. It was no wonder that Ruan Yaozhu had no interest in this person even after living together for hundreds of years, but had a special liking for Li Qingshan. If he was Ruan Yaozhu, he would absolutely not be willing to become Dao companions with this guy. Everyone in the Myriad Appearance sect knew about Jin Yushu's ambition towards Ruan Yaozhu. Later, because he was jealous of Li Qingshan, his body was destroyed in a duel and he was expelled from the herb garden. Later, he was expelled from the Myriad Appearance sect by the eldest senior brother Li Qingshan. He had a blood feud with Li Qingshan, and he was also full of resentment towards Ruan Yaozhu. Wan Jianfeng was infatuated with the way of the sword all his life, and he never cared about friendship. However, Dai Mingfan called Qin Yushu back so quickly. This sisterly friendship was really cold. Qin Yushu didn't care about Wan Jianfeng's opinion. When he mentioned the 3 words Li Qingshan, his expression became twisted and sinister. If there was no Li Qingshan, he would still be the head steward of the herb garden. He would most likely have already crossed 5 heavenly tribulations and become a true disciple of the Myriad Appearance sect, and he would have the qualifications to become Dao companions with Ruan Yaozhu. And all of this was destroyed by Li Qingshan. No one knew what kind of days he had lived these years, and even more so, no one knew what kind of mood he had when Renaoyo found him. So when he returned to the Myriad Appearance sect, he couldn't wait to rush to the herb garden. Rather than saying it was to persuade Ruan Yaozhu, it would be better to say that he wanted to prove to Ruan Yaozhu that he was right. Of course, none of this was important. Even if Ruan Yaozhu handed over the phoenix now, she could no longer continue to control the herb garden. That woman had to pay the price for her stupidity. And he, Qin Yushu, was about to become the true master of the herb garden. Junior brother Chen, come in. At this time a familiar voice came from the herb garden. Yaozhu. Qin Yushu was stupefied as he listened. All of those feelings of love that had been buried by resentment suddenly gushed out, and he hurriedly walked towards the large door that was interwoven with green vines. Yaozhu, I'm here. As long as you hand over the herb garden, I will definitely plead for you with senior sister Dai. The center of the large door rippled with a dark green halo, and the herb garden was once again opened. That voice said again, Junior brother Wan, come in as well. When Wan Jianfeng heard this, he couldn't help but walk towards the large door. His heart was also filled with a beautiful impression of Ruan Yaozhu. She had always been so kind, so worthy of trust. Walking to the front of the large door, he watched helplessly as Qin Yushu disappeared inside. His heart suddenly shivered, and he stopped walking. That's not right, why did she call me junior brother? According to the Myriad Appearance ranking list, he had always been Ruan Yaozhu's senior brother. A large black hand suddenly stretched out from the inside of the door, and Wan Jianfeng was dragged inside. Wan Jianfeng was greatly alarmed, but he simply didn't have time to react. The large door rushed towards him, and with a flash of light before his eyes, he was already dragged into the herb garden. Only now did he clearly see that the person who grabbed him was a huge statue that seemed like a human, yet not a human, like a beast, yet not a beast. It seemed like it had been sitting here since the beginning of time. A pair of cyan eyes looked down from high above, looking at him with a smile that was yet not a smile. Only then did it suddenly have human emotions. Junior brother Wan, you are so awe-inspiring outside. This voice was deep as if it came from the depths of the earth, and grand like the thunder in the sky. It was definitely not a voice that a human could make, but for some reason, Wan Jianfeng recognized who this voice belonged to in an instant. Li Qingshan. Writing pen Chinese network Qin Yushu charged into the 100 herb garden as if he was intoxicated. Looking left and right, he didn't see any trace of Ruan Yaozhu and only saw a black shadow lying in front of him. Why is there a mountain here? Suddenly hearing the 3 words Li Qingshan, he was shocked. He looked up and saw Wan Jianfeng being pinched in someone's hand. He exclaimed, Senior brother Wan. At this time, he seemed to realize something. His face turned pale. He slowly and stiffly raised his head and looked up at the arm that was pinching Wan Jianfeng. Only then did he see that the black mountain was actually a living existence. Boundless pressure fell from the sky. Qin Yushu's knee softened and he knelt on the ground. No, you're not. This is impossible. Li Qingshan just glanced at Qin Yushu and did not take this clown to heart. Li Qingshan, you dare to come back. Wan Jianfeng tried to put up a struggle, but he was unable to break free from the huge, black hand. His heart completely sank. If it were just Li Qingshan's clone before him, he would still be able to put up a fight, but the Li Qingshan before him definitely possessed the strength of a human immortal, no, an evil god. It was not something he could contend with right now. Just the pressure he gave off was enough to suffocate him. If I don't come back, won't you all go to heaven? Junior brother Juan, do you want to live or die? So what if I want to die? So what if I want to live? If you want to die, I will send you on your way now. I guarantee that you will die thoroughly and your soul will be destroyed. Li Qingshan tightened his 5 fingers, his eyes revealing 2 spots of red light. In an instant, Wan Jianfeng felt like he was submerged in a boundless sea of blood, unable to breathe. If you want to live, then surrender to me. I can help you cross 6 heavenly tribulations and become a human immortal. At this time, the green color in the herb garden was far more than the yellow color, and there was still a huge amount of spiritual power to be absorbed. As a peak young spirit cultivator, Wan Jianfeng was only half a step away from the human immortal realm. As long as he received a little inspiration from Li Qingshan like Ruan Yaozhu and instilled a large amount of spiritual power into him, he would definitely be able to attract 6 heavenly tribulations. If you can really help me pass the 6th heavenly tribulation, I will definitely pledge my allegiance to you. Wan Jianfeng's eyes lit up. He looked very tempted, but in his heart, he was thinking, as long as I go through 6 heavenly tribulations, how can you control me? With one glance, Li Qingshan saw through his scheme. He laughed loudly and said, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Suddenly, his smile disappeared and he said, "Junior Martial Brother Wan, make your move." Li Qingshan, since the ancient times, demons and demons have never existed together. Even if I, Wan Jianfeng, die, I will never associate myself with demon folk. The long sword on Wan Jianfeng's back was unsheathed, and the sound was like that of a dragon. It was like a bright sun soaring into the sky, illuminating the herb garden as if it was daytime. At the same time, his young spirit left his body and entered the dazzling sword light, merging with the long sword. One with the sword. Immediately, all of the white light receded, only leaving behind a hazy layer of light that enveloped the blade of the sword. Wan Jianfeng knew he only had one chance to strike, so he used the most powerful sword form of his life right from the start. He poured all of his mental and physical efforts into the strike. The sword had condensed before it was unleashed, but his young spirit was already deeply damaged. If he wanted to injure the enemy, he had to injure himself first. The moment the sword moved to the limit would be the moment when his young spirit shattered. This sword was a sword that could threaten the heretic god. At that moment, Wan Jianfeng no longer wished to escape. He only wished to injure Li Qingshan so that he could live up to his name as a sword cultivator. 2 specks of white, needle-like light reflected in Li Qingshan's eyes. Even he was slightly moved, as if he had been stunned by the power of the strike. Afterwards, he extended his right hand and raised 2 fingers, clamping them together gently and catching the edge of the sword. Your swordsmanship isn't bad, and your determination is even better. It's just that it takes too long to activate. Most importantly, in this 72 marquee formation, Li Qingshan only needed to slightly activate the formation to disintegrate Wan Jianfeng's sword momentum. Wan Jianfeng's strongest strike had died before it could even be unleashed. He felt extremely aggrieved and roared, "Li Qingshan, you're so despicable. I'd rather die than submit to you." "That's not up to you." Li Qingshan's eyes became dark and deep, like 2 bottomless abysses. Wan Jianfeng felt as if his mind had left the long sword, and all of his mind had been sucked into it. The bottomless abyss was boundless darkness. In the boundless darkness, there were countless whispers. There were men, women, old and young, all filled with the strongest worship and the most fanatical faith. At first, these voices were as soft as mosquitoes, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into loud chanting, and in the next moment, they were like a tsunami. This was the faith and wish of all living beings in the Devil area. They worshipped the supreme ruler who freed them from endless sin and suffering, Li Qingshan. Wan Jianfeng could not help but feel a sense of admiration as well. When he recalled Li Qingshan's valiant posture as he led the army outside Black Cloud City, he almost wanted to bow down to Li Qingshan as well, but his heart suddenly shuddered. He roared out furiously, "No, I'll never admire you." The battle in Black Cloud City had a great impact on Wan Jianfeng, not because he had narrowly escaped death, but because whether it was Li Qingshan or Li Liehua, the fighting spirit they displayed was far superior to his. Even some ordinary soldiers were more determined to die than him, a great sword cultivator. This was simply a great humiliation to him, and he also understood why he couldn't cross the sixth heavenly tribulation. That was why he had learned from the painful experience and honed the sword move that faced death calmly and brought the enemy down with him. Wang Jianfeng would rather die than become a follower of Li Qingshan, but he knew that if he continued like this, sooner or later he would be engulfed by the tsunami of voices. He immediately made up his mind and prepared to explode his yang spirit. A yang spirit cultivator's mind was as fast as lightning. With just a thought, he could make all the supernatural power contained in the yang spirit go out of control and explode. This was a kind of artificial qi deviation, and it was almost impossible to stop. However, Li Qingshan was already prepared. "You three, hurry up and attack." 3 black shadows ignored the sword light and rushed into Wang Jianfeng's yang spirit. They were the 3 demons of vexation that Li Qingshan had subdued. Wang Jianfeng's desire to die immediately faded, but his desire to live became as fierce as fire. If a person was compared to a country, the heart of the people was the king. At this time, foreign enemies were invading, and the king was about to fight to the death. However, there were 3 great loyal ministers in the court, and all of them wanted to negotiate peace. The king's determination was shaken. After all, survival was the greatest instinct of people. A moment later, the 3 demons of vexation left Wang Jianfeng's yang spirit. All of them were dispirited, as if they had spent a lot of effort. Li Qingshan only allowed them to disturb Wang Jianfeng, but he didn't allow them to kill Wang Jianfeng. As a result, the energy they consumed couldn't be replenished. However, none of them had any complaints about this. Being able to die for Li Qingshan was their greatest honor. Li Qingshan released 2 fingers, and Wang Jianfeng separated from his sword. His yang spirit returned to his body and immediately fell from the sky. He held the long sword with both hands and bowed deeply to Li Qingshan. He said in fear and trepidation, "My king, please forgive me. Just now, I don't know the general situation and don't know what's right. That's why I want to fight against my king." Li Qingshan sighed, "If it was in the past, I would definitely grant you death. That is what I deserve." Wang Jianfeng said and was about to cut his own throat with his sword. "Forget it." Li Qingshan immediately lost interest in talking to him. He said indifferently, "Wang Jianfeng, not only will I pardon you, but I will also help you pass the 6th heavenly tribulation." Wang Jianfeng was moved to tears. "My king's magnanimity is as vast as the sea. I dare not accept it." Writing pen Chinese net. Xin Yushu, who was by the side, was also stunned by this method, almost forgetting to be afraid. It turned out that in the face of absolute power, not only could one not live, one could not even die. Li Qingshan sat on the withered ground expressionlessly. He really did seem like a statue of a god. Who knew what this unruly great sword cultivator was feeling right now when he saw how humble this great sword cultivator was? He only continued to use the Qilin transformation and breathed in and out spirit qi. He was bent on refining the 100-herb garden completely, not leaving a single blade of grass for the enemy. After gathering some more spirit qi, he lightly tapped Wang Jianfeng's forehead, injecting the surging spirit qi and his understanding of the sword Dao into Wang Jianfeng's yang spirit. Wang Jianfeng's body trembled as his eyes widened. In an instant, the tribulation clouds surged and condensed again. With the sound of thunder, they rolled over together, instantly covering all the starlight. Li Qingshan looked up at the sky. The might of this heavenly tribulation far exceeded that of Wan Yaozhu's just now. After all, Wang Jianfeng did not cultivate the heavenly book of nature, but the heavenly book of sword control. Naturally, he did not receive such preferential treatment. Not only did the might of the heavenly tribulation not decrease, but it also became more violent. This was the law of the heavenly tribulation: the stronger your combat strength, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation. The path of a sword cultivator had to undergo thousands of tempering. If Wang Jianfeng perished, Spirit Emperor Guihai would definitely be vigilant. However, Li Qingshan still chose to take a gamble. If he succeeded, he would gain a powerful ally. Furthermore, what he wanted was not just that. Wang Jianfeng bowed deeply at Li Qingshan and soared into the sky, preparing to transcend the tribulation. At that moment, distorted black shadows crawled out of the void. They were vexing demons, but there were more than 3 of them. The advantage of a sword cultivator was that their minds were pure and their willpower was firm. They were not easily disturbed by mental demons, so it was not easy for them to attract demons. But now, Wan Jianfeng's mental demons were stronger than Wan Yaozhu's. This was not because of faith. True faith was spontaneous. It came from the inside out, after contemplation and enlightenment. As for Wan Jianfeng's faith, it was forcefully instilled. Li Qingshan's actions were no different from those of a devil. In fact, he was even more unreasonable than the average devil. To disturb a cultivator, an ordinary devil would at least need to go through a few steps, such as feeling. However, Li Qingshan, with the fanatical worship of all living beings in the boundless devil domain, bypassed the feeling, and thinking and directly crushed Wan Jianfeng's self-consciousness, causing him to have a fanatical worship of himself. At the same time, he also had a huge self-contradiction. And these self-contradictions were covered up by this fanatical worship. Because he could never question his own God, he could never reconcile himself. To a cultivator, this was basically the same as pronouncing a death sentence and severing their path of cultivation. For a sword cultivator, it was akin to exposing his corpse in the wilderness, turning from a sword cultivator to a sword slave. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation was infinitely close to the 6th heavenly tribulation, Li Qingshan wouldn't have been able to improve his cultivation any further, unless he was completely refined into something like a puppet. Wan Jianfeng was like a treasured sword that had been twisted. Its insides were filled with cracks that could not be repaired. Every crack was a flaw, a wound, and the smell of blood released from it would definitely attract many sharks. However, Li Qingshan wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was happy. This was exactly what he wanted. Not only did he want a sword slave that had gone through the 6th heavenly tribulation, he also wanted to subdue a death demon. Li Qingshan watched the sky as he continued to refine the 100 herb garden. He condensed the surging spiritual energy into dark green beads, which formed a string and wrapped around his arm. As if he had completely forgotten Xianxu's existence, Xianxu also tried his best to operate the heavenly book of nature, allowing his aura to completely merge with the surrounding environment. He wanted to be forgotten. Boom! The first tribulation lightning fell. In a split second, the sky was filled with thunder, weapons shuttled back and forth, and demons danced wildly. Wan Jianfeng, 1 man and 1 sword, resisted this vast and mighty heavenly might. This was the lofty sentiments of a sword cultivator. However, before the sword was raised, the heart was first in chaos. Feeling, thinking, and knowing, the 5 yin blazed. There was an indescribable sadness coming from within. He pulled out his sword and looked around, his heart at a loss. When the last tribulation lightning fell, the clouds parted and the moon appeared. Li Qingshan had completely refined the 100 herb garden into a string of huge spirit beads. There were a total of 36 beads, which coiled around his forearm like a string of prayer beads. It reminded him of Little and he stared at it for a long time. There were more than 10 vexing demons in front of him, but unfortunately, he couldn't draw out another death demon. He didn't know if the realm of freedom sensed this and was unwilling to lend him more troops. Other than cursing in his heart for being stingy, Li Qingshan couldn't do anything. However, this death demon was enough. It could save him a lot of trouble when he attacked the Myriad Appearance sect. It could be considered a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, this death demon had been in his sea of consciousness and was now exhausted and distorted beyond recognition. He needed to think of a way to deal with it. At this time, Wan Jianfeng slowly descended from the sky. The spiritual light around him was dim, and his eyes were cold and empty. He seemed very weak. Although Li Qingshan helped him subdue all the vexing demons, no one could help him with the 5 yin demons inside him. Thus, the 5 yin demons were too strong, and he couldn't control himself. In the end, he could only abandon his physical body to deal with the heart demon. Now, he could only be considered a ghost immortal. But even so, his cultivation had undergone a drastic change. Ordinary human immortals were no match for him. Moreover, he wasn't an evil god, so he wouldn't receive the attention of the 9 heavens. He would be a good helper. Moreover, without the shackles of the physical body, his sword intent was even purer. However, that was all. Li Qingshan plucked a spirit bead and gave it to him. Wan Jianfeng's empty eyes burned with passion again. He gratefully accepted the bead and went to the side to meditate and recover his strength. There are 35 more. Li Qingshan calculated silently. He lowered his head and looked at Shen Yushu. Seeing that he was like an ostrich buried in the sand, Li Qingshan couldn't help but sneer. Shen Yushu. All the hairs on Shen Yushu's body stood up. He kowtowed as if he was pounding garlic. If he had just entered the 100-herb garden, he might have been able to say a few unyielding words and even bravely face death like Wan Jianfeng. But under the continuous pressure, his will had completely collapsed. He was completely swallowed by fear. Using a voice like a duck that was being strangled, he shouted, "I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. Eldest senior brother, I beg you to spare my life on account of us being from the same sect. I will definitely be loyal and devoted. I will not hesitate to die 10,000 times." "All right," Li Qingshan said lightly. Shen Yushu felt as if he had heard the voice of an immortal. As if he had been pardoned, he kowtowed again and again. "Thank you, eldest senior brother." "No, thank you, master." "Thank you, master. I have a use for you." Li Qingshan lightly flicked his fingers. "Let me borrow your Yin spirit first." With a bang, Shen Yushu's chest shook. The Yin spirit left his body. Receiving Li Qingshan's signal, the dead demon immediately pounced forward. The Yin spirit that looked like Shen Yushu back then had a face full of wrinkles. It quickly aged. "Don't. Li Qingshan." Shen Yushu looked at Li Qingshan with eyes full of despair and hatred. Li Qingshan looked back at him coldly. The dead demon was like a cicada lying on a tree, sucking Shen Yushu's will and life in big mouthfuls. In a short while, it was completely sucked. His disciple left behind a fleshly body that swayed and fell forward. "Let me borrow your body again." Li Qingshan bent down. His mountain-like body completely entered Shen Yushu's body. He stretched out his hand to support the body that was about to fall. Without turning his head, he waved his hand. The dead demon led more than 10 vexing demons into the void. Wan Jianfeng turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. The 100-herb garden seemed to have entered late autumn. Everywhere was withered and yellow, desolate and lifeless. It seemed to be in accordance with the saying in the legends, "Wherever the demon star goes, swords and weapons rise everywhere, not leaving a single blade of grass." Myriad Appearance Sect, I am coming. Writing Chinese net. 2:45 in the morning, the long night was coming to an end. The sea was shrouded in fog, and even the sound of the waves seemed abnormally quiet. The lights of Wanxiang City that never went out dyed the thick fog into an orange-yellow haze. Stepping on the fog-soaked stone path, Li Qingshan was walking in this haze. The signboards on both sides of the road shone with colorful spirit lights, reflecting colorful halos in the thick fog. The streets were filled with people, but there were no fewer than during the day. Many voices came from the fog, but it was no quieter than during the day. This was a city of cultivators, and it was not bound by the weather. It was truly a city that never slept, but no one seemed to notice the approaching storm. Despite being in the enemy's camp, Li Qingshan did not seem to be in a hurry. He strolled through the streets and even had the time to buy a pot of wine and eat a few steaming meat buns as breakfast. Perhaps Spirit Emperor Gui Hai was looking at him at this moment, but he did not want to expose his identity so quickly. He finished the pot of wine in one go and exhaled, feeling warm and comfortable in his stomach. He liked Shen Yushu's body. Without tempering it, the wine would be stronger. Speaking of which, Li Qingshan had been a disciple of the Myriad Phenomenon sect for so many years, but he did not have many opportunities to stroll around Wanxiang City. Now that he was strolling around the city, it seemed like he wanted to take this opportunity to have a good tour. However, although his footsteps were unhurried and his face was slightly tipsy, his eyes were calm and sharp. Just as Pai Yangqiu said, this array is flawless. The Myriad Phenomenon sect's protective array was commonly known as the Myriad Phenomenon Array, but it did not have a specific name. Just like Spirit Emperor Gui Hai, it seemed non-existent yet omnipresent. It was mysterious and profound, meticulous and thorough. Xianxia, the head of the Abundance Sanctum, had stayed in Wanxiang City for so many years, but he could not completely understand the changes. Li Qingshan originally thought that Xianxia's cultivation was insufficient, but now he could not help but admire Spirit Emperor Guihai's methods. He could not help but look up, his gaze piercing through the thick fog, outlining the majestic posture of the Heavenly Book Tower. The Heavenly Book Tower was the core of the 10,000 elephant formation. It was both its strongest part and its greatest weakness. As long as he entered the building, with this embodiment's cultivation level, he had a high chance of cracking the array before Spirit Sovereign Guihai could react. However, Spirit Venerable Guihai had sealed the Heavenly Book Tower ahead of time, blocking the biggest loophole. It was unknown if he had foresight or was it just out of caution, or both. A spirit turtle that had undergone 6 heavenly tribulations and one of the most powerful formations in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Without either one of them, Li Qingshan would not care at all. However, when they were combined, it became extremely troublesome. This combination could even hold off a demon god for a while. If an evil god was trapped in the formation, it would basically be a dead end. Li Qingshan was not completely confident that he could successfully break the formation. Since that's the case, there's no other way. Li Qingshan tossed aside the empty wine jug in his hand and bought another jug of wine from a roadside tavern. As he drank, he walked towards the Heavenly Book Tower. His figure gradually disappeared into the colorful fog. At this moment, the sky was gradually brightening. The lanterns were extinguished one by one, but the fog grew thicker. Many figures moved quickly through it, as if something was surging in the thick fog. Li Qingshan arrived at the bottom of the Heavenly Book Tower. He was in a large square with a radius of 3,000 meters. In front of him was a stone wall over 30 meters tall. It was the eastern base of the Heavenly Book Tower, but it also had an even more resounding name, the Myriad Phenomenon List. Now, other than the fact that it was especially dark due to the fog, it did not look much different from an ordinary stone wall. Some foreign cultivators were waiting for the sunrise. When the sunlight shone on the stone wall, it would reveal the names of all the Myriad Phenomenon sect disciples. It was a major site in Myriad Phenomenon City, known as Illuminating the World. Naturally, it meant that the name that appeared on the Myriad Phenomenon list would shine like sunlight across the world. This was both a good wish and a realistic situation. The name Li Qingshan was a name that everyone knew in the cultivation world of the mortal realm. However, he did not need to look to know that Li Qingshan's name would definitely not appear on it. He also did not need to use this method to let the world know his name. Above the stone wall was a white stone staircase that was more than 100 meters wide and hundreds of meters long. At the end of the staircase was the eastern gate of the Heavenly Book Tower. At this moment, the gate was tightly shut, but Li Qingshan still intended to give it a try. He wanted to see if he could break through the gate and enter the tower before Spirit Venerable Guihai could react. However, he did not have much hope. After all, the one sleeping in the story was not a turtle. Just as he was about to step around the stone wall, he suddenly stood still. He raised his thick eyebrows and looked back. A few figures gradually appeared in the mist, appearing on the square one by one. They were all faces that Li Qingshan was familiar with. Basically all the true disciples of the Myriad sect had come, and in the lead was the first senior sister, Dai Mengfan. Behind them were the Myriad Phenomenon sect's advanced disciples. They all had solemn expressions and were ready for battle. Their expressions were somewhat dazed as they did not know what had happened. However, they suddenly received an order from Spirit Venerable Guihai, saying that the Myriad Phenomenon sect was being invaded by external enemies. Only then did Li Qingshan realize that the Myriad Phenomenon sect had already been activated. This thick fog was no longer ordinary fog, otherwise he would have noticed it long ago. Until this moment, he still could not sense the existence of Spirit Venerable Guihai. Xianxia, why are you here? Dai Mengfan shouted loudly, how is the 100 Herb Garden? When she received the order from Spirit Venerable Guihai, she was initially on guard, but when she saw Xianxia, she was relieved. However, she felt that things were strange. How could a mere Xianxia be called an external enemy invasion? He was just a Yin spirit cultivator. How could he threaten the Myriad Phenomenon sect? Even if there was, Spirit Venerable Guihai could easily suppress him. Why did he have to secretly summon all the true disciples? How did you find me? Li Qingshan ignored Dai Mengfan and asked loudly towards the heavenly book building. He felt that he was still acting the state of mind that Xing Yushu had when he returned to the myriad phenomenon sect. He did not reveal any of his aura, so it was unlikely that Spirit Venerable Guihai could calculate his existence. He could not help but feel a little curious. Well, it must be through his walking posture or micro-expressions that he noticed something strange. With the memory of that old tortoise, he might even remember how long Xing Yushu's every step was, and that today's steps were a few millimeters longer than usual. You've drunk too much. A cold and vast voice came through the turbulent fog from the heavenly book building, but only Li Qingshan and a few true disciples could hear it. Li Qingshan looked at the wine bottle in his hand and felt a little embarrassed. He did drink a lot of wine along the way, about a few hundred bottles. Since it's now, why don't you leave quickly? Don't forget the promise you made to me, said Spirit Venerable Guihai. Alas, the world is unpredictable. Who can predict it? I don't want to be the enemy of the myriad phenomenon sect. As long as you hand over something, I will leave immediately and will not stay. I will be merciful when we meet again in the future. The true disciples looked at each other. Xing Yushu's tone was too arrogant. He actually said he would be merciful to Spirit Venerable. Spirit Venerable's behavior was really strange. It seemed that he deliberately lowered his voice to negotiate with Xing Yushu. He did not want to have a conflict, but he also did not want others to hear him. What is it? Asked Spirit Venerable Guihai. The myriad heavenly book. Li Qingshan said solemnly. You already have 17 of the 38 volumes of the heavenly book. Are you still not satisfied? I don't want 38 volumes. I only want one volume. I want the real myriad heavenly book. At the end of the sea and sky, a smear of white appeared in the east. The sun was about to rise, but the mist became thicker. The lofty heavenly tome tower was vaguely visible in the surging mist, as if it was about to collapse. Spirit Sovereign Guihai remained silent inside. The heavenly tome of all. All the true disciples had heard of this legend before. Generally speaking, the heavenly tome of all was just the collective name for all the heavenly tomes. All the heavenly tomes added together would form the heavenly tome of all. However, it was said that the heavenly tome of all existed in the heavenly tome of all. All the heavenly tomes originated from this heavenly tome of all. It was truly all-encompassing, containing all the cultivation methods and paths of cultivation in the world. That's just a legend. Dai Mengfan scolded. You're not Xing Yushu. Who are you exactly? The more she listened, the more she felt that something was amiss. Xing Yushu was a mere formal disciple, and he only practiced the heavenly tome of nature. How could he have 17 heavenly tomes? Even if it was a true disciple, apart from the eldest senior brother, it was unlikely that he would have so many heavenly tomes. However, it was impossible for Spirit Sovereign Guihai to speak carelessly. For some reason, anxiety and panic surged through his heart. A terrifying thought was on the verge of forming. Legend? Li Qingshan shook his head. If he had not practiced the spirit turtle transformation, he would not have been able to confirm the existence of the heavenly tome of all either. However, after achieving the spirit turtle transformation, he was 100% certain that the 17 heavenly tomes in his possession came from the same source. Actually, he did not need other cultivation methods too much with the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. The reason why he had to obtain the heavenly tome of all was not for himself, but for the lives of the demon domain. As everyone knew, cultivation methods had a great influence on a person's mind. The cultivation methods popular in the demon domain were all cruel and evil. Even if regular people practiced them, they would become filled with malice and evil. In the past demon domain, only by practicing cultivation methods like that could it be easier for them to gain the favor of the demonic heavens. But now, Li Qingshan had broken through the barrier between the pure land of bliss and the demon domain, returning them to the Qilin paradise. As a result, demon folk could not be reborn as demon folk. This was freeing demon folk from their innate state of oblivion, but it was impossible for them to go back to being acquired. Even if Li Qingshan had already become a god, it was impossible for him to deduce the infinite cultivation methods derived from the 3,000 great Daos. This required too much time, and what he lacked the most right now was time. The enemy would not give him too much time. Therefore, he had to obtain the 10,000 phenomenon heavenly tome at all costs. Many years ago, what he cared about were elixirs and medicines, but now, what he cared about was food and vegetables. The value of things always changed according to the situation. At this time, perhaps even the gods of the 9 heavens did not realize the special value of the divine tome of all, which was why he had the opportunity to attack the myriad phenomenon sect. The 10,000 elephant formation has been activated. No matter who you are, don't even think of leaving this place alive today. Dai Mengfan was infuriated by his disrespectful attitude. She immediately put on the imposing manner of the eldest senior sister, but it seemed like she was hiding something. Li Qingshan suddenly turned to look at Dai Mengfan. Junior Martial Sister Dai, do you really not recognize me? This was the side profile of an ordinary man. It was so ordinary that there was nothing special about it. After his physical body was destroyed by Li Qingshan, Shen Yushu had been using the myriad phenomenon sect spirit beast garden, which was specially reared as a flying insect. It was usually in the form of an insect, but after being stimulated by spells, it could quickly grow into a human form. Its bones and blood vessels were no different from a mortal's, except that it naturally did not have a soul. It was specially made for people to possess it, and its body and appearance had no special characteristics. But that playful expression, that familiar smile. Dai Mingfan's pupils constricted. She took a big step back and said in horror, "You are Li Shu." Li Qingshan placed his index finger on his lips, and Dai Mingfan's words came to an abrupt halt. He was still waiting for Spirit Venerable Gui Hai's decision. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai clearly did not want to start a war with him, so there was still the possibility of negotiation. If the matter blew up, they could only fight. Dai Mengfan looked at Li Qingshan with wide eyes as if someone was choking her neck. Her hair all stood on end. Her towering chest rose and fell rapidly as she gasped for breath like a startled herbivore. She did not have any of the dignity of an eldest senior sister. Yes, of course she knew that Spirit Venerable Gui Hai was in Myriad Phenomenon City. Even if Li Qingshan's main body came here, he would not be able to do much. But these rational judgments were completely useless at this moment. Only the most primitive animal instincts were left, taking deep breaths to ensure that the body moved vigorously, contracting pupils to focus, tensing up the body in preparation to react, and then escape. The further the better. She had never forgotten the dignity of a tiger. The other direct disciples also reacted. They either cast spells, gripped their weapons tightly, or activated their cultivation techniques. In an instant, they all assumed a defensive stance. Although they did not lose their composure like Dai Mengfan, even Ling Yuan, who had the deepest and coldest temperament, felt a trace of fear in his heart. Clang! The sound of swords being unsheathed could be heard. Seeing that the direct disciples were facing a formidable enemy, the chamber disciples at the back did not know what was happening and simply raised the weapons in their hands. In an instant, spirit lights shone in the square and the atmosphere was tense. Countless auras rose, stirring up a thick fog that surged like waves and scattered on Li Qingshan's body. However, Li Qingshan was unmoved and said with a smile, "Junior Sister Dai, I heard that you're a new official and the one you burned was me. I'm only following orders. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai announced that you've fallen to the demonic path, so he asked me to be the eldest senior sister. I initially rejected it." Dai Mingfan's eyes flickered and she almost did not dare to look straight at Li Qingshan. Like a child who had made a huge mistake, she mumbled and explained, causing the other direct disciples to look down on her. They did not expect her to be so timid. At this moment, the direct disciples had already calmed down, especially Ling Yuan. As he circulated his cultivation technique, his mind was as cold as ice, completely dispelling that trace of fear. He rationally determined that Li Qingshan was only an avatar here. Although Li Qingshan's main body had already undergone 6 heavenly tribulations, the cultivation of his avatar was at least 1 realm lower, which was the same as them. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one had the confidence to win, but this situation was nothing to be afraid of. Ling Yuan said proudly, "Li Qingshan, humans and demons cannot coexist. Since you've fallen to the demonic path, you're no longer the eldest senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect, but our enemy. The smile on Li Qingshan's face faded and he said calmly and seriously, yes, you're also my enemy. Tong Dagong's blood will not be spilled in vain. Dai Mingfan looked at Ling Yuan in shock as if she was looking at an ignorant child provoking a ferocious beast. She could not understand why he still wanted to provoke Li Qingshan. Was he really not afraid of death? Feeling the contempt of the other true disciples for her, she could not help but roar in her heart, can't you feel it? You'll really die. In the myriad phenomenon sect, apart from Lu Tian, she was the true disciple who was the best at divination. In her opinion, the air was not filled with thick white mist, but pitch-black death aura, making it hard for her to breathe. Back when she faced demon god Swani's avatar outside Black Cloud City, she did not feel so terrified. It was as if Li Qingshan could crush them all to dust with a flick of his finger. She did not believe in so-called rational judgment. She only believed in her intuition, which she had cultivated for many years. If Spirit Sage Guihai was not present, she would have already begged for mercy from Li Qingshan, or immediately escaped, as far as she could. No, I shouldn't have come at all. Spirit Sage Guihai summoned us not to let us watch a show, but to send us to our deaths as pawns. At this moment, Dai Mingfan suddenly realized that other than Li Liehua, who was in seclusion, and Wan Jianfeng, who was confronting Ruan Yaozhu outside the 100-herb garden, Lu Tian was the only true disciple who had not been summoned. That cunning bastard. Writing pen Chinese net. At this moment, the thick fog surged violently, and the heavenly book tower became clearer. Spirit Venerable Guihai's vast voice came from within, Li Qingshan, the heavenly tome of all is the supreme treasure of the myriad sect. Master has ordered me to protect the myriad sect, so I can't give the heavenly tome of all to an outsider, much less a demon god. The voice was no longer limited to this square, but spread throughout the streets and alleys of the myriad sect, shaking the sea. Demon god. Not to mention the reactions of other people in the city, all the true disciples were aghast and involuntarily took a few steps back. Only Ling Yuan stood there without moving. A dazzling ring of ice suddenly rose up around his body, and it revolved rapidly to protect him tightly. Although he did not feel fear due to the characteristics of his cultivation technique, his heart sank deeply. The giant wolf under him also seemed extremely uneasy, wanting to retreat with its tail between its legs. The corner of Dai Mingfan's mouth twitched. She wanted to say I knew it, but she suddenly felt that everything was clear. All the anxiety, agitation, and uneasiness in the past few days had a very clear and concrete reason: the nightmare had come true. She felt a strange sense of release. She said lightly, if my guess is correct, he is the fiend star. At this moment, no one despised her anymore. They all stared at the man in the fog. Then there's no other way. Li Qingshan shrugged. All expression vanished from his face that was as ordinary as it could be, but two specks of red light lit up in the depths of his eyes. All disciples, listen to my order. Kill Li Qingshan's incarnation. Today's battle concerns the survival of the sect. If anyone dares to take a step back. Before Spirit Venerable Guihai finished speaking, Li Qingshan had already soared into the sky. All the true disciples reacted instantly. They were like large bows that were pulled taut as they shot out the arrows in their hands. Ling Yuan was the calmest and the quickest to react. Without making any movement, the rings of ice around him shot out 3,600 beams of cold light. Each beam of cold light was a piece of ice dust that was even finer than snowflakes, but any one of them was enough to freeze a whale to death in an instant. Li Qingshan was basically a living target in the air. He did not dodge, nor did he block. The 3,600 streaks of cold light all shot into his body, immediately covering him in a layer of frost. But his skin was as red as fire, like a cooked crab. His muscles were bulging, and his face was full of blue veins, making him look extremely terrifying. At this moment, the inner disciple in the back also reacted and released the spells in their hands. Wang Juanxing was also in the crowd. His face was so twisted that it did not seem human anymore. When he heard the name Li Qingshan, he felt like he was facing an imminent disaster. Moreover, he seemed to sense that Li Qingshan's gaze had paused on him slightly when he scanned through the crowd. The meaning it contained almost made his blood flow in reverse. He knew very well that the deaths of Tong Dagong and the others were greatly related to him, and he had always been proud of it. Even when he was expelled from the Department of Law, he did not regret it. This was his revenge against Li Qingshan. It was not until the moment Li Qingshan targeted him that he felt regret, and he had never regretted it so much in his life. Who would have thought that Li Qingshan's revenge would be so fierce? Therefore, he did not dare to hold back. With a roar, he mobilized all his mana, condensed it into a giant axe, and chopped at Li Qingshan's head. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, spiritual light broke through the thick fog and filled the square. These spells of different attributes collided with each other, causing a series of explosions, and thousands of dazzling lights shot out. Li Qingshan exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which evaporated before it could dissipate. We won! Wang Juanxing was overjoyed and almost jumped up. The true disciples looked at each other, feeling that it was too easy. It's the myriad phenomena array. Ling Yuan suddenly said. He could clearly see that apart from the cold beam he shot out, all the other Dharma spells had missed. Li Qingshan's body was not frozen to pieces. Instead, it was more like he had suddenly exploded under immense and invisible pressure. The other true disciples also instantly understood. Yes, this was a battle between Li Qingshan and Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai. They were only supporting him. What was truly effective was not their Dharma spells, but the myriad phenomena array presided over by Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai. Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai's usage of the array formation was extremely ingenious. He did not waste any energy, and all his power was concentrated on Li Qingshan. It was to the point that they did not even feel the array formation's activation. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Even if Li Qingshan had become a fiend celestial, his embodiment was only an evil god. His cultivation level was equal to Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai's. He had foolishly attempted to infiltrate the city and landed in the myriad phenomena array, so he was naturally no match for Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai. However, Dai Mingfan's expression was solemn. The deathly aura that permeated the air turned thicker, and the unease in her heart intensified. Without hesitation, she swallowed another adversity-surpassing pill. This was a treasure she had prepared to deal with the great tribulation of heaven and earth. It could raise her cultivation level several times in a short period of time, but the price was lifespan, which was the most precious thing to cultivators. At that moment, the light from the Dharma spell explosion had yet to dissipate. She saw a massive shadow in the dazzling light. Is that the Heaven Book Tower? The shadow was moving. It's not the Heaven Book Tower. Be careful. Dai Mingfan's pupils constricted as time seemed to slow down. A massive head slowly peeked out from the light. It looked like a human, but not a human. It looked like a beast, but not a beast. There was a pair of huge antlers on its head, and the patterns on its forehead condensed into the word king. It looked like a deer, but not a deer, like a tiger, but not a tiger. The massive mountain-like body seemed to be under immense and invisible pressure. Its back was arched high, and then it bowed deeply. The monster opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs. Its face looked like it was smiling angrily. It took a deep breath, and its chest puffed up high, nearly touching the ground. Tiger demon roar. At that moment, Wang Juanxing, who was in the crowd, was extremely certain that the monster was staring at him. However, he seemed to be in a daze, unable to react. An inherited disciple happened to be standing between him and the monster and was struck by a blast of air. The blast of air was no more than 10 feet in diameter. Although it was completely transparent, it was clearly distinguishable. It turned into an oval shape as it flew, and the moment it hit the inherited disciple, it exploded, turning into countless wind blades and an earth-shattering roar. It rushed through the clouds like a huge storm. Although the inherited disciple had used his life-saving magic treasure and cast several spells to protect himself, they were all torn apart. Spells, magic treasures, Taoist robes, flesh. The translucent Yang spirit escaped, but it covered its ears in pain and let out a tragic howl. This was just instinct and had no practical meaning. Although the Yang spirit looked similar to a human, its structure was completely different. It was closer to a mass of energy. The howl stopped abruptly. The Yang spirit had been shattered. Wang Juanxing only felt a gust of wind pass by, and bloody marks appeared on his face and body. He raised his right hand, which was covered in crisscrossing bloody marks. With a slight movement, his hand would shatter and scatter on the ground. Li. He wanted to speak, but his tongue was broken into several pieces. He wanted to raise his head, but the world suddenly tilted and spun. Seeing that all the disciples around him were standing still, the world suddenly shattered. I'm dead. This was his last thought. Writing Chinese net. As a newly promoted inner disciple of the myriad sect, spiritual master Xianxia was also standing in the crowd. However, he was still proud of his status, so he stood further away. When he heard the 3 words Li Qingshan, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to see the real person so soon. When he heard the 2 words devil god, he already felt that something was wrong. However, other than using 2 protective spells, he didn't have time to do anything else. He didn't dare to run away. When the other inner disciples attacked, he could only follow suit. At this moment, he widened his eyes in shock and disbelief as he watched the high and mighty direct disciple being killed on the spot. He also faintly saw the crisscrossing white lines in the air. Wherever the white lines passed, it was like a sharp sickle cutting through a wheat field. The inner disciples in front of him fell one after another. He hurriedly retreated, retreating dozens of feet in an instant. However, the crisscrossing white lines were already in front of him, covering everything. There was no way to avoid them. My life is over. At this moment, the white lines gradually twisted and thickened. Suddenly, they disappeared in the air, followed by a shrill scream. It turned out that each white line was a wind blade, and each wind blade turned into a gale. Together, they formed a real storm. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 2 protective spells shattered. Spiritual Master Xianxia was clearly flying backwards, but he felt as if he had hit a wall. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood came out of his mouth, the gale hit his face and sent him flying into the air. His face was covered in blood and his body was in pain. However, at this moment, he only felt the joy of surviving a disaster. Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out. The storm was no longer restrained. It released all of its energy and blew away dozens of buildings. Bricks, tiles, and wood splinters filled the sky. The sky suddenly darkened. Some pillars that required several people to wrap their arms around were sent hundreds of feet into the air like straws. Spiritual Master Xianxia was like a withered leaf in the wind. He allowed the gale to blow him into the sky, far away from the heavenly scripture tower. However, in the myriad phenomenon city below, with the bloody mouth of the monster as the center, a large area of ruins spread out in a fan shape. He was extremely shocked. I'm afraid only the power of heaven and earth can compare to this kind of divine ability. That monster is Miao Zhenzi's husband, Li Qingshan. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that the young god cultivators didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, an elite disciple had perished, and nearly half of the inner disciples had been slaughtered. This horrifying slaughter caused the other elite disciples to be dumbstruck. At that moment, they completely understood Spirit Venerable Guihai's words. Li Qingshan had already become a fiend celestial. In recent years, there had only been one more divine star in the sky. It was the Chaos Demon Star. Dai Mengfan recalled the night when the demon star first rose and the true god fell. The great tribulation of heaven and earth has already descended. He is that demon star. However, as the great senior sister of the myriad appearance sect, she couldn't be like spiritual master Xianxia and go with the wind. She pursed her lips and steeled her heart. With a flip of her hand, she took out a sparkling jade seal. This was her life's magic treasure, and if it was destroyed, the loss would be great. However, at this moment, she couldn't care less and threw the jade seal into the air. The jade seal grew with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a small mountain, smashing down on the head of the monster. The strange thing was that after the monster let out this terrifying roar, it also seemed to be seriously injured. Its body fell forward, barely supporting its body with its hands, and the ground immediately cracked and collapsed. With a loud bang, the jade seal smashed on its head. Its head almost fell to the ground, but it ignored Dai Mengfan. Instead, it looked back at the heavenly book building, releasing a strong killing intent. The copper bells under the eaves of the heavenly book building were blown by the strong wind and rang with a harsh buzzing sound. At this time, the thick fog dispersed and the sun rose in the east. A black-clothed old man was standing on the balcony of the highest floor of the heavenly book building. A pair of silent and deep eyes stared at Xianxia below. His eyes met with that pair of red eyes, but he still remained calm. Whether it was the destruction of myriad phenomenon city or the slaughter of his disciples, it did not faze him at all. Instead, it was more accurate to say that everything was within his expectations. He spread his arms, and his wide sleeves ruffled in the wind. His hands were empty, and a crystal ball hovered between his 10 splayed fingers. It was the core of the myriad phenomenon formation. The crystal ball was as dark as the deep sea, but there was a vaguely Xianxia inside, no matter what he had become. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Xianxia was no stranger to this move, but only when it landed on him did he truly sense its power. He felt like he had sunk into the depths of the sea. Every inch of his skin bore thousands of tons of pressure. When regular cultivators pushed the formation to the limit, they would only unleash the power of the formation itself. However, the spirit sovereign of the seas had become one with the myriad phenomenon formation, pouring all of his cultivation into the formation. The myriad phenomenon formation originally possessed various transformations, even surpassing the 72 Marquises formation of the 100 Herb Garden. However, the spirit sovereign of the seas was abnormally clear-headed. He understood that these transformations were superfluous in front of a true god's avatar. They would only increase flaws. Therefore, there were no saber flashes or sword shadows, no ice, fire, wind, or thunder. There was only the suppression of absolute strength. Xianxia had to unleash all his strength to be able to resist it. Xianyushu's body had not undergone body tempering. Under the clash of the two terrifying forces, he could not even last a breath before exploding into a mist of blood. Although Xianxia had taken the opportunity to kill Wang Juanxing and a legacy disciple, avenging Tong Dagong and company, he was naturally unable to resist the suppression of the myriad phenomenon formation when he used his divine power with all his might. However powerful this move of his was, he would have to endure the same degree of damage. And if he ignored these legacy disciples and focused on cracking the formation, he would definitely be disturbed and become the straw that broke the camel's back. In such a contest of absolute strength, he could not afford to be distracted. However, in such a situation, it was inevitable that he would have to put in some effort to kill all these legacy disciples. The myriad phenomenon formation had sealed his connection with the outside world, preventing him from replenishing the spirit chi he expended. However, the spirit sovereign of the seas could rely on the myriad phenomenon city's blessed grotto heaven to have an endless supply of spirit chi. It was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Therefore, the reason why the spirit sovereign of the seas had summoned these legacy disciples was very clear. It was for him to kill. Dai Mengfan was overjoyed when she succeeded in one move. She brought out the might of the eldest senior sister and shouted sternly, "We cannot stop. Continue attacking. Anyone who dares to escape will be a traitor." The legacy disciples had already thought of retreating, but at that moment, they pulled themselves together. They felt that Xianxia was not invincible. For the first time, they had some admiration for this eldest senior sister. Leng Yuan attacked immediately. Ice rings swirled around his body, attacking and defending as one, shooting out thousands of cold beams. The giant frost wolf he was riding on also opened its mouth wide and spat out an icy flame that charged straight at Xianxia's face, as if it was responding to his just now tiger roar. At this time, one of the true disciples sneered and said, "If you want to die, then go ahead. I'll take my leave first." He immediately turned into a streak of light and flew out of the city. Pai Yangqiu. Dai Mengfan was both shocked and angry at the same time. Although she rarely participated in Black Cloud City's battles and didn't know much about commanding, she understood the human heart. In such a life and death battle, if they couldn't stop the deserters in time, it would definitely lead to a rout. Sure enough, besides Leng Yuan, all the other elite disciples were shaken, and they hesitated to make a move, causing the morale that had just been raised to instantly plummet. Writing pen Chinese net. The spirit turtle's profound shell. The cold light and ice flames arrived in front of Xianxia, but they were blocked by a faint, blue screen of light composed of hexagons. but under the heavy pressure of the jade seal the size of a hill, his head lowered even more, as if he could not bear the weight anymore. The marble tiles under his body cracked and collapsed, and a crack appeared on the list of all creations behind him. It was not because Dai Mingfan was impressive, but because he needed to use all of his strength to fend off Spirit Sovereign Guihai. Every bit of additional pressure was like adding fuel to the fire. However, the corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled into a smile. He understood these true disciples all too well. If they struck out together, they might actually be able to help Spirit Sovereign Guihai injure him. Pai Yangqiu's escape came at the perfect time. "Old turtle, let's see if you're going to do anything." At that moment, all the true disciples' attention was focused on Pai Yangqiu. They watched as the streak of light traveled off into the distance. They might be able to stop him, but none of them took action. If Pai Yangqiu fled, there would definitely be a second, a third. The remaining people would become Li Qingshan's targets, and their chances of dying would increase drastically. As for the last person to flee, it was basically certain death. No one wanted to be the last person, so the best solution was to be the second person to flee. However, if everyone thought that way, then the result would be a collapse. Pai Yangqiu's streak of light shot off like a bolt of lightning. Just when he was about to fly out of Myriad Phenomenon City, Spirit Sovereign Guihai's eyes that were as deep as the sea suddenly swiveled. For the first time, his gaze left Li Qingshan and shot towards Pai Yangqiu. Pai Yangqiu had already cast down layers of defenses around him when he surrounded Li Qingshan just now. The 24 bamboo slips revolved around him, split into 3 layers that resonated with one another and formed a formation. It shone with layers upon layers of light, like an enormous city. It was his life-bound arcane treasure, the bamboo tome of the abode. Not only could the Dongdi bamboo book be used to create and break formations, but it could also simulate most of the formations in the world. At this moment, it was simulating a Golden City 10 Palaces formation. Although its power was only 30% and its duration was limited, the Tao of formations emphasized defense. This Golden City 10 Palaces formation was one of the best. In the past, when Pai Yangqiu fought with others, it had never been broken. However, just as Spirit Venerable Guihai's gaze landed on him, the layers of mystic light cracked. There was a series of cracking sounds as the 24 bamboo slips broke. The Golden City 10 Palaces array immediately collapsed, and the flying light also froze in midair. So. The broken bamboo slips seemed to be driven by an invisible force, stabbing deep into Pai Yangqiu's skin. Pai Yangqiu felt excruciating pain all over as he turned his head in horror. He met Spirit Venerable Guihai's deep eyes. His lips wriggled as if he wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, his face caved inwards, but not a single drop of blood spurted out. His flesh and blood, bones, hair, clothes. Everything about him was compressed to a single point. His bones broke and his limbs contracted. In the blink of an eye, his body had turned into a ball of flesh that was constantly being compressed until it was the size of a fist. Spirit Venerable Guihai moved away, and the invisible force suddenly disappeared. The fist-sized ball of flesh suddenly expanded, but before it could completely explode, it was devoured by a ball of light. Boom! There was an earth-shattering boom. It was as if another sun had risen in the sky, but it was thousands of times bigger than the sun above the sea. It emitted a dazzling light that could blind ordinary people. It was Pai Yangqiu's young soul that had exploded. Just like his body that had turned into a ball of flesh, his internal structure had been completely crushed and destroyed, turning into pure energy that was released. 1,000 years of cultivation had been destroyed in an instant. The true disciples turned pale from the light. All of them were dumbfounded, and all of them had given up on escaping. Li Qingshan and Spirit Venerable Guihai had each attacked once, and 2 young soul cultivators had died instantly. In the face of absolute power, there was no way they could save their lives. At this moment, they all understood their identities. Usually, they might be high and mighty true disciples and young soul cultivators, but at this time, they were just pawns crossing the river. They could only advance, not retreat. Spirit Venerable Guihai wanted them to fight with Li Qingshan to the death, so they could only rush forward and die, hoping to fight for a chance of survival in this desperate situation. The great calamity of heaven and earth had already descended upon them. At the same time, there was a loud bang from the ground. Just as Spirit Venerable Gui Hai was suppressing Pai Yangqiu, Dai Mingfan's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly leaped into the air, but she did not take the opportunity to escape. Instead, she gritted her teeth and pointed at the top of Li Qingshan's head like a sword. Order! The jade seal grew larger and larger. Its entire body was crystal clear, flowing with mysterious runes. It had already become heavier than metal and stone. It pressed down fiercely, as though it wanted to crush Li Qingshan's head. She knew that Li Qingshan's counterattack was coming, and all of them could die in the next moment. Boom! The jade seal shattered into pieces like a landslide. An arm covered in thick black hair stretched out and abruptly expanded, grabbing at Ling Yuan. Ape demon arms. Li Qingshan strictly followed the order of revenge. He would first kill the mastermind, then kill the threat. Ling Yuan wanted to retreat, but he could not move. He was like a bug sealed in amber, and could only close his eyes and wait for death. At this time, he could no longer maintain absolute calm, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. Li Qingshan's simple grab contained all sorts of ape demon powers. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai was distracted, so how could he allow Ling Yuan to escape? Suddenly, the giant wolf beneath Ling Yuan lunged forward, revealing a mouth full of fangs as it roared and bit at the black hand. The black hand's 5 fingers tightened, and the roar turned into a wail. Li Qingshan did not expect that his grab would miss. Shattering Dai Mingfan's jade seal had wasted some time, and the demon wolf was loyal to its master, blocking the calamity for Ling Yuan. If this were in the past, he might have praised such actions and spared the demon wolf's life, or given it a quick death. But now, he stared at Ling Yuan as he slowly tightened his fingers. Fur and flesh seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. The demon wolf's wail became even more tragic. Although it was a demon sovereign, it could not put up any resistance in front of Li Qingshan. It could not even self-destruct its demon core. Li Qingshan. Ling Yuan could no longer maintain his calm. His heart burned with endless hatred for Li Qingshan, and he wished he could perish together with him. He charged at Li Qingshan without a care. With a wave of his right hand, he formed an ice blade and slashed at the black hand. Junior brother Lung, be careful. Don't fall for it. Dai Mingfan exclaimed, but she could not stop him in time. At this moment, Spirit Venerable Gui Hai had already suppressed Pai Yangqiu and turned his gaze over. Li Qingshan felt the pressure on his body increase. He tightened his fingers and squeezed the demon wolf to death. His thumb and index finger held a bloody demon core and flicked it. The demon core flew out of his hand, and a large hole appeared in Ling Yuan's chest. It suddenly exploded as it penetrated his body. Boom! 2 loud sounds combined into one. Pai Yangqiu and Ling Yuan died at almost the same time. End of chapter 1668. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.